transcending to a foreign realm, one becomes a mere scion of an unremarkable family, embarking on a journey of empowerment with a biological chip endowed with analytical capabilities. 0.001 crossing over. The azure sky stretches infinitely, reminiscent of a boundless sapphire devoid of any clouds. A few black birds screech as they glide across the expanse. Below lies a vast expanse of lush green forest. A winding path meanders through the trees. A horse-drawn carriage, laden with golden straw, progresses slowly, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing along the trail. Upon the golden straw rests a young boy of approximately 13 or 14 years, with short brown hair, neither strikingly handsome nor particularly ordinary, merely unremarkable. His eyes are tightly shut, seemingly lost in slumber. The carriage driver, a middle-aged man, expertly guides the old horse, striving to ensure a smooth ride, seemingly concerned not to disturb the sleeping boy. Suddenly, a resounding crash. The carriage jolts violently as a wheel strikes a sharp stone, coming to an abrupt halt. Song Yes' entire body convulses, abruptly awakening from his dream. His pallid face creases into a frown as he slowly opens his eyes. "Where am I?" The boy's voice is faint, lacking strength. He sniffs the air, catching a refreshing scent of grass, and then gazes around in confusion. "I apologize, young Master Angrier. The carriage struck a stone and disturbed your rest." The driver, a robust middle-aged man clad in tattered gray linen, turns to express his regret upon noticing Song Yes. Awakening that he then retrieves tools to inspect the carriage's wheels for damage. "Young Master Angrier?" Song Yi blinks in surprise, glancing around to confirm he is alone. He then points to himself, questioning, "Are you referring to me?" "Indeed," the driver replies earnestly while inspecting the wheels. "You fell from your horse and sustained quite an injury. You must rest. I am the only one left in the city, and I could not find a suitable carriage, so I must apologize for your discomfort." The dark-skinned man smiles warmly. Song Yes' expression shifts dramatically as realization dawns upon him. "Wait a moment," he murmurs, quickly surveying his attire. He finds himself clad in a well-fitted black hunting outfit, a red belt cinched at his waist, with a black whip affixed at his side. His frail body, pale hands, and the throbbing pain in his knees and skull all register. Suddenly, an intense pain surges through his head, and fragmented memories flood his mind. Song Yes' eyes roll back, and he collapses onto the straw, faintly hearing the driver's frantic cries. Uncertain of the passage of time, Song Yi gradually regains consciousness. Within his mind resides an entirely foreign collection of memories. He learns he is Angrier Leo, the second son of a rural nobleman, an exceedingly mundane member of the gentry. His fall from a horse during a leisure ride with companions allowed Song Yi to seize this unexpected opportunity. Simultaneously, memories of Angrier's life flood into Song Yes' consciousness. This world bears striking resemblance to medieval Europe. He finds himself in the kingdom of Rudin, a vast nation where the Leo family constitutes a relatively affluent, yet unremarkable rural nobility, neither excessively wealthy nor destitute. Their estate borders a sprawling forest in the province of Yarada. In Angrier's recollections, he knows that his father, Baron Leo, governs lands comprising 3 knightly territories and 5 small villages, with a population consistently exceeding 5,000. Riding from one end of the estate to the other requires at least an hour, indicating vast expanses of territory. Angrier Leo, the Baron's second son, represents the highest status among the younger generation of the Leo family. With the eldest son having departed to serve in the military and not returned, the rightful claim to the family's inheritance may rest upon Angrier's shoulders. A minor noble has actually crossed over. Song Yi muses, rubbing his head, only to discover he lies upon a small bed, his attire replaced with a white nightgown covered by a thin white blanket. The room is spacious and well-lit, furnished with a bed, a white-painted writing desk, and 2 high-backed chairs, all equally white. The window facing the bed is open, allowing faint sounds of commotion for what seems to be the street to drift in, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of pancakes. Taking a deep breath, Song Yi realizes his stomach is in desperate need of sustenance. "Is anyone there?" He recalls Angrier's memories, confirming this is indeed a family residence in the town. With a creak, the door swings open and a solemn-looking middle-aged man clad in red noble attire strides in, holding a silver bowl for which a delightful scent of meat wafts. "Angrier, are you feeling better?" The man frowns as he approaches the bedside, placing the bowl upon the nightstand and gently feeling Song Yes' forehead. "You no longer have a fever. Drink the meat broth. Your body is too weak." Song Yi swiftly accesses the memory of the man before him. Cao Leo, the current head of the Leo family and the lord of the estate, appears as a loving father to Angrier. I recall having advised you, Baron Kyle states solemnly, to refrain from associating with those city children. Even if they are your classmates in knightly studies, do not become too close to them. It was my fault, father. Song Yi instinctively lowers his head and speaks softly, though this response seems to stem from the original occupant's reflex rather than his own intent. To have fallen from a mad, galloping horse without a fracture, you must possess remarkable luck. The Baron's tone softens slightly. Observing his son's remorseful demeanor, he feels an involuntary pang of sympathy. Your elder brother has left to serve in the military, and whether he returns is uncertain. The future of the Liu family likely rests upon your shoulders. If anything further were to happen to you, I shudder to think of the consequences. The Baron sighs and lapses into silence. Song Yi, drawing from Angrier's memories, understands his father's nature. To the outside world, he is a formidable baron, cold and unfeeling, known for executing servants over minor transgressions. As a lord with numerous subjects, he periodically brings beautiful women into his estate, resulting in many offspring. Moreover, last year, through a series of calculated maneuvers, the Baron expanded his territory by nearly doubling it by annexing a neighboring baron's lands. The populace speaks of his cruelty and arrogance, his cunning and ruthlessness. Yet, regrettably, the Baron's affection for Angrier is unparalleled, perhaps reflecting a unique sentiment for Angrier's deceased mother. Thus, Angrier holds the highest position among all the Baron's children, and whatever requests he makes will be met with the utmost effort to fulfill them. You must remember, Overlord, the future heir of the Liu family. You should never lack prudence. Consider your actions carefully before proceeding, Baron Kyle solemnly advised Song Yi. I understand, father, Song Yi replied with a nod of gravity. Forget about Kesseline, but as for the other girl you desired, I have already sent her to your chamber. You are still young, so a bit of playful indulgence is acceptable. However, should I discover you have become excessively enamored. The Baron paused, a glint of severity flickering in his eyes. You know the consequences. I understand. Song Yi felt a tightening in his chest and nodded hastily. Although the Baron held great affection for him, this time he had indeed crossed a significant line. Very well, finish your soup, and then rest. I have matters to attend to. Shortly, Overlord will send someone to escort you back to the castle. I shall take my leave, the Baron stated, nodding before turning away. As the bedroom door shut, Song Yi caught sight of a knight clad in full armor standing outside. He recognized him as Sir Odysseus, the Baron's most formidable warrior, known for crushing his enemies' skulls with his heavy armor, much like one would a watermelon. The locals referred to him as the Demon Knight. With a resounding thud, the bedroom door closed. Outside, faint voices and footsteps of the Baron receded into the distance until they were entirely inaudible. Turning his gaze to the bowl of meat soup on the bedside table, Song Yi realized that if it were merely an ordinary broth, the Baron would not have delivered it personally. The meat within was sourced from a fish known as the ringfish, said to be a transformation of lost children wrought by a nefarious sorcerer. He had consumed it once before when injured. Lifting the silver bowl, he peered inside. Within the milky liquid, a silver fish of finger-length swam, its head bearing an uncanny resemblance to a human face, contorted in agony. A fish with a child's face. Song Yi murmured, gazing at the pained expression on the visage within the bowl, his stomach churning violently. This world is truly unlike the one I knew. The thought flashed through his mind. Seated on the bed, Song Yi hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately pinched his nose and consumed the soup with the fish head bearing the child's features. He severed it and left in the bowl that was something he dared not ingest. After finishing the soup, he reclined on the bed to rest for a while. Only then did Song Yi begin to sift through the memories in his mind. Originally, Onrel, favored by his father, was somewhat submissive and indecisive in nature. However, in matters of recreation, he was no less than his peers, and indeed often surpassed them. Whatever he desired but possessions, pets, wealth, or even companionship, the Baron would go to great lengths to fulfill his wishes. This indulgence led Onrel to become increasingly audacious, coveting everything he fancied. In essence, he was the epitome of a spoiled aristocrat. After all, as the Baron's domain, the territory spanned an area comparable to a county in Song Yi's previous world, albeit with a significantly smaller population. Yet its power exceeded that considerably. The Baron, as Lord, held an unrivaled authority to end this tumultuous era. Amidst the chaotic state of the current Luden kingdom, the nobility ultimately represented strength and wealth. However, despite the fearsome influence of Baron Kyle, the spoiled Onrel had indeed overstepped boundaries this time. During his training in knightly pursuits, Onrel had taken a fancy to a noble girl studying alongside him. The girl's name was Kesseline Candia, the beloved granddaughter of the Viscount Candia, who nominally governed Baron Kyle's territory, in a bid to impress Kesseline. Onrel accepted a challenge to a horse race against another boy. The outcome was disastrous. His saddle had been tampered with, and in a moment of inattention, the original Onrel was lost forever in this world. All because of jealousy. Song Yi mused, re-examining the memories. This world truly is beyond comprehension. To be so consumed by jealousy at merely 14. After lying on the bed for a while, Song Yi turned over and got off. Outside the bedroom, faint voices of shouting could be heard from the courtyard beyond the walls, suggesting someone was rallying a crowd, creating quite a commotion. Song Yi was aware that his father had recently been leading the guards to capture and hunt down the fugitive criminals in their territory. A group of fugitives had infiltrated from unknown origins, committing a series of robberies and murders against more than 10 households in recent days, causing widespread panic among the populace. Knight Odysseus had been ordered to scatter his guards and search the area. Pushing open the bedroom door, Song Yi stepped into a gray courtyard that featured a small pond. It appeared somewhat neglected, with tufts of green weeds growing haphazardly. 2 guards stationed by the pond conversed, and upon noticing Song Yi's presence, they quickly approached and saluted respectfully. These were 2 guards from the Baroness' retinue, both burly, middle-aged men. "Young Master Angriel, you are awake?" One of them, sporting a thick beard, spoke in a deep voice. He was clad in heavy yellow leather armor and bore a large axe on his back, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The other, leaner man wore only half armor, but his steady gaze suggested agility, with a crossed sword hanging from his waist. As Song Yi's eyes scanned the sword, he noticed dark red stains still clinging to the blade, causing him to slightly narrow his eyes. "Did Uncle Odysseus send you here?" Song Yi inquired. "Indeed. After we escort you back to the castle, we must return promptly to the guards. Time may be tight, so we should depart at once." The leaner man replied in a serious tone. Song Yi nodded, realizing that they likely had intelligence on the fugitives. The lean man confirmed, "This morning, we discovered their temporary hideout. The captain has already surrounded them with the men." "Very well, I shall change my attire," Song Yi said, returning to his room to change out of his nightclothes before joining the 2 men, leaving the makeshift resting place behind. This accommodation was merely a temporary lodging for their family during visits to the town, not suitable for recovery. Exiting the dwelling, they found themselves on a bustling street, where everyone wore drab gray linen clothing, lending the area a grimy appearance. Vendors shouted from the roadside, selling fruits, wooden toys, and vegetables, while women with baskets moved back and forth among the stalls. As Song Yi stepped out of the gate, he immediately sensed his difference from those around him. Unlike the gray-clad townsfolk, he donned black attire. However, he quickly understood the reason. In this world, apart from the nobles, all commoners were restricted to gray clothing, while only the nobility could wear colors. This was a privilege, and anyone daring to defy it risked a death sentence, a grave consequence. Even among the nobles, certain colors were reserved for specific ranks. As the 3 walked, they engaged in casual conversation. Song Yi noticed that passers-by bowed slightly and greeted him with expressions of reverence, making him feel as though he were a lion among sheep. "What is the matter? Young Master Angriel seems a bit out of sorts?" The lean man chuckled. Through their dialogue, Song Yi learned the names of the 2 men. The lean one was named Carter, an adventurer from the vicinity who had been fortunate enough to be recruited into the guards, a significant elevation from the status of an adventurer, often synonymous with unemployment and low standing. Being part of the guards was akin to being part of the police force on Earth, bringing with it a host of benefits. The robust one was named Milo, a native of the Baroness territory, known for his remarkable strength. Without waiting for Song Yi to respond, Carter continued, "Indeed, Candia City is far larger than this place." He casually plucked a tomato from a roadside stall and took a hearty bite, disregarding the vendor's displeased expression. Song Yi furrowed his brow slightly, choosing silence. It was evident that the guards held a notorious reputation within the territory for such brazen acts. Yet he himself had not been any different in the past. The trio continued their light-hearted banter and soon exited the small town. Beyond the town's fence, a black carriage awaited at the roadside. The driver dismounted upon seeing them approach, standing by in readiness. They climbed into the carriage, with Carter taking the reins, and set off towards the main road. It took them over 20 minutes to reach their destination, the stronghold of the Rio family, the Kale Castle. Carefully dismounting the carriage, Song Yi gazed up at the imposing structure before him. Nestled amidst a green forest, a building reminiscent of an estate from his previous life appeared. Surrounding Kale Castle was a moat, making it resemble a small fortified town rather than a conventional castle. The gray earthen fortress was far less grand than Song Yi had envisioned, standing only about 5 stories tall. At the entrance, 2 guards with iron swords stood watch, casting curious glances their way. The afternoon sun bathed the earth fortress in a crimson hue, while a mysterious floral fragrance wafted through the air. Taking a deep breath, Song Yi noted that evening was approaching, and the temperature had begun to cool. "Is Old Wada present?" he murmured. Carter nodded. "Yes, since we have arrived, let us return." Song Yi acknowledged him, watching as the two men turned the carriage around and headed back down the road, quickly disappearing from sight. He then made his way towards the Earth Fortress. An elderly man with graying hair, clad in a black robe, approached from the fortress, accompanied by several maidservants and guards. "Old Hwada, I'm back," Song Yi called out, quickening his pace. Hwada was the steward responsible for managing the territory's affairs under Baron Kale. Having served the Rio family for decades, it was said that even Baron Kale himself had been raised under Hwada's watchful eye. I had long advised the Baron to let Lord Odysseus instruct the young master, yet the Baron would not heed my counsel, now that the young master has been injured. If only they had listened to me sooner, the somewhat frail old man began to murmur as he drew near. Song Yi wore a habitual smile as he entered the fortress with the group. After a moment of grumbling, Hwada suddenly halted. "By the way, young master, it would be best if you refrain from going out this time. Just study under Lord Odysseus." "Is this the Baroness' directive?" "Indeed. The situation has become quite unstable recently, and we do not feel secure with you living outside alone. Moreover, after the ordeal you endured, even Lord Candia must provide us with an explanation." Hwada's tone carried a hint of severity. "I am indifferent to it," Song Yi nodded. And together with Hwada and the two maidservants, they entered the hall of the fortress. Inside, two young maidens dressed in white gowns awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Hwada accompanied by Song Yi, both girls cautiously curtsied to him. Rather angry, they greeted, as memories of their identity swiftly surfaced in Song Ye's mind. Cyril, Angli's half-sister, and Maggie, a destitute relative from a declining family who sought refuge with the Leo family, were both younger than Anli and addressed him as brother. Given Angli's elevated status within the family, both girls were exceedingly cautious around him, as were many others of similar standing within the castle who were not held in high regard by the Baron. Cyril, however, enjoyed a slightly better position, receiving a monthly allowance and the services of a dedicated domestic servant, similar to the head chambermaid. Maggie's status was far lower. Her parents worked for the Baron to earn a meager living, placing them just above common servants. Many such refugee relatives resided in the castle, scarcely meriting attention. "It has been too long since I last saw you," Song Yi remarked with a faint smile. He had always maintained a cordial relationship with the two, occasionally extending his care to the two sisters, as they possessed considerable beauty and charm. This led them to believe they had found a patron, and they were naturally eager to be close to Ali. "We heard of your injury and waited here specifically. We hope you are feeling better," Maggie offered proactively. Her voice was youthful, yet the 13-year-old had already developed considerably. Her curvaceous figure, alluring face, slender waist, and prominent chest caused Song Ye's gaze to linger upon her for a moment. Maggie seemed to sense Song Ye's attention, her face flushing slightly. Yet she deliberately thrust out her chest, allowing Song Yi to gaze freely while feigning nonchalance. In contrast, Cyril appeared overly shy and less developed than Maggie. She resembled a delicate fawn, timidly glancing at Anli, her hands clasped nervously in front of her, displaying a purity of beauty. Upon Song Ye's return to the castle, it was unlikely that only these two would be there to greet him. It was probable that they possessed some cunning, knowing to come out early to await him, displaying their close relationship with Song Yi to those around them, perhaps at the instigation of their parents. Song Yi nodded. "I am much better, sisters. There is no need to worry." He chatted casually with the two young women. Meanwhile, Ward, who had been standing to one side, quietly excused himself to attend to other matters. Under the guidance of the two young women, Song Yi entered the inner hall, where he received the respectful greetings of most of the castle's inhabitants before finally finding time to rest in his private chamber, where he breathed a deep sigh of relief. Besides the bed, the bedroom contained a writing desk, upon which lay a parchment of yellowish hue. A quill rested casually beside an ink bottle, and a mountain-shaped candlestick flickered with a pale yellow light, emitting a faint scent of wax. Song Yi pulled out the chair at the writing desk and sat down. Glancing at the parchment, the pale yellow parchment has already been partially used, inscribed with densely packed, neat black letters. Song Yi caressed the scroll, noting its softness and slight thinness. Suddenly, a stammering sound emerged from the dim corner of the bedroom. It was then that Song Yi recalled what his father had mentioned earlier. He turned his gaze toward the source of the noise and spotted a delicate young girl with long hair huddled in the shadows against the wall. Although her figure was somewhat obscured, Song Yi could still recall her identity. "You are Cecilia, aren't you?" He approached the girl, recalling her name. Yes, she replied, shrinking further into the corner, clearly frightened. Her eyes appeared swollen, likely from prolonged weeping, with dried tear streaks marking her face. "Angeli, sir, may I inquire what you require?" she asked in a hushed tone. Song Yi glanced at her developing form and shook his head slightly. Despite having understood from memory that this world was quite similar to medieval Europe in its casual attitude towards sexuality, he, as a man of over 20 years in spirit, felt no inclination to harm a girl who looked merely 15 or 16. There were many pressing matters at hand, leaving no time to dwell on such issues. "All right. I have no orders," he declared, clapping his hands. Maggie. The bedroom door creaked open, and a woman clad in a gray maid's uniform entered respectfully. "How may I assist you?" "Take this little girl outside and find her a room to settle in." "I have yet to." Song Yi paused, suddenly recalling his father's character. If he simply cast the girl aside, it might be assumed that Cecilia had angered him, leading to dire consequences. Furthermore, given Baron Kyle's ways, it was likely that Cecilia had been sent by her family as a sacrifice to appease his wrath. If she were to be returned unscathed, death would be inevitable. At best, she would end up conscripted by the guard. He glanced again at the terrified girl cowering in the corner. "Change of plans. I am not in the mood today. Take her out and see to her comfort. I shall return in a few days to address this." The maid bowed respectfully and led the quaking Cecilia out of the room. Only then did Song Yi feel a genuine sense of relief. Since his transmigration, he had been enveloped in confusion and disorientation. Seated at the writing desk, he picked up a white quill pen. Its surface felt smooth, and the feather's tip bore a slight reddish hue, the origin of which he could only guess. In his hands, the quill felt unexpectedly heavy. Under the candlelight, the white feather reflected a faint yellowish glow, quite enchanting. Initially, he had believed he was doomed, only to find himself in this strange new world. As he toyed with the quill, his mind wandered. From Angel's memories, it seemed this world was entirely in the age of cold weapons. The only ranged weapons available were bows and spears. Gunpowder was a concept unheard of. Thus, individual combat prowess wielded significant influence. Baron Kyle's notorious reputation stemmed largely from his formidable combat skills. He had once fought in the infamous Golden Flower campaign against the Kingdom of Rudin, a brutal war that had severely weakened the kingdom. Those who survived such a conflict were far from ordinary. Kyle possessed expert combat techniques, robust physicality, and a powerful mastery of the crossword style, boasting a record of single-handedly slaying 15 heavily armored knights, coupled with the fearsome reputation of Knight Odysseus. They commanded respect even from the likes of the Viscount of Candia. In the current kingdom of Rudin, nobility did not dictate strength. Only power, military might, was the true measure of authority. This was an era defined by violence. Within Kyle's domain, even though he was known for his brutality and infamy, few subjects chose to leave. The fundamental reason lay in the threat posed by the multitude of robbers and outlaws surrounding them. In times of drought, some desperate brigands resorted to cannibalism, making the journey from one territory to another without martial protection perilous, requiring not just courage but facing a near 50% mortality rate. However, the situation in Kyle's domain was markedly different. The bandits surrounding the territory had been systematically eradicated by the Baron's guards. The very mention of his name sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened criminals. Thus, the Baron's lands, including the vast area around Candia City, were deemed relatively safe. At least half of the city's stability relied upon Baron Kyle's formidable reputation. This was why Butler Ward treated the Viscount of Candia with such disdain. Living under such a powerful lord's rule, despite occasional fears of his cruelty, was certainly preferable to the constant threat of losing one's life. After all, even if the lord was ruthless, his wrath would not reach everyone in the vast territory. Song Yi surmised that this was likely the mindset of many of the Baron's subjects. He picked up the parchment from the desk, observing the letters inscribed upon it, characters unlike any he had encountered before. They bore semblance to English and perhaps Tibetan script from ancient China. Without the integration of Angel's memories, it would have been exceedingly difficult to learn this new language. Although he spoke fluently, it was merely a result of the body's instinctual imprint. The remnants of linguistic memory remained intact, allowing him to express himself by instinctively recalling verbal symbols from his mind. Yet, the script appeared remarkably sophisticated. Song Yi furrowed his brow as he examined the parchment, which contained a copy of a family historical record he had transcribed during his earlier return. If only the previous chip were still functioning, given the clarity of the text, acquiring knowledge from books would be much easier. He instinctively rubbed his left temple, a habitual gesture reminiscent of activating the biological assistance chip from his past life on Earth. Suddenly, a long chime resonated in his ears. Song Yi froze, recognizing the sound all too well. It was the unmistakable tone of the activation of the biological assistance chip he had heard countless times before. Biological chip N18907 at your service. Manufactured by China Fading Company, supervised by the Artificial Intelligence Monitoring Department. A sweet female voice echoed in his mind. Song Yi remained unperturbed, understanding this was merely the promotional sound that accompanied the first activation, akin to the brand logos displayed when powering on a television. The chip was not intelligent. It was a 23rd century auxiliary device with only two functions, analysis and storage. The analysis involved basic logical modeling, synthesizing information from various disciplines such as mathematics and physics, with results automatically input into the storage region. Fearing the impact of artificial intelligence on the human brain, the chip lacks intelligence and exists in a state of symbiotic perfection with the human brain, or is simply a part of it. Storage, however, is an independent biological memory module coexisting with the brain, with a capacity far exceeding that of the human brain, capable of flawlessly recording all image sensory information for thousands of years, whereas the human brain can only remember up to 150 years. Even the chip has been brought over? Song Yi was momentarily incredulous, his breathing becoming rapid as he sat in the chair, speechless for a long while. He needed time to digest the impact of this revelation. However, it's also possible. It is said that the new generation of chips I'm using are directly etched into the gene chain, and even if damaged, they will self-repair like the liver. Does this mean my genes have also been brought over? Song Yi surmised. Please designate a name for the chip. A dulcet voice resonated in his mind once more. 0. Song Yi blurted out the previous chip's designation unconsciously. Name confirmed. 0 chip automated auxiliary initialization program is about to self-destruct. We wish you a pleasant experience. For complaints or suggestions, please dial 403-55627. Thank you for your patronage. The female voice ceased abruptly. Song Yi knew that this was the chip's final auxiliary voice. From now on, it would be a completely genderless mechanical tone, extracted directly from his language memory area. A surge of emotion welled up within Song Yi, his breathing somewhat labored. He was acutely aware of what possessing a biochip in this era of rudimentary warfare signified. The candle on the writing desk flickered with a faint amber glow, illuminating Song Yi's face and reflecting a thin layer of luminescence. The window was directly adjacent to the writing desk, the wooden frame covered with a layer of white paper-like membrane, constituting the so-called window of the earthen fort. Song Yi rose and flung open the wooden window. With a creak, the window swung outward. A refreshing night breeze swept in, carrying a subtle fragrance of verdant grass. Song Yi leaned out the window, seeking to compose himself. His bedroom was on the 4th floor of the fort. Looking out, he saw vast expanses of dark forest, resembling shadows. The wind rustled through the leaves, creating a cacophony of sounds mingled with the chirping of countless unknown insects. 2 crescent moons hung serenely in the night sky, casting a veil of pale moonlight. Between the trees, the only road leading to the outside town faintly echoed with the sound of approaching hooves. The cool wind cleared Song Yi's mind slightly. By the moonlight, he discerned a troop of black knights slowly approaching the earthen fort at the end of the road. Deep within the forest, several of these knights carried torches, their steeds occasionally snorting. From afar, the leading knight appeared to be conversing with someone slightly behind him, occasionally emitting a soft chuckle. By the light of the torches, Song Yi could barely make out the features of the leading knight. A solemn countenance, a trimmed black goatee, flaxen, a mix of golden and brown, hair cascading over his shoulders, and a robust physique clad in gleaming silver armor. He exuded an air of nobility amidst the ruggedness. Its father, Baron Kyle. Song Yi recognized him instantly, having seen him not long ago. Moreover, Ang Lee's memories held a deep impression of him. The Baron's hands, gloved in black leather, held the reins. Just as Song Yi gazed in his direction, the Baron seemed to notice his gaze, turning his head this way. Seeing Song Yi at the window, he removed one glove and waved, a smile gracing his lips as he gave a slight nod. With a gentle tug on the reins, the Baron quickened his pace. In the depths of night, the knightly entourage swiftly approached the earthen fortress. They passed through the already lowered drawbridge and entered the bastion. Song Yi lingered, attentively watching until the last member of the company had crossed the threshold before he slowly returned to his seat. Through all Is memories, he had come to understand his father somewhat. Although he was seen externally as a brutal lord, he was, in fact, an exceptionally loving father, often uttering harsh words, but never once striking him. By tradition, it was the appropriate time for him to extend his greetings to his father. Just as Song Yi prepared to rise, a series of knocks echoed from the bedroom door. "Young Master Ali, the Baron requests your presence," came the voice of the maid. Maggie from outside. "Very well, I shall be there momentarily," replied Song Yi, rising hastily to open the door. Maggie stood outside, holding a candlestick aloft. Following her, he traversed the corridor and descended the spiral staircase to the hallway on the 2nd floor. At the end of the corridor, a door stood ajar, a faint light spilling through the crack. Maggie offered a respectful curtsy. "Young Master, I shall wait for you here." Song Yi nodded and strode forward. As he drew near, the Baron's deep voice grew increasingly audible. "In this territory, no one dares to defy me. These outlaws must have come from outside." Song Yi caught only the latter part of the discourse. Another familiar, gravelly voice emerged from within. It was Sir Odysseus. "That may not be the case. Judging by the attire of these outlaws, they likely hail from the Eastern Saladin Empire. Their weapons and clothing styles bear a striking resemblance, and their combat methods are quite regimented, unlike those of mere refugees. I suspect this is a consequence of the events from 4 years prior. The journey from the Rio territory to the Saladin Empire would take even the swiftest steed nearly half a year, given the vast forests in between. The likelihood seems slim. In contrast, I suspect it may be the handiwork of that old rogue from Candia." The Baron's voice dripped with coldness. "It must be a desperate last struggle on their part. That is indeed a strong possibility. Candia has been relentlessly pressed by us of late. Standing outside, Songyi refrained from knocking. Fully aware of his father and Uncle Odysseus's capabilities, they would have sensed his presence long before. There was no need for him to intrude further. However, it might also originate from Raska, Odysseus conjectured. Raska? I visited over a decade ago. What is that place like now? Is that madwoman, Sally, still there? She should still be there. But let us not dwell on that. Onlai, do come in. Sir Odysseus called out. Songyi acknowledged and pushed open the door. Inside was a study adorned with 2 bookshelves brimming with tomes. The fire in the hearth flickered gently, casting a warm glow. The Baron and Sir Odysseus were seated around a small low table, each with a white cup before them. A quick glance revealed the cups contained a dark beverage, exuding a refreshing mint aroma. Father, Uncle Odysseus, Songyi greeted respectfully, recalling the customary salutations. These two were among the 4 most formidable individuals in the Rio territory. Although Baron Kyle was nominally Odysseus's lord, their relationship resembled that of exceptionally close comrades. Both were elite swordsmen who had survived the fateful battle of the Golden Flower. In this world, there existed no formal classification of warriors. The only true measure of a warrior's prowess lay in their ability to fight. Please, take a seat. The Baron gestured to a chair beside him. Songyi nodded and settled quietly into his seat. The recent situation is unstable. It is highly likely that the Saladin Empire will engage in warfare with our Rudin kingdom. We are situated perilously close to the border, right on the front lines of potential conflict. I recently dispatched someone to the Bay Harbor to reconnect with former subordinates and procure a fresh supply of armor and weaponry. They should be on their way back now. The Baron resumed his discussion with Odysseus. As Songyi sat quietly observing the two, he had already formed a vivid impression of the Baron. In contrast, Odysseus was a bear of a man. Merely seated, he exuded an overwhelming presence, his physique equivalent to that of 2 fully grown men, clad in gleaming black iron armor. His bald head shone like a polished bulb, adorned with a silver earring that lent him an air of wildness. As he analyzed the combat capabilities of the 2 men in his thoughts, a translucent layer of data cascaded down his vision, resembling a waterfall of information. The intricate, pale blue data was overwhelming. Songyi understood that in this world, the ultimate assurance lay in individual combat strength. From Ang Lee's memories, he recognized that only through power could one secure their desires and safeguard against the threats of adversaries. Thus, upon first employing the chip, he had opted to assess the battle prowess of the two. The Baron and Odysseus spoke openly of their plans. Yet Songyi noted that the Baron's peripheral gaze occasionally fell upon him. Observing his seemingly dazed expression, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of both men. They likely hoped to involve Songyi more directly in their discussions, preparing him for the eventual inheritance of the territory. However, Songyi remained absorbed in awaiting the analytical results, inadvertently projecting an air of bewilderment that disheartened the two who had harbored expectations for him. Unaware of their scrutinizing gazes, Songyi soon received the analysis results. Kyle Rio, estimated physical attributes, strength greater than 2, agility greater than 2, constitution greater than 2. Odysseus, estimated physical attributes, strength greater than 3, agility approximately equal to 1, constitution greater than 3. A slight twitch crossed Songyi's face. The data indicated that a strength rating of 1 equated to that of a typical adult male, measured against earthly standards. By this assessment, both his father and Sir Odysseus could be likened to the superhumans depicted in novels and films, possessing strength 2 to 3 times that of an average person, which implied not merely superior combat capabilities but the ferocity to contend against 10 or even dozens of foes. The Constitution metric encompassed resilience, resistance to ailments, recovery, and endurance. It was evident that this was no longer Earth. Songyi felt utterly speechless. 0. Display my own physical attributes. In an instant, a semi-transparent, pale blue data sheet materialized before him. Onlai Rio, physical attributes, strength less than 0. 3. Agility less than 0. 4. Constitution approximately equal to 0. 7. Songyi had no further words. Despite being merely 14, the figures were disheartening. Normally, a boy of this age on Earth should possess a strength around 0. 5 and agility near 1. 2. Yet, this ally had somehow emerged from nightly training in Candia with such frail capabilities. Perhaps it was due to recent injuries that had yet to heal, he mused. Meanwhile, the Baron and Odysseus had ceased their discussions, their attention now turned to Songyi. Beginning tomorrow, Anger will commence his combat training under the tutelage of Otis. There are also other children in the castle who will join you in this endeavor. The Baron remarked with a hint of detachment. Very well, father, Anger replied. Your constitution has never been robust, the Baron continued, his gaze upon Anger tinged with concern. I have opted for you to learn combat skills primarily to restore some semblance of a normal physique. Songyi was acutely aware that if this body were indeed strong, it would not have succumbed to a fatal fall from a horse, a consequence of his own oversight. Understood, Song Yi nodded. How is your health recovering? Otis inquired gently. It is satisfactory. Basic training poses no issues, Song Yi responded. That is good to hear, Otis acknowledged with a nod. If you desire anything to eat, simply inform the head maid, Anchor. We hunted a stag the day before yesterday, which will be excellent for your recovery. Now, you may take your rest, the Baron commanded. Song Yi rose, offering a slight bow before hastening out of the study. Maki stood at the staircase, still holding the candelabrum. In the dimly lit staircase, she was the sole figure present. Song Yi strode over. Is everyone in the castle absent at this hour? Why is it so dark? He queried. Maki shook her head. This is the sleeping quarters. At this time, most residents are congregated in the training grounds and tavern. With fewer people here, there is little need to waste candles. Oh. Song Yi nodded, recalling from Anger's memories that the castle was divided into several areas. The sleeping quarters, activity area, and miscellaneous zone. The activity area included the training grounds and combat arena, while the miscellaneous zone housed the tavern, blacksmith, stables, and more. In reality, the castle's total size was akin to that of a university on Earth, accommodating roughly 200 individuals, of whom only the cavalry and formidable swordsmen qualified for residence, approximately 100 in total. Let us return, Song Yi said, shaking his head and dismissing further thoughts. The two made their way back to Song Ye's chamber. However, upon opening the door, he spotted a small figure huddled in the corner of the room. It was none other than Cecilia. You wretched little imp! Who permitted you to enter young Master Anger's room? Maki exclaimed from behind, having spotted her as well. The figure in the corner shrank further away. Song Yi raised a hand to halt Maki's impulse to rush in. It's all right, let it be. You may go now. Maki quickly complied. Very well, young master. With a click, the door closed. Song Yi approached the corner, scrutinizing the Cecilia sent by his father. Dressed in a gray-white fitted dress, her rounded shoulders were exposed, her skin pale and delicate, framed by cascading black hair. Had it not been for the tear streaks upon her face, she would indeed have appeared as an innocent, youthful girl. Yet, Song Yi found himself devoid of any sentiment. He grabbed the silk quilt from the bed and tossed it over Cecilia. He then collapsed onto the bed. Exhaling deeply, he contemplated his current situation. My standing appears satisfactory. Under the Baron's protection, I have little to fear. However, nothing remains unchanged indefinitely. One must always prepare for unforeseen circumstances. This world is far from the peace of earth. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Song Yi gradually succumbed to slumber. 005 Life 2. After an indeterminate period, he was roused once more by a shout. Opening his eyes, Song Yi slowly propped himself up from the bed. A white silk quilt cascaded from his body. Did I not sleep directly like this? Song Yi rubbed his eyes, clearly recalling giving the quilt to Cecilia in the corner. Suddenly, a small hand reached over from the left. Song Yi followed the hand's direction. The young Cecilia was lying on her side to his left, her small body curled up, fast asleep. It was then that Song Yi noticed his socks and outerwear had been removed. He surmised the little girl was responsible. Cecilia was a girl he encountered on a hillside during a hunting excursion. Ali took an immediate liking to her, and at the Baron's behest, she was presented as a gift upon Ang Lee's return from Candia City. Coming from a humble farming family, Cecilia was very sensible and aware of her situation. If she could gain Master Ang Lee's favor, her parents would be guaranteed greater security and benefits. With siblings at home, she willingly entered the castle as Ang Lee's gift. Song Yi was privy to these details through Ang Lee's memories, which led him to believe Cecilia had removed his outerwear and socks. As dawn approached, slivers of bright light streamed through the windows. The air was crisp. The rhythmic sounds of the guard practicing outside echoed into the room. Song Yi sat up and got out of bed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at his lower body. The trousers between his legs were stretched taut, a clear indication that his body had recovered considerably, a testament to his vigorous vitality. Perhaps Song Ye's movements were a bit too abrupt. Little Cecilia stirred, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. From her vantage point, she had a clear view of the pronounced bulge in Song Ye's lower body. Cecilia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she sat on the bed, a little flustered. Master Ali, how may I serve you? She asked softly. Song Yi, gazing at the pretty 15-year-old girl uttering such words, felt his blood surge. He nearly succumbed to the impulse to pounce on her. Can you handle basic chores? If so, hurry and fetch me water to wash up, he commanded, suppressing his inner turmoil. Yes, yes. Perhaps his expression had startled her. As the girl's face paled slightly, she scrambled out of bed, opened the door, and hurried out of the bedroom. Song Yi finally relaxed. Although Cecilia was a gift from his father, he found it morally reprehensible to take advantage of such a young girl. More importantly, he felt it was too early for such encounters. At 14, engaging in such activities could lead to physical deficiencies and further weaken his constitution. Despite the fact that she was available for his enjoyment at any time, Song Yi exercised restraint and suppressed his desires. With Cecilia gone, Song Ye's urges subsided. He felt uncomfortable, as he was accustomed to washing his face and feet before bed. Here, it seemed, one only washed up once a day. Water was not as readily available as before, so it was not to be wasted. What a nuisance, he muttered. He walked to the open window and peered out. In the clearing before the woods, a squadron of black-clad soldiers was jogging in formation. They wore heavy black iron armor, and each carried a broadsword across their backs that was as wide as a hand. They were engaged in morning exercises. Fine yellow dust swirled from their path. 11. The leading soldier shouted. 11. The others echoed, their voices resonant, though slightly out of sync, mingling with the chirping of birds. Song Yi felt invigorated. The last vestiges of sleep quickly dissipated. Now is the time to consider how to improve my physique, Song Yi mused, stroking his chin as he observed the soldiers below. I recall that the chip has two abilities, analysis and memory storage. Analysis requires a wealth of data to produce reliable results. As evidenced by the imprecise assessment of my father's and Otis Knight's physical fitness yesterday, it is limited to information gathered through my senses. Storage, on the other hand, serves as a database for the analytical capabilities, collecting vast amounts of information. It functions like a hard drive, and storing information does not automatically grant me access to the memories. There must be a process of transferring information from the chip to the brain's memory regions. Song Yi pondered. If I wish to improve my physical fitness, the best approach is exercise. The chip's analytical capabilities should aid in refining my training regimen to suit my body's specific needs. After a while, Cecilia returned with a silver basin of water and a towel. After washing up, he instructed her to remain in the room. Song Yi then left the room and descended the spiral staircase. The morning light was dim, and the stairwell was still somewhat shadowy as he held onto the wooden banister. Small windows were positioned at each turn of the staircase from the fourth floor down. As Song Yi descended, he noticed a maid laboriously opening each window to air out the space. Master Onglai, good morning, the maid greeted respectfully upon seeing Song Yi. The sounds of the guard's morning practice drifted in through the windows. Song Yi glanced at the maid, a young and pretty girl no older than 20. All the maids in the castle were handpicked by the Baron. What unit is training outside? Song Yi asked. That is Sir Enroue's cavalry, the maid answered respectfully. Sir Enroue? Sir Enroue is Sir Otis's first lieutenant. You may not recognize him, master, as he was only recently recruited into the castle, the maid whispered. Oh, I see. Song Yi nodded and continued downstairs in silence. Beyond the residential area lay a vacant expanse. The castle was constructed as a circle of interconnected buildings, with an open courtyard at its center. Streams of morning sunlight pierced through the gaps between the buildings, casting golden rays like pillars across the courtyard. The courtyard, a gray-white expanse resembling a parade ground, was already populated by boys and girls engaged in basic exercises, dressed mostly in gray and white. They punctuated the air with sporadic grunts and shouts. The boys practiced basic sword maneuvers with wooden swords, while the girls uniformly practiced archery with small wooden bows. Aiming at targets several dozen meters away, a burly male figure stood at the perimeter. A man, likely middle-aged, clad in a grayish-white top and dark trousers, stood out with his robust physique, only marginally less imposing than Otis Knight. He maintained a composed demeanor, arms crossed, observing the youths practicing. His presence exuded a sense of grounded tranquility. Upon perceiving him, the man gestured with a raised hand. Hark! He boomed. Let us pause for a moment. Gather round, everyone. The trainees turned their attention to him, one boy punctuating the call with a final, forceful sword swing, eliciting admiring glances from several girls. He flashed a self-satisfied grin. I said, cease. The man's tone deepened. Grew. Do you not hear? Yes, yes, dear Lord, the boy responded flippantly, lowering his wooden sword with a languid air and sauntering over. Once everyone had coalesced, Song Yi approached Allard, wordlessly positioning himself to the side. As of today, we welcome a new member, Allard announced, clapping his hands together sharply. Young Master Angley, recently returned from Candia. You all likely saw him during yesterday's welcome. Silence met his words, the boys largely indifferent, while the girls regarded Song Yi with curiosity. A palpable awkwardness filled the air. Song Yi frowned. His morning practice not intended for introductions. Allard, he prompted. Just Allard is fine, the man replied deferentially. Song Yi nodded. Very well, Allard. If there is nothing else, let us not impede their training. Recovering from a recent injury, I wish to revisit the fundamentals. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate them for me? Allard hesitated, taken aback. The foundational exercises had been taught extensively, both at the castle and during Angley's time in Candia. That he would require a demonstration suggested a startling lack of knowledge. Surely, he knows how to do even the most basic exercises, someone muttered under their breath. Silence. A wave of disdain washed over the youths. In this era, strength and self-reliance were paramount. Those who lacked ambition were often held in contempt. All eyes focused on Song Yi, scrutinizing him as if he were a peculiar specimen. Song Yi maintained his composure, focusing his attention on Allard. Were it not for the vagueness of his memories, and the fact that the original Angli was a mere Sybarite, Song Yi would not find himself in this embarrassing predicament. Allard, is it possible? Song Yi reiterated. Of course, Allard stammered, nodding. However, I can only impart the basics. For more advanced training, Lord Otis and the Baron possessed the experience to guide you. While true, it was widely understood that martial prowess could not be acquired through mere instruction. Legend held no tales of individuals achieving greatness through tutelage alone. 006 Life 3 An experienced warrior may at best become a veteran, but to attain the status of a knight, one must endure numerous life and death battles, pushing the body to its limits. Only then can one develop a unique fighting style, awaken latent potential, and acquire the fabled life energy seed, which significantly enhances physical attributes. The life energy seed is, therefore, the crux of strength. Without it, one cannot ascend to the ranks of the powerful. Song Yi gleaned some understanding from the memories of Alai. The life energy seed arises naturally from the body after rigorous training, manifesting as a certain aura from within. It can be likened to what was once referred to as hard qigong on Earth. The Baron had previously elaborated in great detail on the sensations and processes involved in stimulating the seed. Thus, Song Yi could draw clear comparisons and reach conclusions. However, not everyone possesses the ability to awaken this seed. Among ordinary people, only a minuscule fraction have the aptitude to potentially stimulate it. Due to the exceedingly low success rate, some already powerful individuals devised a method to increase the number of those who could awaken the seed. They would condense a small amount of energy from their own robust life energy seed and transfer it into others. This approach greatly improved the chances of success, transforming a process that originally required arduous trials into one where the seed could be harnessed from the outset. Nevertheless, even with this method, not everyone can become strong. While the success rate has improved, only 2/3 of 100 individuals can succeed, leaving 1/3 unable to accept the seed. Their bodies simply cannot retain life energy. No matter how much is infused, it inevitably leaks away. Unfortunately, Alai belonged to this unfortunate category, unable to accept the seed's input. This is the fundamental reason he had only indulged in pleasure since childhood. Otherwise, given the Baron's formidable strength, Onlai would not be in such a predicament. Even if he wished it, the powerful Baron would never allow his son to lack the means for self-defense. Allard seemed to recall something, and his gaze towards Onlai revealed a hint of exasperation. He surmised why Onlai had not even mastered basic training. The reason was simply his own abandonment of the pursuit. Since that is the case, let us continue with the morning exercises. Young Master Onlai, please follow me, Allard proclaimed, clapping his hands loudly. The area reverted to its previous state, with some practicing swordsmanship and others honing their archery skills. Only Song Yi followed Allard to a corner. Although you cannot become a knight-level warrior, consistent training can still improve your physical condition. I hope you will persist, Allard remarked as they walked. I know what to do. Thank you, Allard, Song Yi replied with a nod and a smile. The rumor about the second son of Baron Kyle lacking the talent to become a powerful warrior had long been notorious, hadn't he? Indeed, Allard replied, falling silent thereafter. Are the children practicing this morning all qualified? Yes, they have all received the seed inheritance from the Baron and Lord Odysseus. Training according to the unique methods of the two gentlemen, Allard answered. Song Yi understood that having received the seed inheritance and being nurtured from a young age meant that these children would cultivate their life energy seeds alongside their bodies, continuously enhancing their physical prowess. When they mature, their physical attributes will far exceed those of ordinary individuals. The Baron and Odysseus had experienced this same journey. Now he comprehended how his father and knight Odysseus had achieved such formidable physiques. A sense of resignation washed over him as he lamented the misfortune of being reborn into a body devoid of talent. Were it not for the hope offered by the biological chip, Song Yi might have resigned himself to fate. Allard led Song Yi to an open area. To their side was a row of wooden sword racks, sparsely populated with practice swords. Allard took one and tossed it to Song Yi, who caught it with surprise at its weight. The wooden sword felt surprisingly heavy, estimated to weigh around 5 or 6 pounds, roughly 1 meter long. With a crossguard forming a standard cross-shaped sword, Song Yi swung the wooden sword slightly, producing a faint whooshing sound in the air. Allard also took a wooden sword, casually swinging it to create a white arc before him. The fundamental training methods were straightforward, yet not everyone could execute them with ease. He spoke while demonstrating, cutting forward with both hands gripping the sword. A gust of wind swept past Song Yi as Allard's sword sliced through the air, causing his hair to flutter slightly. The biological chip in his mind began to scan for data. A series of pale blue data points quickly materialized before him. Allard, strength greater than 1, agility greater than 2, constitution greater than 2. This is the proper cut. Ensure all your force is concentrated just below the tip of the sword. That's where the killing power is maximized. If all the force is directed at the tip, it will cause excessive wear on the blade and easily dull the edge. Allard instructed, demonstrating each fundamental movement: downward cut, upward slash, horizontal slice, thrust, and downward stab, each accompanied by a rush of wind. Song Yi watched intently, while the biological chip began recording and storing the information. Once the recording was complete, Overlord lowered his wooden sword. How was that? Though it seems simple, precision is crucial. Otherwise, you may easily strain a joint and suffer long-term consequences. Thus, no errors are permissible, he stated solemnly. Song Yi nodded slightly, mentally affirming the record was complete. A string of blue data appeared before him, prompting him to name the material. Basic swordsmanship, Song Yi intoned. Basic swordsmanship, the machine voice confirmed repeatedly until it faded. Song Yi attempted to summon the data again with his thoughts, and immediately, images and sounds of Overlord's demonstrations flooded his mind in perfect replay. After confirming the recording was indeed complete, Song Yi addressed Overlord. It seems I've recalled something from my previous learning. Overlord frowned slightly, scrutinizing Song Yi as if to ascertain whether he was jesting. Since you remember, practice diligently on your own. Lord Odysseus had planned to come personally to instruct you today, but he had to attend to matters elsewhere. So for now, focus on basic training to restore your physical condition. I shall take my leave. Feel free to call for me if you need assistance. Song Yi nodded, watching as Overlord strode away. He lifted the wooden sword, weighing it thoughtfully, a smile gracing his face. The biological chip was merely equipped for analysis and storage. True training and practice depended on him, step by step, starting from the fundamentals. After all, the chip could not directly influence his body. It merely serves as an auxiliary function. He shifted his body slightly and began to practice the demonstrated movements in earnest. The first strike, a downward cut. He grasped the wooden sword, raising both hands, poised to deliver the blow. Deformation of movement, 31%. The chip instantaneously provided feedback. A faint smile appeared on Song Yi's face. This is the auxiliary capability of the biological chip, which allows for a comparison between his movements and the data, thereby facilitating continuous correction. He adjusted the angle of the sword. Deformation of movement, 25%. After several repetitions, Song Yi gradually refined his motions, with each subtle adjustment. The deformation data indicated by the chip diminished. The wooden sword held high. He made slight adjustments until the chip indicated deformation dropped below 5%. At which point he forcefully struck downward. An extraordinary sense of fluidity surged through him. Assessing his physical training, this action had a resilience enhancement effect on muscle groups 5, 3, and 11, with an expected increase of 0.1 in strength after 526 repetitions. The analytical results from the chip materialized before Song Yi's eyes. Over 10,000 repetitions. Not too many, he murmured softly. He lifted the wooden sword and commenced serious practice. The terrifying aspect of the biological chip lies in its ability to provide complete awareness of one's physical state. This is the essence of knowing oneself. Swish, swish, swish. As he practiced the fundamental movements repeatedly, Song Yi's motions transitioned from hesitant and extremely slow to increasingly fluid and rapid. The wooden sword sliced through the air, generating a subtle whisper of wind. This indicated minimal contact between the blade and the air, achieving the utmost speed and stealth in his actions. Unbeknownst to him, Song Yi became increasingly engrossed in his practice. He dedicated his entire being to mastering the fundamental sword techniques. Stepping forward into a bow stance, he executed downward cuts, upward thrusts, forward jabs, and horizontal slashes, all executed with elegance and a diminishing sound. He sensed that this body was not devoid of merit. It possessed an innate familiarity with the basic sword techniques. At times, even before his brain could recall the comparative images, his hands instinctively performed the movements. It was evident that the original Angreal must have practiced in secret. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of a gong reverberated through the air. Break time is over. Everyone disperse. Overlord's voice boomed across the training ground. In the corner, Song Yi snapped back from his state of practice. Glancing towards the center of the arena, he saw Overlord vigorously striking a bronze gong, producing a piercing sound. The children in the training area became animated, forming small groups, some heading back to their quarters, while others strolled toward the cafeteria, and some gathered around Overlord, inquiring about various matters. Standing still, sweat drenched his forehead, his complexion flushed, and he felt a heat radiating from his body. His vest and chest were soaked. Although his practice had been fluid, to others, it was merely the most fundamental of basics. Even if executed flawlessly, it was deemed unremarkable. Thus, his movements attracted no attention, as they were considered utterly commonplace. Assessing his physical condition, Song Yi whispered to himself. Summary of condition: slight muscle strain on the underside of the right forearm, blood stagnation in both legs. Automatic recovery time, 14 hours. Song Yi nodded in satisfaction, casually wiping the sweat from his brow. He wore the black noble attire he had returned in yesterday, resembling a fitted hunting outfit from Earth, cinched at the waist with a red belt. The long sleeves and trousers gave him a sharp appearance. However, the garment was now thoroughly soaked with perspiration. Even without the seeds, I can still become a formidable warrior. A tranquil resolve settled within him. Alone in the corner, he was not approached by any of the young men or women. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that everyone instinctively avoided his gaze. It was apparent that these children, while harboring disdain for his abilities, refrained from expressing it openly due to the Baron's authority, opting instead to steer clear of him. Song Yi had no desire to engage with these youngsters. He returned the wooden sword to its rack, adjusted his collar, and strode directly towards the tower that served as his quarters. "Brother," a sweet, youthful voice suddenly called out from behind him. Song Yi turned to see Maggie, a 14-year-old girl, standing by the sword rack with a beaming smile, dressed in a white top and a fitted short skirt that fell just above her thighs. Her early maturity and fair complexion exuded a captivating charm. Song Yi perceived that her attire was akin to the professional outfits worn by office workers on Earth. Although Maggie was not of noble birth and could not wear colorful clothing, she had clearly put considerable thought into her unique style. As one of Ang Lee's closest younger sisters, Song Yi naturally had to adopt a proper demeanor. Maggie, what is it? Is something the matter? Can I just chat with you if there's nothing wrong?" Maggie skipped over to Song Yi, linking her arms with his. Her budding chest subtly pressed against Song Yi's arm. "Actually, there is something. I came to ask you for a favor." She snuggled closer, her warm body pressing against him. Song Yi, having just finished exercising, felt his blood coursing through him. Suddenly faced with such temptation, he felt a slight stirring within. What is it? In Ang Lee's memories, Maggie had only recently come to the castle. Although Ang Lai had no designs on this distant cousin, it seemed Maggie herself had other ideas. Of course, in noble families, relationships between cousins were commonplace, unlike on Earth, where there were legal restrictions. Maggie enjoyed dressing up, beautiful clothes, and enjoying life. More than that, she desired to be more prominent and live better than her peers. Her parents could also benefit from a better job and treatment through a close relationship with Master Ang Lai. This was her ambition. Similar to her was Ang Lee's other half-sister, Cersei. Although Cersei's mother was Ang Lee's elder, she was merely the daughter of a craftsman, far lower in status than Ang Lai. The current situation was that the eldest son was nominally away serving in the military, and although the second son could not inherit the title according to the rules. The kingdom of Luden was in chaos, with the major territories almost entirely independent. The inheritance of the title was entirely up to the Baron, who intended to pass it on to Ang Lai. In that case, when the Baron passed away and Ang Lai took over, if Cersei's relationship with him was not good, Ang Lai would have every right to drive Cersei and her mother out of the castle to live independently. This was an unacceptable fear for Cersei and her mother. Therefore, Cersei took the initiative to approach Ang Lai, also to prepare for the future. Developing a relationship with her cousin that was closer than mere familial ties before marriage was the best guarantee of a stable life. Maggie nestled against Ang Lai, following his steps toward the tower in the residential area. Occasionally, envious glances appeared, as well as disdainful glances. However, neither of them cared. "My mother's legs have been hurting badly lately. I was wondering if she could have a lighter job," she said softly, stealing glances at Song Yi. Song Yi did not reply immediately, merely nodding slightly to indicate that he heard. He quickly returned to his bedroom with Maggie. Cersei was still obediently staying in the bedroom, not going out, seemingly completely obedient to Song Yi's words. Seeing Song Yi bring Maggie in, a hint of shyness appeared in Cersei's eyes. Song Yi opened the closet and took out a change of clothes. "Maggie, take her to eat, then let her take a good bath and rest. Have the head maid give her a separate room, and say it's on my orders." Maggie thought Song Yi had brought her up here to prepare for, but she hadn't expected it to be this. She sized Cersei up and down, her gaze landing on her chest, and she immediately felt a little smug. Her breasts were much larger than Cersei's. Although she was a little resentful, Maggie was actually a little afraid of the legendary thing, and she would delay as much as she could. She let go of Song Ye's hand and went up to pull Cersei, who still wanted to retreat timidly. "You guys go first. Come find me after you've taken care of things. I'll talk to Ward about Aunt Ellis's matter," Song Yi said faintly, suppressing the fire in his heart. Transmigrating to this kind of world was indeed a severe test of a man's desires. "Okay." Maggie's face lit up slightly, she bowed slightly, and pulled Cersei toward the door. As she passed Song Yi casually squeezed Maggie's breast. A sensation of elasticity and fullness transmitted from his palm to his brain. The two girls cried out in surprise, and Maggie giggled and scurried away, pulling Cersei away. Although her body is still small, it's okay to touch it. A hint of a smile appeared on Song Ye's face. He had suppressed himself for so long, it was good to collect some interest. Otherwise, he suspected that he would endure until he developed a problem. Next, Song Yi practiced basic swordsmanship on time every day, and then used the chip's correction ability to continuously improve his movements. More than 10,000 basic movements were quickly completed. Through detection, Song Yi found that his body had indeed increased by 0.1 in strength. He also collected some body data of his peers through the chip. Unfortunately, All peers who had seed inheritance had an average physical fitness data of at least 0.8 or more, even the girls. This made the joy of his 0.1 strength increase sink again. The Baron and Knight Audis seemed to be busy dealing with the roaming criminals and had no time to pay attention to Songyi. As for teaching, they simply entrusted it to Alad for the time being. Songyi was also happy to do so. Anyway, he couldn't accept better training methods now, and basic swordsmanship was enough for him to practice repeatedly. As for Maggie, Songyi only touched her once and then never provoked her again, so as not to make his adolescent body unable to bear it. However, he also told Ward about her mother's affairs, and she was given a lighter job. This made Maggie obviously grateful. For days later, morning, Leo Castle restaurant. At a long wooden dining table, a circle of Leo family core members were quietly eating their food. Onglai sat at the vice-head position at one end, with the Baron absent. He was the highest-ranking person in the castle. On either side of him sat two middle-aged women, both of whom were the Baron's later acquired third and fourth wives. Both were beautiful in their own way, but even with the Baron absent, their expressions were still respectful and polite. Below the two women sat two rows of boys and girls, all wearing red and black-trimmed noble attire. Cersei was among them, as well as the little boy named Gru whom he had met in the training ground earlier. There were more than a dozen of these boys and girls, most of whom were handsome and beautiful, sitting quietly in their seats, eating their food. The only sounds on the entire table were the clinking of silver cutlery and plates. Onglai precisely cut off a small piece of cooked corned beef while scanning the entire table with his eyes. Old Ward stood behind him when the Baron was absent. Old Ward, who also possessed strong martial power and the power he controlled, was the guarantee of Angli's status. Therefore, no one dared to disobey him. And the people at the table in front of him were the members of the entire castle who had enough status to eat with the Baron. As for Maggie and her parents, they were naturally not included. Onglai picked up a piece of corned beef. He first took a small sip of soup and frowned. What kind of soup is this today? Why is it different from the one a while ago? He turned his head slightly and asked. Old Ward stood respectfully behind him and replied, "It's forest game that the master sent back the day before yesterday, some mushrooms and a few red one-eyed snakes stewed together." Onglai nodded. "This soup is good. Red one-eyed snakes? Are there any in the forest around us?" "Yes, there are many, but this kind of snake is very poisonous, and it is difficult to treat if bitten. It is one of the least popular prey. We only get to eat it occasionally," Old Ward replied. "Oh." Onglai picked up the small bowl again and took a sip of the soup. The flavor was exquisite and mellow, with a few verdant scallions adorning the milky white surface of the broth, resembling a panna cotta. "I intend to venture out for a brief sojourn," Angleton remarked casually. Old Ward furrowed his brow slightly. "In these turbulent times, it would be prudent for you to remain within the castle's confines for your own safety. It is of no consequence. I shall merely perambulate the vicinity, near the cavalry's training grounds. No harm shall befall me," Angleton interjected. "You may dispatch two individuals to accompany me." His tone was resolute, brooking no argument. Old Ward acquiesced with a nod. "Very well, but I implore you not to linger outside for an extended duration." Angleton acknowledged with a nod, indicating his understanding. The tranquility of the dining table was restored to its previous state. Upon concluding his repast, Angleton proceeded directly to the castle's exterior gate, flanked by two stalwart guards. He appeared to be deep in thought, a cruciform iron sword adorning his waist, and a short bow and quiver slung across his back. The quiver replete with 50 white feathered arrows. "Are you embarking on a hunting expedition, sir?" one of the guards inquired in a hushed tone. Angleton demurred with a subtle shake of his head. "I shall merely practice at the forest's edge to ascertain if I can procure any small game." However, unbeknownst to them, a string of pale blue data flickered within his eyes. Compatible physique-enhancing sustenance detected. Category: meat, serpent family. Designated as red one-eyed snake. Consecutive consumption of the snake's ocular flesh for 109 instances may augment agility by 1. This was the impetus behind Angleton's resolute desire to venture forth. The prospect of augmenting his agility by 1 was an irresistible lure, particularly given his current exigency for strength. Moreover, after several days of rigorous training, refined by the chip's corrections, Angleton was eager to assess the efficacy of his enhanced practice regimen. At the cusp of dawn, the forest outside the castle was still enshrouded in a gossamer veil of mist, while the cavalry, engaged in their morning drills, chanted cadenced commands on the clearing adjacent to the woods. Angleton, accompanied by his two guards, meandered along the periphery of the clearing, gradually advancing towards the forest opposite the castle. The sole thoroughfare connecting the castle to the outside world was a major road, flanked by expansive forests and mountains. Angleton's excursion with his two guards did not elicit much attention from the cavalry, as such occurrences were not uncommon. They had grown accustomed to such sights. However, some did notice that Angleton seemed intent on actually entering the forest. A few subtly derisive glances were cast in his direction. Within the castle, many harbored discontent towards the seemingly inept second son. Having long considered themselves integral to the castle's fabric, They resented being led by someone seemingly devoid of martial prowess. Thus, upon witnessing Angleton's advance towards the forest, they feigned obliviousness. Some even harbored a silent desire for Angleton to meet his demise within the woods. Angleton, however, remained unfazed. While his physical attributes were not yet formidable, his movements, refined by the chip, were exceptionally concise and effective. His confidence was particularly bolstered by his archery skills, which, with the chip's assistance, boasted near-perfect accuracy. He had clandestinely tested this in the training grounds at night, achieving remarkable accuracy at 50 meters even in the inky darkness. Consequently, he was confident in his ability to procure some game. Angleton and his 2 guards had ventured no more than 20 meters into the forest when they were intercepted by one of the guards. "That is sufficient, sir. Any further, and we may be unable to ensure your safety." "Very well, this spot shall suffice," Angleton replied with a faint smile. He unslung the short bow from his back, retrieved a white feathered arrow from the quiver, and knocked it onto the bowstring. "Stand aside. I shall see if there is anything to be hunted," he commanded. The 2 guards exchanged resigned glances, but dutifully seated themselves, lest they obstruct Angleton's view. As this was not the heart of the forest, the potential for danger was minimal, and there was little cause for excessive concern. This area is primarily populated by red one-eyed snakes and small creatures such as rabbit-sized pine squirrels. "As long as we remain vigilant for any approaching one-eyed snakes, we should be safe," one of the guards murmured. The other nodded in agreement. Angleton stood on the grassy terrain, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. "I recall my father having once felled a mountain black bear in this forest. Although he sustained considerable injuries, the bear's hide became the most revered symbol of strength within the castle," he stated calmly. The 2 guards remained uncertain as to his intent. Mountain black bears are among the more formidable creatures in these woods, and they dominate the outer forest. However, rest assured, their usual range extends 2 hours deeper into the forest, beyond the small hill ahead. The world adhered to a 25-hour day, with a temporal structure akin to Angleton's earthly past, albeit with slightly shorter hours. "That is reassuring," Angleton replied with a nod, his eyes scanning for any sign of movement. "While I may not be able to accept the seed inheritance, I remain confident in my archery skills. I anticipate procuring something on this outing." Scarcely had the words left his lips than Angleton whirled around, drawing and stringing his bow. Thwack! A white blur shot forth, embedding itself in a large tree more than 10 meters away with a resounding thud. A small gray snake, impaled upon the tree trunk, writhed in its death throes. As Angrel swiftly jogged forward, the 2 guards initially hesitated, unable to comprehend that they could indeed capture their quarry. It was a one-eyed snake, a red one-eyed snake. Angrel had previously inquired about the details concerning the red one-eyed snake. The slender serpent, roughly the thickness of a thumb, bore a single blood-red eye upon its forehead, which was the source of its name. Its skin blended seamlessly with the gray bark of the tree, and had it not been for the unyielding gaze of the white feathered arrow, the guards might have nearly overlooked it. Drawing forth his iron sword, Angrel aimed for the serpent's head and struck it forcefully with the hilt. The one-eyed snake immediately succumbed to unconsciousness, ceasing its struggles. "I have heard that consuming the eye of a one-eyed snake is beneficial for one's vision. I must give it a try," Angrel murmured. The 2 guards exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They could only watch as Angrel retrieved a small hunting knife from his waist, dismembering the snake to extract the crimson eye, which he then callously tossed into his mouth, swallowing it whole. The one-eyed snake is known for its potent venom. However, aside from its venom glands and fangs, the rest of its body is harmless. Thus, the guards dared not intervene, recognizing that this was a prize Angrel had rightfully claimed. After consuming the snake's eye, Angrel furrowed his brow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "Let us proceed," he stated indifferently, casually tossing the lifeless serpent to one of the guards, who promptly retrieved a prepared cloth bag to contain it. Just as their minds were clouded with confusion, a sudden sound echoed through the air. A smile graced Angrel's face as he hastened toward a grand tree not far off. The guards finally noticed another one-eyed snake pinned to a branch in the distance. "The young master's archery skills are truly remarkable," one guard exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "It takes us proximity to discern the difference between the snake and the tree trunk, yet you can spot it from such a distance." "Impressive." Angrel chuckled softly at the compliment, but offered no reply. Approaching the trunk, he withdrew a white feathered arrow, returning it to his quiver. The arrow had struck the one-eyed snake's head, creating a gory hole where the eye once resided, a clear indication of his miscalculation. Despite the assistance of the chip for target correction, the steadiness of his body required continuous practice to attain perfection. It is worth noting that on Earth, archery contests were conducted at distances exceeding a kilometer, with all participants utilizing mechanical bows that boasted extensive ranges. This necessitated a competition of stability as all had chip support. "Let us continue," Angrel remarked blandly. The trio resumed their search for prey in the woodland. Angrel exhibited an accuracy rate of 4 out of 10 shots. which gradually acclimated the guards to his performance. Such a hit rate was quite normal in the dense forest and without the inheritance of seeds. Even the finest archery skills would pose little threat without the strength to draw a high-quality longbow. Ultimately, he merely resembled a capable archer among the ranks. However, after half an hour, both guards found themselves burdened with a cloth bag brimming with the spoils of Angrel's hunt, consisting of squirrels, gray rabbits, and one-eyed snakes. They were nearly at their limit. You two should return and stow your findings before rejoining me, Angrel instructed. I shall rest here for a moment. He casually prepared to hand the dead serpent to a guard, but for some reason, he hesitated, gently rotating the knife within the snake's mouth to extract a white venom gland. He pocketed the gland before finally tossing the dead snake to the guard. Exchanging glances, the two guards contemplated their next move. I'll have Hank take the spoils back. I'll stay behind to protect you, one stated. Very well, Angrel nodded. Feeling a bit fatigued, he leaned against a tree trunk and settled down. After consuming several one-eyed snake eyes, he began to feel a slight warmth coursing through his body. As if he were becoming lighter, one guard departed with the prey while the other sat beside him on the grass. We have heard that consuming the eyes of one-eyed snakes could be beneficial, and some have tried it before, but to no avail. The remaining guard remarked with a wry smile. No effect? Angrel frowned. Indeed, those who attempted it only suffered from diarrhea. No other benefits were noted, the guard replied. Angrel nodded, understanding that not everyone would experience the same results from identical substances. The chip's analysis had also mentioned the matter of compatibility. The raw eye of the one-eyed snake contained a substance that enhanced agility for him, yet whether it would be effective for others remained uncertain. Given the variance in individual constitutions and growth stages, he considered today's yield satisfactory, were it not for the need to conceal his peculiarities. He could have achieved a perfect score. At a mere distance of several dozen meters, with the aid of the chip, he found no challenge at all. Let us call it a day. We shall return to rest, Angrel declared after a brief respite. Very well. The two began their journey back along the same path. Over the next fortnight, Angrel ventured into the nearby woods daily to hunt, and his exceptional archery skills became the talk of the castle. The inhabitants no longer expressed surprise at the bounty he returned each day. As noon approached, dappled sunlight filtered through the foliage. A white feathered arrow whizzed through the air. Thud. Another one-eyed snake was impaled upon a branch over 20 meters away. The sound of hurried footsteps emerged from the underbrush. A boy clad in light green hunting attire, wielding a black short bow, emerged from the thicket, followed closely by two young warriors clad in gray-brown leather armor. Another hit. One of the men laughed. The boy nodded, stepping forward to withdraw the white-feathered arrow, grasping the serpent by the head. With practiced precision, he extracted the red eye and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. As the eye was consumed, a faint blush spread across the boy's previously pale complexion. A wave of warmth surged from within, radiating through his limbs, instilling a sensation of remarkable lightness. Young Master Angrel, shall we conclude for today? One guard inquired. Angrel gently closed his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. You two should secure your findings first. I will gather more. Perhaps today I may encounter a spotted deer. The guards had come to understand Angrel's capabilities well enough. There was little in the forest periphery that could pose a threat to him, allowing them to leisurely carry their burdens back. Once they departed, Angrel silently invoked a command. Assess my current physical condition. Angrel's internal system responded. Strength 0. 8. Agility 2. 4. Constitution 1. 6. A satisfied smile crept upon Angrel's lips. To date, he had consumed no less than hundreds of red one-eyed snake eyes. The raw consumption had ceased to yield results, as if he had developed a form of resistance. Nevertheless, achieving such an enhancement in agility was a source of contentment, coupled with over half a month's training. His constitution had also seen significant improvement. Even without seed augmentation, his physical prowess was already considerable. However, it was said that those possessing seeds could unleash formidable bursts of power, instantaneously amplifying their combat capabilities several-fold, an advantage Anglet did not possess. Yet, Anglet offered a faint smile, drawing the iron sword from his waist with a swift motion. A silent arc cleaved through the air as he struck forward. A wrist-thick branch directly ahead snapped abruptly, plummeting to the ground. This velocity surpassed even Allard's initial demonstration. Furthermore, Anglet's gaze settled upon the branch's severed end. There, a large-headed fly-like insect struggled, one of its translucent wings precisely severed, as it fluttered on the branch. I am no longer weak, Allet declared with satisfaction. Sheathing the iron sword, 100 meters away, within the woodland surrounding Anglet, a shadowy figure cloaked in gray advanced stealthily toward the castle. The figure's footsteps, muffled by the dense undergrowth, were further obscured by the delicate chirping of birds and the drone of insects, rendering them virtually undetectable. This must be the place, the figure murmured, halting before a thicket of shrubs and crouching low. As a member of the Shadow Chapter's assassins, Dis meticulously gathered every scrap of information pertaining to his targets before each assignment. Despite his formidable night-level strength, he never underestimated his adversaries. A crucial factor in his consistent success. He mentally reiterated the mission objectives. The target, Baron Leo. The requirement, to sever his head as proof of completion. According to intelligence reports, Kale Leo also possessed night-level power and had once slain over a dozen heavily armored cavalrymen before being forced to flee from exhaustion. Dis smirked derisively. A dozen armored cavalrymen? Impressive. Only in this backwater region would such a feat be considered remarkable. Dis had every reason to disdain the target. He had recently dispatched 20 armored cavalrymen, including a night-level combatant, in a direct confrontation. Were it not for his ingrained caution, he could have stormed the castle, wreaked havoc, and retreated unscathed. This assignment is almost laughably simple. To dispatch a minor lord in the countryside, a mere night-level opponent. He dismissed the target's so-called accomplishments. He had encountered countless night-level warriors with similar vaunted reputations, all of whom had met their demise at his hands. Inside the castle, within the assembly hall, the Baron sat in a seat, his countenance somber and his silence unbroken. Otis and Ward flanked him, their expressions equally grave. A Shadow Chapter assassin? Who would commission such a high-caliber operative? Ward inquired with a strained voice. The Shadow Chapter, spanning numerous nations, possessed members of unimaginable terror. The assassination writ has already been delivered to me, the Baron stated gravely. This is their customary practice, to inform their victims of their impending demise. What confounds me is that engaging the Shadow Chapter costs, at minimum, several thousand gold coins. My entire Leo domain generates only a few hundred gold coins annually. Who would expend such a vast sum to purchase my death? Otis licked his lips nervously. What is there to fear? Even if he arrives, the three of us, all night-level warriors, are not without our defenses. The Baron's expression remained grim as he toyed with a black, rigid card. A crimson spider web was emblazoned upon its pitch-black background, lending it an eerie and opulent air. 009 Perilous Situation Angriel, bow and arrow in hand. Ventured deeper into the woods. Over the past fortnight, he had become intimately acquainted with the surrounding terrain. Except for a few encounters with a white-scaled wild boar during his forays into the depths, he had encountered no other creatures that posed a threat to him. Thus, his steps were light and agile. Suddenly, he spotted an unusual target. A faint azure dot flickered before his eyes. Ah, what new prey awaits? A smile graced Angriel's lips as he retrieved a white feathered arrow, slowly nocking it and drawing the bowstring taut, his movements deliberate and steadied. The black arrowhead gleamed with a metallic sheen in the scattered rays of sunlight. The bow creaked softly under the tension. Swoosh! A white streak shot forth. Clang! A jolt of terror surged through Angriel, sending shivers down his spine. An unfamiliar sense of danger overwhelmed him, as if a sharp object were poised to pierce his brow, cold and agonizing. In an instant, data streamed into his mind from the chip. Without a moment to ponder, Angriel abruptly pivoted, exerting all his strength to leap leftward, seeking refuge behind a sturdy tree. Thud! The sound of a lethal weapon embedding itself in the wood reached his ears. The tree trembled as he clutched its trunk, and delicate leaves cascaded down like raindrops. A middle-aged man's voice echoed from afar, seemingly astonished that Angriel had evaded the shot. Angriel's complexion paled as he huddled behind the tree, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In that fleeting moment, had he not heeded the chip's warning to evade, he would have met a gruesome fate. Never before had Angriel felt so close to death. What to do? What to do? His mind was a blank slate. I do not wish to die. I have fought so hard for another chance at life. How can I face death again? Trembling, he turned pale. Ultimately, before his crossing into this realm, he had been merely an ordinary young man, accustomed to the peaceful environment of Earth, where even hunting was considered a perilous endeavor. How could he endure such a treacherous situation now? Run. Yes. I must return to the castle for safety. Angriel suddenly snapped back to reality. He listened intently to the sounds around him, noting that the man behind him had fallen silent, which stirred unease within him. Nevertheless, the desire to escape propelled him to move cautiously. Angriel crouched low, carefully shifting his feet in the direction he had come. Suddenly, a sharp chill enveloped him. The chip's data flooded his mind. Right side. Thigh. He instantly recognized the intended target of the assailant's attack. With a roll, he evaded, feeling something hard strike the ground beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Angriel sprang to his feet and bolted back the way he had come. Bang! The ground behind him reverberated with a dull thud. Damn it! The man's curses drifted through the air. A second attack. Angriel sprinted desperately, the trees on either side blurring by. His extensive time spent in the woods had rendered him familiar with the terrain. Even in dense underbrush, his speed remained largely unaffected. Yet, a chilling sensation crept down his spine. Angriel lunged leftward, seeking shelter behind another tree, but that ominous coldness persisted. Panic surged within him as he clenched his teeth, executing a series of evasive maneuvers, disregarding the scratches blooming across his body. Yet that icy grip remained steadfast, like a relentless specter haunting his back. Optimal response. turn, and block. The chip relayed the analysis. However, in his state of sheer terror, Angriel could not muster the courage to face his foe. He simply ran back, the distance to the castle's training grounds still dauntingly far. Optimal response, turn and block. The chip incessantly urged. With a swift roll, Angriel evaded once more. The sounds of metal chains clattering erupted from where he had just stood. A thick, black chain shot forth, coiling around a tree trunk thrice before securing itself to a branch, its hook sinking into the bark, effectively barring Angriel's path. Run! The man's voice echoed from behind. Curse it! Today is truly cursed. Angriel scrambled to flee again. Suddenly, a chill seized his shoulder, prompting him to roll right. Another clattering sound rang out as yet another chain whizzed past him, embedding itself in a nearby tree. I cannot run anymore. Despair washed over Angriel. He felt ensnared by an icy grip that rendered him immobile. Must I face death once more? Slowly, he rose and turned to face the darkness behind him. A shadowy figure emerged silently from the thicket, a middle-aged man shrouded in a black cloak, his face obscured by a mask, save for his rare golden eyebrows. He gripped 2 chains, one in each hand. It is over. The man released one chain, raising his hand. A dark projectile launched forth, its speed surpassing that of previous attacks, leaving a sharp whistle in its wake. Angriel stood frozen, a searing pain and coldness piercing his brow. I do not wish to die, he murmured. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. Echoes reverberated in his mind, the black projectile drawing closer and closer. Optimal solution. Bend down and draw the sword to block the head. Data surged into his brain from the chip. Angriel jolted, his right hand swiftly drawing his sword, positioning it before him. Clang. A tremendous force surged through the iron blade, flushing his face with crimson as a trickle of blood escaped his lips. The shock fully awakened him. If escape was futile, then to survive, he must fight. Angriel tensed, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. Consider yourself fortunate, lad. In the woods, the shadowy figure yanked the chains, which eerily loosened from the tree, clattering back into his grasp. The figure cast one last penetrating glance at Angriel before vanishing silently into the shadows. Only after the figure had completely disappeared into the woods did Angriel cautiously retreat. He understood well that had the shadow not departed, he would likely have perished today. No amount of chip assistance could compete with the opponent's reflexive speed. He had yet to experience real combat, while the other appeared to be exceedingly adept. Were it not for the chip's alerts, he would have likely met his end from the outset. After some time, he regained his composure and noticed a black card had inexplicably embedded itself into the ground at his feet. He stooped to retrieve it. Noticing a crimson spider motif emblazoned upon the black surface, Dees hurried through the woods, clutching his right arm. It wasn't that he didn't desire to eliminate the diminutive adversary, but unfortunately, the white-feathered arrow had caught him off guard initially, grazing his right arm despite his timely parry. This mere graze had left him dizzy and enervated. Damn it, Dees muttered, touching his forehead, which was scalding. The arrowhead was poisoned. That wretched little cur. How dare he employ such insidious tactics? He cursed under his breath, hastily extracting a small, pale yellow packet. He tore it open, swallowing the white powder within in one gulp. I nearly succumbed here. Fortunately, it was the venom of the red monocled serpent, for which I had prepared an antidote. Nonetheless, Dees still felt a wave of dizziness washing over him. A clear indication of accelerated blood flow due to strenuous exertion post-intoxication. Complete recovery would likely take several hours. Next time, I shall eliminate you first. Dees vowed through gritted teeth. You thwarted my operation. A mere card is too lenient a punishment. Suddenly, his foot faltered, ensnared by a tenacious vine. Thump. Dees plummeted to the earth, his head colliding with a sharp stone. Aye. A gaping wound opened on his forehead, and blood streamed down his face. You. Dees's pent-up frustration reached its zenith. Inside the bathing chamber, Angel Eye slammed the door shut, immersing himself in the tub. The tepid water enveloped his entire being, seemingly leaching away all the day's weariness and tension. Only today did he truly grasp the inherent perils of this world. Possessing a foundation in swordsmanship, augmented by the chip's corrections and enhanced physical prowess, he was confident that his base was nearly on par with a common probationary knight. However, possessing a foundation was one thing, while being able to confront danger fearlessly and wield power effectively was another altogether. Angel Eye submerged his head completely. He recalled the black card the fellow had flung at him earlier. The card he left behind suggests he intends to return? The notion conjured up familiar tropes from his past life on Earth. The more Angel Eye pondered, the more apprehensive he became. The unknown is always fraught with mystery and trepidation. He needed to ascertain the significance of that card. He abruptly sat up, seized a towel to dry himself, and donned his attire. Young master, would you like more hot water? Maggie's voice echoed from beyond the door. No, thank you. Angel Eye shook his hair, flung open the door, and exited the bathhouse without delay, heading straight out of the miscellaneous district. Night had fallen. Dim silhouettes could still be discerned practicing in the castle's training yard. A cool evening breeze swept through. Angel Eye traversed the training yard, proceeding directly toward the main tower. To access information, the Baron's collection of books was centrally located within the main tower's library. Therefore, he had to go to the main tower's library. Throughout the entire castle, aside from the Baron and Otis Howard, only Angel Eye possessed the key to the library. This underscored his status and position within the castle. In this world, books represented knowledge, and knowledge was an invaluable treasure. Only nobles were permitted to receive instruction and learning. A single book could typically fetch dozens of gold coins, and even then, they were scarce. 2 guards stood sentinel on either side of the main tower. Upon seeing Angel Eye approach, they bowed respectfully. "Young Master Angel Eye." "Yes, is my father in?" Angel Eye inquired, nodding. "The Baron has not yet returned. However, Master Otis and Master Crew just departed." Crew was the son of Knight Otis. The main tower housed not only the library but also an indoor sparring arena, where the two frequently engaged in combat training. Understood. Angel Eye strode directly into the tower's hall. Aside from the older generation, the only people in this castle were either those who harbored designs on him or those who did not. Crew belonged to the latter category. Despite his knightly aptitude, his respect for Angel Eye was merely superficial, with no genuine regard in his eyes. This was the prevailing attitude among most aspiring knights in the castle. "Okay. Here's the refined version of the text you provided, focusing on improved language and removing extraneous elements," ascending the spiral staircase with haste. He swiftly arrived at a chamber on the 3rd floor. Extracting the key, he unlocked and pushed open the door, revealing an interior shrouded in impenetrable darkness. With meticulous care, Angel closed and secured the door, then ignited a candle upon the desk with a flint. The study was instantly bathed in a warm glow, illuminating 3 sparsely populated bookshelves. Each tome was crafted from thick, weighty vellum, reminiscent in size of a comprehensive lexicon. Angel furrowed his brow, and following a familiar impulse, he proceeded to the 3rd bookshelf, where a compendium of peculiar anecdotes resided. He had occasionally perused it in the past to while away the hours. He retrieved the miscellany, along with a biographical account positioned adjacent to it. Settling at the desk, Angel began a meticulous examination. After an indeterminate interval as the candle neared its end, Angel's attention was piqued. Upon a page of the miscellany, a hand-drawn ebony card emblazoned with a spider motif materialized before him. He extracted the card from his pouch, and a comparison revealed an exact match. "It is he," Angel murmured, his gaze tracing the adjacent inscription. "The Chapter of Shadows, a clandestine organization of assassins spanning numerous nations. Their targets invariably receive a black card in advance." This concise introduction elucidated the significance of the card. He will return, he thought, a renewed anxiety surfacing, only to be suppressed. He knew apprehension was futile, and a solution was imperative. The day's trepidation had instilled in him a newfound composure. "What is death, after all? I have already tasted it." "Zero," he queried. "Have you assimilated the physical attributes of the assailant from earlier today?" "Data acquired, designated unknown 1. The response echoed. "Strength, 4. Agility, 1. 5. Constitution, 5. Estimated armaments, chain claws, longsword, throwing knives." Angel inhaled sharply. "A formidable adversary. That I survived such an encounter is remarkable." Survival attributed to the subject's compromised state due to envenomation, the chip interjected. Envenomation? Angel recalled his initial arrow strike. Since discovering the venom glands, he had coated each arrow with serpent's venom, ensuring that even a glancing blow would incapacitate the prey. The viper's venom was easily neutralized with heat, precluding any concerns about edibility. It was likely the initial wound that had afflicted the assailant. He rapidly perused the miscellany and the biography, the chip automatically archiving all information for future reference. This was one of the chip's many advantages, the ability to instantly memorize. Beyond the card's origin, Angel gleaned another insight. The biography recounted an incident during a woodland expedition where the author and his companions stumbled upon a peculiar flower. Ingestion of the flower induced a surge of vigor, albeit followed by debilitating after effects. For individuals consumed the flower to surmount a crisis, but all succumbed to its effects, expiring while clutching their chests, their veins grotesquely distended. Angel committed this detail to memory. The flower's distinguishing characteristic was its crimson hue. After a swift review of the texts, he returned them to the bookshelf. As Angel stood at the desk, poised to extinguish the candle, the faint cadence of footsteps reached his ears. Crack. The door swung inward, revealing the Baron, lost in contemplation. Upon noticing Angel, he glanced up. "Ah, Angel, reading so late?" "Yes, father," Angel responded with a deferential nod. "I was just about to retire." "Carry on," the Baron replied, seemingly disinclined to converse. His flaxen hair cascaded over his shoulders, and an air of exhaustion emanated from him. Angel, reluctant to intrude, moved towards the door, passing the Baron as he descended the stairs. "One moment," the Baron interjected. "I intend to send you to Norman City, to your aunt's estate, in the coming weeks. I am preoccupied with matters that require my attention and will be unable to attend to you. You may enjoy a respite there." Angel paused, contemplating the Baron's proposition. Evading the assailant's pursuit was an appealing prospect. He was about to respond when the Baron's expression shifted, his nostrils flaring. What is that scent? A feminine fragrance? Angel. Refrain from engaging in such dalliances. They are detrimental to your constitution, especially at your tender age. Angel was taken aback. Enough. Retire for the night. The Baron dismissed with a wave. Angel hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at the Baron's right hand before departing, his footsteps echoing rhythmically in the darkness. Descending the spiral staircase. Angel glanced back at the study, its doors slowly closing, concealing the amber light within. A hint of perplexity crossed his countenance. Assess my current physical state. Angel Rio. Physical attributes. Strength 0. 8. Agility 2. 4. Constitution 1. 6. Condition. Healthy, contaminated with an unknown fragrance. Unknown fragrance? Angel's visage darkened. When did I acquire it? Ascertain its source. Acquired upon departing the woodland. Source identified. A holographic representation of Angel's anatomy materialized, rendered in an ethereal cerulean hue. A deep azure marking encircled his right ankle. Indeed, Angel surmised that the black-clad figure had left this substance to track him. He hastened to the washroom, instructing a maidservant to draw a bath, and began scrubbing his right foot with vigor. Is it still present? He inquired after a protracted interval. Concentration remains unchanged. The chip responded, eliciting a wave of vexation. It is not so easily expunged, Angel realized. The assailant had likely marked him for death. The fragrance serving as an indelible tether. An irreconcilable vendetta, he muttered. Very well, let us see who meets their end. A flicker of resolve ignited within him. The following dawn, before the sun had crested the horizon, Angel arose. Donning a white hunting ensemble, he descended to the training grounds, where several individuals were already engaged in their morning exercises. Disregarding the others, Angel traversed the training grounds and arrived at the smithy, situated in the castle's auxiliary sector. Clang. A brawny, bare-chested elder hammered a black iron ingot upon an anvil, sparks cascading with each strike. A teenage boy stood beside him, listening attentively to the elder's instruction. Angel's approach drew their attention. The elder ceased his hammering and approached. Master Aurel, what do you desire? His voice was somewhat hoarse, akin to a leaky bellows. Aurel cast a sweeping glance around the shop. I seek a set of superior full-plate armor. The old man wore an expression that mingled amusement and exasperation. We do have it, but I fear it may not fit you appropriately. Not fit? Aurel paused, slightly taken aback. The lightest of these armors weighs over 40 pounds. The old man hesitated. Aurel understood the implication. Given his current strength, it mattered little whether a suitable piece existed. The sheer weight would diminish his agility, pressing it down to a mere one, rendering it a futile endeavor. Then I shall require some iron balls. The kind used for hauling carts. Do you have any? Aurel redirected his request. We possess plenty of those, the old man replied readily, gesturing towards a corner of the shop. You may take as many as you wish. They are made from scraps of iron melted down from the castle. Perfect for parking and hauling. Aurel nodded, glancing at the cluster of dark, round spheres, roughly 20 to 30 in number. Each about the size of a fist and quite heavy. Typically, these iron balls served as weights, also a means of storing iron ore. He had contemplated informing the Baron and others about the scent that might attract enemies. However, he preferred to take control of his destiny rather than rely on others. More importantly, he had seen something last night in the Baron's possession, a black card adorned with a spider's design. Having entered this world, if he could not cultivate his own strength, relying on others was not a sustainable path. A calmness he had never experienced before settled within him. The Baron's possession of a similar card indicated he too was a target, pursued by either the same adversary or their accomplices. Based on the data he had assessed, the Baron was inferior in physical prowess to that individual. He appeared unwell, evidently preoccupied with his own troubles. Thus, informing him would be futile. It was far more practical to rely on himself. After careful consideration, Aurel recognized that, with his chip, his agility surpassed that of his opponents. If a confrontation arose, he might not be without a chance. Previously, his lack of mental preparation had led to his predicament. Growing increasingly composed, Aurel summoned a few servants to carry away over 10 iron balls. He then directed a maid to gather a length of rope, binding each iron sphere. In his chamber, he hung them from the beams, creating an intricate arrangement. After a day of toil, following dinner, the crimson rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating the scene. The room was adorned with numerous bound iron balls suspended in midair, resembling a cluster of dark projectiles forming a small formation. Aurel stood at the threshold of his chamber, his countenance serene as he regarded the suspended spheres. Drawing in a deep breath, he resolved, let us begin. He secured the door behind him and stepped into the formation created by the iron balls, gently pushing one away. This was the goal he aspired to achieve, the iron ball formation. In his previous life on Earth, he had been adept at this very game, having mastered a high-difficulty holographic simulation that allowed him to endure for an hour. Yet, he understood that games and reality were distinct realms. Applying this knowledge in practice was no simple task. However, should he master it, According to the chip's calculations, Angrel's physical capabilities would be maximized. This was his first step towards self-enhancement. Time slipped away gradually. Bang! An iron ball collided against Angrel's chest, knocking him off balance and sending him sprawling as he was struck by other iron spheres. He finally tumbled out, gasping for breath. This marked the 5th time he had been ejected. The response time was 20 minutes. The chip instantly processed the data. Nodding, Aurel turned and exited, swiftly descending the staircase. The evening sky had already settled in. Arriving at the training ground, he beheld intense bouts unfolding, or rather, an exhibition of fierce duels. One combatant was Sir Otis, and the other, his son, Crare. Both wielded cross swords. Crare appeared to be exerting every ounce of energy, sweat glistening on his brow, while Otis remained composed, effortlessly deflecting Crare's attacks. Surrounding them were aspiring knights and numerous soldiers, the atmosphere rife with cheers and encouragement, creating a cacophony of noise. Aurel stood apart from the crowd, observing the skirmish with a calm demeanor. Every few days, Sir Otis or the Baron himself would conduct selection battles to enhance the combat experience of the aspiring knights. This was precisely why Aurel occasionally visited. He sought to gather intelligence on the various contenders. After over half a month of meticulous observation, he had amassed considerable information on the castle's most formidable inhabitants. Is my data collection complete? Aurel mused. Data completeness, 70%. Swordsmanship profiles for Otis, Kelrio, and Crare have been fully compiled. With that, Aurel ceased his scrutiny and made his way along the perimeter of the training ground towards the dining hall. After the training concluded, he sought more than mere entertainment. Inside the dining hall, most servants had ventured out to observe the spectacle, leaving only a few maids to tidy up. Upon seeing Aurel enter, one petite maid approached him eagerly. Master Aurel, I have gathered the items you requested, though I am uncertain if I have found everything due to the time constraints. Where are the items? Aurel gestured for the others to leave. In the kitchen, the maid replied. The two hastened towards the kitchen, where a large table was laden with an assortment of vegetables, fruits, and various cuts of meat. While the quantities were modest, the variety was impressive. This is all that could be found recently, the maid explained nervously. I understand. You may leave now, Aurel nodded. He swiftly approached the table. Having previously sampled the eye of a cyclopean serpent, he had conceived the idea of trying every food in this realm to discover substances that might enhance his physical condition. Thus, he discreetly tasked a maid with gathering various food types. He tossed 2 silver coins to the maid, who beamed with delight, bowing respectfully before exiting the kitchen and closing the door behind her. The kitchen's walls were adorned with a mountain-shaped candelabrum, its flickering light mingling with the dimming twilight, creating an atmosphere of somberness. Aurel picked up a purple, orange-shaped fruit from the table and bit into it, a sweet yet subtly spicy juice flooding his mouth. Analyze the food components. Identify any that can enhance physical attributes. The chip initiated the analysis process. In a flurry of activity, Online meticulously examined an array of purple fruits, red vegetables, and light blue marbled meats among various dried fruits. He left no stone unturned in the kitchen, sampling each item as his chip accurately relayed the composition of every foodstuff. No enhancing ingredients detected. No enhancing ingredients detected. No enhancing ingredients detected. After half an hour, a glimmer of joy illuminated Angley's face as he discovered that a vegetable resembling bamboo shoots was no longer marked as undetected. It revealed an enhancing power component, albeit with the side effect of diarrhea. The chip prompted him for a name, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation. After such a laborious search, the discovery came bundled with an undesirable consequence. He named it Blue Bamboo. Anlai scrutinized the bamboo shoot in his hand. It bore a striking resemblance to the bamboo shoots of Earth, conical in shape, soft and crisp, emitting a faint floral aroma, with a brownish hue tinged with a hint of blue. The naming complete, he noted that continuous consumption of 150 grams 30 times, taken thrice daily, would complete a cycle of enhancement, with a maximum effect increase of over 2 points, as indicated by the chip's mechanical data. Standing still, a three-dimensional perspective of the light blue bamboo rotated before his eyes. The effects were graded from white to black, with the tip of the shoot exhibiting the most potent benefits. The tip, indeed? Alai raised the bamboo shoot and gently bit into its tip. A taste, bitter yet subtly sweet, unfurled within his mouth. Locally, this blue bamboo served as a common laxative, but it was hardly expected to be a strength-enhancing substance. However, it required 30 consecutive doses, each exceeding 150 grams. With the analysis complete, he could commence refining his swordsmanship. By integrating the foundational swordsmanship data of all individuals, he could delineate the most suitable combat style for himself. Alai issued the command, knowing the chip functioned as an auxiliary computer, necessitating his active engagement for it to operate efficiently. Otherwise, many of its features would remain idle. Regrettably, the chip could execute only one task at a time, which hindered time efficiency. As he savored the bamboo shoot, Alai pondered. After consuming the tip, He sampled the remaining foods but encountered no additional components capable of enhancing his physical attributes, compelling him to cease his efforts. Departing the cafeteria, he returned to his chamber, where he resumed his evasive training exercises. During this period, Maggie and Celia had sought him out, but he had deftly deflected them, for he had neither the time nor the inclination to entertain distractions. Days passed, and Onlai adhered strictly to this regimen of living and training. Thud! With a single hand, he parried as a heavy iron ball struck his palm. The morning light poured through the window, illuminating his solitary figure in the room, the door securely locked behind him. Had the sword technique been refined? Onlai silently questioned, breathless. The refinement was completed 3 hours ago. Please assign a name, the chip replied. Basic swordsmanship, he casually designated. Shall we commence a virtual demonstration? Yes. A faint crackle of static ensued. Angli's surroundings blurred, and he found himself standing in darkness, wielding a cross-sword. The figure mirroring him executed a swift flourish, slicing through the air with precision, followed by a series of rapid strikes, left slash, right thrust, downward cut, in mere seconds. For strikes coalesced upon a single point, creating an ephemeral silver dot in Angli's vision, a residual effect of concentrated motion. Next came the postures of blocking, pursuit, full force attack, counterattack, and evasion. Each movement was executed with remarkable efficiency, conveying a sense of clarity and decisiveness. As the demonstration concluded, the darkness receded, and Onlai found himself back in his room, reflecting on the earlier display. Since the chip had refined this set of sword techniques, it indicated that these were now within his capability. He glanced at the cross-sword resting on the table and approached to grasp it gently. The cold blade felt slightly coarse, adorned with the emblem of the Leo family, a majestic eagle poised to take flight amidst a circle of thorns. The sword gleamed silver, reflecting a soft white light. Onlai carefully drew the blade, preparing to practice the techniques demonstrated by the chip. Suddenly, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed from outside. He opened the window to witness a baron clad in silver armor, astride a white steed, bearing a massive black sword that was as wide as a human head. Behind him trailed a squadron of over a dozen knights in black metal armor, all hastening towards the outer world. The cavalry quickly vanished into the distance, leaving only a faint cloud of dust in their wake. Onlai frowned, watching until the horsemen disappeared before closing the window. Maggie, he called out loudly. A series of knocks followed. Onlai opened the door to find the maid, Maggie, wiping her hands, seemingly having just washed something. What brings you here, young master? She inquired. Where is father gone? Onlai asked directly. It appears there are issues at the silver mine that Baron must attend to, Maggie replied promptly. Ah, understood. Onlai nodded. You may return to your tasks. By the way, how is Cecilia faring? I have assigned her to maintain your room's cleanliness, Maggie responded respectfully. Very well. Also, it seems Lord Otis has returned to the territory early this morning. Additionally, Lord Ward is recruiting new maids today due to the previous theft incident that led to the execution of several maids, so there may be some noise shortly. Lord Ward asked me to inform you, Maggie added. Noted, Onlai acknowledged, closing the door behind her. As November had arrived, it was indeed the season for recruitment and settling territorial taxes. Onlai recalled that this time was historically the busiest period. After shutting the door, he accessed his physical data once more. His strength, once a mere 0.8, had risen to 1.4. The effects of the blue bamboo were evidently pronounced. Soon, in 3 or 4 days, he would be fully prepared. Angli's gaze flickered towards the iron ball suspended in his room, determination gleaming in his eyes. Only one goal remained. In the forest surrounding the castle, Dis, cloaked in black, perched on a tree branch, gazing intently at the distant fortress. Onlai Leo? Ha. First, I shall deal with you, little wretch, before completing my mission. Last time, you made me suffer greatly. This time, I shall see where you run. After returning from his last encounter, Dis meticulously gathered intelligence on all personnel within the Leo stronghold, and now he knew the name and identity of the young man who had thwarted him. The humiliation of being bested by a mere scion of privilege weighed heavily upon him. Having meticulously prepared this time, he ventured forth alone once more to carry out his mission, leaving nothing to chance. Dis's plan was simple, with the Baron conveniently absent. He would first dispatch Onlai at the castle, then intercept the Baron upon his return, thus ensuring the mission's success. He perched in the branches of a tree, his gaze fixed on the castle gates, awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, with a creak, the gates slowly descended, revealing a pale, unremarkable youth, flanked by 2 guards. Together, they began to stroll toward the woods. The sight of the youth's face ignited a surge of fury within Dis. The wretched cur dares to venture out. A sinister grin crept across Dis's face as he silently descended from the tree, melting into the verdant embrace of the forest. Onlai, a cruciform iron sword and quiver slung at his waist, and a longbow adorning his back, his hand encased in a black archery ring, ambled alone toward the forest. His 2 erstwhile guards had been persuaded to remain behind, accustomed as they were to Angli's solitary hunting expeditions, and thus unconcerned for his safety. Ali had dismissed them to ensure that his forthcoming actions remained veiled from prying eyes, lest he be compelled to offer explanations. Traversing a vast expanse of open ground, he hastened onto the grassy verge and into the woods. Scarcely had he taken a few steps when a notification blared from his chip. Unknown entity detected, poised for attack. Ali stiffened, a familiar chill permeating his senses. Reacting instinctively, he executed a forward roll. A silver throwing knife whistled past, embedding itself precisely where he had stood moments before. Had he hesitated, it would have pierced his chest. You again! Recognizing the familiar peril, Ali recalled his ignominious retreat from their previous encounter. And a seething resentment welled within him. Designate the assailant's location, he commanded mentally, scrambling to his feet and seeking refuge behind a tree. As if rehearsed, Ali retrieved his longbow, knocking a white-feathered arrow with a black, metallic tip that shimmered with a subtle blue-violet sheen, a testament to its potent venom. This time, it's more than mere serpent's venom. Angley's muscles tensed as he strained to discern the faintest sound. Perish, he hissed, exposing himself momentarily to loose an arrow. Then swiftly retreating to cover. The white-feathered arrow streaked through the air, impacting a thicket of shrubs with a muffled thud. A faint sound of metal striking metal suggested that the arrow had found its mark, only to be deflected. Unbidden, a flicker of incandescent rage ignited within Angley's eyes. The ever-present threat to his life sent a jolt of exhilaration through his nerves. The rasp of a chain echoed through the trees. Without pause, Ali knocked another arrow and darted forward, weaving an erratic path. The sound of hurried footsteps reverberated behind him, signaling his pursuer's relentless advance. With a flick of his wrist, he released another arrow, simultaneously ducking low and leaping into a declivity. Tumbling down the slope, he discarded his quiver and bow, unsheathing his longsword. The rasp of steel against scabbard mingled with the earthy scent of grass and soil. A frigid resolve settled upon his face. Perhaps it is premature, but the time for battle has arrived. Ali gripped the hilt of his sword, the silver blade reflecting the deadly blue-violet coating. The sound of footsteps grew louder, closer. Ali inhaled deeply, his muscles coiled like a viper, his gaze fixed on the crest of the slope. The footsteps drew ever closer. Onrel tightened his grip on the longsword. His body lowered beneath the slope. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased. Onrel squinted, then sprang into action, raising his sword above his head. A shadow descended from above. The sound of iron chains clattering echoing around him. Clang. The sword collided with the chains, and Onrel leaped back. His face flushing momentarily as he regarded the descending figure with a calm demeanor. The figure also paused, standing still as he slowly retrieved the chains that had fallen to the side. Onrel Leo, a so-called talentless scion of nobility, rumored to be nothing but a good-for-nothing, was able to engage me at such a level. Such absurd rumors. The shadow removed the hood of his cloak, revealing a somewhat dull expression of a middle-aged man, a deep scar marring his left cheek, as if a significant chunk of flesh had been bitten away. He appeared rather fearsome. Who are you? An agent of the Dark Chapter? Onrel inquired, on high alert. You know of the Dark Chapter? The shadow smiled slightly. My name is Dis. He secured the chains in his grasp. Of course, this is merely a code name. My true name is not something I can share with you. In fact, I happened to be injured by your shot when I first arrived here, initially believing it to be mere coincidence. Now it seems this world is devoid of such happenstance. Is that so? Onrel remained impassive, shifting his attention to the surroundings. The two found themselves at the bottom of a sloping gorge, the ground beneath them damp and soft with dark soil, a fetid, humid odor permeating the air. Are you contemplating escape? Dis grinned. Unfortunately, this time you shall not flee. As his words fell, he lunged forward. Clang. Onrel executed a horizontal slash, striking Dis's hands. Only then realizing he wore black metallic gloves. Full data assistance mode activated. Retreat and thrust, the chip's information surged into his mind. Onrel jumped back, thrusting his sword forward with a swift hiss. Damn. Dis's face shifted as he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a grazing wound from the azure blade. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. After evading the attack, he drew the long sword from his back. Kid, you've successfully provoked, bang. Onrel delivered a powerful downward strike, followed by a swift upward thrust utilizing his rotational momentum. Clang. Clang. Both strikes were forcefully parried by Dis, yet they forced him into a defensive stance. With swift footwork, Onrel executed a series of strikes, left thrusts, diagonal slashes, and repositioning, his movements a blur, each attack aimed at Dis's vulnerabilities. The chip's prompts flooded his consciousness as Onrel became fully immersed in this rapid sequence of assaults. His every motion appeared cohesive and potent, devoid of hesitation, flowing seamlessly. The silver blade, propelled by its incredible speed, created a shimmering, twisting ribbon through the trees. He wholly leveraged his agility against his opponent. Though lacking in raw power compared to Dis, Onrel managed to impose his rhythm upon the battle. Gradually, Angrel's movements became increasingly fluid, initially marked by some stiffness. As time elapsed, his actions transformed into a graceful dance, arcs of his blade forming as he moved. Even when met with resistance, he showed no signs of pause, utilizing the rebound force to launch into the next strike. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing swords grew more frequent, merging into a relentless symphony. Angrel's technique evolved into a form of utilizing his opponent's strength against them, weaving between attacks with remarkable precision, akin to a tempest. Dis's face reddened. He had never anticipated being so thoroughly dominated by a mere youth. Several times he attempted to counterattack, yet Angrel's flawless transitions left no openings for him to exploit. Most critically, Dis's speed paled in comparison to Angrel's. Even when he perceived minor missteps from Angrel, he found himself unable to act before the next maneuver compensated for any errors. From the onset of close combat, Dis had been entirely on the defensive. The rapid-fire assault even left him hesitant to speak, fully aware of the lethal nature of the vibrant hue on Angrel's blade, undoubtedly laden with poison. Damn. Dis's eyes reddened with fury. Suddenly, he leaped backward, leaning against the slope. With his left hand, he felt for 5 silver throwing knives that appeared between his fingers. Swoosh. The 5 silver projectiles shot forth towards Arel, who was poised to engage in close quarters. 2 aimed at his chest, while the remaining 3 flew toward his head and hands. Angrel's expression shifted as he realized he had no time to evade. He could only throw himself to the left, fiercely blocking with his sword. Clang, clang. 2 knives fell to the ground, while 2 others grazed his shoulder, embedding themselves into the trees behind him, leaving trails of blood. The final knife lodged firmly into Angrel's left forearm. The palm-sized blade penetrated deeply, blood oozing from the wound. A sharp pain shot through his nerves, causing his complexion to pale. He swiftly yanked out the knife, rolling on the ground to evade the subsequent chain claws that flew his way, darting toward the nearby trees. Trying to flee, Dis bellowed, chasing after him. The 2 raced after one another, but it was evident that Angrel's speed far surpassed that of the pursuing Dis. With the chip's guidance, Dis's attempts to shoot chains were rendered futile, further hampering his pace. Oh! Dis shouted in anger, ultimately ceasing his pursuit. His vision devoid of any trace of Arel. He was left panting, having exhausted much of his strength. If only I had poisoned those throwing knives, Dis berated himself. His disdain for using poison had prevented him from applying it to his weapons, and now he faced an opponent who could predict his every move and outpace him considerably. This reality infuriated him to no end. However, in that fleeting moment, Dis discerned a potential weakness in Angrel. If you can anticipate my attacks, then I shall deny you the time to do so. A cold smirk crept across Dis's lips as he wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to retreat. Suddenly, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air reached his ears. Dis's eyes widened, and he instinctively hurled the chain claw backward. Swoosh! A blue-violet blade struck fiercely against his right shoulder. Dis turned his head to see Angrel, pale-faced, having returned in a remarkably brief span of time. Just as Dis had let down his guard, believing Angrel had fled, the scent of blood masked any trace of his tracking fragrance, catching Dis completely off guard. A small gash appeared in the leather armor on his shoulder, the skin beneath broken. Yet, this slight injury ignited a sense of danger within Dis. You are finished. Arel smiled, forming the words silently with his lips. Dis retaliated with a sudden punch aimed at him. Bang! Angrel, unable to evade, was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a thicket of foliage. Blood splattered everywhere, on the tree trunk, the verdant grass, the dark earth, and even upon Dis's very person. Without a moment's hesitation, Dis fumbled for a small pouch from his satchel, opened it, and hastily poured the medicinal powder within into his mouth, swallowing it with great effort. Only then did he exhale in relief. Yet, he could still feel a tingling, numbing sensation emanating from his wound. The virulent potency of the poison was alarmingly swift. I must depart from this place immediately, he mentally asserted. A profound sense of impending doom finally washed over him. In the nearby undergrowth, Angrel struggled to rise. The earlier assault and the subsequent forceful blow had left him severely injured. His vision began to blur. Analyzing physical status, a synthetic voice echoed in his mind. 3 ribs fractured, internal gastric bleeding detected. Overall blood loss at 5%. The chip relayed Angrel's condition with cold precision. Fortunately, not a critical situation, Angrel thought. Breathing a sigh of relief, he used his longsword to steady himself, lifting his gaze to meet Dis's. The assassin from the Shadow chapter stood with a face ashen with a deathly pallor, not from mere anger, but from genuine discoloration. This was the concoction Angrel had brewed. A blend of venom from the monocled serpent and other toxic elements gleaned from various sources, a concoction so potent that even he was unsure of its antidote. He had tested it beforehand. A domestic fowl, merely grazed by the substance, would succumb to complete rigor mortis within a mere 3 minutes. The effects on a human, however, remained an enigma. Judging by Dis's current state, though, the results were undoubtedly grim. Dis stood rooted to the spot, acutely aware of the intensifying numbness creeping through his wound. He cast one last, lingering glance at Angrel before deciding to retreat temporarily, to heal his wounds before returning. His vaunted stealth and ranged attacks were rendered laughable by his adversary, while his brute strength was nullified by Angurl's superior speed and precise leverage-based swordsmanship. To compound his woes, his robust constitution was now compromised by a virulent poison that even his finest antidotes could not remedy. His frustration reached its zenith. His entire combat style was utterly countered. Or rather, Angurl's method of engagement seemed to negate the strengths of nearly all formidable opponents. The meticulously precise, ceaseless onslaught left no room for retaliation. Angurl's eyes narrowed, noticing the change in Deeza's countenance. "Do you intend to flee?" he inquired, his voice laced with challenge. "Before I depart," Deez responded gravely, "I have one final question. How did you manage to penetrate my veil of concealment?" "Intuition," Angurl replied with a faint smile. With a sudden surge of motion, he lunged forward. With a resounding clang, the two broadswords collided violently. For the first time in close combat, Deez was forced to stagger backward. "Arg!" he roared, channeling every ounce of strength into a savage downward strike, heedless of the sword aimed at his face, a reckless exchange of injury for injury. Angurl tilted his head slightly, a fleeting shadow of grimness crossing his features. He accelerated his thrust, aiming for his opponent. Thwack! The two blades found their marks almost simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of blood. Angurl and Deez stood face to face, each supporting the other to remain upright. Crimson droplets trickled down their garments, staining the earth below. 013 Skirmish 2 Dis's visage was etched with disbelief. He found it inconceivable that a mere adolescent possessed the audacity to engage him in such a duel. The longsword pierced his right eye socket, exiting through the back of his skull, accompanied by a smattering of cerebral fluid. Angrily channeled his entire strength into the strike. Conversely, Angrely's left shoulder was marred by a profound gash. Despite evading the initial head-splitting blow with his superior velocity, a substantial portion of his flesh was excised, revealing the stark white of his scapula. In that fleeting moment, he discerned Dis's intention to retreat. The latter was poised to deploy a chain, undoubtedly to leverage its tensile strength for a swift departure. Recognizing that Dis's focus was largely consumed by the chain, Angrily surmised that failure to intercept him would likely result in future reprisal. Moreover, at that instant, the force of Dis's descending blade was diminished, allowing the chip's predictive capabilities to mentally prepare Angrily for the impact. The ultimate outcome, Dis was vanquished, and Angrily emerged triumphant. "I've prevailed," Angrily mused, a smile creeping onto his face. He recoiled sharply, extracting the cross-sword, its silver family crest of a thorny eagle now stained crimson. Dis staggered backward, collapsing to his knees before succumbing to a face-first fall. "It is advisable to evacuate the premises within 5 minutes. The scent of blood will attract forest predators." The chip intoned, apprising Angrily of his precarious situation. This was a pre-programmed directive, ensuring that any potential threat to his safety would trigger an automatic alert. Still reeling from the euphoria of victory, Angryly's elation was tempered by the chip's warning. He hastily severed a strip of fabric from his attire to staunch the bleeding from his shoulder wound, then lurched toward Dis's lifeless form to commence his search. "Victory, cough, deserves its spoils," he chuckled, steeling himself against the morbid aversion he felt toward the corpse as he meticulously probed Dis's person. A collection of throwing knives, a time-worn emerald ring with a fractured gem, and a diminutive coin purse constituted Dis's worldly possessions. Angrily gathered these items, secured the intertwined chain claws, retrieved the cross-sword, and promptly evacuated the vicinity, his gait unsteady. Scarcely had he taken a few steps when a gale-force wind erupted from the adjacent forest, accompanied by the guttural roar of a ferocious beast that reverberated throughout the sylvan expanse. Angryly's complexion paled as he sprinted toward the castle, his feet barely touching the ground. The origin of the bestial clamor was the very site of his recent altercation with Dis. Had he lingered even momentarily, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. The sheer intensity of the unknown creature's vocalizations suggested a magnitude far surpassing that of the white-scaled boar he had previously encountered, likely rivaling the formidable mountain black bear. Confronted with such a predator in his current debilitated state, the outcome was indisputable. Another thunderous bellow echoed from behind, scattering flocks of birds in panicked flight. Angrily pressed on, his pace unrelenting, until he had successfully cleared the forest. The fate of Dis's remains was sealed, destined to be consumed by the ravenous beast, thus obviating the need for any post-mortem disposal. As he emerged from the tree-line, Angrily was greeted by two sentinels who had ventured to the forest's edge, their expressions etched with concern for his well-being. Their anxious visages betrayed their awareness of the primal roar that had permeated the air. "Master Angrily," they exclaimed, their eyes fixated on his blood-soaked figure as he stumbled from the woods. Angrily gasped for breath. "Escort me back at once." His limbs faltered, and the guards rushed to his aid, supporting him on either side as they hastened away from the forest. A contingent of cavalrymen, engaged in drills nearby, noticed the commotion and dispatched 2 riders to investigate. Together, they escorted Angrily back to the castle, while the cavalrymen temporarily suspended their exercises, the ominous roar having instilled a sense of unease. The news of Angryly's hunting mishap, attributed to rogue brigands and the legendary mountain black bear, rapidly spread throughout the castle. Maids, servants, and aspiring knights alike, gathered in taverns, eagerly dissected the incident. That afternoon, angrily retreated to his chambers, where the castle's apothecary meticulously tended to his wounds. After bandaging his injuries, the apothecary imparted a series of instructions before departing, his purse now heavier. As dusk approached, angrily reclined in his bed. His body swathed in layers of grayish-white bandages, resembling a mummy. Golden rays of sunlight streamed through the open window, illuminating the room. Cecilia, a young girl who had volunteered to care for Angrily, sat attentively by his bedside, delicately peeling a pear-like fruit. Angrily had succumbed to a restorative slumber upon his return. Awakening refreshed and with diminished pain, he had instructed Cecilia to remove the iron weights from his room and conceal them beneath a black cloth in the corner. The spoils of his battle were carefully cleansed with damp cloths and placed on his bedside table. Were there any visitors while I was asleep? Angrily inquired casually. Cecilia blinked her wide eyes. Lord Ward came by, but he did not disturb you upon seeing you were resting. He asked me to convey his wishes for your swift recovery before departing. Miss Maggie and Miss Cyril also paid their respects. Angrily nodded. As per custom, the Baron had journeyed to the silver mines, a round trip that would consume at least 4 to 5 days. In this era devoid of remote communication, news dissemination required physical travel. Consequently, the Baron was likely unaware of his injury. The Rio family's silver mines lay on the periphery of the Otis Knight territory, which was situated in the heart of the Rio domain, forming a circular enclave. The mines, however, were located at the very edge of the Rio territory, a remote and mountainous region with treacherous terrain. Oh, and Lord Ward mentioned that the beast you encountered was likely a fully grown, berserk mountain bear, a creature even more formidable than the mountain black bear, and the undisputed sovereign of this forest, Cecilia added softly. Berserk mountain bear? Angrily repeated, licking his lips. The name was familiar, gleaned from the annals of the library. The berserk mountain bear, a close relative of the mountain black bear, possessed immense strength and lacked the latter's sluggishness. Its hide was impervious, and it exhibited remarkable resistance to toxins. It was a fearsome predator, renowned throughout the kingdom of Luden. Its combat prowess equivalent to that of 2 to 4 elite knights. In its berserk state, its capabilities were amplified further. Even the Baron himself had only managed to slay a common mountain black bear. Had Angrily truly encountered this behemoth, his chances of survival would have been negligible. I was fortunate indeed, Angrily conceded, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. His fabricated narrative involved stumbling upon individuals engaged in combat with a bear, with a stray sword strike grazing his shoulder and errant throwing knives narrowly missing their mark. He had merely scavenged a few items before fleeing, already grievously wounded. According to the estimation of the chief pharmacist, it is likely that Angril was inadvertently injured by a weapon that was propelled during a fierce battle between a formidable opponent and a mountain bear. Fortunately, his fortune prevailed, and he escaped with minimal harm. This narrative represents the initial version circulating within the castle. Without such an explanation, it would be utterly incomprehensible how he could have grown so powerful in such a brief span of time. Did he gain strength from consuming the eye of a one-eyed serpent and the laxative blue bamboo? How did you uncover this? And what of his swordsmanship? The ability to contend with the assassins of the Shadow Chapter? It is well known that both the Baron and Wardo Otis occasionally assess Angril's progress in swordsmanship, having a clear understanding of his capabilities. Just a day prior to his fall from the horse, Angril had practiced swordplay with his father, the Baron. Such a dramatic enhancement in such a short duration transcends mere talent. To avoid raising suspicion, Angril requires a more extended transitional period to allow the castle's inhabitants to acclimate to his newfound strength. Reclining in bed, Angril reached for the spoils atop his headboard, placing them upon the white quilt. A silver cross sword, 2 coils of chain claws, a throwing knife, a ring, and a leather pouch. He first opened the pouch, revealing a few scattered gold coins and some silver coins. A trivial sum considering Angril's monthly allowance exceeds 10 gold coins, a privilege granted by the Baron's affection, rendering his quota the largest in the castle apart from the Baron's own. Given that 10 silver coins equate to a single gold coin, the silver coins hold little allure for Angril. Discarding the pouch, he examined the chain claws, entirely black and seemingly designed for nocturnal use. It was unclear what substance had been applied to them, yet the claws were remarkably sharp, having already sliced a small gash into the quilt merely by resting upon it. The longsword bore no insignia, yet its blade gleamed as if brand new, with an exceptionally sharp edge, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Angril noted with astonishment that the blade bore not a single nick, despite having engaged in such a vigorous clash. He flicked his finger against the blade, producing a clear, melodious chime. Excellent craftsmanship, Angril marveled, deciding that this sword would serve as his personal weapon henceforth. Lastly, he turned his attention to the ring. Angril delicately lifted it, fully aware that an item carried by such a formidable individual could not be a mere trinket. The ring was crafted from a brass-colored metal, devoid of any ornate designs. Merely a simple brass band, its surface uneven and exhibiting a dark yellow hue, evidently worn smooth by frequent handling. At its center lay an oval green gemstone, its surface marred by numerous cracks. Was it possibly damaged? Angrel scrutinized the ring, while Cecilia, seated nearby, gazed at him with curiosity. Her attention fixated on the ring in his hand. "Please, step outside," Angrel said, furrowing his brow slightly. "All right, I understand," Cecilia replied, taken aback. Hastily placing the fruit she held on the bedside table, bowing respectfully before swiftly exiting the room. With a soft click, the door closed, allowing Angrel to examine the ring with greater assurance. He sensed that this ring was far from being as simple as it appeared. 014 Slaughter won. The brass ring lay in his palm, its shattered emerald nearly the size of a fingernail. It was evident that the original gemstone had been remarkably clear and translucent. Now, however, the emerald had fractured into numerous pieces. And had it not been for the ring's encasement, the shards would likely have scattered long ago. Aurel scrutinized the ring closely, noting that the surface of the emerald, apart from the cracks, were some white lines that appeared to be engraved upon it. Clearly, there was something intriguing about it. This ring had been carried by Dis, and if it held no significance for him, it must have been of extraordinary importance to its previous owner. As he examined the surface of the emerald, he struggled to connect the lines, which surprisingly formed two somewhat distorted letters, precisely those of the Rudin Kingdom's common script. Aurel frowned slightly and pronounced the letters aloud. Ma. S. Mars. He felt a twinge of confusion as the two letters, marred by cracks, appeared somewhat indistinct. Some strokes were also missing. It did not seem quite like Mars. Perhaps there was another pronunciation. Furrowing his brow, Aurel tried again. Mans. Suddenly, the ring in his palm radiated a brilliant light, and the emerald emitted a soft green glow. Detection of unknown energy. Detection of unknown energy radiation source, which will have an unidentified radiative effect on the body. The chip emitted a warning. Aurel was taken aback, staring at the emerald ring in his hand. The faint green light bathed his upper body and turned the entire room into a soft green hue, lending it a somewhat eerie quality. He felt a cool, flowing breeze swirling within his palm, as if he were cradling not a ring but a tiny whirlwind. This was a sense of profound shock coursed through him. The gentle green light shimmered like flowing water, and he caught a whiff of a refreshing sea breeze. Unknown energy source is nearing depletion. Do you wish to actively absorb it? The chip prompted. Oh, it can be absorbed? Aurel was momentarily stunned. The chip had only ever served as an auxiliary system. Now it suggested that he could actively absorb this radiative energy. Would there be any harm in doing so? He quickly inquired. Indeterminate, insufficient data. Absorption will yield a positive stimulative radiation effect on the body. Preliminary assessment indicates that the chip can store energy from the radiation source. Since there is a positive effect, then I shall absorb it. Noticing the green light waning, Aurel decisively concluded. Sizzle. After a subtle sound, the green light from the ring abruptly vanished. Crack. The emerald within the ring emitted a sharp sound. Its previously fractured surface entirely dimmed, losing its vibrant green luster and becoming dull and lifeless. Holding the ring, Aurel remained entranced by the exquisite vision he had just experienced. This power, he felt a vague surge of speculation. The biography he had read mentioned a legendary group of individuals, immensely powerful, who could summon storms and bring both calamity and blessing. They possessed knowledge of all things and wielded strength that could rival the legendary beasts. This group referred to themselves as wizards, their influence having once spread across the entire world. Could this be the power of a wizard? Aurel inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart. Absorption complete. Energy is being released slowly, which will enhance the body. Shall I begin the gradual release of enhancement? The chip interrupted his thoughts. Enhancement effect. What specific aspect will it target? Aurel inquired. Agility attribute. Not yet. Aurel's gaze flickered, and he muttered to himself. The enhancement effect from the blue bamboo had yet to be fully realized. He could continue to utilize it for deeper strengthening, although it bore the side effect of diarrhea. He could procure as much as he desired. While this mysterious power was limited, better to refrain from using it for now. By the way, how long does the enhancement take? Aurel suddenly recalled. Approximately 76 hours. Aurel nodded slightly, carefully grasping the ring. It had been his utterance of a single word that had caused the ring to glow. Mans. Meaning light and airy. Could this be the ring's purpose? He speculated. When he activated the energy earlier, he had indeed felt a faint lightness to his body. However, the enhancement was too subtle to be of practical use in combat. Mans. Mans. He called out repeatedly, but the ring remained unresponsive. Despite his mental preparation, he felt a hint of disappointment. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously stored the ring away. 0. Provide me with the nutritional substances my body currently requires for recovery, and specify the exact foods. Beginning analysis. The biological chip possessed another vital capability. It could identify what nutrients his body needed most at that moment, as well as what foods to avoid, thus greatly enhancing his recovery capacity. After lying in bed for approximately 3 days, Aurel was finally able to rise. Following the chip's menu, He instructed the maid to prepare the recommended foods, which facilitated his swift recovery. Under the chip's guidance, he knew precisely when to undertake activities for optimal recuperation. On the fourth morning, Arel received notification that Zero's recovery no longer impeded his mobility. During this time, he had dined in his bedroom, entirely avoiding the dining hall. He also refrained from consuming the blue bamboo, fearing it might hinder his recovery, as diarrhea could be detrimental to his vitality. Standing by the window, Angrel stretched his shoulders, producing a subtle cracking sound. It had been a long time since he had moved. He shook his head slightly and picked up the silver cross sword resting on the table by the window. This was Dis's sword. While his original sword was already riddled with dents and had been sent to the blacksmith for reforging. Clutching the longsword, he donned a pristine white swordsman's attire and exited the bedroom. Cecilia was in the washroom with the clothes he had changed out of earlier. As he descended the staircase, the maids bustling about greeted Arel with respectful salutations. In the residential tower, the lower floors were quiet, devoid of sound. Arel knew that as the year drew to a close, the preparatory knights who had come to train at the castle had returned home for the holidays, leaving only a few students behind due to their lack of family. These students, while granted the privilege of training at the castle, were also bound by certain obligations. According to the Baron's regulations, they were required to execute patrol duties within the territory, guard the castle, and swear fealty to the Baron for a minimum of 5 years upon becoming knights. This was customary. Of course, the proportion of these preparatory knights who would ascend to true knightly strength and unlock their latent powers was not substantial, yet most of them would undoubtedly become formidable warriors, surpassing the average soldier. This was certain. In essence, these students and the castle shared a symbiotic relationship akin to that of an academy. They exchanged a portion of their current obligations, their potential for the future, and a period of loyalty for the opportunity to learn and grow stronger. Angriel gleaned from his memories that this was a prevalent custom in this world, rather than viewing it as an opportunity bestowed by the castle upon its trainees. It could be perceived as a form of exchange. There had been instances in the past where lords, wielding their authority, exploited the aspiring knights, only to be subsequently overthrown by those very trainees who ascended to knighthood. Such occurrences cemented a relatively equitable practice between the lords and the aspirants. As he descended the tower, the training grounds appeared desolate, devoid of any presence. The morning sky bore a somber hue, thick white clouds pressed down, evoking a sense of subtle oppression. Angriel tilted his head to glance at the heavens, murmuring to himself that rain might be imminent. The varying numbers of people within the castle held little significance for him. After all, he and the aspiring knights existed as parallel lines, with minimal intersection. The Baron, appearing vigorous and youthful, might well live another 50 or 60 years, rendering these aspiring knights inconsequential to Angriel. He remained indifferent to their perceptions of him. Within the castle, servants congregated in taverns to indulge in drink and boastfulness, while young maidens gathered to play a game known as Colossi. Nobles of the baronial lineage, such as Cilia, were permitted to entertain themselves with instruments like harps. In this era, leisure activities were scant. The majority of individuals were compelled to devote their time to labor and study. Given the dreary weather, Angriel speculated that Maggie and her companions were likely engaged in a game of chess indoors. In his recollection, the nobility and officer class under Viscount Candia in Candia City were fond of a rare breed of dog known as the Haku, characterized by its snowy white coat and similar stature to the wolfhounds of Earth. However, since the Baron disdained the idea of keeping pets, such animals were forbidden in the castle. It was rumored that nobles in the distant capital of the Ruden Kingdom enjoyed training hawks, though Angriel had yet to witness this for himself. He walked along the edge of the training grounds towards the castle gates, where 2 guards stood vigilant. Upon noticing Angriel, they both offered respectful salutes. "Young master, are you heading out again?" one guard inquired. Angriel nodded. "Yes, I seek some fresh air. Lord Ward has not yet returned." "Has he?" "Indeed, Lord Ward should be on his way back. It seems he has brought quite a number of newcomers, and the delay has been considerable." One guard replied in a hushed tone. "Lord Ward instructed us to convey a message. If you wish to venture out, it would be prudent to remain near the outskirts of the forest, avoiding deeper exploration." Angriel smiled, recognizing that Ward had a keen understanding of the temperament of the original Angriel. The former Angriel had been dismissive of anyone outside the Baron, suggesting that the guards would not be able to deter him, merely offering a caution instead. Ultimately, Ward's attentiveness stemmed from the Baron's requests and expectations. And given Angriel's recent display of proficient archery, there was little cause for concern. As he departed the castle, Angriel tightened his grip on his longsword. He first engaged in a mock practice of basic sword techniques on the vacant ground before leisurely entering the woods. The moment he stepped into the forest, his pace quickened. Following the threads of his previous memories, he sprinted toward the location where he had fought Dis. Before long, within half an hour, he encountered a disheveled slope. Dried bloodstains adorned the tree trunks, and 2 throwing knives were partially concealed within a thicket. Angriel descended the slope, arriving at a ravine. The remnants of the recent battle lingered vividly. He gazed toward the spot where Dis had fallen. Aside from a pool of blood, nothing else remained. Furthermore, droplets of blood trailed off into the depths of the forest. Angriel crouched beside the bloodstains, dipping his fingertip into them. It appears he was dragged into the forest. He murmured softly. Rising to his feet, he circled the area and retrieved his quiver and longbow from the ravine. He cast one last glance toward the path of the blood. Truth be told, ever since the incident involving the Green Ring, he had increasingly developed a sense of mystery and reverence for this world. The protagonist was about to turn back when he discerned a subtle murmur emanating from the adjacent woods. Unidentified targets detected, 2 individuals, the chip conveyed. His countenance hardened, and he cautiously advanced towards the sound's origin, his posture lowered. The voices grew more distinct, as though a fragmented conversation was underway. For days. From here, not enough time, a deep voice uttered. It matters not. Return from the silver mines, just in time. We need only bide our time. A shriller, feminine voice responded. Concealed behind a towering tree, he listened intently. Though the voices soon faded as the pair moved beyond the upwind sector, vanishing into the thicket. He recalled the Baron's allusions to escaped convicts, their unusual strength, and resemblance to a regular army. The Baron's earlier pursuit had yielded no discernible outcome, suggesting a fruitless endeavor. Having weathered the confrontation with Dis, a newfound exhilaration supplanted his fear of combat. Armed with the biochip, precise swordsmanship, enhanced physique, and unerring archery, he yearned to test his capabilities once more. The encounter with Dis had, after all, relied heavily on the poisoned blade. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to pursue the pair, advancing cautiously in the direction of the receding voices, guided by the chip's directives. After a quarter of an hour, fresher imprints began to appear on the forest floor. The damp terrain readily yielding to impressions. Spurred by the trail, his pace quickened, the trees blurring past. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. He halted, taking in his surroundings. The trees were now taller, their dense canopies dimming the forest floor, imbuing it with an eerie ambience. He retrieved his longbow, knocking a poisoned arrow. A single shot capable of ending a life. Despite his formidable arsenal and the chip's guidance, he maintained utmost vigilance. If the Baron's assessment proved accurate, and these were indeed soldiers of the Saladin Empire in disguise, he risked premature detection. The Saladin Empire, a forest kingdom, was renowned for its archers, skilled in traversing the woodlands. Legend even attributed elven lineage to their founding emperor. He advanced cautiously, the scent of roasting meat growing stronger, signaling his proximity to their camp. Snap! A twig snapped beneath his foot. Intruder! Alert! A shout erupted from ahead. The linguistic similarities between Saladin and Rudin facilitated comprehension. He realized he had been exposed. 11 targets ahead, the chip promptly reported. 11 ethereal blue figures materialized in his vision, stealthily advancing through the undergrowth, their movement serpentine. Several clutched drawn longbows, their arrows camouflaged like verdant twigs. He slowly drew back his bowstring, centering himself. Regardless of the triggering mechanism, discovery mandated engagement. Thwack! The bowstring snapped, launching the poisoned arrow, which struck one of the archers. A scream echoed through the trees. He whirled around, seeking refuge behind a tree, knocking another arrow. With a thought, he kicked a stone into the air. Thud! 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 3 green arrows struck the airborne stone, their metallic tips clanging against the rock before lodging in the soil. He noted the arrow's force with alarm. This was beyond the capability of ordinary soldiers, likely the work of pre-knights, individuals whose bodies had undergone enhancement. Seizing the opportunity afforded by their discharged arrows, he shifted his stance and released another shot. Another scream pierced the air. Another had fallen. Surround him, a frustrated voice commanded. The clatter of drawn swords followed, signaling their abandonment of ranged combat in favor of overwhelming him with numbers. He touched the quiver on his back, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. He carefully removed the longbow and quiver, placing them in a nearby thicket before drawing his longsword and discarding the scabbard. The forest was silent, yet he knew they were closing in. Clang! He parried a thrust from his right, a rapier meeting his blade. Deflecting the attack, he pushed back, causing his assailant to stumble into the path of his descending longsword. A single stroke cleaved through half the man's neck. Enhanced by the blue bamboo, his strength was considerable, and Dis's sharp blade proved devastatingly effective. Having dispatched one, he sidestepped a thrusting rapier, retaliating with a blind backhand strike. A muffled groan followed as another fell, impaled through the chest. Harry! A woman's anguished cry rang out. He licked his lips, advancing, crouching low, and leaping to the left, his long sword arcing through the air. It was from there that the woman's cry had originated. Clang! Clang! After 2 parries, his blade struck a woman clad in green garb atop her head. Nearly splitting her skull, she collapsed without a sound. The chip kept him apprised of the battlefield's dynamics. The remaining 7 or 8 assailants had finally encircled him. Clad in verdant attire adorned with foliage, the assembly comprised both men and women, predominantly possessing comely features. The men were of handsome mien, while the women exuded beauty. Were their interactions not marred by antagonism, Angler harbored a fleeting impulse to enlist them as his retinue. For the presence of such attractive visages among his guards would undoubtedly elevate his daily spirits. Encircled by a cohort of 7 or 8 individuals, Angler remained unfazed. Through the preceding skirmishes, he discerned that their movements were markedly slower than his own, lagging behind his pace by a discernible interval, augmented by the chip's guidance. He possessed ample latitude to evade their assaults. Angler. He is Angler Rio, the scion of Kyle Rio, a maiden exclaimed with vehement indignation. The damsel appeared no older than 17 or 18, yet she was embroiled in this clandestine operation. Impossible. The others stirred with agitation. Angler grinned, relishing the sensation of flirting with peril. With a forceful thrust of his foot, he propelled himself forward with alacrity. With a sickening sound, the sword traversed the fair maiden's neck, unleashing a torrent of blood. The severed head of the girl was sent hurtling, colliding with a tree trunk before tumbling to the ground. A look of disbelief lingered on her face. Her resplendent green eyes widened in death. Slay him. Heavens. He has slain Alina. The remaining men surged forward in a frenzy. Angler contorted his frame, evading 2 slender swords. With a resounding clang, his longsword parried an unavoidable thrust. Capitalizing on the momentum, he executed a whirling slash. In an instant, another man was cleaved cleanly at the waist, his torso nearly severed. He maintained his thrusting posture before collapsing to the ground with a thud, blood gushing forth in copious amounts. The remaining individuals were momentarily stunned. As Angler prepared to dispatch the survivors, a sharp hiss pierced the air. Instinctively, he raised his sword to shield his brow. A deafening clang reverberated as Angler was jolted backward several paces. A black arrow lay harmlessly on the adjacent sword. I shall slay you. A bellow of rage erupted, and a burly figure lunged from the periphery, brandishing a black rapier. Before he could reach his target, the rapier quivered, unleashing a barrage of thrusts aimed at every inch of Angler's person. A night-level adept. Angler inwardly gasped. However, the presence of a night-level combatant among the fugitives who had eluded the Baron was not entirely unexpected. After a fleeting moment of apprehension, he regained his composure. The longsword deftly deflected the onslaught of stabs. Angler observed that the opponent's swordsmanship, while rapid, was marred by superfluous movements, lacking the conciseness of his own. Despite the potential for greater speed, habitual gestures and inherent flaws in his swordsmanship hindered the knight's ability to unleash his full potential. With a clang, Angler deflected an arrow launched from the flank, even sparing a moment to peruse the data provided by the chip. Unknown target, strength exceeding 2, agility exceeding 3. Constitution between 1 and 2. Target exhibiting potential outburst. Retreating a few steps, Angler abruptly crouched low, thrusting his longsword upward without visual confirmation. A burst of crimson erupted. It is concluded. He exerted force with his foot, leaping backward to disengage. The nameless night-level warrior stood motionless, a crimson fissure slowly cascading from his chin to his forehead. No. Master Riga. The survivors cried out in anguish. Angler mused inwardly, such is the advantage of swordsmanship. Armed with the fundamental techniques gleaned from the chip, he possessed an almost unfair advantage in this world of crude swordplay. With a resounding thud, the night-level warrior's corpse collapsed to the ground, his head nearly cleaved in twain, rendering survival impossible. This marks my inaugural independent slaying of a night-level combatant in this world. A surge of emotion coursed through Angler. Gripping his longsword, he fixed his gaze upon the remaining figures and lunged forward. A series of metallic clashes echoed through the forest, followed by several agonizing screams, before silence descended once more. 016 Tranquility. A moment later, Onglet wiped his longsword on the corpse's clothing before slowly sheathing it. He gazed around at the ground, which was covered in flesh and corpses, and his face paled slightly. Although he had killed this previously, it was nowhere near as intense and direct as this scene. A breeze rustled through the trees, causing the leaves to sway, and the patches of light and shadow on the ground flickered like ripples on water. Anglet's silver longsword reflected a faint silvery light. He approached the night-level powerhouse, crouched down, and carefully examined the corpse. Aside from a purse, there was nothing else. Perhaps because he was on a secret mission. He wasn't allowed to carry too much, Onglet surmised. He stood up, and the stench of blood grew stronger. Onglet was about to leave quickly when a sudden, dull sensation came from his right side, causing it to tingle slightly. A shadow lunged at him. Roar. Onglet was momentarily stunned by the roar, and he didn't have time to dodge. He mustered all his strength and slashed his sword to the right. A foul, hot breath washed over him, nearly causing him to vomit his breakfast. With a thud, Onglet collided with the shadow. He was sent flying backward, but he managed to steady himself after staggering back more than 10 steps. His blood surged, but he was unharmed, his face flushed, and Onglet finally had a chance to see what had attacked him. A massive black bear, nearly 3 meters tall, stood upright and continued to charge at him. The bear was as wide as 3 adults and looked like a small, mobile mountain. Onglet gasped. A rampaging mountain bear. He immediately recognized the bear. Ordinary mountain black bears were at most 2/3 the size of this beast. In the castle, the Baron's hall was adorned with a mountain black bear's pelt. So Onlet was somewhat familiar with the creature. Thoughts raced through his mind, but Onlet didn't have time to dwell on them. He leaped backward and thrust his longsword at the bear's left eye. However, despite its size, the bear was surprisingly agile. It swatted the sword aside with its paw, causing Anglet's weapon to vibrate violently, nearly knocking it out of his hand. Rampaging mountain bear. Estimated physical attributes: strength greater than 6, agility greater than 2, constitution greater than 10. Onlet heard the chip's reminder. He hadn't heard the warning earlier due to the bear's loud roar. This revealed a weakness of the chip. If the opponent moved decisively and quickly, Onlet would have difficulty avoiding the attack, even with the chip's help. It also showed that the chip's ability to detect stealth was limited. In fact, the chip's anti-stealth ability was based on Anglet's own sensory acuity. The more acute his senses, the stronger the chip's ability would be, as the chip accessed external information through his physical senses. The rampaging mountain bear was incredibly strong and had an exceptionally robust constitution. Onlet relied on his slightly superior agility to circle the bear for a while. Despite using all his strength and the longsword's sharpness, he could only create a white mark on the bear's hide. Piercing the fur was like stabbing an extremely thick oak log. And he couldn't even break through the keratin layer. Onlet nearly got his sword stuck. Reluctantly, Onlet retreated and quickly moved away. The rampaging mountain bear seemed to realize he wasn't an easy target and didn't chase him. Instead, it went straight to the corpses and began to feast. Onlet watched from the forest, shaking his head helplessly. This guy's hide is too thick. Without divine weapons or greater strength and endurance, there's no way to hurt it. He stood there for a while, but the rampaging mountain bear remained wary of him. Eventually, unable to find an opportunity, Onlet had to leave. However, this trip had been very rewarding. At the very least, he had begun to develop his own unique fighting style and understood his current skill level with the basic sword techniques. But I can enhance my strength with the blue bamboo shoots. Next time, perhaps I can come back, Onlet thought as he left the forest, filled with anticipation. This time, he had killed Saladine's soldiers and a knight-level powerhouse. Onlet estimated that his strength was now at the peak of a regular knight's level, meaning he was on par with the Baron. This eased his anxiety somewhat, as having sufficient self-preservation skills represented power, wealth, and authority in this world. The knight-level powerhouse he had killed was, according to Anglet's memory, on par with Ward Otis, a mid-level knight. In reality, the gap between the peak and mid-level was vast. The assassin Dis, from the beginning, was at the peak level, which is why he had been confident in assassinating the Baron. Unfortunately, his skills were primarily in assassination and stealth, which the chip easily countered. Furthermore, he had been grazed by the poison sword, leading to his demise. If they had faced each other head-on, without other factors, Onlet would have certainly been killed. Most aspiring knights who successfully activated their seeds and gained the power to unleash their potential would only reach the low or mid-level of combat power after becoming knights. Only a few would possess peak strength. Unlike Onlet, who wielded top-tier precision swordsmanship, the strong in this world competed more on physical attributes and the power and speed they could unleash. In other words, the strong in this world were more concerned with their physical advantages. As for technique, it becomes inconsequential when someone's speed and strength surpass their opponent, rendering any technique futile. This was the prevailing trend in this world. Upon returning to the castle, Onlet spent over 10 days reviewing the previous battle, identifying his mistakes. As his body recovered, he officially resumed using the blue bamboo shoots to enhance his strength. The Baron returned to the castle 2 days after the Black Bear encounter and heard the rumors that Onlet had nearly been left in the forest by the rampaging Black Bear. 15 days later, Onlet sat in the library, idly flipping through a leather-bound history book. He was using the chip to store the contents of the entire library. The library only contained a few hundred books, but they were an immense treasure in this world. They had been collected and copied by generations of the Leo family. The yellowed pages were turned one by one, revealing rows of neat, dense letters, all handwritten. Onlet held the pages, feeling their supple warmth. They appeared thin and almost translucent, but they felt thick and substantial. The materials used to make these books must have been treated somehow. Some books had been preserved perfectly for over a century. I wonder what kind of leather this is? Onlet mused casually. Bright midday sunlight streamed through the window, casting a dazzling beam of light onto the floor and reflecting onto the ceiling. Floating dust particles were clearly visible in the beam. Onlet. The library door suddenly opened. The Baron's figure materialized in the doorway. His flaxen hair, catching the sunlight, exhibited a subtle, dark golden hue, seemingly radiating a faint, golden aura. The Baron possessed a visage of handsome solemnity, and a golden-laid rapier adorned his waist. His entire being subtly exuded an aura of dominance and extraordinary nobility. Father, Angelic uttered, rising promptly. This appellation was delivered with heartfelt sincerity. Though the Baron engaged him in few conversations, his gaze was invariably filled with affection and concern. The former was self-evident. The latter stemmed from anxieties regarding Angelic's future. I heard you encountered a rampaging mountain bear in the forest? The Baron intoned gravely. You are aware, then? I merely intended to. Angelic murmured. Relate to me the location. The Baron interjected. Father, I say, the location. A shadow of grimness crossed the Baron's countenance. His eyes, akin to those of a frigid, damp crocodile, revealed a gaze of icy ruthlessness. Approximately 200 meters north of the castle, though the precise location eludes me. Angelic's body instinctively recoiled, involuntarily divulging the whereabouts. The vestiges of fear towards his father's authority lingered within this frame. The Baron cast a profound look upon Angelic before departing. The chamber door slamming shut with a resounding thud. Upon reflection, Ong swiftly reacted, rushing to open the door and follow. He hastened outside to the practice field, where the Baron was already present with a company of heavily armored swordsmen. The Baron's gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept across the dozen warriors before him as he clutched the rapier at his waist. Who accompanied Ong that day? The Baron's voice resonated with a profound gravity. The swordsmen shifted uneasily, exchanging glances, yet none stepped forward. The Baron inhaled deeply, softening his tone. Confess now, and the punishment shall be lessened. Failure to protect the young master warrants 20 lashes. However, should I unearth the truth later, expect no leniency. Upon these words, the assembled swordsmen visibly relaxed. 2 swordsmen, one stout and the other lean, stepped forward in unison. Lord Baron, one declared, it was Hank and I who failed to provide adequate protection. We await your judgment. The Baron nodded. Bring forth the whip. A nearby guardsman scurried toward the armory, but in that instant, the Baron's rapier flashed from its scabbard. Clang, thwack, thwack. With a glint of gold, the rapier pierced the heads of the 2 swordsmen in rapid succession, before being withdrawn in a blur. The 2 swordsmen crumpled to the ground, their heads oozing blood and brain matter. The practice field fell into an eerie silence. Ong is my son, the Baron roared. Did you seek his demise through your incompetence? Did you desire the extinction of the lineage? The Baron's laughter was chilling. To witness the young master venture into the forest alone without intervention is to wish for death. To wish for the demise of the future heir of. The Baron's tone grew increasingly severe. Out of consideration for your years of service, your family shall be spared. Guards, remove them and incinerate the bodies. He bellowed. All present, the heavy swordsmen, the observing cavalry, the aspiring knights, and the multitude of servants held their breath, fearing to provoke the Baron's wrath. The practice field remained hushed. 2 guardsmen silently attended to the corpses. I shall venture beyond the fortress. Prepare leather armor and weaponry. The Baron commanded. Yes, sir, a guardsman responded, his face pale, as he hurried toward the armory, standing beneath the main tower. Observe the swift execution of the 2 swordsmen who had been his constant companions. A chill ran through him, deepening his understanding of the Baron's nature and temperament. He watched from afar as the Baron donned brown leather armor trimmed with gold and hefted his massive great sword, its blade as wide as a man's head. Before departing the castle and entering the nearby woods, knew the Baron sought the rampaging mountain bear. Father, murmured, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. This overwhelming paternal affection weighed heavily upon him, almost suffocating him. He understood that the Baron's act of killing was a lesson for him. If he cherished those around him, he would consider the consequences of his actions. Half an hour later, a thunderous roar echoed from the forest, punctuated by the jarring clash of metal. Soon after, the Baron emerged from the trees, his appearance somewhat disheveled. Blood trickled from his lips, and his left arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured. Yet, a faint smile played upon his lips. The soldiers and servants who awaited him outside the castle, along with Old and the Baron's other children, silently watched as the Baron approached. In his right hand, he held aloft a thick, black pelt, the very fur of the rampaging mountain bear that had encountered. Stood among the crowd, his lips slightly parted, as the only one who had faced the mountain bear. He knew the price and strength required to cleave such a massive piece of flesh from the behemoth. Quickly, summon the apothecary, exclaimed. The crowd erupted in commotion as some rushed toward the castle, while others surged forward to aid the Baron. Watched his father draw nearer, his eyes glistening. He stepped forward, and the crowd parted to make way, grasped the Baron's arms. In that moment, he saw not the Baron, but his father. The Baron's image merged with that of his father from his previous life. The Baron said with a smile, I shall protect you as long as I live. His tone was so resolute that felt a pang in his heart. Never before had felt such unwavering conviction. He had fully embraced the Baron as his true father. 10 days had passed since the Baron drove away the rampaging mountain bear, dedicated his time to consuming blue bamboo within the castle, fortifying his body. He considered sharing this food with his father, but a discreet scan with the chip revealed that only a trace element within the bamboo was effective for him. And even then, it had limitations. It seemed his constitution differed greatly from those around him, rendering the bamboo beneficial for him, but merely a laxative for the Baron. This disheartened him. These physiological differences meant that what benefited him might be entirely unsuitable for the Baron. He He had thought the secret to enhancing physical prowess was simply undiscovered due to improper preparation, but now he realized his assumptions were naive. However, this realization also eased a concern. He had worried that his peculiar eating habits might reveal the secret to physical enhancement. But now he saw there was no need for such apprehension. At midday, sat at one end of the dining table, facing the Baron. Flanking the table were the Baron's later wives and their children, a group exceeding a dozen, though only the Baron's favorites were present. The table was laden with over a dozen dishes, fragrant stews, verdant vegetables, tender yellow fish, and a massive roasted ox leg that jutted conspicuously from its platter. The Baron. His eyes narrowed, quietly carved slices of beef, occasionally and elegantly conveying a piece to his mouth. A dozen maids stood behind the diners, ready to serve food and pour soup. Stood respectfully behind the Baron, clad in black noble attire, his gray hair neatly tied back. At this table, the Baron held absolute authority. Silence reigned until he spoke, save four, who had little to say. The diners ate in silence, the atmosphere heavy with the Baron's presence. Had overheard whispers from the returning guards about the Baron's growing reputation. His heightened senses allowed him to hear conversations clearly from over 10 meters away. He had learned that the Baron's feat of single-handedly driving away a rampaging mountain bear, a terrifying act of a mortal confronting a forest behemoth, coupled with his history and volatile temperament, had led the entire territory and neighboring lands to secretly dub Baron the Nightmare Lord. The Lord of Nightmares embodies an overwhelming, enigmatic power that instills fear and renders resistance futile. Alongside the Baron's formidable subordinates, Otis and Ward, a shadowy aura envelopes them. Angerel cautiously placed a slice of mushroom into his mouth. Although the succulent stir-fried mushrooms could not rival the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine from his past life, they offered a unique taste. The only disappointment was that the staple food in the castle was bread rather than rice. The nobles indulged in white bread while the serving maids had to settle for dry and hard black bread. The primary meal consisted of bread accompanied by soup, a custom that left Angerel somewhat unsettled. The meal stretched on for over 20 minutes without completion. Just as the Baron lifted the last of his mouthwash soup to drink, a soldier clad in leather armor rushed into the dining hall. The soldier was halted by a servant at the entrance, and Ward approached to hear the soldier's report. Upon receiving the news, Ward's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly leaned closer to the Baron, whispering something. The other guests failed to catch the words, but Angerel, through the chip's capture, distinctly heard the conversation. Otis has discovered an iron mine within his territory, and its scale may be considerable. You should personally inspect it. Ward murmured in the Baron's ear. An iron mine? The Baron's demeanor changed. For a lord, an iron mine is an invaluable asset, an irreplaceable source of military support. Its significance cannot be overstated. There was no delay from the moment of discovery to this report. We must set off at once, Ward urged quietly. The Baron pondered for a moment, instinctively pressing his right hand against his left arm. His injury had yet to fully heal. However, the matter of the iron mine was of utmost importance, leaving no room for hesitation. You need not accompany me. I shall go myself. Ward, you will remain at the castle, he instructed. Very well, Ward replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly acquiescing. Given your condition, I believe it would be prudent for me to accompany you. It is of no concern. The Baron waved his hand dismissively. 018 intent to kill. Even though my left hand has not completely healed, my strength has nearly recovered, the Baron decisively said, swallowing the mouthwash without hesitation. Let us depart. He pushed back his chair and stood up. Angerel, remain in the castle until my return, and venture out as little as possible. Do you understand? Angerel nodded quickly. Yes, father. I estimate I will be away for at least half a month. The situation is quite unstable. Ward, the safety of the castle depends entirely on you. The Baron stated earnestly. Ward nodded. Rest assured, during your absence, everyone in the castle will ensure Master Angerel's safety. The Baron nodded approvingly and strode out of the dining hall. Everyone in the dining hall promptly stood and bowed as the Baron departed. As his footsteps faded into the distance, the remaining gentlemen and ladies at the table exhaled deeply. A few young women began to whisper among themselves. The atmosphere at the table considerably more pleasant than when the Baron was present. Angerel sat at one end, feigning deep contemplation. Before him floated a 3D model of a human body, a soft blue hue gently rotating. Beside it, the details were clearly listed. Baron Kyle Rio's physical condition. After 19 data scans, a comprehensive assessment of his physical state was achieved. Strength, 2 to 4. Agility, 3, 4. Constitution, 3, 9. Current status, healthy. Following a special burst. Strength and constitution increased while agility decreased. The pale blue model continued to rotate, thoroughly documenting the Baron's physical condition. Angerel scanned the information, a slight smile appearing on his lips. His father's hand was clearly healed, yet he still pretended otherwise. It seemed he had made some discoveries of his own. Angerel's earlier worries eased slightly. With such formidable attributes and strength, even an ordinary peak knight would struggle to contend with him. His raw power far surpassed that of the assassins encountered in the Shadow chapter. However, Dis primarily excelled in direct combat, which balanced the scales somewhat. Feeling relieved, Onrel deactivated the chip's assistance function and contentedly forked a piece of fish into his mouth. I'm finished, Brother Onrel. I shall take my leave now, announced a red-haired girl from his left, pushing her chair back and bowing to him. So shall I, chimed in a black-clad girl directly across from him. Onrel nodded. These two girls were merely 11 or 12 years old, the daughters of the Baron and two of his maids. Their pleasing appearance and demeanor occasionally brought them to the Baron's attention, thereby elevating their status along with their mothers. Though they occupied the lowest seats at the table, they were considerably better off than Maggie and others who were not even granted the privilege to attend. With these two young ladies leading the way, others at the table soon finished their meals and departed. Within 10 minutes, only Onrel and a few slow-eating gentlemen and ladies remained, among them Celia. This delicate, doe-eyed beauty sipped her milky fish soup, occasionally glancing at Onrel. Onrel pushed back his chair. Having nearly finished, he stood and left the table. Just as he reached the door to the dining hall, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Brother Onrel. The voice was youthful and melodious, quite delightful to the ear. Onrel turned to see Celia hurriedly approaching him. Is there something you need, Sister Celia? He inquired. Celia slightly tilted her head back. Her cheeks faintly flushed. Recently, I've heard that Sister Maggie frequently visits your room. Onrel nodded calmly. It was indeed true. Not to mention he had not even been intimate with Maggie. Even if he had, it would merely be a natural course of events. Such relationships were almost an inevitability in the castles of many nobles, serving as a shortcut to deepen connections and secure better treatment for their families. With a blush on her face, Celia lowered her voice. I wish to wash up in the restroom, but the hot water there is quite inconvenient. I wonder if... A smile crept onto Angrel's face. Celia's intentions were quite evident. In the castle, the bathing facilities for servants and nobles were distinctly separated. Servants, including those of lower status, shared a large bathhouse, which might have a few private stalls for higher-ranking members. In contrast, the bathing areas were divided into noble and servant sections, with gender divisions occurring within those categories. Given Celia's status, she was entitled to access the private women's bathing area for nobles. However, individuals of the highest echelon, such as the Baron, Odysseus, and Onrel, enjoyed entirely private bathing facilities, with maidservants on hand to maintain a steady supply of hot water. This hot water was sourced from the kitchen after meals, only sufficient for a limited number of users. Of course, Celia's mention of this was not merely about washing. She sought to bathe alongside Onrel. Onrel scrutinized Celia. Her long, black hair cascaded over a fitted red dress that accentuated her youthful curves, rendering her both petite and charming. Her fair skin was revealed through her exposed arms. And as he drew closer, a subtle fragrance wafted from her. Onrel felt a stirring within him. Very well. I, too, wish to cleanse the dust from my body. He replied with a soft chuckle. Celia let out a soft gasp and leaped into his embrace. Onrel, however, noticed the envious and disdainful glances from several remaining gentlemen and ladies in the dining hall directed toward Celia. Yet, upon Angrel's gaze, they quickly averted their eyes. With Celia nestled against him, Onrel towered over her. Let us go together, he whispered softly in her ear. All right, she stammered, her neck flushed crimson. Onrel understood that Celia was clearly seeking something from him. However, since such an opportunity presented itself, he thought it best to savor it rather than consume it entirely. Though his desires ignited, he had no intention of succumbing to them, knowing his current state was still too premature and potentially detrimental. Together, they descended from the main tower, traversed the training grounds, and made their way toward the accommodation area. Angrel's bathing chamber was situated separately within the lodging quarters. He dismissed all nearby servants and instructed Cecilia to leave and not disturb them. Onrel led Celia directly to the bathing chamber adjacent to his bedroom. The bathing area resembled a restroom from Earth, albeit lacking toilets or sinks, and had no tiled flooring, only the castle's stone bricks. The sole color scheme was a muted gray and white. The walls, floor, and the stone platform for towels were all composed of grayish-white stone. Ultimately, Onrel refrained from bathing alongside Celia. He merely rinsed himself, fearing he might lose control and leave her waiting outside. An hour later, Angler emerged from the bathroom, invigorated. Outside, Ciri waited quietly. I shall have Ward handle the matter you mentioned, Angler remarked nonchalantly. You may return to rest. All right, I understand, Ciri replied. Her voice barely above a whisper, her gaze cast downwards. Come here, Maggie. Angler clapped his hands. At the end of the corridor, the maid Maggie hurried over. How may I assist you, sir? Please escort Miss Ciri back to her room via the training grounds, Angler instructed. Very well. Ciri, somewhat dazed, followed Maggie out. Angler's intent in directing them through the training grounds was to publicly affirm Ciri's status as his woman, thereby swiftly solidifying her position. Watching the two depart briskly, Angler adjusted his somewhat wrinkled attire. Having made a promise, he felt compelled to fulfill it promptly. A gentle smile graced his lips as he shook his head slightly and strode down the stairs, descending from the 4th floor of the lodging area. He turned to the 3rd floor where Ward was located, intent on addressing matters concerning Siri. The 3rd floor connected to the main tower opposite the lodging area, linked by a skybridge. Arriving at Ward's quarters, Angler knocked on the door, only to find it unoccupied, just as he was about to leave. A faint murmur of conversation drifted in through the window from the corridor. Intrigued, he softened his footsteps and approached the window, peering out. The voices emanated from below. "Is that so?" came Ward's voice. "Indeed, my lord," Angler discerned, catching sight of Ward and a soldier engaged in hushed discourse in a corner of the castle. However, it seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment, for their conversation concluded just as he arrived. Ward appeared troubled, standing with a furrowed brow, while the soldier stood respectfully silent, head bowed. With a sigh, Ward finally instructed, "You may return now." "Yes, my lord," the soldier replied quietly, departing swiftly from the corner. Ward lingered a moment longer, exhaling deeply before he too moved away from the corner, making his way towards the lodging tower. Angler furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. Given Ward's disposition, if there were anything I ought to know, he would likely have conveyed it directly. If he chose not to speak, it implied that my knowledge would serve no purpose, only to incite concern. With his thoughts realigned, Angler descended the stairs to meet Ward, encountering him at the stairwell. "Master Ali," Ward greeted in a low voice. "Old Ward, has anything occurred recently? You seem rather unwell," Ali inquired pointedly. "It's nothing much, merely an accumulation of recent affairs. As one ages, their vigor diminishes," Ward replied with a touch of melancholy. "Where is Master headed?" "Ah, there's a matter I require you to oversee." Ali conveyed the request entrusted to him by Cyril. In essence, Lady Katerina, Cyril's mother, sought to procure tax exemptions for the territory's fruit exports. This matter is hardly troublesome. Since Master has requested it, I shall permit him alone to be exempt from taxes, though the scale of exemption shall remain unchanged, Ward responded with a subtle smile. Naturally, Ali concurred, returning the smile. "Then, I shall take my leave," Ward said with a nod. "Very well." Ali stood in the corridor, watching Ward depart with haste, a thoughtful expression on his face. In the end, self-enhancement and the possession of personal power are paramount. Chip, assess my physical condition. Ali Rio, strength 2, 1 2. 6. Agility, 2, 5. Constitution, 2, 2. Such is the potency of the Azure Shoot. Not long ago, my strength was a mere 0, 8, whereas now, I possess a maximum threshold of 2, 6. However, the efficacy of the Azure Shoot has reached its limit. Consuming it now elicits a form of resistance within the body, with no discernible amplification effect. Furthermore, Ali had been unable to discover any other comestibles or substances capable of augmenting his physical attributes. This had caused his rate of enhancement to stagnate abruptly. Perhaps it is time to harness that power, he resolved. 10 days later, a clear morning, beneath an azure sky, amidst the verdant forest of the Otis Night territory, a stream meandered, its waters flowing serenely. The banks were lined with smooth pebbles. A company of cavalrymen led their mounts to the water's edge to hydrate and rest. The Baron stood beside a towering tree, his hand resting on its trunk as he gazed into the distance. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with graying hair, a silver longsword adorning his waist, his countenance serene and gentle. "I never anticipated encountering you here, Kreese," the Baron remarked in a gentle tone. "The days when we fought shoulder to shoulder seem but a moment ago." "Indeed, Kyle, you were always at the forefront, imparting to me a wealth of combat experience and techniques. Had it not been for you then, I suspect I would now be but a mound of earth." Kreese replied with a touch of nostalgia. "Speaking of which, what brings you here? Did you not say you had ventured north?" The Baron suddenly inquired. "Brother Kyle, did you receive the missive from the Shadow Chapter?" Kreese asked, his expression turning serious. "I have come precisely because of that. There are matters we should discuss in private." The Baron's eyes narrowed slightly. "Very well, it has been some time since we two brothers have met. It would be good to converse." He led the way deeper into the woods, Kreese following closely behind. The two soon vanished into the foliage. After traversing some distance, the Baron halted. "Very well. This place will suffice. Speak, what brings you here so suddenly?" The Baron said in a solemn tone. Kreese paused, a complex look in his eyes. "Brother Kyle, Thwack. A bolt of black energy pierced the Baron's waist, only to be repelled with a sharp clang, as if deflected by something. The Baron's expression shifted. "Kreese, you." His response was met by the tip of a sword, thrust forth like a venomous serpent. You betray me," the Baron exclaimed, a flicker of bloodlust in his eyes. With a clang, he drew the great sword from his back. In the woodlands outside the castle, Ali emerged from the depths of the forest, clutching his longbow with a hint of frustration. This marked his 4th expedition in search of the berserk mountain bear. Having anticipated slaying it after his own strength had increased, to avenge his father's injury, he had been thwarted by the beast's continued absence. Even when lured with the sin of blood, With no other recourse, Ali retraced his steps back to the castle. Upon returning to the castle, he changed out of his hunting attire and made his way to the library. He often sought solace in the library, finding the tranquil atmosphere conducive to calming his mind. Of late, by harnessing the energy absorbed from the ring, his agility had undergone a marked improvement, now steadily approaching the threshold of 5. Though gradual, the progress was unwavering. Even Ali himself found it challenging to control his speed, having nearly collided with trees on several occasions. It had taken him hours to adapt. In a day or two, the energy would be depleted, necessitating the search for new sources of enhancement. Ali had been preoccupied with this matter of late. He opened the door to the library, closed it behind him, and settled at the desk, where a book he had taken out the previous evening lay open. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt a sense of foreboding. Though his father had been gone for some time, he sensed that something was amiss. In the forest, the Baron raised his great sword, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Farewell, Kreese. Thwack. Ea. Amidst a piercing scream, the Baron clutched his right eye, blood gushing through his fingers and cascading down his cheek. A verdant dart was embedded in his eye socket. The greatsword fell to the side, seizing the opportunity. Kreese swiftly rolled away, retreating several meters and regaining his footing. Despite the Baron's grievous injury, he remained vigilant, his gaze fixed upon him. Lisa. It was you. Ea. The Baron roared in fury. With a surge of strength, he wrenched the dart from his eye socket, a jet of blood erupting and staining the verdant foliage. Two figures emerged from the shadows of the forest. One was a middle-aged woman with disheveled hair, clad in a gray cloth gown, a delicate shortbow in her hand, a black arrow ring adorning her finger. Long time no see, Rio, she said calmly. The other caused Baron Rio to recoil in shock. Otis. Even you have betrayed me, the Baron uttered, disbelief etched upon his face. Otis stood silently beside Lisa, offering no response. Rio, your ambition knows no bounds. To presume to raise an army and declare independence, and to offend so many for the sake of your son, Kreese sneered. The son of Knight Otis was enamored with a girl, whom you abducted and defiled to death, simply because your son expressed a desire for her. 1,000 deaths would not suffice for a man such as you. The Baron stood motionless, blood dripping from his face. He glanced at Otis. So even Ward. Otherwise, why do you think none of your men have noticed your absence? Lisa retorted coldly. My sister perished by your hand. And you drove my father to his grave. Today marks the reckoning. The Baron remained silent as a montage of past events replayed in his mind. Liza, whom he once loved. Otis, whom he rescued at the peril of his own life. Chris, who held him in such high esteem. And the beautiful figure who haunted his dreams, Killian. He whispered her name. Otis and the others exchanged glances, recognizing the Baron's momentary lapse as their prime opportunity. Now, Liza commanded in a hushed tone. Thwack. The three simultaneously drew their weapons and charged. Father. Song Ye's unease intensified, despite their brief acquaintance. The Baron's constant consideration and wholehearted dedication had led Song Yi to genuinely regard him as a father figure. He sat in the study, idly turning a silver family crest that he had found tucked between the pages of a book. It was a small oval piece, etched with an eagle in full flight, encircled by a wreath of thorns. Something was clearly amiss. Ward's private demeanor suggested he had received some dire news or harbored suspicions, yet his father seemed oblivious, completely unprepared. As the sole authority in the castle, it was uncharacteristic of him to be so unaware. Song Yi sensed that recent events were somehow off-kilter. As if he were overlooking a crucial detail. What could it be? He gently rotated the crest, his brow furrowed in thought. Bang! The study door was thrust open. Song Yi turned to face the entrance. Ward, his hair now entirely white, stood smiling at the threshold, flanked by 4 heavily armored swordsmen clad in black. Young Master Ali, he announced. The swordsmen behind him unsheathed their broadswords in unison, the metallic rasp transforming the study's atmosphere. Song Yi remained seated at the desk, gently placing the crest down. Ward, what is the meaning of this? He inquired, feigning surprise. In the face of imminent peril, the Baron acted with reckless abandon, imposing excessive taxes. I have resolved to confront the Lord and restore peace to the entire Rio territory, declared Ward with a smile. Onrel gazed at Ward in astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, began to grasp the reality of his betrayal. So, Ward, you two have betrayed us? A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Betrayed? Haha. I did not expect Lord Aurel to possess such awareness, Ward responded, surprise etched on his face. Observing Angrel's unusual calmness, a wave of inexplicable unease washed over him. Since the young master seemed to have a general understanding of the situation, perhaps it was best to surrender without resistance. Surrender? Aurel chuckled sarcastically. The hiss of his silver longsword being drawn echoed through the library. The sound of metal scraping against the sheath reverberated ominously. Suddenly, Angrel's figure vanished from sight. A loud crash followed, accompanied by a piercing scream. Aurel reappeared behind 2 soldiers outside the door, his expression cold as he extracted his sword from one man's neck. Blood splattering across the ground. The 2 bodies crumpled to the floor without even a chance to defend themselves. Betrayers have no place in this world, he declared. Ward's complexion paled, and his body stiffened as cold sweat began to seep from his back. Beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. The swift motion he had just witnessed was beyond his comprehension. Even he, a knight of mid-level prowess, could not react with such speed. The peak of knighthood. He speculated, his voice trembling. Aurel sheathed his sword, his demeanor indifferent. In an instant, he had dispatched the two bodies. And the so-called knight Ward posed no threat in his eyes. The chasm separating the peak from the rest was not so easily traversed. You are a peak knight. Ward slowly turned, his face ashen as he fixated on Aurel. The young man, radiating an icy aura, stood at the door, casually flicking blood from his blade as if the lives he had just taken were utterly inconsequential. The realization dawned on Ward with chilling clarity. I never imagined we would miscalculate here. He understood that escape was futile, a glimmer of horror rising in his gaze. Few could have foreseen that Aurel Rio was. In fact, however, his expression gradually hardened. With a swift motion, he produced a black iron claw from his sleeve. Aurel regarded the elder before him with a detached demeanor. Out of respect for the years you have cared for me, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Ward chuckled bitterly, understanding the weight of a peak knight's influence on his current predicament. Alas, no one anticipated that the once frivolous young scion would evolve into a formidable peak knight. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression settled into calm. Even if you kill me, you cannot save Kyle. He is doomed. He chuckled softly, his voice laced with derision. Is that so? Angrel's eyes glinted with a cold intensity. With a sudden cry, Ward bolted down the stairs, resembling a wraith. Simultaneously, he hurled a shadowy projectile toward Angrel's abdomen. Clang! Aurel effortlessly deflected the shadow, which turned out to be a black dart, embedding itself in the stone wall. In that moment, Aurel transformed into a blur of white, pursuing Ward with unmatched speed. The two figures sped out of the main tower, the morning sun illuminating the training grounds where dozens were engrossed in their exercises. The shadows raced forth, and before anyone could discern their identities, they vanished down the road leading out of the castle. The white figure occasionally closed the distance to the black one, the clashes of their weapons ringing out with sharp metallic echoes. The inhabitants of the castle failed to identify the two, only noting a white-clad figure chasing a black-clad one, both clearly of knightly caliber. A stir erupted in the training grounds as people began to inquire if anyone had recognized the two. A few astute instructors caught a glimpse of their attire but quickly dismissed the absurd implications, lost in contemplation. Aurel pressed on, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing Ward. Despite his capability to eliminate a mid-level knight, he realized that if Ward chose to evade rather than confront him, it would not be as straightforward as dispatching the two soldiers. They raced forward, covering several kilometers in mere moments, the trees on either side blurring into indistinct green shadows due to their incredible speed. Aurel leaned forward, his steps unwavering, determined not to lose Ward. Ward, do you truly believe you can escape my pursuit? I am youthful and vigorous, while you are old and frail. If this continues, you will soon exhaust your last reserves of strength. Why not pause and divulge your father's condition and your plans? I may consider sparing you, for you have served the Rio family for decades. Spare me? Ward scoffed, remaining silent. In his eyes, Angrel's youthful cunning and hidden strength mirrored that of his father. The Baron's actions in the training yard had already shown his duplicitous nature, turning on allies with cold indifference. To trust Aurel now would be sheer folly. He resolved to keep running, hoping for a chance to evade capture. Aurel's expression darkened. Although Ward lacked inherent prowess, he was currently drawing upon every ounce of physical capability, granting him a fleeting edge in agility, complicating Angrel's efforts to catch him. Moreover, he needed to ascertain the status of his father from Ward. With that thought, Angrel's left hand slipped into his cloak. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, sending forth a white line. Hearing the rush of air, Ward instinctively dodged to the right, yet not entirely evading the attack. A deep gash opened on his left arm. It's poisoned. Ward stifled a cry, trembling as he landed atop a large white stone by the roadside. Aurel halted before the stone, gazing at the elder who had served the Rio family for decades, his eyes filled with complexity. Do you have any final words? He asked calmly. Ward clutched his wounded arm, his knuckles paling. He understood Angrel's implication. The poison was likely incurable. A bitter smile crossed his face. It seems I have fallen to your family's hands after all. I did not foresee that a moment of folly would lead to this outcome. Sighing, Aurel replied. In light of your years of care, you may depart in peace. I shall look after your family. You will not perish by my hand. He produced a black card, its blood-red spider motif glaringly evident. Ward's eyes widened. A killer from the Shadow chapter? Indeed, losing to you is no stroke of luck. If memory serves, you are only 14 this year, a truly terrifying talent. Though he was uncertain whether Aurel himself was a killer or had acquired the means from one sent to assassinate him. Regardless of the possibilities, it is evident that Angley's strength is far beyond my ability to contend with, especially in my current poisoned state. Ward no longer regards Ali as a mere youth. He inhaled deeply, feeling the venom paralyze nearly half of his body. With a wry smile, he spoke, "Since you pledged to safeguard my family in exchange, I shall reveal the whereabouts of the Baron and their present circumstances." Angli's gaze turned icy. Bang! Otis's massive form was violently hurled away, crashing into a thick clump of vegetation and rolling a considerable distance, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Within the forest, the Baron, clutching his great sword with both hands, his eyes still weeping blood, was covered in wounds, yet his countenance was that of a madman. Surveying his surroundings, the Baron chuckled softly. I never imagined that the most united squad members from those bygone military days would find themselves in such a predicament." Chris and Lisa stood on opposing sides of the woodland, forming a pincer formation. A ghastly, crimson gash, spanning over a dozen centimeters, marred Chris's right arm and shoulder. However, the tautness of his muscles mitigated the bleeding. Lisa, on the other hand, fared far worse. A gaping wound in her abdomen exposed her internal organs. "Kyle, let us resolve all these years of animosity today," Lisa declared, striving for composure, her voice trembling with agony. At that moment, Otis slowly rose from the undergrowth. He coughed twice before vomiting a copious amount of blood. He steadied himself with his sword, indicating that his injuries were severe. "I always believed that I was not too different from you, but now, haha," he scoffed ruefully. The Baron's flaxen hair was now matted with blood. Despite his disheveled appearance, he still exuded an aura of wildness and nobility. "I have always considered you a brother, Otis. Alas, you have disappointed me too greatly." "Disappointed?" Otis retorted coldly. "Within the castle, you reigned supreme. I could not contend with you for Kylene back then. I yielded the silver mine to you later. And even my son's woman had to be given to your son. Why am I inferior to you in every aspect? You are now merely at your last gasp." In a moment of peril, Baron Zhang opened his mouth but refrained from engaging in debate. The initial short arrow had caused him significant blood loss, and he understood that if he did not take action soon, he might remain here forever. Under ordinary circumstances, facing 3 Knight-class adversaries, even if he could not win, he could at least retreat with composure. But now, if I perish, what will become of Angriel? He recalled his beloved son, the memory of that beautiful figure still vivid in his mind. "How is it possible, Kyle, that you two fear death?" Lisa's cold voice pierced through his thoughts, sensing the Baroness' wavering resolve. After having pushed him to this brink, did they really believe he would escape so easily? Yet, despite her words, the 3 dared only to encircle the Baron from a distance, refraining from advancing. The earlier battle had showcased a brutality and speed that left them trembling. Now that the Baron was on the verge of death, rushing in might result in being caught in his final retaliation. At this juncture, they were unwilling to incur further losses. The Baron's gaze darkened. Although he had learned of Ward's betrayal, he believed that as long as he survived, perhaps Angriel would be safe. They would surely seek to use him as leverage. Therefore, he could not die here. Gripping his massive sword, he tightened his weary muscles once more. Angriel sprinted forward, unwavering in his resolve, like a wisp of white smoke darting through the forest. Countless trees flashed past him as he gleaned the location of the ambush against the Baron from the dying Ward. It was a place familiar to him. In his youth, he often hunted there with Knight Odysseus. Thus, upon hearing the area mentioned, he disregarded any additional information and dashed toward it. He understood that every second counted. Otherwise, his father's safety would truly be jeopardized. As he ran, he pushed his speed to its utmost limit. With an agility rating of 2.5, equivalent to more than double that of an average person, his velocity was astonishing, albeit exhausting. After a stretch of running, he would pause to catch his breath, knowing that if he did not maintain his stamina, he risked not only failing to save his father but also endangering himself. He carefully tucked away the poison-throwing knife, reserving it as a secret weapon. The Baron swung his sword with great force. Clang! Sparks flew. Odysseus blocked the strike head-on but staggered, blood seeping from his mouth and nose, presenting a horrific sight. To the side, Lisa loosed an arrow from her short bow, which the Baron narrowly evaded. Chris stealthily lunged from behind with a thrust, his slender sword piercing the Baron's back, yet it was instantly ensnared by his powerful muscles. With a cold snort, the Baron elbowed Chris in the chest, sending him crashing backward, blood spilling like he had been struck by a mighty bear. With a low roar, the Baron forcefully shoved Odysseus aside, pivoting swiftly to plunge into the woods behind him. "No," he asked, trying to escape. Lisa called out sharply. The 3 felt a surge of excitement. The Baron's reckless demeanor hinted at his unraveling resolve. In an instant, they pursued the wounded Baron without hesitation. Angriel raced toward the cliff ahead, a high vantage point from which he could survey the surrounding forest. He only possessed a rough idea of the location and needed to find an elevated spot to use the chip's detection capabilities to pinpoint it. Otherwise, aimlessly searching would merely squander precious time. The cliff, shaped like a zigzag, was barren, save for patches of green moss and gray-white stones. Standing atop the precipice, Angriel peered down. 0, search for human life signs, he mentally instructed, marking the parameters to automatically identify Kyle's characteristics. The mission commenced, and the chip began its analysis. A soft hum resonated as a faint blue veil enveloped his vision. Countless fine lines interconnected and wove through his field of sight. Gazing at the expansive forest below, he noticed numerous red dots indicating human figures. A caravan traversing the region of Rio, 2 men walking through the woods, and 3 ordinary bandits engaged in a brawl. In the distance, a fuzzy red point materialized, revealing Kyle's presence, approximately 13 kilometers from the detection point. Angriel's spirits lifted. What is the target status? Status: experiencing severe blood loss and pursued by 3 night-class assailants, 0 provided an analysis. Angriel's expression shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sped away from the cliff. Racing toward the detected location. Within a grove, the Baron dashed through the trees, feeling the once lightweight sword grow heavy in his hands. His leather armor was nearly in tatters. The 3 individuals trailing him, once his closest friends and comrades, now pursued him with a vengeance. The Baron's expression was numb. A pallor creeping over his face as sweat dripped down his cheeks, some beads flowing into the wound on his right eye, inciting a sharp pain. Though the wound had ceased bleeding due to his formidable constitution, it appeared to be infected. The trio maintained their distance, neither closing in too closely nor straying too far, seemingly intent on exhausting him. Yet, despite their strategy being clear, the Baron dared not cease his flight. Suddenly, a gust of wind whispered behind him. He swiftly darted to the right as a green short arrow grazed his side, embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk without penetrating deeply. You cannot escape, Kyle. Lisa's fatigued voice echoed from behind. You are not faring much better than I am, the Baron retorted loudly. It is merely a contest of endurance now. Abruptly, Chris surged from behind, his slender sword piercing toward the Baron's back, while Odysseus charged in from another angle, his massive sword cleaving through the air with a thunderous roar. The Baron spun and swept his sword, sending Chris and Odysseus flying. The massive sword struck the nearby tree with tremendous force. Just then, Lisa descended from above. Her once beautiful figure now armed with a black short sword, gliding towards the Baron like a leaf, with his sword lodged in the tree. He could not draw it in time. Watching the approaching blade, the Baron felt an uncanny calm wash over him, his pupils reflecting Lisa's face, filled with hatred. Bereft of even a modicum of trepidation, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. Angel, should I perish, what fate shall befall you? A wry smile graced his lips. Thwack! A streak of argent light materialized, colliding forcefully with Lisa's short sword, producing a resounding clang and a fleeting spark. Lisa grunted, her body askew from the fierce impact. And she tumbled into the thicket on her right. A familiar figure emerged into the view of the Baron and the trio, rendering them speechless. Panting heavily, his body drenched in perspiration, Angel slowly emerged from the sylvan depths, his hand clutching firmly to the long sword at his hip. Father, he uttered softly. The Baron's lips trembled as he gazed upon his cherished son, unable to speak for a long moment. I have come to your rescue, father. Angel's face broke into a relieved smile. Those who have harmed you, I shall obliterate. Their heads shall adorn the highest ramparts of Leo Castle for eternity. The words of Onglu caused the 3 people behind him to sink. Otis scrutinized Onglu, thinking, excellent, who knew that my good-for-nothing nephew had concealed such formidable strength. Even with your presence, it will avail us not. What do you mean? Alu advanced a few steps, standing shoulder to shoulder with his father. His silver longsword planted firmly on the ground beside him. His meaning is quite evident. Chris chuckled, coughing a few times. Did you truly believe that this was the extent of our machinations? By now, the castle is likely engulfed in chaos. Our forces should have already seized control. Besides Ward, do you have other accomplices? The Baron inquired in a low voice. Kyle, aside from your son, the vast majority within the castle are already part of our scheme. Even if you were to escape back, it would be futile. Surrender. Lisa spoke coldly, one hand covering her lower abdomen, her complexion pale, yet her spirit remained vigorous. Moreover, Lisa continued, tonight, the majority of Saladin's forces should arrive, their initial target being the former Leo Castle. Both the Baron and Angla's expressions shifted. You have even conspired with Saladin's forces. The Baron's countenance grew somber. Thwack! Without uttering a word, Onglu lunged forward, his silver longsword slashing horizontally towards Chris, who was nearest to him. With a resounding clang, the two collided fiercely, each emitting a muffled groan. Alu delivered a swift knee strike, landing squarely on Chris's abdomen. Chris staggered backward several steps, his face turning ashen, his gaze towards Alu filled with astonishment. As Alu was about to press his advantage, a great sword immediately blocked his path. Otis cleaved from the side, his face devoid of any emotion, aiming for the crown of Angla's head, accompanied by the whooshing sound of the blade cutting through the air. On the other side, Lisa and the Baron, who attempted to provide assistance, were already locked in combat. Onglu evaded the great sword, his longsword thrusting with viper-like precision towards Otis's right chest, only to be deflected by a rapier with a metallic ting. It was Chris, having recovered his breath, who had intervened. Due to the long-distance sprint, Alu was still in a state of fatigue, not having fully regained his strength. The deflection of this blow forced him to leap backward, creating a large gap to distance himself. If it were only Otis alone, Lu could have swiftly dealt with him in his current wounded state. However, with the addition of Chris, the situation became entirely different. One was strength-based, while the other was speed-based. With their combined efforts, Lu could find no opening. On the other hand, the opponents were also somewhat astonished by Angla's exceptional speed. For a moment, both sides paused, ceasing their attacks and cautiously observing each other. Uncle Otis, who would have thought that we would have a life-and-death struggle one day? Fate is truly peculiar. Lu attempted to regulate his breathing, recuperating his stamina. I also never expected that you would conceal yourself so deeply. Should I commend you as Kyle's son? Otis responded in a low voice. He also seemed to be recovering his strength, content to stall for time with Lu. Lu grinned. With his current strength, although superior to the two before him, that was only in a one-on-one engagement. Facing both simultaneously, he was somewhat outmatched. However, he possessed more than just these abilities. If he were to encounter unfamiliar individuals, it would be one thing, but facing Otis. A hint of ease arose within Angla's heart. Access Otis Night combat data. Formulate optimal elimination strategy, he silently commanded in his mind. Task established, data analysis in progress. Modeling complete, analysis concluded. Optimal elimination strategy finalized, Zero's voice echoed back. Immediately synchronize with the visual system, Lu silently instructed. Synchronization initiated. Hiss. Amidst another subtle hissing sound, the world in Angla's eyes was gradually veiled with a layer of pale blue, countless fine grids enveloping his entire field of vision. On Otis, who stood opposite him, red dots representing fatal points automatically appeared, strikingly conspicuous. Simultaneously, streams of data continuously flowed into Angla's brain. These were the optimal elimination strategies formulated by the Zero chip, accompanied by potential counterattacks from the opponent. This was the result of possessing detailed information about the opponent. Angla's grip on his long sword tightened slightly. He crouched and lunged forward. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive strikes landed on Otis's greatsword. Angla's body twisted in an uncanny manner, perfectly evading Chris's rapier thrusting from the side. Simultaneously, his body leaped to the right, his left elbow striking Otis's right ribcage with a thud. Ugh. Otis was unable to dodge in time and suffered this blow. Although he was unable to retract his greatsword in time, he retaliated with a punch that landed heavily on Angla's chest. Both retreated in opposite directions simultaneously. Otis's face was pale. Had Angla's elbow struck elsewhere, it would have been a minor injury at best. However, that particular spot was where the Baron had previously injured him. He could feel a churning sensation within his stomach. A wave of nausea surging in his heart. Damn it. Lu, having been struck heavily, also paled slightly, staggering backward several steps. He engaged Chris, who had caught up, in close combat. Both were speed-oriented, their longswords emitting a rapid series of metallic clashes. Before long, amidst a muffled groan, Chris's expression changed drastically. He clutched his neck tightly, leaning against a large tree, his face covered in sweat. Blood slowly seeped between his fingers. A mere fraction more, and half of his neck would have been severed. The life-or-death moment had left him drenched in cold sweat. Not far away, Lu was not in a much better state. On the left side of his waist, a clear bloody hole was visible, the result of the exchange of injuries. To his surprise, both Chris and Otis were already experts on the verge of reaching the peak of the knightly order. Faced with their combined assault, Lu had been forced to pay a price. But now it was over. Lu glanced at Otis, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching his abdomen. Large beads of sweat dripping down his face. The previous blow had struck his internal organs severely, undoubtedly causing significant internal bleeding. With Angla's strength exceeding that of ordinary people by more than twofold, the blow, coupled with his existing injuries, meant that Otis would either die or suffer severe after effects. This valiant knight's life was likely at an end. Lu cast a sympathetic glance at Otis, using his left hand to cover the bloody hole in his waist, accurately compressing the surrounding blood vessels to staunch the bleeding. He raised his longsword in his right hand, observing Chris opposite him. The previous exchange had been a stalemate, with neither side gaining an advantage. However, Chris did not possess Angla's precise blood control techniques. His complexion was growing increasingly pale with blood loss. Just then, not far away, the Baron let out a low roar, kicking Lisa in the abdomen. The middle-aged woman flew backward, colliding heavily with a tree on the side, collapsing to the ground. A large number of leaves were slowly shaken loose and fluttered down. Blood gushed from her abdomen, instantly staining the surrounding lawn red. It's over, Lu stated faintly. His complexion also unsightly, yet faring better than the 3 opponents. After all, this battle did not rely on the Baron's solid physique and stamina at the peak of the knightly order. His strength was derived more from his swordsmanship. Thus, injuries that were minor to the Baron were severe injuries that he had to avoid. In reality, his physical qualities were only comparable to the 3 opponents. Yes, it's over. The Baron approached with a pallid complexion, his gaze complex as he regarded the 3 individuals before him. Hehehe. Kyle. What does your victory truly signify? Lisa scoffed, raising her head, her face marred by resentment as she fixed her gaze upon the Baron. Saladin's men are on their way. Everything you cherish will vanish entirely. All the hard-earned capital and efforts you have invested will be lost. Suddenly, she coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. And what of it? The Baron retorted with a sardonic smile, stepping forward to deliver a brutal kick to Lisa's midsection. With a thud, her body soared through the air, tumbling several times, blood from her abdomen staining her garments crimson. The Baron's eyes glinted with malice. Lisa, I shall take good care of your 2 daughters and your son. The woman on the ground fixed her gaze on the Baron, her eyes narrowing as she opened her mouth in an attempt to speak, but no words emerged. Blood and froth choked her throat. Her eyes quickly dulled. Meanwhile, Onrel, with an impassive expression, retrieved the throwing knife he had previously launched, carefully tucking it away before returning to the Baron's side. Father, we must conclude this swiftly. Saladin's men will arrive by nightfall, and we must return to manage affairs and leave this place. The Baron regarded his sole son, a glimmer of pride and solace flickering in his eyes. You return to the castle to restore order. I shall handle this matter and join you shortly. Remaining were the severely injured Chris, losing copious amounts of blood, and the critically wounded Otis, posing no significant threat. The next course of action would be to return to the castle, re-establish control, and then depart the territory with their possessions. Originally, their strength was intact, capable of engaging in a defensive battle against Saladin's forces, but now, with betrayal having depleted their ranks and the remaining forces grievously wounded, they stood no chance against the formidable Saladin army. Thus, departure became the sole option. Aurel cast one last glance at the 3 on the ground, clutching his waist, nodded slightly, and swiftly turned to leave. Although returning while injured was a challenge, the disarray among the rebels had stripped them of their backbone, making resolution feasible. After all, there remained a considerable disparity between ordinary soldiers and knights. Coupled with the weight of their prior reputation, they should not encounter significant difficulties. If the rebels indeed possess significant strength, it is imperative to discreetly gather valuables and depart immediately. Regardless of the circumstances, one must return swiftly to assess the situation. Onrel hastily retraced his steps. Fortunately, he encountered a black stallion that had been startled from a recent skirmish, and without hesitation, he mounted the steed, quickly soothing it before galloping towards the castle. This enabled him to conserve considerable energy. By the time he returned to the castle, it was already well into the afternoon. Aurel rode through the castle's training grounds along the main road. From afar, he observed the drawbridge lowered, with a trail of corpses and blood leading into the castle. The exterior was devoid of life, but faint sounds of battle could still be heard from within. The situation was not yet dire. With a grave expression, Onrel dismounted, firmly pressing on his waist wound with his left hand, his complexion growing paler yet not hindering his movements. Drawing his cross-sword, he briskly crossed the drawbridge. The ground was littered with bodies. Some were castle guards, while others were trainee knights. Dark red and bright crimson blood stained the area. Aurel even witnessed 2 trainee knights mutually striking their swords into each other's necks, perishing together. It appeared that both the guards and the trainees had factions that had turned against each other, engaging in fierce combat. Aurel quickly deduced the situation and pressed onward into the castle. Within the training grounds of the Tower District, he observed several guards and trainees locked in combat. Nearby, a young man with golden hair descended from the main tower, accompanied by his subordinates, who were laden with various jewels and tomes. Their raucous laughter mingled with intermittent screams of agony. At the entrance to the lodging area, a group of trainees fiercely defended the gate while soldiers outside cautiously attempted to enter. Aurel surveyed the scene, his expression darkening. Armed with his cross-sword, he charged into the training grounds. Hearing his footsteps, a trainee who had just slain a soldier turned, revealing a vicious grin as he lunged at Angrel's neck with his sword. Onrel sidestepped and deftly thrust his sword, severing the trainee's neck. Blood gushed forth as the assailant staggered forward a few steps before collapsing. In Angrel's eyes, the speed of these trainee knights was vastly inferior to that of Deus, Ward, and Chris. They moved as if in slow motion, deliberately so. As he advanced, each strike was precise and lethal, targeting vital areas. Had he been able to discern the traitors more swiftly, he would have dispatched the remaining foes in the training grounds without delay. However, the cries of agony soon drew the attention of others. "It's Aurel!" Someone shouted, and gazes converged upon him as he swiftly dispatched his enemies. The remaining guards and loyal trainees erupted in subdued cheers. From the lodging area, several eyes peered out from the windows, including those of protected noblewomen who recognized this formidable young master. Incredible! Maggie and Cilia stood together by a window, astonished expressions on their faces. The trainees who had previously belittled Onrel fell silent. The battle was brief. Upon realizing Angrel's true prowess as a knight, the remaining rebels abandoned most of their plunder and fled. Without a large contingent of crossbowmen, it would require an insurmountable number of lives to pose a threat to a knight. The golden-haired youth was the first to flee, With their leader gone, the remaining rebels quickly scattered. The others pursued, leaving behind a dozen corpses before triumphantly returning to the castle. Onrel immediately summoned the surviving healers to tend to his wounds. At that moment, the Baron returned, promptly instructing the gathering of castle valuables. He generously rewarded the valiant defenders with substantial coins before dismissing the majority, retaining only a few core family members and around 20 loyal soldiers. Aurel settled into a chair, observing the Baron methodically managing the castle's affairs. Maggie and Cilia stood with their parents, deciding to accompany the Baron in their departure, while others either perished in the chaos or chose to leave individually. Cecilia, meanwhile, had cleverly hidden in a large water barrel, successfully evading the massacre. Now, drenched, she stood beside Onrel. After dismissing most of the crowd, the Baron coldly surveyed those remaining, softening only as his gaze lingered on his son. Tonight, Saladin's forces will assault this territory. We must depart immediately, leaving this place forever. Perhaps we shall never return. If any wish to accompany me, then come. If not, depart the castle now. His voice was somber, yet carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, a stir rippled through the remaining crowd. Subsequently, 7 or 8 individuals opted to leave, leaving a quiet stillness in their wake. The grand castle, once bustling with hundreds, now housed only a few dozen near the Baron. Both the Baron and Onrel felt a swell of complex emotions. Those who remained were either the Baroness family or relatives seeking refuge. Aside from the staunch 20 soldiers, only about 10 chose to stay. Maggie's father exchanged a glance with his wife, who promptly nudged their daughter gently. After a moment's hesitation, Maggie realized the implication. Through the crowd, she spotted Onrel seated in a high-backed chair, an expression of cold detachment on his face, one leg crossed, his long sword resting within reach. The contrast between the present Onrel and the former spoiled young master was stark. Maggie felt her heart race unexpectedly, just as she was about to step forward. A smaller figure darted past her, leaping into Angrel's embrace. It was Cilia. The petite girl resembled a frightened bird, her eyes glistening with tears as she buried her head in Angrel's chest, sobbing softly. Maggie's heart skipped a beat, prompting her to rush toward Angrel's side. Onrel, brother, are you all right? She inquired in a hushed tone, her cheeks flushed. Angrel's gaze swept over the two girls, then glanced at the remaining young men and women nearby, who all lowered their heads or cast him looks of reverence. Maggie and Cilia, do you wish to accompany my father and me as we leave? He asked calmly. Absolutely. Maggie quickly affirmed, having already received her parents' consent and resolved to follow this unexpectedly formidable young master. The fierce display by Onrel in the castle had delighted both Maggie's parents and Cilia's mother, Lady Katia, who felt vindicated in their previous judgments of him. We wish to as well, Cilia added earnestly, lifting her face to speak softly. Meanwhile, the Baron continued addressing the remaining guards, outlining their escape route and preparing supplies. Fortunately, his robust physique allowed him to remain remarkably resilient, even with one eye blinded. The peak knightly constitution rendered him as sturdy as a bear. After consuming a restorative concoction, his mental and physical vigor swiftly returned. Following the apothecary's ministrations, he donned a white eye patch, transforming into a one-eyed dragon. At this moment, his energy remained undiminished as he vociferously directed the soldiers in their preparations. He also dispatched guards to serve as scouts, tasked with observing the approach of Saladin's forces from elevated vantage points. Meanwhile, Angrel engaged in casual conversation with a few timid half-siblings nearby. From the Baron's orders, he gleaned insight into his father's plans. With the remaining forces, they would depart from the precarious Rudin kingdom and make their way to the Eastern Andean Alliance port of Maluya. This locale was the residence of Angrel's aunt, Maria Rial, the Baron's sister. Maria had long ago wed a nobleman from Maluya and maintained a cordial relationship with the territory of Rial, exchanging letters annually. Thus, the Baron intended to seek refuge with his sister Maria, stabilizing their situation and recuperating before devising further strategies. Given their significantly diminished strength, it was unfeasible to stay in the Rudin kingdom any longer. A retreat to the Andean alliance was in order. Unexpectedly, he discovered a multitude of requests urging for updates. As for my integrity, it would be wise for everyone to temper their expectations. Pleas for updates are but ephemeral clouds. 024 journey, however. This plan must be predicated upon the undeniable fact that the Saladin Empire will indeed invade tonight. As night approached, the sky grew darker, with the remnants of vibrant crimson lingering in the western horizon. The heavens appeared divided, one half a deep indigo, the other a soft rose. Outside the castle, in the expansive ochre training ground, the Baron stood atop a large stone, his remaining eye fixed toward the west, the direction where he had dispatched sentinels. The others had already gathered their belongings, and 3 large carts awaited silently by the roadside. The remaining 20 or so individuals stood beside the carts, anticipating news. Onrel quietly inquired about the route to the Andes Alliance from Captain Mark. Cecilia timidly followed him. Having signed a contract of servitude, she was forever bound to Ongrel, unable to return home. I've heard the Andes Alliance is an entirely different nation from our rooted kingdom, Aurel casually remarked. Mark, a seasoned soldier in his 40s with a scruffy beard and a sallow complexion, one ear partially missing due to a cold arrow during a past encounter with Saladin's men, responded. Indeed, I have been there once. It was during a mission escorting Miss Maria. Otherwise, we would have had little opportunity to visit. He reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Our rooted kingdom and the Saladin Empire are both ruled by His Majesty, but it seems the Andes operates under a monarchy alongside a council. It feels rather peculiar. Nevertheless, Maria Harbor is a splendid place. It far surpasses our own, easily outclassing even Candia. Mark spoke animatedly about his experiences from years prior. The streets there are astoundingly clean, and one can find anything they desire. The shops stretch endlessly, and the ships dotting the shoreline resemble silver fish turned belly up, crowded upon the waters. That spectacle! Ah! Mark exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with reminiscence. It is the most beautiful place I have ever seen. Is it truly that magnificent? Onrel queried, his curiosity piqued. The others around him were also drawn in by Mark's vivid descriptions. Sensing their interest, Mark's pride swelled. If we hasten from here toward the harbor, it should only take about 6 months. It is relatively close. We will traverse the vast Answer Prairie before reaching the border marker. Many travelers take this route, though bandits and thieves are known to roam. However, with the Baron and young Master Aurel accompanying us, we need not worry excessively. Aurel furrowed his brow. Bandits? Indeed. Though their numbers have diminished significantly, a soldier beside Mark interjected. I am from the Andes Alliance, and during my journey here, I encountered 2 or 3 waves of bandits. Nearly half of my companions perished before we managed to escape. It seems perilous, Aurel murmured. Danger is a necessity, a deep voice interjected. The group turned to see the Baron approaching, his expression dark, a soldier panting behind him. Everyone, prepare to depart immediately. Saladin's forces have crossed the border and will arrive here in 15 minutes. The Baron bellowed. Aurel tightened the grip on his longbow and quiver, checking the cross sword at his waist. Everything was in readiness. Amidst the clamor, the 3 carts began to move forward, swiftly accelerating along the main road. In the foremost cart, drawn by 4 horses, Onrel and the Baron sat side by side in the cabin, alone. Father, our journey to Maria Harbor will take at least 6 months. Is the distance truly that great? Aurel questioned, perplexed. After all, in his previous life on Earth, 6 months could traverse a significant portion of Asia. Was the land here so vast? Indeed, it is about that length. The last time I visited Maruya, it took approximately 6 to 7 months, the Baron replied, furrowing his brow. Do not worry, finances are sufficient. We will pass through 2 cities for supplies along the way. If necessary, we can hunt in the forests. Aurel nodded. Is your eyesight all right? It is nothing. Having one eye does not significantly impair me, the Baron remarked, frowning slightly. Aurel chose not to press further, silently assessing the condition of Kelrio. Kelrio, strength 2, 2, agility 2, 4, constitution 2, 1. Current status, injured. After a special burst, strength increased, constitution increased, agility decreased. Onrel was taken aback. This data was considerably inferior to the Baron's previous statistics. Recalling the Baron's prior data, Kelrio before injury, strength 2 to 4, agility 3, 4, constitution 3, 9. Current status, healthy. After a special burst, strength increased, constitution increased, agility decreased. Aurel's expression darkened slightly. What was the cause of this decline in physical condition? Permanent internal damage, the chip indicated. Is there any possibility of recovery? Recovery chance, 11%. Required medications, antarine, lohankin, phenylacetic acid. The chip listed a plethora of synthetic medications that existed only on Earth. Onrel understood that the Baron's health was unlikely to recover. He took a deep breath, refraining from further discussion, merely sighing in resignation. The 3 black carts, escorted by 20 soldiers, advanced through the forest for 5 consecutive days. Surrounding them was an unending expanse of verdant trees. This small caravan, akin to ants in this vast woodland, remained inconspicuous. The first cart was solely for passengers, while the latter 2 carried abundant supplies of dried meat and water. Even with double horses pulling the carts, progress was slow and laborious. Occasionally, the womenfolk would dismount to allow the horses a respite. Throughout these days, Onrel had been recuperating in the cart, having sustained significant injuries in the previous battle, rendering him unfit for strenuous activity. Fortunately, with the chip's assistance, his wounds healed rapidly under suitable living conditions. By the 5th day, he was able to move freely without major impediments, though he was cautioned against excessive exertion. Awakening from slumber, Aurel sat within the cart, leaning against the cabin as the vehicle swayed with the motion. The distinct sound of hooves clattering against the ground reached his ears. The midday sun intensified the stifling heat inside the cart. Angrel took a sip from his water pouch, which was warm. He lifted the curtain and moved to the driver's side. The light outside was blinding, and a wave of heat washed over him. Angrel frowned and took another sip from the water pouch. The driver, a somewhat frail man named Anter, one of the remaining relatives, appeared polished and respectful in his gray short sleeves and trousers. Upon seeing Angrel emerge, he smiled courteously. "Young Master Angrel, you are awake?" he asked softly. "Yes. How far have we come?" Angrel yawned. "We will exit the forest in 2 days. The Baron mentioned there is a small river ahead where we can replenish our water supply," Anter replied respectfully. Angrel nodded, sitting beside the driver, watching the trees retreat on either side. The cart occasionally jolted over small stones or dips. The warm breeze tousled his brown hair, but offered no relief from the heat. He surmised that the Baron was likely in one of the carriages behind, engaging in physical intimacies with one of the ladies who had accompanied them. The thought elicited a sense of speechlessness within Anglai. Dispelling his musings, he inquired, "Zero, what is my current physical condition?" "Under duress. The wounds will remain intact for 20 seconds. Estimated recuperation time, 15 days, the chip faithfully responded. "So long still." Anglai furrowed his brow, then abruptly twitched his nose. A subtle metallic tang permeated the onrushing warm breeze, infiltrating his nostrils. "There's a scent of blood." Anglai's countenance darkened. "Ant, signal those behind us to halt." Ant's face also paled as he nodded vigorously. He retrieved a lengthy wooden pole from the side, adorned with a white cloth. Extending the pole to the side of the carriage, he waved it emphatically, signaling the vehicles behind to gradually decelerate. The 3 carriages soon came to a gentle stop. The women and family members within the convoy began to murmur apprehensively. Alai retrieved his bow, arrows, and cruciform sword, then alighted from the carriage. "Lock, bales, secure the flanks. Everyone else, prepare yourselves." Captain Mark, having also detected the scent of blood, promptly barked out orders. As Anglai inspected his equipment, the Baron emerged from one of the rear carriages, adjusting his attire as he approached Anglai with a somber mien. "What is the meaning of this?" he inquired in a hushed tone, drawing near to Alai. "There might be trouble ahead." Alai lifted his gaze forward. Before them lay a fork in the road. Upon the grassy verge to the left, scattered patches of crimson bloodstains were sparsely visible. The trail of blood extended towards the bend, obscured by the encroaching tree-line. This path was precisely the direction they were to take. Amidst the cacophony of chirping insects, both Alai and the Baron wore grave expressions. They had both observed a location marked by a shattered wooden shield, reinforced with iron, bearing a circular emblem of an owl and a massive axe, lying in 2 pieces amidst the foliage. The dark iron surface was coated in extensive patches of clotted, dark red blood. The thick wooden shield, reinforced with iron, posed a challenge even for me. "Only when I am at my peak health could I hope to sever it completely," the Baron remarked solemnly. "What do we do now?" Angriel's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Although he had attained the pinnacle of knighthood, he still lagged significantly behind the Baron in terms of strength. Faced with such a predicament, he felt quite troubled. The circular emblem of an owl and a giant axe belonged to that scoundrel, the Viscount of Candia. The Baron said darkly. It was unlikely that any knight capable of cleaving this wooden shield would appear here. It was more probable that it was one of Saladin's men. "Let us proceed and investigate." Angriel nodded in agreement. Despite being merely 14, he and the Baron stood as the strongest in their party, rendering their age irrelevant. After instructing the others to remain vigilant, they made their way toward the shield. As they neared, they stumbled upon a corpse clad in black armor, marked with the same owl and axe insignia. "It seems to be Rull." The Baroness' countenance darkened further. Rull was the strongest knight serving the Viscount of Candia. He approached the body, gently nudging it over with his foot. The metallic clatter of armor echoed as the corpse turned, sending a swarm of large flies buzzing into the air, and a potent stench of blood and decay enveloped them. The face of the corpse was ghastly pale, with a gaping crack the width of a thumb splitting its head in 2. Suppressing his revulsion and the foul odor, Angriel examined the body closely. The man had been robust, slightly shorter than Sir Odie's, yet bulkier. The crack in his skull revealed the white matter within. Beneath the corpse lay dark crimson stains, a mass of flies and insects crawling over them. The Baron scrutinized the body without a hint of discomfort at the stench. He was killed in a frontal assault. He stated gravely. The adversary must have slain Rull within just 2 encounters. To kill a knight on the brink of their peak in such a short span suggests a formidable opponent, likely a great knight. The Baron's expression grew increasingly grim. "A great knight?" Angriel asked in confusion. "Father, what level does that entail?" "One capable of easily dispatching both you and me without sustaining injuries," the Baron replied somberly. "I encountered a great knight many years ago during the Battle of the Golden Flowers. I never anticipated Saladin would deploy a great knight as his vanguard this time." Angriel's expression shifted as he pondered their next steps. "Then what shall we do now?" Angriel began, but was swiftly silenced by the Baron's raised hand. The Baron lowered his gaze, closely inspecting the bloodstains on the ground before striding forward, following a trail around the corner. Angriel hurried to keep pace. After about 5 minutes, the Baron pulled Angriel into the cover of a nearby thicket, urging them to reduce their pace. At that moment, Angriel sensed something amiss ahead. The sounds of battle and the whinnies of horses grew increasingly distinct. As they approached, they quickly ascended a slope within the forest and crouched down to survey the scene below. At the base of the slope lay an open expanse of grassland, where a fierce melee was unfolding. A long-haired man clad in brown leather armor was encircled by a group of swordsmen, all bearing injuries and conspicuously adorned with green scarves around their right arms. Surrounding them was a battalion of soldiers clad in black armor, numbering at least in the hundreds. 2 knights in white armor, mounted on horseback, gazed down at the long-haired man with an air of calm authority. The ground was littered with bodies, some in black armor and others in brown leather, all tied with green scarves, evidence of a prior brutal conflict. It is Roll's Black Legion. The encircled must be Saladin's men, the Baron whispered to Angriel. At that moment, one of the commanders from the Rudin Kingdom began to speak loudly. Surrender, Fushaway Martin. As a great knight, it would be a pity for you to perish in such an obscure corner. His voice was soft and steady, exuding confidence. Do you believe that possible? The long-haired man scoffed, his accent peculiar, each phrase imbued with an exaggerated rhythm, almost poetic. I am merely the 3rd Vanguard commander of the Saladin Empire. There are many other forces entering your territory. You are doomed. He attempted to persuade the opposing commander, Jones, to defect to Saladin's side. Jones, however, seemed hesitant, refraining from ordering a full assault. Instead, he engaged in minor skirmishes while exchanging taunts. The Baron and Angriel listened intently for a moment before cautiously retreating. Even a great knight would meet their end against such a multitude of archers, the Baron remarked gravely. Archers? Angriel mused, recalling the soldiers encircling them. Indeed, the Baron elaborated. In my youth, as a scout leader on the battlefield, I witnessed a great knight fall to a volley from dozens of archers, their body riddled with arrows in mere seconds. They are one of the most fearsome kinds of troops on the battlefield. We must take a detour immediately. We cannot afford any delays. In these dense woods, even our own forces could be ambushed without anyone being the wiser, the Baron insisted. Angriel nodded heavily, feeling the weight of the situation. Saladin's empire had dispatched a great knight for their invasion. It seemed they were indeed serious about their intentions. The border between the Rudin Kingdom and Saladin stretched for thousands of kilometers, and if they were to escalate matters, it would likely involve 2 or 3 great knights as vanguards, alongside countless knightly warriors. If even the Forest Knight Brigade were deployed, the fate of Rudin would be sealed. As they walked, the Baron murmured words that Angriel scarcely comprehended, his expression tinged with melancholy and apprehension. Angriel shared a semblance of understanding regarding this sentiment. In this remote corner of the border, a knight at the pinnacle of their power was already considered formidable. Yet for a kingdom to mobilize regular troops, such a knight was merely an elite among many. The number of knights at their peak was not in the hundreds, but rather thousands, and considering Rudin's long-standing weakness, Saladin's overwhelming invasion could very well result in their complete annihilation. They had not traveled far when a sudden barrage of arrows erupted behind them, followed by a resounding roar. Angriel, equipped with a chip, quickly identified the source of the cry as the earlier Great Knight from Saladin. Preliminary data on the Great Knight's capabilities indicated strength, 7 to 9. Agility, 6 to 7. Stamina, 5 to 8. During moments of explosive action, their attributes surged significantly. The chip, under Angriel's command, had drawn these analytical conclusions based on the battle conditions, gravitational forces, and physical impacts. Upon hearing the data, Angriel, though mentally prepared, could not suppress a gasp of disbelief. This was no longer human. His face paled, and he bit his lip, feeling a heavy weight settle in his heart. Even the data for a rampaging mountain bear paled in comparison. Moreover, when averaged, this data significantly surpasses that of the ferocious mountain bear. After all, humans possess skills and tactics that, when employed, can exponentially enhance their capabilities. 0. Retrieve my current data, he commanded. Angrilio, physical condition, injured. Strength, 2 1 2. 6. Agility, 2 7. Constitution, 1 8. Normal, 2 2. At this moment, Angrilio felt a jolt coursing through his body. The slight pride he had felt from defeating several knight-level adversaries dissipated in an instant. The physical prowess of a knight, as he had just detected, required no special techniques. Sheer strength and speed could easily vanquish him. A single encounter would surely lead to a fate no better than that of a fallen warrior by the roadside. Rural. He felt woefully inadequate. Although a knight could command a regiment, their numbers were not insignificant. A heavy weight settled in Angrilio's heart. Do not despair, Angrilio. While your physical limits may be low, with diligent practice in swordsmanship and archery, you shall not be deemed weak. Those knights are beyond our comparison. They are backed by formidable powers, the Baron reassured him. He remained oblivious to how Angrilio had managed to elevate his physical prowess to that of a knight. Having previously attempted to plant a seed within him, knowing it was impossible for Angrilio's body to cultivate the life seed. Nevertheless, he could not permit his son to succumb to despondency. Without the life seed, reaching the knight level would remain an impossibility. The enhancement of one's physical abilities has its limits. Beyond a certain point, further improvement becomes unattainable. At that juncture, if the internal life energy seed could be refined, it would give rise to what is known as battle chi. Angrilio had encountered references to this in the tomes within the library. Long live Saladin. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar. Both Angrilio and the Baron were startled, turning their gazes towards the battlefield. They recognized it instantly. It was the furious cry of a knight, likely a last gasp of rage. A knight, an elite in any nation, had fallen. The Baron's countenance darkened. Had I not been injured, perhaps within a decade, I could have attained the rank of knight. Alas, this was the very reason for his previously unyielding arrogance. Regrettably, in his current state, he doubted even his former strength could be sustained. Now, it all rests upon you, my son. The Baroness' gaze fell upon Angrilio. Sensing his father's scrutiny, Angrilio hesitated momentarily but continued onward with urgency. 0. How much can the stored radiation energy enhance my agility? He pondered silently. Estimated enhancement, 2. 1 agility. Constitution increase, 0. 3. Time until completion, 11 days. Estimated remaining energy, 1/12 of the original, 0 provided a precise response. Remaining energy? Angrilio was taken aback. What does that imply? Physical enhancement is nearing its limit. The genetic sequence has finite potential for reinforcement. Further enhancement is not possible with the remaining special energy, 0's mechanical voice replied swiftly. Angrilio's expression hardened. So, it means that my body will never reach the knight level? Accuracy, 94. 53, the chip automatically reported. Angrilio tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. He abruptly halted, raising his gaze to the sky. Lush foliage obscured the blinding sunlight, allowing only fragmented golden rays to touch the ground. The searing light fell upon Angrilio's hand, creating a golden spot. Yet he felt no warmth. What's wrong, Angrilio? The Baron inquired from behind. Nothing, just a fleeting thought. Angrilio managed a faint smile. Come, father. We must depart from this vicinity immediately. Indeed, Angrilio suddenly recalled the ring, the mysterious emerald ring adorned with peculiar characters. I apologize for the sudden upload issue today. It indicated that the chapter could not be fewer than 20,000 words, which prevented it from being uploaded. It took quite a while to resolve. I appreciate your patience. The caravan swiftly circumvented the battlefield, continuing onward for 4 days. The surrounding woods gradually became shorter and sparser, losing the lushness they once possessed. As evening approached, Aurel sat beside the driver's seat of the carriage, while the Baron held the reins in one hand and a leather map in the other. Comparing their route, the crimson sun of the afternoon sank slowly behind the treetops in the west, casting shadows that deepened in the woods flanking the road. Aurel tilted his head skyward, observing the white clouds layered like steps against a backdrop of blue tinged with red. A gentle breeze swept towards the carriage, carrying with it the faint scent of grass and flowers, wrapping around him like a warm embrace. As nightfall approached, insects emerged, their chirping reminiscent of crickets from Earth. Aurel leaned back against the rear of the carriage, his eyes squinting in contentment, too languid to move. Father, according to the map, we are nearing the edge of the forest, are we not? He inquired softly. The Baron nodded, confirming their position on the map. Indeed, at our current pace, we should reach the Answer Prairie by noon tomorrow. We are presently near the Flaisal Forest. Flaisal Forest? Angril's curiosity piqued. What sort of place is that? The Baron smiled wryly. If you take the road to the left and walk about 5 kilometers, you will find a grove of red pines, where lies the ruins of an abandoned manor, once the residence of a noble from the Flaisal people. It was consumed by flames during the wars, and is now said to be quite a sinister locale. I once glimpsed it from afar during my travels. A hint of apprehension crossed the Baron's features. There is something amiss about that place. It exudes a sense of danger. I hesitated long before deciding against exploring it. Aurel recalled similar passages from a biography he had read earlier, his thoughts drifting. By the way, how did Saladin's forces manage to advance so swiftly and get ahead of us? He asked, turning the conversation. They appear to be invading en masse, primarily focused on territorial acquisition. However, some impatient commanders have been encircled by our Luden Legion due to their reckless advance, the Baron explained, carefully stowing the map away. In this era, a detailed map is a treasure beyond compare. The once mighty Flaisal Empire now lies in ruins, and one wonders what can withstand the ravages of time. The Baron mused, lost in contemplation. Aurel, too, fell into a reflective silence as they sat side by side in the driver's seat, the only sound being the rhythmic clattering of hooves against the road. The sky grew dimmer, and the air began to cool. As the caravan continued its journey, Faint points of light began to emerge, akin to fireflies. Countless pale blue orbs danced around the carriage, each about the size of a fingernail. Their dreamy blue luminescence enveloping the roadway. Aurel widened his eyes in wonder at the enchanting spectacle. "What is this?" he murmured, instinctively reaching out to catch one of the blue orbs. The orb, delicate and resembling a dandelion seed, settled in his palm. The fine blue glow emanated from several wispy filaments, with an inconspicuous black seed dangling beneath, no larger than a sesame seed. It lay motionless in his hand. Devoid of warmth, its texture akin to a small tuft of cotton. The pale blue radiance illuminated his face, casting a gentle hue upon his features. This is the Quiramasha, meaning ocean's umbrella and flaysole. The flaysole people consider themselves children of the sea, viewing this plant as a symbol of their mother ocean watching over them on land. The Baron gazed at the sky filled with blue orbs, reminiscing about the last time he had witnessed such a rain of Masha. It is becoming difficult to see the road. Let us find a place to rest and set up camp, the Baron suggested, shaking his head to dispel his earlier thoughts. Very well. The three carriages came to a gentle halt at the edge of the woodlands. The group found a clear spot, with some guards dispersing to keep watch while others collected firewood and leaves to start a fire. The carriages were drawn together to form a makeshift defensive perimeter around the open space. Within 10 minutes, a soft yellow campfire blazed in the center, accompanied by 3 other fires kindled outside. The ladies and servants were ushered to the middle, surrounded by soldiers on guard. They began to unload food, water, and cooking utensils from the carriages, creating a lively atmosphere in the temporary camp. The Baron took refuge inside one of the carriages, where a traveling apothecary tended to his right eye. Aurel pulled a piece of cloth and sat on a stone outside the camp, with his quiver slung over his back. A silver cross sword at his waist, a silver throwing knife tucked into his chest, and a chain claw strapped to his lower back. He wore a brown leather armor suitable for the woods, lightweight yet protective, unlike heavy metal armor that would render him a cumbersome target. Seated on the stone, Aurel quietly observed the myriad blue lights overhead, feeling an unprecedented sense of wonder. "How enchantingly beautiful," he murmured softly, through the gaps in the carriage. He could see Maggie and Celia helping the ladies with various tasks, while Captain Mark of the Guards inquired about the surrounding situation. Several soldiers tended to the campfire, igniting the torches they had just prepared, expanding their watchful perimeter. Aurel sat quietly, undisturbed, as he had grown accustomed to this solitude each night. After some time, he pulled out a pendant, threading a green gem ring onto a thin cord to wear around his neck. As he toyed with the ring, Aurel began to wander around the camp, his gaze drifting among the underbrush and grass. After walking a short distance, he crouched before a patch of grass, which was merely a cluster of ordinary blades interspersed with a few pale red berries and jagged leaves, upon which small, unfamiliar insects crawled. Several blue masha seeds lay scattered among the grass, glowing faintly. Aurel plucked a red berry and tossed it into his mouth, a tart flavor spreading through his palate. Angela berry, a wild fruit with slight toxic properties. Source: Wild Plant Records. No enhancement components present, the chip's analysis chimed in. A flicker of disappointment crossed Angrel's face as he spat out the pulp. Is there truly nothing left to enhance my abilities? He mused, standing up with a sense of disillusionment. He wandered a few more circles, checking several spots, yet found no unexpected discoveries, the chip failing to indicate anything beneficial. Despite the limitations imposed by genetic constraints, attaining one's physical zenith prematurely remains Anglet's sole conceivable avenue for augmentation. In recent days, he has tenaciously foraged for and experimented with various flora within the woodlands, even venturing to sample insects. Fortunately, the mere act of mastication within his oral cavity suffices to yield analytical results, obviating the need for ingestion, lest Anglet succumb to countless instances of intoxication. The entirety of this world presents itself as novel and intriguing to him, imbuing Anglet with a sensation of perpetual rejuvenation upon encountering any object, thus precluding any sense of weariness in his relentless exploration. The night passed uneventfully, and the caravan resumed its journey at dawn on the subsequent day. The surrounding arboreal landscape gradually thinned. The Baron, ensconced within the lead carriage, craned his neck forward, anticipating their imminent egress from the forest and subsequent arrival at the answer plains. Anglet, seated within the carriage, diligently polished his longsword with an oil-soaked rag. Ergo, he mused, the forthcoming juncture represents a confluence of forest exits, potentially rendering it susceptible to brigand incursions? The Baron affirmed with a nod. We must heighten our vigilance. Anglet echoed the sentiment, gingerly sheathing his longsword. In recent days, the enigmatic radiant energy had propelled his agility to its utmost capacity, precluding further enhancement. Display my current physical attributes, he commanded mentally. Anglet Rio, Strength 2, 1-2. 6, Agility, 4, 1. Constitution, 2, 2. The chip promptly responded with the data. A tinge of resignation manifested upon Anglet's countenance. Fortunately, my agility has been amplified to an appreciable degree. I should now surpass my former self from a fortnight prior. Presumably, I am nearly on par with the Baron, albeit with superior swordsmanship to compensate for any disparity in physical prowess. Nevertheless, even with such capabilities, a surfeit of security remains elusive in this strife-ridden world. The aforementioned Grand Knight, whose strength dwarfed his own, had been readily encircled and annihilated, bereft of any means of resistance. His thoughts drifted back to the enigmatic power residing within the Emerald Ring, a power seemingly akin to the arcane arts practiced by wizards. This power bore a striking resemblance to the magical forces he had encountered in tales from his previous life on Earth. He surmised that the ring was likely an enchanted artifact. As he pondered his conjectures, the faint clamor of clashing armaments reached the carriage from ahead. A situation, the Baron declared, his countenance hardening. He promptly instructed the coachman to decelerate. The three carriages promptly reduced their velocity, endeavoring to minimize auditory output. Onglet proactively dismounted from the carriage. "Father, I shall investigate." The Baron acquiesced, cognizant of Anglet's formidable prowess. Onglet hastened forward, swiftly emerging from the forest and arriving at a meadow. He cautiously concealed himself within the arboreal shadows, peering into the distance. A convoy of 5 carriages was besieged by a sizable band of brigands adorned with gray headscarves. The caravan's guards engaged in a fierce melee with the marauders. Within the caravan's defensive circle, 3 mounted knights, their visages grim, confronted 5 men who appeared to be the brigand leaders. Onglet acutely discerned that these 2 factions possessed markedly superior strength compared to those surrounding them. Analyze target data, he thought. Instantly, his eyes were suffused with an azure hue, transforming his entire field of vision into a pale blue grid. Minute data streams materialized beside the opposing factions. Onglet nonchalantly directed his gaze towards a knight within the caravan. Unknown target. Strength exceeds 4, agility exceeds 2, constitution exceeds 3. He recoiled in astonishment. Such formidable individuals are ensnared in this predicament. Are these brigands truly so formidable? He had previously gleaned from the Baron that brigands rarely possessed knight-level capabilities. Any knight would be readily recruited by a lord, enjoying lavish accommodations and sustenance. The prospect of a knight resorting to brigandry was unfathomable. Moreover, the route between Rio Territory and Maria Port was typically plagued by small bands of brigands numbering a dozen or so, with the most formidable being pre-knight level, possessing only marginal superiority over ordinary soldiers. Yet, these brigands. Anglet's gaze settled upon one of the brigand leaders positioned at the forefront. A cascade of pale blue data automatically materialized. Unknown target. Strength exceeds 4, agility exceeds 4, constitution exceeds 3. Physique analysis. Exhibits formidable explosive potential. Shares a 72 similarity in explosive modality with Kale Rio. As Aurel ventured forth, he observed the countenance of his companions turning ashen. Casting his gaze upon the 5 brigand leaders, he discerned that the weakest among them was a mid-tier knight, while the others were at their peak strength. Surrounding them were over 10 knights, their formidable presence palpable. In stark contrast, the caravan consisted of merely 3 knights, with only 2 appearing to be at their zenith. It was no wonder that such a powerful assembly had found itself encircled. Aurel noted the highly organized manner of the brigands' assault, evidencing their rigorous training. They were clearly not mere robbers, but rather a formal military force masquerading as brigands to exploit the vulnerable. Realizing the dire situation, Aurel promptly retraced his steps, hastening back to the Baroness caravan. Upon hearing the grim tidings, the Baroness' expression darkened, and he swiftly resolved to take a detour, navigating sideways through the woods before re-entering the Ansur Prairie, hoping to evade this deceptive military force. Undoubtedly, these are the border troops of the Uxus Kingdom, the Baron declared, his face a canvas of concern. Seeing our weakened state, they have been emboldened to masquerade as robbers, preying upon the fleeing nobility. The besieged caravan likely consists of officials escaping from the great city of Rudin, and the fact that 3 peak knights have been ensnared is alarming. Aurel felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his throat, his heart racing as he attuned himself to the surrounding sounds, fearful that the brigands might discover their caravan and pursue them. Earlier, he had casually glanced at those who appeared to be lowly foot soldiers among the brigands, only to realize that at least 3 out of 10 possessed the physical prowess of aspiring knights. This suggested that their aim extended beyond mere thievery. They might also be training for battle. With such numbers, they could easily match the strength of a less capable knight, and combined with the might of the brigand leaders, any discovery would spell certain doom for the caravan. It dawned upon him that the term knight denoting strength was merely a concept relevant to rural locales like Leo. In the great cities, cultivating a significant number of aspiring knights would be a trivial task, with dozens or even hundreds not being an uncommon occurrence. Outside the brigands' formation, the 5 leaders eagerly observed the struggling knights of the besieged caravan. A bandit with a headscarf rushed in to report, "My lords, I spotted a young scout lurking behind the forest, likely a juvenile soldier sent for reconnaissance." "A juvenile soldier?" The bald man chuckled. "These Rudin scoundrels are fond of such tricks. Cast, shall you go or shall I?" He inquired of a fellow leader to his right. "Go ahead." Be swift. Do not delay. If we fail to rendezvous with the Legion commander and allow the Rudin royalty to escape, neither of us can shoulder the blame, the leader replied, his demeanor exuding a refined elegance. We shall resolve this within 20 minutes. What skilled combatants could possibly emerge from such a backward place? The bald man scoffed, drawing a massive cleaver from his side and raising it high. Come, 5 of you. Ankle, Hex, join me. Yes, Lord Siren, the 2 knights affirmed, their robust forms clad in black-green leather armor, one wielding a broadsword. Since there is nothing pressing, I shall accompany you as well, another bandit leader suddenly proclaimed. Riding forth. Siren cast a wary glance at him. Ulysses, are you intent on opposing me? He queried, his tone laden with discontent. Why would I? Lord Siren. I hold your valor and strength in high regard, Ulysses replied, a disarming smile gracing his features, an imposing metal longbow slung across his back, and a quiver of arrows at his side. Humph. A flicker of caution crossed Siren's eyes as he chose silence, waving his hand. Let us go. The 2 knights followed closely behind him, and the trio of sturdy steeds, accompanied by over 10 cavalrymen, swiftly retreated. Lord Siren, with 2 peak knights accompanying you. Why the haste? Do you truly believe anyone could escape from my grasp? Ulysses' voice was laced with a sharp, unnerving quality. Yet, Siren and his companions paid him no heed, intensifying their pace. In the sparse woods, a convoy of 3 black carriages moved cautiously along the forest path. The gaps between the trees were ample, presenting no hindrance to their passage. An air of tension enveloped the caravan, their faces etched with anxiety. Even the soldiers walking alongside appeared taut, ready for battle. At the helm of the first carriage sat a young lad with brown hair, fully armed, gripping a black wooden longbow sheathed in iron. A silver cross sword hung at his waist, and he donned leather armor, a quiver resting on his back. While his lower back bulged with an unknown item, his narrowed eyes surveyed the surroundings intently, the pace of the horses steady yet swift. Soon, a figure approached from behind, vaulting onto the carriage to sit beside the boy. With disheveled flaxen hair cascading over his shoulders and a robust build, it was none other than Baron Leo. Aurel? In 10 minutes we shall turn into the Answer Prairie. Beyond that, the map holds no records. We must not stray here, lest we become lost. The Baron spoke in a low tone. Understood, Father, Aurel nodded, glancing back at the rearward carriages. Through the windows, he saw the anxious faces of their female companions, while the soldiers remained tense, poised for any impending conflict. At the convergence of the forest and prairie, the sound of hooves echoed as a troop of cavalry adorned with gray headscarves swiftly appeared at the spot where Aurel had previously turned. Siren, mounted on his steed, surveyed the ground. Someone has passed this way. There are traces of the carriages, he remarked grimly. You lot, go investigate the surroundings. He commanded. No need, another knight leader. Ulysses declared loudly, dismounting with agility. I shall discern their direction. Crouching beside the wheel marks, Ulysses scrutinized the evidence. They must have spotted us and attempted to veer off course. We shall pursue that way, he instructed, pointing towards the direction Aurel and his party had taken. Humph. Siren scoffed, acknowledging Ulysses' tracking prowess, albeit begrudgingly. Let us proceed. As the cavalry prepared to depart, a sudden cacophony of neighing and the rolling of wheels echoed from afar, the sound unmistakably distinct. A glimmer of excitement crossed Ulysses and Siren's faces. A large convoy, a substantial catch, at least 10 carriages. Ulysses exclaimed, exhilaration surging through him. Siren raised his cleaver. Hex, Ankle, take a few men and intercept the fleeing caravan. The rest follow me. He urged his horse forward with urgency. Ulysses, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely, a cunning smile creeping onto his lips as he sought to seize the glory for himself. Ankle and Hazes observed as the 2 adults swiftly departed, taking with them a majority of the centaurs, leaving only 4 cavalrymen behind. They felt somewhat helpless. Let us proceed to intercept that convoy, Hazes suggested, shaking his head. I hope the convoy is not too formidable. What is there to fear? Our brothers are equipped with fine weapons, Ankle replied with a smile, brandishing a brown crossbow he retrieved from behind. The remaining cavalrymen chuckled lightly, each producing a crossbow from their saddlebags. As long as we retrieve our arrows afterwards, no one shall know it was us, Ankle remarked casually. In this manner, success is assured. Hazes nodded in agreement. Let us go. The group of cavalrymen swiftly rode towards the forest. Aurel sat at the front of the carriage when his expression suddenly altered. A notification from Chip Zero echoed in his ear, alerting him to the sound of hooves approaching from behind. 6 cavalrymen were rapidly closing in. So I have been discovered. His demeanor darkened. He leaped from the carriage, shouting, the convoy must keep moving. Do not halt. The guards alongside the convoy grew increasingly tense. Yet their disciplined training compelled them to obey the command and continue onward in silence. The Baron, witnessing his son leap from the carriage, sensed something was amiss. What is it, Aurel? Father, there are riders approaching from behind. I will stay behind to delay them. You must continue your journey. Angrel replied calmly. The Baron also dismounted, allowing another to take the reins, and approached Angrel directly. I will remain with you. You go on. It is of no concern. I will merely launch a few distant arrows and catch up shortly. Angrel smiled reassuringly. You should proceed. Father, I shall not confront them directly. My smaller profile makes it easier for me to evade capture. The Baron gazed intently at his son, aware that in these woods, Angrel's archery skills would provide him with a significant advantage, provided he concealed himself well. I will stay with you, he insisted in a firm tone. Angrel, feeling exasperated, replied, Our family's entire fortune is in the wagon. You must go on. I will be fine and catch up shortly. The Baron frowned, scrutinizing his son for a moment until the carriage ahead grew increasingly distant and the sound of hooves drew nearer. He finally nodded. 15 minutes. If you have not caught up by then, I will return for you. Understood. Angrel nodded in agreement. Although the Baron had faith in his son's abilities, the uncertainty of the enemy left him feeling uneasy. Angrel stood still, watching as his father's figure swiftly rejoined the advancing convoy. He then turned to face the shadows of the cavalrymen emerging from the forest. Drawing a white feathered arrow, he placed it on his longbow. With a sharp twang, the bowstring tightened, the black metal tip shimmering with a faint bluish-purple hue in the sunlight. 028 Mystery 1 with a swift motion, the white-feathered arrow was released. A muffled grunt echoed from a distance as Angrel distinctly heard the sound of a cavalryman tumbling from his mount, followed by a torrent of furious curses. His expression remained impassive as he drew another arrow from the quiver and nocked it on his longbow. Despite the distance of 200 to 300 meters between them, aided by the chip's precise targeting, his shots remained unfailingly accurate. This was his distinct advantage. As he drew the bowstring, Angrel focused intently, making minute adjustments based on the chip's corrections. Suddenly, a sharp pain jolted through his left arm. The longbow was wrenched askew, and the white-feathered arrow fell to the ground. A black crossbow bolt had lodged itself firmly in his left arm, piercing clean through. A crossbow. Angrel's heart raced in alarm. Without a moment to ponder, he rolled to the side. With a series of soft thuds, 3 crossbow bolts embedded themselves deeply into the ground where he had just stood, their shafts protruding above the grass. The might of this world's crossbows was indeed formidable. Quickly, Angrel pressed against his left arm, seeking refuge behind a sturdy tree trunk. The assailant's remarkable accuracy from such a distance indicated that he was no ordinary foe, perhaps even a knight. Suppressing the pain, Angrel retrieved the chain claw from his lower back, using its sharp edges to sever the arrow shaft embedded in his arm, leaving only a fragment lodged within the wound. He silently urged the chip for further assistance. 0. Do you have any other plans? This was to prevent the protruding arrow from hindering his movements or exacerbating his injuries. Fortunately, it was not poisoned. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. A wave of relief washed over Angrel as he realized that the enemies he had encountered thus far in this world had not employed poison weapons. The chip swiftly relayed information about the wound to his mind. The diamond-shaped arrowhead would cause the wound to bleed profusely at a rate of 1 per minute. He needed to conclude the battle within 10 minutes. 0 provided the most prudent advice. Damn it. A diamond-shaped arrowhead. Angrel cursed inwardly as he accessed the previous data logs, catching sight of the chip's alert regarding the crossbow bolt's launch. However, the information had flashed by too swiftly for him to react, almost like a blur, followed immediately by the details of his wound. Indeed, such rapid assaults posed the greatest threat to him. With a resigned sigh, Angrel drew forth another white-feathered arrow, gritting his teeth against the searing pain from his left arm. He once again pulled back the bowstring, beads of sweat forming on his brow as agony surged through him. The sound of approaching hooves grew increasingly audible behind him. He abruptly crouched and dashed to the left, releasing an arrow mid-flight. The shot met with no success. The white-feathered arrow embedded itself into a tree beside a cavalryman. The combination of his injury and the unfamiliarity of executing such a wide-ranging maneuver resulted in an alarmingly low accuracy. Nevertheless, the shot startled the horses, their front hooves rearing high as they whinnied in fright, attempting to retreat, but the knight clutched the reins tightly, urging them onward. He cannot escape. A man shouted, Anchor. Charge. Yes, replied another, as 2 steeds surged forward toward Angrel. The sound of steel rang out as 2 knights simultaneously drew their broadswords, charging at great speed. Angrel discarded his bow, grasping the chain claw instead, listening intently to the thundering hooves approaching from behind. As the sound drew near, he narrowed his eyes, driving one end of the chain claw into the tree trunk behind him. The noise quickly reached a critical proximity. He swung the claw with a flourish. The black chain shot forth to ensnare a nearby tree, wrapping around a thick branch 3 times, forming a makeshift lasso for the horses. The 2 galloping steeds, unable to decelerate in time, stumbled as the chain ensnared their legs. With a resounding crack, a branch splintered under the strain, and the chain was yanked forward. Both horses crashed to the ground, their front legs broken, emitting anguished cries. A knight was thrown forward, colliding with a stone and letting out a cry of distress. Angriel's heart leapt with exhilaration. He relinquished the chain claw and drew his long sword. Coincidentally, the knight had rolled directly in front of him. Angriel stepped forward, bringing his sword down in a decisive strike. Clang! The knight parried with a swift motion, retaliating with a powerful kick. Angriel recoiled, preparing for another attack when a chill coursed down his spine. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading a long sword that sliced through the air behind him. "You damned little brat." The knight behind him cursed in a peculiar dialect of Saracenic, but Angriel understood it well. The languages of Saracenic and Ruden bore striking similarities, differing only in accent, making comprehension effortless. The fallen knight had regained his footing and was now swinging his sword at Angriel. The two adversaries executed their movements with remarkable synchronization. Angriel found himself unable to mount a counterattack and was forced to retreat. The two knights, one on each side, attacked in a relentless flurry, their rhythm increasing in intensity. The resounding clang of their broad swords echoed continuously as Angriel was driven back by their overwhelming force. Both knights were nearing the pinnacle of their skill, and in their collaboration, even someone like this would likely be forced to withdraw. Though his face betrayed no emotion, anxiety brewed within him. Thud. Angriel was caught off guard and received a powerful kick to his guarding arms, sending him sprawling backward, rolling a considerable distance. He instinctively executed a somersault, his heightened agility allowing him to evade the 4 crossbow bolts that followed. However, the sudden motion caused his left arm to tear further, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. He dashed into a thicket, swiftly concealing himself behind a tree trunk. Finally, Angriel allowed himself a moment of respite, gasping for breath as sweat dripped from his chin. What to do? What to do? His mind was in turmoil. He found himself teetering on the brink of despair. 2 opponents approaching the pinnacle of knighthood combined their formidable strengths, while 4 crossbow bolts loomed from a distance, ever vigilant. Fleeing was perilous with the bolts tracking him, and a direct confrontation was futile against the knights. Angriel's thoughts spiraled into chaos, his desperation mounting. This was not the same situation as with Dis. The speed of Dis's throwing knives paled in comparison to the crossbow's rate of fire, leaving him no time to utilize the chip's alerts to evade. Just as before, a moment's delay would mean a bolt would fly toward him. 0. Provide the optimal strategy. With significant stamina depletion, I recommend neutralizing the ranged threats before making an immediate escape. If I could manage the crossbows, would I even need to ask you? Angriel's frustration flared. An attack was imminent from the left side of his head. The chip alerted him just in time. Angriel ducked low, thrusting his longsword upward in a counterattack. Clang! The knight's broadsword redirected his assault with ease, and the 2 knights flanked him, their swordplay harmonizing flawlessly, encircling Angriel. Angriel's once proud foundational sword skills offered no advantage against their mastery. Their techniques appeared to have been honed through relentless practice, with minimal extraneous movements. Whenever a gap in Angriel's defense emerged, the other knights swiftly filled it. They pressed on, encircling Angriel in a relentless barrage, their speed propelling them toward the edge of the woods. To be precise, Angriel was being forced toward the forest periphery by their unyielding assault. Once outside the woods, the 4 crossbow bolts would easily find their mark from any angle. They would not even need to approach to restrain him. Ali was acutely aware of his predicament. The relentless and impeccably coordinated assault of his adversaries left him no recourse but to continually retreat under the force of their blows. Their strength appeared to rival his own. Were it not for the exceptional precision of his swordsmanship, honed by the integrated chip, minimizing wasted movements and allowing him to parry their relentless attacks, Ali would have undoubtedly succumbed to their onslaught long ago. Even so, the laceration on Angley's left arm continued to worsen, and the kick he had blocked earlier sent throbbing pain through his right arm. The cumulative effect of physical exhaustion, blood loss, and increasingly feeble parries began to cloud his vision. Sweat trickled from his brow, stinging his eyes. To encounter such a formidable whelp, you must be a scion of the great roding noble houses? One of the knights remarked with a chuckle. Only the offspring of such aristocratic families could possess swordsmanship of this caliber, coupled with such remarkable physical prowess at such a tender age. Indeed, befitting a noble. If only Lord Salon and the others were present, we would have apprehended this brat long ago, the other knight hissed, his assault unwavering. The longswords in their hands danced like twin ribbons of silver, constantly crossing from left and right. With each attack, they seamlessly exchanged positions, perfectly dissipating momentum. Onglai found himself increasingly cornered. He attempted to reach for his throwing knives on several occasions, but the relentless nature of their attacks afforded him no opportunity. Thwack! A lapse in concentration resulted in a gash, a dozen centimeters in length, appearing on Angley's chest. It ends here. One of the knights roared, delivering a full-force blow. Ali desperately parried with his longsword. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing to the ground, utterly spent. He had gravely miscalculated both the potency of the crossbows in this world and the strength of the knights sent to pursue him. Lying on the ground, Angley's chest burned with excruciating pain. Blood seeped from his body, staining the grass. The dark soil beneath him was quickly saturated in crimson. I was far too presumptuous. Onglai thought with a sense of tranquility. Having already experienced death once, he was surprised by the unexpected serenity he felt in the face of a similar situation. He was now completely drained, his body riddled with grievous wounds, suffering from severe blood loss, and overwhelmed by exhaustion. He was utterly incapable of contending with the two knights and the 4 crossbows. As he watched the 2 knights slowly approach, casually wiping the blood from their broadswords, Alai silently pleaded, "Zero, are there any alternatives?" 029 Mysterious 2 Subject Survival Probability. 5. 15. Aside from the reserve plan, there are no rescue options available. Zero offered a response steeped in despair. Ongrel had anticipated Zero's reply and felt no surprise. It appeared that only the final method remained. He had previously attempted to harness a special energy to instantaneously amplify his speed, initially intending to conserve it for future exploration. He found himself compelled to employ it at this moment. This was his last trump card, yet his plan to ambush the pursuers was rendered impossible. He activated the reserve plan, reclining on the grass, gazing up at the treetops. The azure sky was adorned with drifting clouds, while a black bird gracefully swept across, emitting a crystalline call. The sky, pure as a gemstone. Ongrel found himself momentarily entranced. Gemstone, he suddenly jolted. A pair of enigmatic characters slowly materializing in his mind. Unbidden, he shouted aloud, "Mance!" A vivid surge of green light erupted from him. The verdant aura shone like the sun, extraordinarily radiant amidst the woods. The faces of the 2 knights shifted in alarm. "It's a cursed item. Retreat." The knights turned to flee as if confronted by some terrifying entity. Crack. Everything around him froze. The world transformed into a monochrome tableau. The fleeing knights were suspended mid-stride, 1 foot still raised in the air. Fallen leaves hung motionless, while distant cavalry raised their bows, aiming towards him. The golden sunlight morphed into shades of gray. Silence enveloped the scene. Even the wind ceased to stir. Ongrel lay dazed on the ground, his body radiating a potent green light. Everything around him had become a world of black and white, frozen in time, save for himself. A strong scent of brine invaded his nostrils, as if he were enveloped in a gentle breeze. Warning! Warning! Radiation energy is eroding the subject significantly. Rapid depletion of stored energy. 10, 9, 8, 7. The cold mechanical voice continuously chimed. Ongrel finally regained his senses. He sprang to his feet, the green aura cascading off him like flowing water. Gripping his sword, he hastened towards the 2 knights. Swoosh! In an instant, the black and white world dissipated. The green light faded, and all sounds returned to their former state. The footsteps of the knights, the rustling leaves, the melodious chirping of birds, along with a vibrant spectrum of colors. The 2 knights ran desperately forward, but their heads suddenly rolled away, landing at Angrel's feet. Blood erupted from their necks like a fountain. Thud, thud. The corpses collapsed silently to the ground. Aurel stood there, sword in hand, staring down at the lifeless heads. Is this the power of a sorcerer? Energy depleted. The chip continued to signal. Awakened from his stupor, Aurel bent low as 3 crossbow bolts whizzed past his upper body. With a swift motion, he hurled a dagger that struck one of the distant pursuers, causing a scream and ensuing chaos. The remaining 3 turned their horses in terror and fled. Aurel surged forward, rifling through the pockets of the 2 knights to seize 2 coin pouches before swiftly pursuing the Baron. He sensed his body had been momentarily paralyzed, with all pain from his wounds seemingly abated. Only a fierce, tearing pain surged through his mind like a tide. Angrel's vision darkened, becoming increasingly blurred. He pressed on towards the Baron's direction, unwavering in his determination. He could not fathom why his recent use of energy differed from past attempts, nor could he comprehend the meaning behind the momentary stasis of the world. The mysterious, terrifying power left him with a lingering sense of dread. He continued to run, unaware of how long he had been at it. In his hazy vision, the familiar figure of the Baron rushed towards him. Ongrel, my God! The Baron's trembling voice reached him, muffled and urgent. Ongrel stumbled forward, collapsing into the Baron's embrace. The Baron's face was a mask of fear, his anxious demeanor juxtaposed against the surrounding gasps of shock. Aurel felt the throbbing pain in his head intensify. In his father's eyes, he saw a reflection of his own, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, his pallid complexion and vacant gaze. The chip 0 seemed to be signaling something, but he could hear nothing over the overwhelming agony in his head. 15 days later, on an endless expanse of green prairie, 3 black carriages moved slowly like ants. A fierce wind swept across the grassland, causing the blades to bend and ripple in waves. In the lead carriage, a brown-haired youth peered out from the compartment. His body was wrapped in layers of gray cloth, his face devoid of color. Ongrel, do you feel any better? A deep voice emanated from within the carriage. Ongrel nodded. Much better, father. In a little while, I should fully recover. That's good to hear. The Baron let out a relieved sigh. Next time, I will never allow you to undertake such tasks alone. Ongrel offered a faint smile. It had been 15 days since he left the forest. That harrowing injury had left him unconscious for 2 full days before he gradually awakened. The chip's diagnostics revealed extensive muscle strains, severe blood loss, a fracture in his left arm, and a cracked bone in his right hand, alongside a moderate concussion and cerebral hemorrhage. In just 15 days, one could not help but marvel at the superior physical resilience of the inhabitants of this world, far exceeding that of Earth. Enrel mused that had he been on Earth, he would have been bedridden for at least 2 months. Yet here, he had nearly recovered in a mere 10 days, a testament to his remarkable physical constitution. The formidable nature of his body was not without merit. Its impressive recuperative abilities were among its most notable traits. Enrel leaned against the carriage window, gazing at the retreating prairie beyond, while silently searching for information on the chip. He continuously analyzed the sudden burst of energy from that day, striving to uncover its origins. Today, he had come closer to understanding the circumstances. After all, the ring had been acquired from Dis. Why had Dis not utilized such a powerful artifact? It remained clutched to his chest until the end. Had Dis unleashed that power, Enrel would surely have been annihilated. Throughout these days, he had compared the data from his body at that moment with previous readings taken during the use of radiation energy. He had begun to understand why Dis had refrained from using the ring. The radiation energy could only be activated through sound if the user possessed a certain amount of corresponding energy within their body. The chip concluded that the sound activation initially produced only light and minimal agility enhancement, which could be deemed negligible. It was tentatively hypothesized that the ring possessed some inherent limiting structure, restricting energy release to a mere trickle at a time. Enrel had thus grasped the reason behind it. As his body underwent continuous enhancement through energy radiation, it also met the prerequisites for the ring's optimal utilization, namely, the presence of homologous energy within. The chip's extraction of all the ring's energy circumvented the structural limitations inherent in the ring itself. Previously, Angler had attempted to use radiation energy without uttering the sonic activation sequence. It wasn't until that day, in a moment of inspiration, that he recited the activation sequence, simultaneously unleashing the energy. The radiation energy then erupted without restraint, likely expending all of its multi-use capacity in one go, resulting in that extraordinarily potent effect. Dis, it seemed, had only recently acquired the ring. Otherwise, he would have invoked the activation sequence before his demise. Evidently, he himself couldn't properly activate it. He could only keep it on his person, perhaps hoping the ring's energy would radiate into his body, fulfilling the usage conditions. Angler surmised. The carriage advanced languidly, and Angler gradually lapsed into contemplation. Dis's affair was, in a way, resolved. But that day's terrifying effect, which later caused simultaneous muscle strain throughout his body, strongly suggested that the effect of freezing everything was an illusion created by my brain and body accelerating to a limit. That's roughly right. But why did everything turn black and white? Perhaps the energy radiation caused a change in the spectrum. Chip, display the spectral analysis of the state at that time. Angler murmured. The colors in sunlight were forcibly stripped away by the radiation energy, leaving residual white light, ultimately resulting in a black and white effect, Zero reported. Simultaneously, a color spectral analysis data chart automatically appeared in Angler's field of vision, continuously displaying changing bar graphs showing the spectral changes at the time. Then why did the green light appear on my body? The subject itself became a light source, the chip instantly replied, as Angler's auxiliary chip. It could extract the task subject from Angler's inquiries, perform rapid analysis and judgment, derive conclusions, and then quickly relay them to Angler. Angler slowly nodded. The general situation was now analyzed. But regrettably, the stored radiation energy was completely exhausted. If it weren't for the chip extracting energy, I probably wouldn't have been able to use that ring. Angler mused. So the user must possess homologous energy. That means the user must also have this energy. And the person who has such power is probably the legendary wizard. Angler pulled out the emerald ring hanging around his neck, held it in his hand, and examined it carefully. This ring is likely something only a wizard can use. I remember those 2 knights calling it a magical item. It seems that this should be the name of this type of treasure. His index finger gently caressed the surface of the ring's gemstone. After a brief dalliance with the emerald ring, Alai meticulously stowed it away, concealing it within his tunic. The rhythmic rumble of the carriage wheels echoed from beyond the window, the carriage swaying in time with the cadence. The Baron, seated across from him, intermittently imbibed from a black leather flask, savoring each draught. Fortunately, we encountered a rivulet a few days prior, allowing us to cleanse ourselves and our garments. Otherwise, the entire caravan would be enveloped in a miasma of fador, he jested. Onlai offered a wan smile. Alas, our water supply is finite. A bath every fortnight is a luxury. At present, one can detect the pungent effluvium of perspiration upon approach. The Baron responded with a touch of resignation. Such is the exigency. According to the cartography, this route presents the shortest intervals between water sources. Alai observed the nascent wrinkles etching his father's visage, the once indomitable spirit now tinged with weariness. The debilitating injuries and their lingering sequelae had begun to erode his erstwhile fortitude, perhaps exacerbated by the perfidy of comrades. A sigh resonated within Angli's breast. He was cognizant of the profound impact of August Knight's betrayal upon his father. Yet, such wounds could only be assuaged by the gentle balm of time. Then, father, I shall retire to the rearmost carriage, Onlai uttered softly. The Baron acquiesced with a nod. Proceed, but eschew strenuous exertion, otherwise, indulge as you see fit. Alai acknowledged his father's increasingly senescent countenance with a silent sigh. He drew back the curtain and alighted from the carriage. As the curtain fell, the Baron's flaxen tresses appeared lackluster in the sunlight. He gazed pensively into the distance, as if lost in reverie. A pang of sympathy resonated within Alai. He averted his gaze and hastened towards the second carriage. Good morrow, Master Onlai. Master Onlai descends. The soldiers flanking the carriage greeted Onlai with warmth. He found these men more reliable than the probationary knights. Alai responded with a courteous nod and boarded the second carriage. At the reins sat Madame Geline, Maggie's mother. The middle-aged woman, now past her prime, bore the tracery of wrinkles on her face. She appeared as an ordinary matron. Upon Angli's arrival, she offered a respectful smile. Master Alai, welcome. Indeed. Are Maggie and the others prepared? Alai inquired as he drew back the curtain. They conveyed that they are nearly so, Madame Geline replied promptly. Excellent. Onlai nodded and entered the carriage. The carriage was capacious, akin to a large recreational vehicle from Earth's past. It resembled a sizable bedchamber. Maggie, Cersei, and several others, 9 in total, along with Madame Geline, the driver, occupied the carriage, albeit with a modicum of compression. Initially, Onlai had been taken aback, but upon observing that the steeds were twice the size of their terrestrial counterparts, he readily reconciled himself to the situation. In this realm, not only were humans physically robust, but the fauna were equally endowed. Within the carriage, Maggie and Cersei were meticulously arranging an assortment of flora and fauna, including insects and fruits. A chromatic array of plants and insects, ranging from scarlet to azure, occupied one corner of the carriage. The remaining occupants were dispersed throughout the carriage. Onlai cast his gaze about the interior. In addition to Maggie and Cersei, there were Maggie's father and Cersei's mother. The Baron's 2 sons and daughter were engaged in a game with several ants. The apothecary, Henry, his face etched with fatigue, reclined against the carriage wall, his eyes closed in slumber. The young girl, Cecilia, was ensconced in a corner, covered by a gossamer blanket, fast asleep. The 3 half-siblings, upon his entry, bowed their heads in deference, acknowledging his status and prowess. Brother Alai, Cersei, and Maggie greeted him in hushed tones, relinquishing a purplish root. How fares the preparation? Alai inquired, casting a glance at the jumble of vegetation. As per your directive, we have procured several hundred novel species of plants and insects. We have eschewed those of extreme toxicity. Maggie responded eagerly, casting a triumphant glance at Cersei. I am deeply indebted to you both. Alai was unperturbed. He embraced Maggie and lightly pinched her shapely posterior. He then brushed his lips against Cersei's. Now, rest yourselves. He retrieved a cloth sack containing plants and insects, and alighted from the carriage, before boarding the last carriage. Has father visited in recent days? In the company of Madame Katusha? Onlai inquired casually. Mark shook his head. The Baron has been despondent of late. Pray, counsel him when you have the opportunity. Alai nodded. Madame Katusha was Cersei's mother, a woman of allure and sagacity. In times past, the Baron might not have deigned to notice her, given the abundance of comely women in the castle. However, during the inquiry regarding those who would remain, Madame Katusha was the sole woman to volunteer. This prompted the Baron to shower her with affection. During their journey, he had taken pleasure in visiting the 3rd carriage daily with Madame Katusha. However, since Angli's injury, the Baron had ceased these visits. Father's spirits have been flagging of late. Fear not, he shall recover in due course, Alai responded with resignation. Alas, Mark sighed, lapsing into silence. Alai drew back the curtain and entered the carriage. Amidst the heavy cargo, a space equivalent to a cot had been left for repose. Onlai seated himself on the floor, leaning against a wooden crate. He placed the sack on the ground, opened it, and extracted a small quantity of purplish-red leaves, which he began to masticate. Angli's face contorted as he chewed the leaves. The flavor was evidently unpalatable. After a moment, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. He removed a pre-prepared cloth and spat out the remnants. He then reached into the sack and extracted a plump, verdant caterpillar. The caterpillar resembled its terrestrial counterpart, save for 2 branch-like protuberances on its head. As Alai held it, the caterpillar's head writhed incessantly. Its skin was covered in wrinkles, rendering it repulsive. Angli's visage was one of distaste. He squeezed the insect firmly, causing it to rupture, its greenish-blue ichor flowing over his hand. He extended his other hand, dipped a finger into the fluid, and tasted it. Ugh, he grimaced. After a moment, a flicker of disappointment passed through his eyes. Onlai proceeded to sample the next plant or insect. He repeated this process until the sack was empty, whereupon he exhaled with relief. 2 promising specimens, he murmured, returning a cluster of black raspberries to the bag, along with a triangular green leaf. Over the past few days, he had identified over 20 substances that could augment his physical attributes. These were the product of experimentation with hundreds, even thousands, of plants and insects. Among the more than 20 varieties, only 4 possess no side effects. The remainder exhibit varying degrees of adverse effects and have been discarded by Overlord. Nevertheless, the chip's storage capacity has meticulously recorded all data pertaining to these plants and insects. Additionally, those plants and insects that lack enhancement properties have also been cataloged after analysis, enriching the chip's database for future reference. On the floor of the right compartment, a tattered cloth lay scattered with a chaotic assortment of debris. Overlord carefully wrapped the cloth and leaped down onto the grass before returning to the carriage. 0. How much data has been recorded in total? Overlord mused quietly. A total of 341 plant species, 49 insect types, and 21 animal tissues, 0 accurately reported. So much. Overlord inhaled deeply, lost in contemplation. Brother Overlord? Are you there, Brother Overlord? Maggie's voice filtered through the carriage curtain. Overlord snapped back to reality. Come in. A vibrant youthful figure slipped through the curtain. Maggie was one of those girls whose physique had developed remarkably early. At merely 13, she possessed curves akin to those of a 15-year-old girl on Earth, a prominent bosom, a full and pert posterior, and a slender waist. Clad in a gray ensemble and boots, this beauty showcased her most admirable attributes. Despite her attire resembling that of a professional woman, it revealed much of her rounded thighs above the knees. The fair and smooth skin of the young girl danced before Overlord, reflecting a subtle white luminescence. Brother Overlord, I've come to change my clothes. Maggie's voice was soft and delicate as she stood before him. A flicker of warmth ignited within Overlord's chest. He gently pulled Maggie closer, urging her to sit before him. What are you changing into? He whispered near her ear. I'm changing my underwear. Maggie's cheeks flushed crimson, clearly indicating that her visit was not merely for a wardrobe change. Overlord's expression shifted slightly as he tenderly stroked Maggie's shoulder-length hair, inhaling the sweet fragrance that lingered about her. Then I shall step outside for a moment, he said with a soft smile. Maggie gently shook her head, her face awash with shyness. I would like you to help me change. 2 months later, in a certain part of the Ansar Prairie, a small caravan consisting of merely 3 black wagons moved slowly across the vast expanse of grassland. The sides of the wagons bore an emblem depicting a soaring eagle ensnared by a circle of thorns. At noon, the sky was shrouded in thick gray-white clouds, obscuring any trace of sunlight. The fierce wind rustled through the grass as the wagons strained against the gusts to progress forward. Overlord sat within the first wagon, gazing pensively at the endless green prairie. In recent days, he had begun to enhance his physical prowess by collecting plants and insects. However, despite his gradual improvement, the lingering aftereffects of his previous severe injury posed a significant challenge. While practicing his swordsmanship, he found his limbs increasingly prone to sprains. Following an examination by a healer, he was diagnosed with osteoporosis, a consequence of the intense radiation energy that had permeated his body. Fortunately, Overlord was now utilizing the plants and insects he had discovered to further strengthen himself, yet complete recovery still seemed at least a month away. Clad in a black hunting outfit, he sat by the wagon window, his ears attuned to the sounds surrounding him. With the aid of a chip, he could discern the faintest noises amidst the cacophony, enabling him to detect the movements of potential bandits or thieves. On several occasions, the caravan had narrowly evaded ambushes, thanks to Overlord's keen observations. Over the past 2 months, they had encountered several small bands of marauders, all of whom were repelled by the Baron. The larger groups of thieves were also avoided through Overlord's acute senses. After enduring 5 or 6 fierce battles, tragedy struck when one of the Baroness' sons, Overlord's brother, was mortally wounded by a stray arrow that struck his neck, claiming his life instantly. That encounter was the most perilous of all, as their adversaries were a band of marauding horsemen intent on slaughtering another group of nobles. Swift as the wind, they charged with incredible speed, accompanied by archers on horseback. Overlord himself was struck by an arrow during the fray. They witnessed with horror as 4 or 5 knights among the surrounded nobles charged forward only to be cut down by a hail of arrows, their cries echoing in the air. Had it not been for the valiant defense of the surrounding nobles, who fought desperately to divert the horsemen, many more would have perished, or they might have been entirely annihilated. As the caravan traversed the land, they passed through several fields littered with the corpses of fallen warriors, remnants of intense battles. Among the remains, Overlord recognized the body of a renowned knight he had once seen in the capital, which instilled a deep sense of dread within the caravan for days on end. Through these numerous encounters, Overlord gained a clear understanding of his standing in this world. In one particularly fierce battle, he single-handedly felled 28 marauders, a remarkable feat achieved through a combination of archery and close combat. Yet, he found himself powerless against the mounted archers. He paid the price of a wound to his right arm to claim the lives of only 15, exhausting all his arrows in the process. Those marauders were remarkably swift and adept at evading arrows while mounted. Without the assistance of his chip, it would have been impossible for him to achieve such a tally. In subsequent skirmishes, they encountered a group of marauders disguised as soldiers. The leader, a knight-level warrior, shot down several men from the caravan before Engrel and the Baron managed to retaliate, ultimately killing the commander at the cost of their own injuries. The knights of this world resembled the great generals of ancient China, powerful warriors whose combat effectiveness was greatly influenced by their armaments. Engrel discerned that he ranked as a mere second-tier fighter amidst the chaos of this vast conflict. Returning to his thoughts, Engrel silently assessed his current physical condition. After a brief examination, the results were disheartening. Strength at 2.7, agility at 3.0, and constitution at 1.2. What troublesome after-effects, he murmured under his breath. After half an hour of travel, Engrel suddenly changed his expression, straining to listen intently. Moments later, he straightened up and called out, "There's fighting ahead. Stop the wagons." The Baron turned his gaze towards him. "Are they marauders?" "Yes, but they appear to be a small group." Engrel nodded. The Baron frowned. "I'll go take a look." He quickly donned his silver chainmail and grasped his massive black sword, pushing aside the wagon curtain to leap out. The wagon gradually came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, the Baron shouted from outside, "Engrel, the nobles of Rudin are besieged ahead. We should take a detour." Just as Engrel was about to respond, his expression darkened. He seemed to detect something ominous. "We may not have time. The marauders are charging towards us. Our wagon cannot outrun their horses. Prepare for battle." He hastily donned his leather armor, slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder, and stepped out of the wagon with his silver cross sword in hand. Before them, amidst the verdant expanse, a cluster of small dark figures marked the battlefield he had sensed. A cacophony of war cries erupted as a band of marauders, brandishing shining sabers, charged towards them. "Prepare for combat," Captain Mark bellowed, drawing his sword. With a clatter of steel, all the soldiers unsheathed their long swords and curved blades, standing ready. Engrel focused intently, raising his longbow. The quiver no longer contained white-feathered arrows, but rather an assortment of ordinary wooden arrows he had scavenged from the remnants of previous battles. His supply of white-feathered arrows had long since been exhausted. While wooden arrows lacked in lethality, their abundance compensated for it. After several encounters, he had collected 4 or 5 quivers. Now, all the soldiers contributed their arrows to Engrel, seeking to maximize their ranged firepower, for he was their most skilled archer. Drawing a wooden arrow, he fitted it to his bowstring and took aim. The Baron, clad in chainmail, positioned himself protectively in front of Engrel, ready to shield him from any incoming projectiles. With a swift release, a marauder fell to the ground. Engrel continued to fire, each arrow finding its mark. As the charging marauders fell before they could reach the caravan, forcing the remaining 2 to retreat in panic. The Baron's gaze was drawn to the silver rose emblem on the besieged noble S-wagon, signifying their status among Rudin's upper echelons. Likely at least of count rank. If we save them, he mused, perhaps we could gain some favor in Maluya. What favor? Engrel scoffed. They are merely a branch of the royal bloodline. It is said that the Rudin royal family has 4 main branches, each with numerous minor branches. Who knows which obscure lineage they belong to? Even so, the silver emblem warrants a gamble. The Baron replied solemnly. The royal family has always maintained good relations with the Andes Alliance. These individuals are likely seeking refuge with high-ranking relatives within the alliance. Many of Rudin's nobility have intermarried with the Andes elite. Such a small band of marauders should merely be a splinter of a larger force. Evidently, they had distanced themselves from the main body of brigands, advancing ahead in pursuit. Angrily furrowing his brow, angrily suggested, "If that's the case, let's obliterate these bandits. It's an opportune moment to replenish our arms and equipment. Our weapons have become somewhat dilapidated lately, and we're also out of maintenance oil." The convoy swiftly approached, allowing Angrily and his companions to discern the plight of the besieged nobles. Beside a diminutive carriage adorned with silver trim, 2 knights clad in resplendent silver-white plate armor valiantly shielded a handsome young man. Both knights possessed knightly prowess, yet their swordsmanship exuded a flamboyant, ostentatious quality, lacking practical efficacy. Beads of perspiration trickled down their faces, suggesting their imminent collapse. The protected man bore an expression of sheer terror, his opulent attire betraying his status as a pampered scion of a noble lineage. Surrounding them, a throng of over 20 brigands assailed them in alternating waves. Scattered across the ground lay the corpses of 7 or 8 bandits, testaments to the knight's earlier efforts. Angrily frowned, swiftly drawing a wooden arrow. With 3 successive shots, he impaled 3 of the foremost bandits. Captain Mark and the Baron, accompanied by their men, charged forth with thunderous roars, extricating 4 or 5 brigands from the fray and dispatching them with a flurry of blows. The encircling bandits were thrown into disarray, evidently taken aback by the ferocity of their adversaries. The brigand leader, a knight himself, bellowed in fury and clashed mightily with the Baron. Seizing the opportunity, angrily loosed an arrow that narrowly pierced the leader's right breast. Panic seized the brigand chief, and he turned to flee. With a guttural roar, the Baron swung his great sword with devastating force. The blade cleaved through the brigand leader's neck, sending his head flying a considerable distance, where it impaled itself upon the grassy terrain. The remaining brigands scattered in disarray, each seeking his own escape. 032 After the bandits had fled, the rescued trio hastily approached. One of the knights, still at a distance, exclaimed, "This is the carriage of Count Philip, son of Marquis Rudin Sirius." The young man following behind meticulously adjusted his disheveled attire, seemingly preoccupied with his appearance. The Baron, his countenance hardening, quickly stepped forward, offering a slight bow. "Count Philip." Baron Kelrio of the southern borderlands extends a welcome. Henri followed suit with a respectful bow and a smile. Upon hearing the title of Count, the other soldiers began to murmur amongst themselves. Observing their leader's deference, they offered their greetings in a disarrayed fashion. Some knelt on one knee, others merely bowed, and still others awkwardly brandished their swords. The Baron, noticing the soldiers' actions, couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Henri, too, found the situation amusing. Given the imminent peril, Lord Kelrio's timely intervention is deeply appreciated. This act of kindness shall not be forgotten. Philip, the elegantly attired young man, declared loudly, seemingly unconcerned with the soldiers' disorganization. His clear voice bore a striking resemblance to that of a pop singer from Andrew's previous life on Earth, possessing a certain magnetic quality. The Baron straightened up, his expression earnest. "Count, the journey has been long and arduous. Might I inquire as to your intended destination?" Count Philip exchanged a glance with his two knight escorts, betraying a hint of hesitation. "We seek passage to Maruja Harbor, where the governor is a sworn brother to my father. Amidst this turmoil, we intend to seek refuge with him," Philip replied with a faint smile, his tone conveying a subtle blend of detachment and affability. Having discerned that Kelrio was merely a baron and appeared respectfully submissive, he subtly exuded an air of superiority, a natural consequence of his higher rank. "In that case, Count, do you currently have accommodations? If not, I would be honored to have you join my caravan as we make our way to Maruja Harbor," the Baron offered. Masking his elation, Philip, already harboring such intentions, revealed a flicker of interest. A young knight whispered a few words in his ear, prompting a slight nod. "Very well. I had initially planned to rejoin my father's caravan, but given your gracious invitation, Baron, I shall join your company." What an imbecile, Henri thought to himself. If he had the option of rejoining his father's caravan, why would he choose to join a small, uncertain noble's caravan? He can't even concoct a plausible excuse. It was evident that Philip had been separated from his father's party, likely due to an attack by a large band of bandits. Andre's gaze fell upon the two flamboyant knights, whom he dismissed as mere peacocks. The Baron escorted Philip and his two companions back to the caravan, where the occupants of the carriages had dismounted to pay their respects. Philip offered only a casual nod. Henri frowned slightly, observing as the Baron and the trio engaged in conversation, reminiscing about acquaintances and events in the kingdom of Rudin, gradually establishing a sense of familiarity. Before long, they had discovered common acquaintances among the nobility. Philip's carriage was then brought closer to the caravan, joining the procession. Henri stood alongside Captain Mark, his station precluding him from participating in such discussions. He could only listen from the sidelines. After a brief exchange, Philip stifled a yawn. "Lord Kelrio, I find myself fatigued. I shall retire to rest. Of course, with us as your protectors, Count, please rest assured," the Baron replied with a smile. Philip offered a curt nod and, accompanied by one of his knights, returned to his carriage. The other knight whispered a few words to the Baron. "I understand. Please wait a moment." The Baron replied with a nod. The knight then returned to the carriage, seemingly satisfied. Henri overheard the exchange, realizing that they were inquiring about the availability of sufficient water and provisions. Once the trio had departed, he spoke. "Father, while our water supply has recently been replenished, it is only sufficient for our own needs for approximately 1 month, and we must conserve it. Our food supplies are also dwindling." The Baron raised his hand to silence him. "Our rescue of Count Philip will undoubtedly yield benefits at Maruja Harbor far outweighing these minor inconveniences. We must all economize and ensure that they are adequately supplied with water and food. Our future prospects will then be brighter." Henri frowned. "How can we be certain that their claims are truthful? I have heard of his title. He is said to be one of Marquis Sirius's most favored sons. The fact that he is escorted by 2 mid-level knights speaks volumes about the importance placed upon him," the Baron explained. "Those two don't appear to be of knightly caliber," Henri remarked dubiously. The Baron chuckled. "They practice what is known as courtly swordsmanship, primarily intended for display and demonstration before the upper echelons of the aristocracy. While aesthetically pleasing, its practical application has diminished over the years. Their knightly prowess is likely the result of lavish resources. Those two knights likely hail from prominent backgrounds as well. Is that so?" Henri mused, intrigued. The Baron patted Henri on the shoulder. "Let us all be accommodating to the three of them. Thanks to those bandits, we can continuously replenish our horses, significantly increasing our speed. We should reach the border and enter the territory of Andes in approximately 2 months. We need not endure this for long. Airi nodded, falling silent. 2 guards approached the Count's carriage with food and water skins, delivering the supplies. Meanwhile, other soldiers were rounding up the horses of the deceased bandits to serve as spare mounts. Airi approached the bandit he had slain, examining the wooden arrows. Most were shattered and unusable, and none of the bandits carried bows or arrows. He frowned, rising to his feet with a splintered brown wooden arrow in hand. With a gentle snap, the arrow broke in 2. This is troublesome, Airi muttered with a hint of frustration. Our supply of wooden arrows is dwindling. 3 days later, somewhere in the central Ansur Plains, a fine, gray drizzle slanted with the wind. Across the boundless green prairie, a small caravan moved slowly forward. 4 black carriages formed a line, the second carriage more opulent than the others. Within the first carriage, a brown-haired youth with a composed demeanor meticulously chewed on something. In his hand, he held a bunch of crimson wild raspberries. While not particularly handsome, the youth's calm, collected gaze inspired a sense of reliability. He was clad in a clean, practical black hunting outfit. This was Airi, diligently striving to restore his strength. Plucking a crimson raspberry from the cluster, he placed it in his mouth, his face contorting slightly from the tartness. He suppressed the grimace. On the small table beside him sat a black water skin and a large cluster of crimson raspberries. Airi continued to consume the raspberries one by one, occasionally glancing out the carriage window at the prairie. After 10 minutes, having devoured all the raspberries in his hand and on the table, Airi seized the water skin and took a long swig. The carriage curtain was abruptly pulled aside, revealing a middle-aged man with flaxen hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He wore black and crimson aristocratic attire. It was Baron Kelrio, his brow furrowed. He spoke in a hushed tone. Airi, we may be in dire straits. Our supplies of food and water are dwindling, sufficient only for half a month's consumption. Angriel's expression darkened. Upon careful consideration, the presence of those 3 individuals indeed posed a considerable dilemma. What do you intend to do, father? If all else fails, we may have to resort to slaughtering a horse, the Baron replied with resignation. After all, we had previously seized 4 horses from the bandits. This would be a last resort. Angriel murmured, horse meat is tough and unpalatable, with an unpleasant odor. It is coarse and likely unappealing to anyone except in times of dire hunger. The Baron remained silent, pondering alternative solutions. Yesterday, I observed that esteemed Count pouring a large barrel of water from his carriage, presumably for bathing. The white bread and meat broth we sent over were largely untouched, carelessly discarded by the roadside. At this rate, no amount of water or food will suffice for their needs, Angriel lamented. If we fail to care for him properly, his gratitude may turn to enmity. Such is our predicament. The Baron smiled wryly. Those 3 are accustomed to luxury. They were just asking me for oil to polish their weapons and armor. We are nearly out of cooking oil, yet they still wish to use it for their gear. Let us endure a little longer. Father, it would be prudent for you to have a serious discussion with them. Otherwise, if this continues, it won't be 5 days before the entire food supply of the caravan is squandered, Angriel advised. Indeed, I shall speak with them personally, the Baron nodded in agreement. Rising, the Baron lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. Angriel sighed, grasping the water pouch and shaking it. It was half empty. He too dismounted from the carriage and walked towards the rear. Climbing onto the last wagon, he found Captain Mark driving the horses with little enthusiasm. Upon seeing Angriel approach, he managed a feeble smile. Captain Philip II Mark, I shall fetch some water, Aurel remarked with a shake of his water pouch, a smile gracing his lips. There is not much left, Mark replied with resignation. That night just came by and took a barrel of clean water, claiming it was for washing clothes. Washing clothes? It is raining. One could simply collect water in a basin, Aurel frowned. Never mind, I will fill the pouch and then take some jam and white bread. I am feeling a bit hungry. Mark offered a wry smile. My lord, only black bread remains. The white bread was taken by those 2 knights. Aurel was taken aback. They took it all. Indeed, Mark nodded. Aurel felt a stir of annoyance within. I shall take a look myself, he declared, lifting the curtain to step into the wagon. The wagon, once brimming with supplies, now felt rather empty. The stacks of brown barrels had diminished by about half. Aurel approached a waist-high water barrel on the left and lifted the lid. It was empty. His brow furrowed as he moved to the second barrel, only to find it devoid of water as well. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th barrels were all empty. Only the last 2 barrels retained a semblance of their former contents. Aurel's frustration simmered. When he had last checked, nearly 1 barrel had been emptied. In just 2 days, 4 large barrels had been drained. The water was sufficient to quench everyone's thirst for over a week. He hastily scooped a ladle of water into the pouch and replaced the lid. He then opened the barrel containing bread, jam, and jerky, only to discover it filled with black bread, while the jerky had significantly diminished, leaving only a scant amount. Aurel took a piece of black bread and a bit of jerky, frowning as he closed the lid. He exited the wagon and made his way back to the front cart. The Baron had yet to return. Unrel sat alone at the table, inspecting the black bread in his hands. The elongated loaf felt as solid as wood, hard and unyielding. Its surface bore yellow stripes, and its size was comparable to 2 fists. He brought one into his mouth and bit down with force. A soft crack echoed, resembling the sound of splitting wood. Crumbling white bread scattered from the fissure. Angrel's expression darkened. The taste of black bread was akin to consuming sawdust, utterly devoid of flavor, further souring his mood. Suddenly, a splash of water echoed from the rear cart. Aurel pulled back the curtain to peer outside. He observed a silver-armored knight from the Count's carriage, balancing a silver basin as he prepared to return to the wagon. On the grass beside the cart lay a puddle of milky soup, with 4 or 5 half-eaten white loaves discarded upon it. These loaves had only their soft centers consumed, leaving the rest behind, an egregious waste. Angrel's face twitched with irritation as he glanced from the black bread in his hand to the white loaves on the grass, his expression growing more sullen. Taking a deep breath, he furrowed his brow and lowered the curtain, quickly finishing the black bread in frustration. After hastily consuming the jerky and taking a sip of water, he felt somewhat better. As he steadied his emotions, Aurel leaned against the wagon, attempting to dismiss thoughts of the Count, and resumed his daily habit of checking his status. 0. Assess my physical condition, he mentally commanded. Assessment in progress. Aurel Leo, Strength 2. 9. Agility 4. 1. Constitution 2. 5. You have now reached the genetic limit. Status, healthy. 0 promptly provided the data. Angrel's expression shifted. He had finally hit the limit. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Such strength was utterly inconsequential in this perilous world, merely a modicum of self-preservation. His expression fluctuated as he retrieved the emerald ring from his chest. The gem was dull, marred by cracks, and the inscriptions were entirely obscured. Aurel meticulously traced the ring's surface. If enhancing my physical attributes is unfeasible, then this mysterious power may indeed be my sole opportunity for strength. He examined the emerald closely. He had scrutinized this ring countless times, yet compared to the first, only one detail emerged, a line of letters engraved on the metal band. Ramsoda University, Huinis, was the translation of the inscription. Ramsoda University. I wonder where that might be. Aurel murmured softly. Huinis is likely the name of the ring's original owner. A true sorcerer, he speculated. After toying with the ring without any revelations, Aurel carefully concealed it beneath his clothing. Although its energy had been depleted, it remained the only tangible connection to sorcery, and he felt it might yet yield further clues, thus he cherished it dearly. The caravan continued its journey for 2 days. Confronted with a water shortage, everyone was compelled to filter the stagnant water from the grasslands using cloth. Only after allowing the marauders' horses to sample the water did they dare to sip it in moderation. The caravan halted by a puddle. Ominous clouds loomed overhead. A silver-armored knight stood at the edge of the puddle, arms crossed, expressing his discontent. Why do we stop? We must press on. We shall soon cross the border. And we could be pursued at any moment. Aurel and the Baron stood at the back, both seething with frustration. It was not their fault that the Count and his companions had taken several barrels of water to their cart, leaving insufficient supplies for everyone. Who would wish to halt to filter potentially toxic water? Just a moment, it should be ready shortly, the Baron murmured, suppressing his irritation. The soldiers and women disembarked to work together, filling barrels with the murky, muddy water, yet it was better than having nothing to drink. With proper filtration, it would be significantly cleaner. From the wagon, Count Philip emerged, rubbing his eyes as he noticed everyone gathered by the puddle. He quickly approached, demanding, "Why are we not on our way?" After a knight discreetly explained, the Count's brow furrowed in annoyance. What a bother! He scoffed, scanning the crowd. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Lord Kyle," he called out. The Baron quickly turned, approaching to pay his respects. "My lord, how may I assist you?" Philip raised an eyebrow. "I am in need of a few maids to manage my necessities. Have those 2 girls come to my cart shortly. Is that agreeable?" He pointed to Maggie and Celia, standing by the puddle. The Baron followed his gaze, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interjected from the side. "I fear that may not be possible," Aurel said with a smile as he stepped forward. "Those 2 are currently occupied and cannot serve your lordship." Internally, he simmered. The so-called management of necessities essentially meant offering Maggie and Celia to them for their amusement. Aurel, having long regarded the 2 girls as his own, was now suppressing his ire. Philip scrutinized Aurel closely. "I remember you," he said coolly. "You were the one who felled over a dozen marauders in quick succession. Impressive. I admire a man of such valor." Aurel bowed slightly. "Thank you for your kind words." "My lord, the hour grows late," the Count stated calmly. "Have those 2 women sent to me shortly. I am weary. I shall return to rest." He turned and made his way directly to the carriage, closely followed by 2 knights. Angrel's countenance shifted, and the Baron's expression mirrored his unease. Angrel's right hand slowly reached for the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, the Baron seized his hand, gently shaking his head. Do not act impulsively. Aurel suppressed the simmering anger within him, gradually relaxing his grip and allowing his hand to fall, forcing a semblance of a smile. I understand, father. The Baron nodded and released his hold, murmuring, I will handle this matter and speak with them. Do not act rashly, it is not worth it. Aurel nodded. Taking a deep breath, the Baron offered a few more words of caution before proceeding straight toward the Count's carriage. Aurel felt a measure of relief. His father was aware of his relationship with Cilia and Maggie, and this matter should be resolved. He inhaled deeply once more, licking his lips as he turned to gaze at the puddle nearby. Maggie and Cilia, two youthful and enchanting maidens, were diligently drawing water into buckets. The strong winds of the prairie tousled their flowing hair, causing their garments to cling to their forms, revealing their innocent and pure curves. This sight somewhat quelled the fire within Angrel's heart. Before long, the Baron approached him, nodding reassuringly. It is resolved. Thank you, father. Aurel exhaled in relief. Do not provoke Philip. We may need to rely on his connections in the future, the Baron cautioned. Understood, Aurel replied with a nod. Out of the corner of his eye, he cast a glance at the Count's carriage, his eyes narrowing slightly. After the water was taken, Aurel and the Baron returned to the carriage, which began to move forward slowly once again. Inside the dimly lit carriage, the father and son sat cross-legged facing each other. The Baron furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his son across from him. Aurel, it is merely two women. Once we arrive at Maruya, you shall have everything you desire. There is no need to confront that Philip right now. Aurel nodded with a smile. I understand, father. I will not act impulsively. You need not worry. The Baron gazed intently at his son for a moment before continuing. You must remember, you are of utmost importance to me. Do not recklessly place yourself in perilous situations. Aurel nodded vigorously, aware that in his father's eyes, it was not worth incurring animosity over women and Philip. When the family was powerful, they had little to fear. But now that they were weakened and in need of others, a measure of restraint was necessary. However, as a man, Aurel could never accept the notion of giving his woman to another. He remained seated, listening to his father's meticulous instructions and admonitions, which lasted a good half-hour before coming to an end. Once a decision is made, do not allow prior sacrifices to go to waste. The Baron concluded meaningfully before rising to check the map and adjust their route. Left alone in the carriage, Angrel's expression darkened. Philip would undoubtedly not relinquish his pursuits so easily. Yet with so many people around, he could not take any drastic actions. Otherwise, if word got out, it could lead to serious trouble upon their arrival in Maruya. Angrel's mood grew increasingly somber. After pondering for a moment, he still found himself at a loss. He retrieved the gemstone ring from his chest, observing the dull, flawed green gem, and his mood gradually settled. Suddenly, a stifled gasp emanated from the carriage behind him. Angrel's countenance changed. Maggie, that damn scoundrel. He dashed out of the carriage and leaped onto the third carriage from which the sound had come. Pulling aside the curtain, he found Maggie, pale and clutching her hand, a sharp blackthorn embedded deeply in her fingertip. In front of her and Cilia lay numerous botanical materials. It appeared she had pricked herself while handling the plants. Angrel, sir? Maggie stared at him in confusion as he entered the carriage, her expression mirroring that of Cilia and the others. Aurel quickly scanned the carriage, noticing little Cecilia silently assisting with the materials, but he saw no sign of Philip and his companions. He felt a slight relief. I merely came to see if something had happened. Since you are all right, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he decisively lowered the curtain and exited the carriage, hastening towards the first carriage. The convoy was not moving quickly, and he easily quickened his pace to surpass the speed of the carriage. As he passed the second carriage, where Philip and his two companions were situated, he caught a glimpse of Philip gazing absent-mindedly out of the window. Upon seeing Angrel pass by, Philip merely nodded with restrained arrogance, seemingly unconcerned about their previous encounter. Aurel returned the gesture with a polite smile, before continuing towards the first carriage. Wait a moment, Aurel. A magnetic voice called from behind him. Aurel recognized it as Philip's. He turned, bowing slightly. Esteemed Count, how may I assist you? He inquired as he walked in step with the carriage. Philip's gaze was fixed intently on the ring at Aurel's chest. That ring you wear, it seems rather familiar. Familiar? Angrel's expression hardened as he realized that in his haste, the ring hanging from his neck had not been concealed properly when he jumped down from the carriage. And now Philip had noticed it. He swiftly tucked the ring into the fabric of his shirt. It is merely an ordinary heirloom from my family, holding some special significance for me. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he pulled the ring from his clothing and handed it through the window. Here, take a look. What may appear familiar might just be a treasure. Philip frowned as he examined the ring. Upon seeing the engraved letters, his expression shifted subtly. Aurel had been observing Philip's gaze intently and noted the change with a surge of excitement. Have you discovered something? He whispered. Philip's expression returned to calmness. Name your price. I shall take this ring, he stated coolly. A deeper smile spread across Angrel's face. Since it pleases you, esteemed Count, I gift this ring to you. I only hope that upon our arrival at Maruya, You will take good care of the Leo family with the governor. For reasons unknown. As Philip gazed at the ordinary young man's smile, he felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. Yet he managed to maintain a facade of indifference, nodding slightly. If that is the case, I thank you, Aurel. Coupled with the favor you have granted me, I shall repay you upon our arrival in Maruya. I am weary now. I shall rest. With that, Philip let down the carriage curtain. Aurel halted, standing still as he watched the Count's carriage, his smile growing more profound. Nightfall enveloped the convoy as they set up camp beneath a hill on the grasslands, forming a circle. Philip sat within his carriage, scrutinizing the ring in his hand. Indeed. It is an enchanted item, exclaimed a silver-armored knight beside him, excitement evident in his voice. That fool has simply given it to you. Such an enchanted item, even drained of energy, would be worth the armor and weapons of 100 men. Philip nodded slowly. It is a ring from Ramsota University, requiring special recommendation from the Andean Alliance Academy for entry. Such a relic could potentially grant direct access to the Academy. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes as he gazed at the ring. If I can enter the Alliance Academy, your status in the old Marquis's eyes will change entirely. Another knight beamed with anticipation. The glass oil lamp within the carriage flickered softly. The light illuminated the green gemstone ring, casting a gentle emerald glow that mirrored the joy on the faces of the three men. Such rings were often tokens released by the Academy, rumored to grant admission without examination. If this ring indeed served as a token, then they had struck gold. Philip suppressed his inner elation and mused quietly, what a pity for that lad, a country noble, utterly unaware. He has mistaken such a treasure for mere trinkets. One of the silver-armored knights chuckled lightly. One cannot fault him. Such information is reserved for the upper echelons of nobility. Given his status and qualifications, he likely knows little about the Andean Alliance Academy, let alone the significance of a token. To think he would bring a token to the Academy? Philip shook his head. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was flung open. Oh, I see. The Andean Alliance Academy? A token? A gentle voice floated in from outside as Aurel stepped into the carriage. His face adorned with a warm smile, his black hunting attire nearly blending into the night, and the tips of his soft brown hair gently lifted by the breeze. The expressions of Philip and the two others changed abruptly. Did you dare to eavesdrop on our conversation? Philip's countenance darkened. Let us not use such an unpleasant term as eavesdropping, Angle replied with a smile. I merely possess a keen sense of hearing, and I was astonished to uncover such a significant secret. The two knights exchanged furtive glances and suddenly lunged forward to seize the longsword resting nearby. Clang! With two sharp sounds, a cascade of silver erupted from Angle's waist. Like a specter, he circled the carriage and returned to his original position. A silver cross-sword in hand, the tip slowly dripping with blood. It was only then that the knights began to wail in agony, their hands shattered into two pieces, grotesquely dangling at their sides. Their injuries had been inflicted through the gaps in their armor. A flicker of fear appeared in Philip's eyes. What do you intend to do? He swallowed hard, his throat working nervously, yet he feigned calmness. I am the son of Marquis Sirius. Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Unless you are prepared to slaughter everyone around, await the annihilation of your family. Angle. The carriage curtain was thrown open once more, and the Baron stormed in with a grim expression. What are you doing? He glanced at the two silver-armored knights still lamenting, and his visage grew increasingly grim. Angle furrowed his brow, about to speak when Philip suddenly raised his hand, splashing a torrent of scalding tea towards the two men. He then leapt directly out of the window, showcasing agility that rivaled that of a knight. Humph! Angle scoffed, retreating swiftly and leaping off the carriage to evade the scalding water. Just in time, he spotted Philip unfastening a harness not far away, mounting a horse and vigorously urging it to flee. Optimal distance, remote adjustment in progress. A flurry of pale blue grids flickered in Angle's eyes. A red dot shifted slightly, locking onto Philip with precision. Precision and force analysis, auto-correction mode engaged. Correction complete. A faint smile curled at the corners of Angle's mouth. With a swift rotation of his longsword, he launched it with a flick. With a whistling sound, the silver cross-sword spun rapidly through the air, striking accurately at Philip's right waist. Philip let out a cry of anguish as he tumbled from the horse. Baron finally burst out of the carriage, his brow furrowed and his expression grim as he cast a glance at Philip in the distance. In his hand, he grasped the two silver-armored knights and leapt from the carriage, unceremoniously tossing them to the ground. The entire camp stood in stunned silence, all eyes drawn to the unfolding scene, those gathered around the fire, those on the carriage, and even the sentinels on watch. Sir, my lord, what is this? Captain Mark approached, his face a mask of astonishment. Everyone, assemble, Aurel shouted without responding. He advanced to retrieve the still wailing Philip, dragging him back and throwing him beside the two knights. Do you all wish to die? Philip shrieked in terror. My father is Marquis Cyrus. If you kill me, none of you will escape. Aurel smiled faintly, reaching into his coat pocket to discreetly retrieve his ring, which he concealed in his palm before placing it in his pocket. He glanced towards his father. Though the Baroness' gaze was dark and his countenance pained, he remained remarkably composed. The two exchanged looks for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. It seems you have anticipated this, the Baron said in a low voice. Yes, father, Aurel replied with a smile and a nod. All around them, the crowd had gathered, forming a tense circle, afraid to breathe. The murder of an earl within the caravan carried consequences that none could afford to bear. Aurel surveyed the crowd, then clapped his hands gently. Very well, we have journeyed together through trials and tribulations, forging deep bonds among us. Now, to further solidify our camaraderie, I propose an excellent method. The Baroness' expression eased as he drew a steel dagger from his belt, tossing it to his son. Aurel caught it deftly. Mark. Yes. Captain Mark swallowed hard, eyeing the dagger handed over by Aurel. One knife each. Aim for non-vital areas, Aurel said with a smile. Mark stared at Aurel, the flickering firelight casting a pale glow on his face, revealing a hint of chill. He nodded vigorously, bending down to slice deeply into the still-crying Philip. Ah, you bastards. Damn you. My father will not let you get away with this. Philip screamed frantically. Next, Aurel commanded calmly. A soldier stepped forward silently, accepting the dagger. The three on the ground writhed in agony, cursing and howling. 5 minutes later, every person present, including women and children, had inflicted a cut upon the three. Now, we are all undoubtedly bonded, Aurel said, smiling and clapping his hands. Philip and his companions were now covered in wounds, their bodies weak from blood loss, reduced to pitiful whimpers that indicated they were still alive. Aurel scanned the crowd. Every gaze he met instinctively lowered, unwilling to confront him. Burn them. We must continue our journey. The Baron sighed heavily from the side. Though I am unaware of your reasons for such a drastic act, since it has transpired, it seems you have managed it well. Let us pretend nothing has occurred. It disrupted my father's plans. It was my impulsiveness, Aurel apologized, lowering his head. You have your reasons, the Baron said, patting Aurel's shoulder. However, our family is no longer as powerful as before, and in a metropolis like Maluya, many are stronger than us. Do not be so rash in the future. Understood, Aurel nodded. The group watched as Philip and his companions were dragged to the pyre. After a few faint cries, their bodies were consumed by the flames, transforming into charred remains, their armor glowing red-hot. Let us go, the Baron said, casting one last glance at the fire before turning away. Silence enveloped the group as they quietly returned to the carriages, resuming their journey through the night. The events of the evening were too shocking for anyone to process immediately. Maggie, Cecilia, and the other youths, having also taken a turn with the dagger, were still pale, struggling to regain their composure. They had not traveled far when howls from wolves echoed behind them. The Baron, seated in the carriage, lifted the curtain to glance back. They are prairie wolves. They will consume the remains entirely. These creatures fear neither fire nor man. Aurel nodded. He had learned from the tomes in the library that prairie wolves were solitary, nomadic animals, each the size of a water buffalo, with sleek black fur, always roaming alone, completely opposite to earthly wolf packs. They were unafraid of flames. Can we leave the carriage there? Aurel inquired. Do not worry. The number of noble deaths on the prairie is far too great. Others will likely assume it was the work of bandits. Furthermore, we left half of our belongings in that carriage. Passing marauders will seize the opportunity for wealth. They will take the blame for us, the Baron replied coolly. He was shrewd and adept in such matters. In about half a month, we shall reach the border. Once we cross it, safety will be considerably assured. Aurel turned his gaze to the outside, where the darkness loomed, the pale moonlight being the sole illumination. The verdant prairie was shrouded in blackness, with occasional rustles hinting at movement among the grass. Father, have you heard of the Andes Alliance Academy? He suddenly asked. The Baron paused, slightly taken aback. How do you know of it? It is not common knowledge. I heard about it from that earl, Aurel replied. His words bear weight, the Baron said, taking a sip from his water skin. The Andes Alliance Academy is the premier institution in the Andes, dedicated to training senior officials and exceptional talents for the nation. Each year, a limited number of students are admitted regardless of their lineage. Most graduates become pillars of the state and high-ranking officials, unlike typical knightly or noble schools. The Andes Academy demands high standards from its students, being the only academy in the Andes that accepts individuals from any background. If your constitution can awaken the seed of life energy, you might just meet their minimum admission criteria. Alas, a shadow of regret crossed the Baroness' face. Aurel smiled. That may not be the case. I inadvertently acquired a ring. Philip mentioned it might be a special token allowing entry without examination into the Andes Alliance Academy. He pulled the ring from his pocket. The Baron was taken aback, examining it closely. If this is genuine, our family might have a chance to rise again. A glimmer of excitement flashed across his face. I believe it is quite likely true. Next, we must determine the location of this academy and the methods and places for their entrance assessments. Aurel nodded. Philip sought to possess this ring, likely intending to act against us in Maluya to avoid leaving traces. Such a possibility exists, given the nature of these upper-class nobles, the Baron acknowledged, tempering his excitement. However, you intentionally let him see the ring to gauge its worth, did you not? For the sake of two women, You must refine your disposition. Aurel, caught in his thoughts, brushed aside the remark nonchalantly. I understand, he replied, lowering his head. It is settled then. Upon our arrival in Maluya, I shall ask your aunt to gather information regarding the Andean Alliance Academy. If you truly gain admission. The Baron left his sentence unfinished. Yet a smile graced his lips. More than 10 days later, the caravan entered the Andean border. Exiting the Ansur Prairie, they were met with undulating hills, dense woodlands, and thriving flora and fauna, with the occasional sight of abandoned iron mines. They began to encounter other caravans journeying to Maluya, predominantly merchant convoys, alongside a few Rudan nobles also seeking refuge with relatives. Ang Lee continued to meticulously document various species of plants, animals, and insects. His physical attributes had reached their zenith. With the aid of the chip's storage capabilities, his anticipation for the prospect of entering the Andean Academy grew ever stronger. The chip enabled him to learn at an accelerated pace, surpassing that of anyone else. With an impeccable memory and precise data, any form of study posed no challenge for him. What he lacked was merely a pathway to acquire knowledge. Others, however, faced the arduous task of prolonged memorization and revision, fraught with potential errors and misdirection. In contrast, he was able to navigate the most efficient and straightforward path from the outset, aided by the chip, without the burden of memorization or detours. Should he indeed gain entry into that academy, there was a possibility of advancing to the esteemed Ramsoda University, recorded within the ring. A university evidently intertwined with the powers of sorcery. Ang Lee felt an increasing fervor within him, diligently studying and exploring the ring day after day. Regrettably, nothing akin to the enchanted items was discovered from that Philip, underscoring their rarity. Ang Lee's curiosity regarding the identity of that death only intensified. 036 College 1 Angriel found himself with little leisure time remaining. The caravan swiftly approached the outskirts of Maluya Port, surrounded by numerous small trade villages. They resembled peripheral marketplaces, bustling with a myriad of people. By the time the caravan arrived, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. The dark caravan moved slowly among a throng of other vehicles, as it was a large convoy here to engage in the maritime salt trade with Maluya. Angriel and his companions had joined this caravan just the day before, with the Baron paying 50 gold coins for their inclusion, which also covered their entry guarantee into the city. The Baron sat at the front of the lead carriage, gazing into the distance at the monumental city. Towering grayish walls stretched endlessly from left to right. The grand city gate stood wide open, revealing the bustling and crowded streets within. Some individuals drove their carts out of the city, laden with heavy goods, while others negotiated with the guards for entry. The guards, clad in polished black iron armor and helmets, brandished long spears, fully armed. Angriel climbed out of the carriage and took a seat beside his father. Is this Maluya City? He inquired softly. Indeed, the Baron replied. Upon entering here, we reach the outer city. Joining this caravan allows us convenient access, sparing us from the independent inspection process. He smiled. Otherwise, even with a port entry permit, the inspection would be cumbersome at this hour, likely requiring a long wait. The caravan, however, is different. Angriel nodded, surveying his surroundings. All around were double-horse carriages, blending into the throng, unremarkable. The accompanying soldiers had already stowed their weapons and armor in the carriage, masquerading as ordinary merchants. As they approached the city gate, a young, rotund man in a gray-black robe descended from the lead redwood carriage. He resembled a cook more than a caravan leader. The man cheerfully exchanged a few quiet words with 3 city guards, handing over a small pouch. The guards, beaming with smiles, waved them through. Angriel observed that the guards' gazes were keen. When they swept over him, he sensed they recognized their identities but pretended otherwise. The caravan seamlessly flowed with the released merchants and soon entered the city. The streets of Maluya were remarkably clean, with scarcely any litter in sight. Both sides of the thoroughfare were densely lined with various stalls, reminiscent of a flea market from a previous life, selling salt, seafood, and other goods, including pearls and peculiar creatures Angriel had never seen before. Occasionally, he witnessed vendors and customers vehemently arguing. The caravan progressed through the center of the street, with everyone curiously observing the scenes on either side. A group of port officials leisurely moved along the stalls, collecting management fees, while carts laden with salt passed by Angriel's party. After approximately half an hour of navigating the streets and turning 2 corners, they arrived at a crossroads. Beneath a cluster of grayish-white stone buildings, a plump middle-aged noblewoman awaited, accompanied by 3 servants. The Baron, spotting her from a distance, beamed with joy, leaping down from the carriage and approaching with open arms. My dear sister Maria, it has been far too long since we last met. I am overjoyed to see you in good health, he exclaimed. A gentle smile graced Maria's face. Dear brother, I am equally delighted to see you. They embraced warmly, after which the Baron gestured for Angriel to step forward. This is Angriel, my second son, the Baron said, patting Angriel's shoulder. He was born after your marriage, so I presume you have not met. Maria's gaze fell upon Angriel, appraising him before a smile broke forth. A fine boy indeed. I hope you will get along well with Buster, my son, your cousin. Angriel promptly bowed respectfully. Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Maria. Maria nodded. I have already arranged a dinner at the estate. Rose Manor has been prepared for your arrival, and you may move in directly. But brother, why have you brought so few people? Where's old Ward? The Baron's expression darkened momentarily. We shall discuss this later. Let us return for now. Maria blinked in surprise but soon nodded. Very well, let us head back. Angriel, lead the way for the Baron. Yes, madam, one of the servants replied respectfully. Angriel chose not to follow his father onto the lead carriage, opting instead for the second one. He understood that his father and sister, having not seen each other in years, likely had matters to discuss privately. Inside the carriage, Maggie, Cecily, and their relatives, along with the apothecary and Captain Mark, were solemn expressions. Upon seeing Angriel enter, they seemed to find reassurance. Young Master Angriel, what can we do now that we have arrived at the port? Mark expressed his concern. I know nothing but how to kill. Do not fret, Mark. You are a trusted companion of my father. He will undoubtedly make suitable arrangements, Angriel reassured him with a smile. Beside him, Maggie and Cecily leaned in close, attempting to mask their inner turmoil. In this unfamiliar environment, with the Baroness' demeanor bolstering their spirits, aside from Angriel, his most cherished, there was little comfort to be expected for the others, especially the inexperienced youth. Furthermore, with their territory lost and no income to sustain their previous lifestyle, a sense of anxiety permeated their hearts. As Angriel sat in the carriage, contemplating how to soothe their worries, the vehicle suddenly came to a halt. Angriel, come quickly, his father's voice called from outside. Puzzled, Angriel disembarked and saw both Aunt Maria and his father standing outside the carriage, their faces alight with joy. Father, Aunt Maria, what is it? The three carriages had halted at the side of the street. After unloading supplies, the guards boarded the carriages, enough to accommodate everyone. Only Angriel and the two adults disembarked. Your father informed me of your desire to study at the academy. That is a splendid idea, and it is rare for your father to support such a venture. Maria smiled. You have arrived at the perfect time. The Maluyaport Academy is currently enrolling new students. Any individual under the age of 16 who meets the admission criteria may apply. The Maluyaport Academy? Angriel inquired, unfamiliar with the term, glancing at his father. It is a venerable institution here, imparting knowledge on combat skills, tactical experience, music, literature, dance, painting, and various other disciplines. I have heard it possesses the privilege of recommending students to the Andis Alliance Academy, the Baron explained with a smile, leaning closer to Angriel. To acquire information about the Alliance Academy and gain formal admission is a necessary step. Angriel was momentarily taken aback. Is it costly? The tuition fee is 100 gold coins. To study any specific course, one must pay the corresponding fee. However, considering the knowledge to be gained, such a cost is negligible, the Baron replied with ease. Aurel felt a slight sense of relief. 100 gold coins were not a hefty sum for someone who had plundered the riches of numerous bandits and the threefold wealth of Count Philip. The treasures acquired from the bandits alone amounted to nearly 200 gold coins, and with the additional wealth of nearly 1,000 gold coins from Philip, Aurel could now be considered a modestly wealthy individual. Today marked the final day of enrollment at the academy. You must go register immediately, and you shall be granted direct admission, explained Aunt Maria. I have heard from your father that you wish to attend the Andean Alliance Academy, correct? If your performance at the Port Academy is commendable, you might even be recommended for admission into the Alliance Academy. Aurel appeared momentarily dazed. Then, please, Aunt, have someone guide me there. I shall register at once. Maria nodded. I have a good rapport with Sir Shiva at the Academy's registration office. His son has recently sought assistance from Bowart, my husband, who is a minor official in the Port S Inspection Department. My words still carry some weight. Thank you very much, Aunt, Aurel expressed with gratitude, his spirits lifted. However, the Academy is a boarding institution. You will need to prepare your own clothing and daily necessities. Maria reminded him. Very well, I shall prepare at once, Aurel replied. Maria instructed a servant named Henderson to escort Aurel alone to the Academy for registration. Before his departure, the Baron heavily patted Angriel's shoulder, conveying a silent expression filled with hope and anticipation. Maggie and the others from the caravan stepped forward to bid farewell to Aurel. In front of everyone, he fervently kissed the cheeks of both Maggie and Celia, asserting that they were under his protection. With his neatly packed belongings in hand, he followed Henderson out. This departure felt somewhat hasty even to Aurel himself, but as he seized the opportunity to enroll, thoughts of his physical limitations only strengthened his resolve. 037 Academy 2 Maluya, western suburbs vast, towering mountains adorned with lush, thriving forest rise majestically, while a sinuous double-lane carriageway winds its way through the undulating hills. This white roadway meanders deep into the verdant wilderness, disappearing around several bends. As the afternoon light wanes, the sky casts a somber hue. Along the path, carriages traverse in a crisscross manner. Some venture towards the sandy woods, while the majority emerge from their depths. Occasionally, familiar faces pass by, and the carriage owners exchange polite nods and smiles through the windows, embodying a sense of decorum. Among those heading into the forest is a modest white carriage, where a plain-looking youth with short brown hair surveys the passing vehicles. The intricate and ornate crests on the carriages momentarily overwhelm his gaze. Clad in a pristine white silk shirt, a gray waistcoat, snug blue trousers, and black boots, he presents an appearance akin to that of a typical rural minor noble, striving for style, yet oblivious to his mismatched attire. Beside him, driving the carriage, is a balding middle-aged man dressed in servant-esque gray garb. These two individuals are Aurel and Henderson, en route to the Academy's registration office. As the carriage moves swiftly along, Henderson begins to meticulously explain the nuances of the Port Academy to Aurel. Young Master Aurel, the lady has asked me to remind you that if the courses at the Port Academy are not essential, it would be prudent to avoid them, lest the fees become a burden for you. His words trail off, but the implication is unmistakable. Aurel nods in understanding. Is admission to the Port Academy merely contingent upon wealth? Henderson licks his lips, contemplating. I have not heard of anyone being denied entry due to lack of funds. It should be permissible. Aurel acknowledges this with a knowing nod. The Port Academy resembles a private institution on Earth. As long as one can pay, entry is granted. He surmises that the quality of education might not be particularly high. However, compared to his previous days spent indulging in frivolities within the castle or fumbling in confusion reliant solely on his chip, even a rudimentary education would be a significant improvement. Moreover, the enrollment fees are relatively modest, allowing the children of small merchants to attend. For those unable to afford the tuition, it is common to surround enrolled students, offering compensation to acquire knowledge, which is far less than what would be paid to a professor. Henderson kindly suggests this alternative. Thank you. I shall consider it. Aurel replies with a smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter. It is evident that acquiring knowledge from fellow students would require not merely financial means, but also a degree of subservience and flattery, an endeavor Aurel finds impossible. Though he possesses a chip, its value renders such humiliation unnecessary. The carriage soon meanders deeper into the forest, arriving at a wide steel gate flanked by towering walls stretching to the mountaintops. The gate stands ajar, revealing a sprawling expanse of grass where several small carriages await. Various crests adorn the vehicles, pulled by horses of differing worth. Elegantly dressed individuals frequently emerge from the iron gate to board their carriages. The newly arrived carriages roll to a stop, disembarking a throng of young boys and girls, predominantly clad in finery, with only a handful dressed modestly, likely those registering for admission. These youths range in age from 12 to 16, seemingly with no strict lower age limit imposed by the Academy. After disembarking, Aurel follows Henderson through the iron gate, marveling at the Academy's surroundings like many other newcomers. Upon entering, he is greeted by a vast green lawn, with a row of 5 or 6-story white buildings directly opposite the entrance. A cobblestone path stretches from the gate to the entrance of the white structure, flanked by 2 rows of bronze statues, each engraved with inscriptions. As Aurel passes one statue, he casually glances at the inscription, Earl Albert Burlington, who donated 20,000 gold coins to the Port Academy in 1307. Aurel silently observes the other bronze figures, noting that they all commemorate benefactors, the least of whom contributed around 10,000 gold coins. He averts his gaze, following Henderson directly into the grand hall of the white building. The hall, lavishly adorned as if for a gala, features a middle-aged man with a small mustache seated at a table, diligently registering arriving students with a quill. Aurel positions himself at the end of the line, peering ahead and noticing 20 or so individuals before him. Meanwhile, Henderson approaches Sir Shiver with a token from Aunt Maria. The individuals in line intentionally maintain a distance from Aurel, their expressions betraying faint disdain and contempt. Before long, Henderson returns, escorting Aurel past a golden-haired man, guiding him through a side door into the hall. After swiftly settling the fees, Aurel receives his identification form, a white leather sheet detailing his student number, grade, dormitory room, and personal information, stamped with a red mark indicating payment completion. Following the completion of the formalities, Henderson bids him farewell and departs. Clutching the identification form, Aurel peruses the instructions to locate his dormitory in the adjacent building. The dormitory is cramped, with many rooms left ajar as students move between them. Each floor resonates with a cacophony of chatter, reminiscent of the aspiring knights at his father's castle. However, the students here display a penchant for ostentation, their behaviors and speech exuding a feigned elegance. Naturally, Aurel himself no longer qualifies as a noble knight. The Rudin kingdom teeters on the brink of collapse, and his father's decisive choice to abandon their homeland for Andis signifies a clear renunciation of nobility. Thus, Aurel now embodies the status of an ordinary commoner. Fortunately, in the Andis alliance, the regulations regarding the colors of clothing denoting status are not overly stringent. Commoners are permitted to wear a variety of hues. Otherwise, His white attire alone would constitute a grave offense. The dormitory rooms are private, likely accommodating the noble resident's preference for solitude. His bedroom is merely large enough to house a wooden bed, a desk, and a chair, furnished with unvarnished brown wood. The faint scent of timber permeates the air. As Aurel tidies his belongings, preparing to change his attire, a voice echoes from the staircase outside. The new class schedule has been released. It's just been posted outside Building 5. The fee is set at 5 gold coins per person, and no one is permitted to charge more. How can we recoup our costs when we each must pay a minimum of 100 gold coins? This is Lord Banner's pricing. If you have objections, take them to him. I'm merely delivering the message. The staircase erupts into a clamor. A knock sounds at Angrel's door. He approaches and opens it to find a freckled boy with black hair clad in a red and yellow noble outfit. New here? You heard the pricing just now, right? Aurel nods. That as well, for this is the new price set by Lord Banner himself. If you wish to earn money by teaching common students, you must adhere to this rule. Is that agreeable? The boy spoke swiftly. Aurel nodded once more. Certainly, he had no intention of profiting from this. That is satisfactory. The boy nodded in contentment and turned to depart. By the way, seeing your perceptiveness, do not forget to pay for your classes according to the course list on the back of the information sheet. Aurel closed the door, a contemplative expression gracing his face. He picked up the information sheet from the table and turned it over, revealing a series of somewhat unclear course schedules. It appeared to be printed in a single run, rather than handwritten, which accounted for the lack of clarity. Fortunately, he had the boy's reminder. Clearly printed above were the courses and their corresponding prices. Music, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 20 gold coins. Painting, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 20 gold coins. Dance, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 20 gold coins. Equestrian combat, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 20 gold coins. Unarmed combat, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 30 gold coins. Alliance history, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 10 gold coins. Tactics, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 50 gold coins. Swordsmanship, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 20 gold coins. Dagger techniques, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 20 gold coins. Two-handed heavy weaponry, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 30 gold coins. Archery, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 50 gold coins. Languages, 2 classes totaling 1 hour, 20 gold coins. In total, there are 10 classes, with the next round scheduled for a month later. Payment is required on the same day. Aurel furrowed his brow, calculating the costs. It appeared that each course would amount to at least 100 gold coins to complete. This posed a considerable burden for him. He had brought along 2 high gold cards, representing a total of 2,000 gold coins. The high gold cards are issued upon depositing gold coins into the academy and can be exchanged for the corresponding amount at the logistics office of the academy at any time. In the vibrant city of Maruya, the weight of 2,000 gold coins felt substantial, a considerable fortune for someone like Aurel, formerly of the Rio territory. Yet, in this bustling metropolis, he could not shake the sense that it was insufficient. Perhaps his Aunt Maria's words held some merit, he mused. As he perused the course list once more, his brow furrowing slightly. The subjects did not align with his expectations. However, one line at the bottom caught his attention. The Alliance Academy's recommendation slots will commence evaluations at the end of September. A minimum of 3 subjects must be passed to secure a guaranteed admission. 3 subjects? Angrel's eyes narrowed as he scanned the courses above. Swordsmanship, archery, and linguistics would be his chosen disciplines. The latter could be mastered swiftly with the aid of a chip. Resolving his course selections, he tucked away the list. Outside, the staircase buzzed with chatter and light laughter. He donned his favored black hunting attire from his luggage, checking his belongings before stepping outside. Groups of young men and women congregated in clusters, their conversations punctuated by tales of academy instructors and anecdotes about notable students, alongside discussions of the latest fashions and perfumes arriving at the Maruya port. As Aurel traversed the hallway, he felt somewhat out of place, having just arrived from war-torn plains. The tranquility here was almost disconcerting. He recalibrated his mindset, reminding himself that this was merely a temporary refuge. Engaging with the local nobility and affluent merchants was not on his agenda. Upon exiting the dormitory, he glanced at the course schedule affixed to the wall, noting the times and locations for swordsmanship, archery, and linguistics before making his way to the academy district. There, rows of white buildings awaited him, and he gravitated towards the most populated area, the cafeteria. Within, an array of white bread, grape wine, various fish soups, and salt-edged shellfish was served. After hastily finishing his lunch, Aurel returned to his quarters for some rest. The following day, as dawn broke, Aurel rose from his bed, hastily changing from his nightclothes and completing his morning routine. The dormitory was quiet, with many students still asleep. In the stairwell, he encountered several students clad in modest attire, likely the offspring of small merchants. Outside, the sky remained dim and overcast. The lawn lay deserted, save for the melodious chirping of birds in the nearby woods, accompanied by a brisk, chilly breeze. His first class was linguistics, taught by Lord Adolf, located in room 304 of Building 19. Consulting his chip for directions, he quickly found the three-story structure at the far end of the academy. A sign adorned with elegant script in Rudin and two unfamiliar languages indicated the subject, linguistics. The graceful letters evoked the artistry of calligraphy from his past life on Earth. Surrounding the small building was a wooden fence, with a patch of grass between it and the structure. A young woman, strikingly beautiful yet sleepy, sat at a mahogany table, yawning. The table bore a sign for fee registration. Seeing Aurel, she inquired, "Are you here to register for linguistics?" "Yes, may I register now?" he replied, entering and producing his high gold card. "Certainly. You must be a new student this year," she noted, not recognizing him. Aurel nodded. "I enrolled yesterday." He handed over his card as she recorded his details and noted a deduction of 20 gold coins. After receiving his card back, she scrutinized him briefly. "It's rare to see a formal student here so early. I am Sophia, daughter of Professor Adolf Linzer. You may enter. My father is already inside." Aurel barely had the chance to respond as she seemed disinterested in further conversation. He nodded and entered the small building. Inside, the gray-white structure featured a staircase leading to the upper floors. He ascended to the third floor, reaching room 304, where the door stood ajar. Upon entering, he spotted an elderly man with graying hair engrossed in a leather-bound tome. The man glanced at Aurel without speaking, sizing him up before returning to his reading. Aurel discerned that the man was likely a scholar with a disciplined lifestyle. He chose a seat in the front row and awaited the commencement of the class. After about half an hour, more students trickled in, all appearing weary. Once the room was filled with around 10 attendees, the elder finally closed his book and stood. "I am Lord Adolf, invited by the Academy to teach linguistics. Some of you may know me, while others may not. Regardless, let us treat this as a fresh start. I am here to teach, and you are here to learn. Nothing more, nothing less. Is that agreeable?" A pale-skinned girl seated in the front nodded. "We understand Lord Adolf's terms. Please proceed." "Very well, let us begin," he stated briskly. "Today, I will instruct you in the common language of the Kingdom of Boluin, one of our neighboring realms, and also the Amar language of the sacred Amar Empire. The latter is particularly significant, as it is widely spoken not only here but also in distant capitals and various regions." Aurel listened intently, mentally commanding, initiate analysis and documentation of linguistic data. Though there were only a handful of students, Lord Adolf conducted the lesson with utmost seriousness, thoroughly covering the fundamental structures and historical development of both languages. Time flew by, and the two classes concluded swiftly. "In 2 days, I will offer an advanced course. Attendance is optional," he announced as he gathered his materials and exited the classroom. Next came swordsmanship and archery, both courses aligning with Angrel's expectations. For him, they posed no challenge, merely serving as an opportunity for review. After attending a session and listening to the instructors, he realized he need not continue. The content was less substantial than what he had recorded back in the castle, mostly superficial, adorned with flair but lacking practical efficacy. Whether it be the prowess of the Odyssean knights or the swordsmanship of his father, both have transcended the rudimentary teachings imparted by these mentors in essence. However, upon observing that both mentors exhibit merely the physical attributes typical of novice knights, Aurel found himself somewhat reassured. After all, achieving the knightly rank signifies a level of elite status that is not easily encountered. Utilizing a chip, Aurel traversed the academy, only to find, with a sense of dismay, that the most formidable individual he encountered was a mentor whose physical prowess was merely average among knights. The majority of the others were ordinary individuals, possessing physical attributes slightly superior to those of earthlings. Those few students exhibiting the potential of aspirant knights were indeed a rarity. The sheer number of students disqualified based solely on physical attributes was staggering, not to mention the lack of practical combat experience and awareness. Most of the academy students resembled sheltered blossoms, their lives primarily revolving around the art of swordplay, fashionable attire, and amusing anecdotes, rather than the rigors of battle. This was merely a haven for the affluent and aristocratic to gild their status. Aurel ultimately concluded, no wonder wealth grants entry into such institutions. For over 10 consecutive days, Aurel led a monotonous existence, alternating between the classroom, cafeteria, and dormitory. He had thoroughly mastered the 2 languages taught by Professor Adolf, having attended merely 3 classes, totaling 6 sessions, and expending 60 gold coins. His commendable performance in class, coupled with his articulate responses, had left a favorable impression on Professor Adolf, who regarded this astute student highly. That concludes our lesson for today. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me, Professor Adolf announced, clearing his throat. Only 6 students remained in the classroom. Aurel sat at the front, maintaining an upright posture, the epitome of diligence among his peers. Upon hearing Professor Adolf's words, he promptly raised his hand. "Professor, I have a question. Aside from Angmar and Balan languages, do you teach any other languages?" He had previously ascertained that Professor Adolf was proficient in over a dozen languages, being the most esteemed linguistic scholar in Maruja Harbor and a leading figure in academia. Other languages? Professor Adolf furrowed his brow. Aurel, do you find these 2 languages insufficient? Well, Aurel was about to respond when another student stood up to pose a question. Professor Adolf was soon surrounded by several students, their inquiries revolving around basic topics, interspersed with discussions of familial backgrounds, evidently seeking to curry favor with him. Aurel shook his head in bemusement, content to wait in the classroom. After enduring the questions of the other students with evident impatience, Professor Adolf noticed that Aurel remained seated. Do you have further matters to discuss, Aurel? He had developed a positive regard for this diligent student and remembered his name. You have not yet fully mastered these 2 languages. It would be prudent not to be overly ambitious. Professor, may I inquire about the language proficiency assessment criteria for admission into the Andean Alliance Academy? Aurel rose to ask. Language studies? Are you aspiring to enter the Alliance Academy? Professor Adolf squinted, scrutinizing the student closely. What do you intend to pursue there? It is merely another gilded refuge. Just as Aurel was about to respond, an urgent alert blared. Warning! Warning! Target emitting an unknown field, attempting to detect the subject's cerebral wave state. The mechanical voice of Zero echoed sharply through the room. Adolf felt a sudden shock at the mention of the unknown force, yet it was swiftly replaced by delight. Upon hearing Adolf's inquiry, he suppressed his joy and hastily replied, Master Adolf, I am merely intrigued by the powers of those legendary and mysterious sorcerers. I aspire to reach a higher realm and perhaps uncover traces of their existence. His tone was earnest. Sorcerers? Adolf paused momentarily, then fell silent, a nostalgic expression emerging on his face as he sighed. His gaze, laden with complexity, scrutinized Angeli until Angeli felt a chill under his scrutiny. At last, Adolf spoke again. I see sincerity in you. You speak the truth. Come with me. He appeared somewhat stooped as he turned and slowly exited the classroom, prompting Angeli to follow closely. Outside, Adolf's daughter, Sophia, a graceful young woman clad in a striking red-fitted outfit, regarded Angeli with a similarly complex expression, remaining silent, likely having overheard their conversation. Adolf led Angeli and his daughter down the small staircase to find a spacious double-seated carriage parked on the lawn, its dark red body adorned with a scale emblem etched on the side. Board the carriage, Adolf instructed Angeli. Yes, master, Angeli responded respectfully as he boarded the carriage. Inside, he sat opposite Adolf and Sophia, listening to the carriage begin to move, gradually picking up speed at the driver's command. The 3 remained silent, though Angeli occasionally caught a glimpse of Adolf lost in reverie. As the carriage exited the academy, it entered the Maluya district and soon turned into a lavish villa area, stopping before a striking red and white villa. By the time they arrived, it was already midday. Without uttering a word, Adolf led Angeli and Sophia into the villa. After greeting a few elderly servants, they ascended to the 2nd floor and entered the study. Please, take a seat. Adolf gestured as he settled into an armchair by the desk, sinking into its plush embrace. Angeli surveyed the study, noting the 2 bookshelves filled with tightly arranged volumes, all bound in crimson leather, with intricate calligraphy likely penned by Master Adolf himself. The desk was adorned with a gilded oil lamp, a white feather quill, a black ink bottle, and a silver round seal pressing down on an open parchment scroll. Oni, bring my young guest a cup of Marcani, Adolf called out. Sophia, and I will have our usual. Sophia sat quietly beside her father, seemingly indifferent to his sudden decision. Shortly thereafter, a plump middle-aged woman entered, carrying 3 drinks, and gently closed the door behind her. Angeli picked up the drink placed before him, a black, chocolate-like liquid exuding a delightful aroma of lemon and orange, with wisps of steam rising from its surface. Now, tell me, how resolute are you in your pursuit of the sorcerer's traces? Adolf inquired. You must understand. This path is fraught with hardship, demanding perseverance and dedication that may far exceed your imagination. His tone was grave. Without hesitation, Angeli nodded affirmatively. Master Adolf, to be frank, I find myself hopeless on the path of the great knight due to my inability to possess the life energy seed. By chance, I have witnessed the power of a sorcerer. Hence, I wish to see if I can carve out my own future from this. He had formed several conjectures about Adolf and decided to express his intentions candidly, as they were not significant secrets. You have witnessed the power of a sorcerer. Adolf was taken aback. Are there still sorcerers active here? Sophia, sitting beside him, turned her curious gaze toward Angeli. Not quite. It was merely the residual power from a nearly damaged magical artifact that I saw someone use, Angeli clarified. That must have been a sorcerer. Only sorcerers can wield magical artifacts, Adolf nodded. You are quite forthright, but the path of a sorcerer demands greater talent than that of a great knight. Are you certain you possess such talent? How can one know without trying? Angeli smiled. If I do not attempt, then I will not even have a 1,000th chance. He felt a measure of confidence in himself, recalling his ability to harness the power from the spellcasting ring. Excellent, Adolf chuckled. You remind me of my younger self, persistent and unwilling to give up easily. So you are. Angeli's eyes brightened. Not as you imagine, Adolf shook his head. I am not the sorcerer you envision. I am merely an ordinary person who yearns for sorcery. He sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Now, I am tired and wish to rest. Angeli, you may come again next time. Angeli wished to say more, but he had to rise and nod respectfully. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave. Sophia, see him off, Adolf said as he stood, retrieving a book from the shelf and handing it to Angeli. This is an Alasia language. Take it to familiarize yourself with it. Come back tomorrow, and I will teach you privately. If you satisfy me, I will consider recommending you to the Alliance Academy. A flicker of joy crossed Angeli's eyes as he respectfully accepted the book. Thank you, Master Adolf. Adolf waved his hand, signaling an end to the conversation. Angeli followed Sophia out of the study, down the stairs, and out of the villa. As Angeli climbed aboard the carriage, Sophia stood outside and said to him, Father has anticipated this many times. He possesses the ability to discern whether others are lying. So whatever decision he makes will not surprise me. However, I hope you do not disappoint him. Sophia spoke earnestly. I understand, Angeli nodded seriously. 6 months later. At the Rinsol villa, Adolf furrowed his brow while holding a piece of parchment, commenting, if Kafka can be substituted with unicycle, then from another perspective. Such a replacement is utterly meaningless from the grammatical standpoint of Angma language. He traced his finger over the text, adding, and here, this word is also inappropriate. It can be replaced with burn from Rud language. Angeli sat attentively, listening intently to his mentor's critique. Over the past 6 months, their relationship had evolved from a standard teacher-student dynamic to a more affectionate bond between teacher and disciple. Utilizing a chip, Angeli's learning ability far surpassed that of others. By the end of the first week, he had already mastered Angma and Buluan languages. However, to avoid raising eyebrows, he deliberately took 6 months to fully master the 3 languages. Even so, Adolf had already begun to refer to him as a genius. At that moment, Adolf was assessing Angeli's grasp of the languages, employing a mixed language sentence structure to test his understanding of the subtle meanings of vocabulary. Indeed, you are correct. It was Angeli's oversight, Angeli admitted, lowering his head with sincerity. The errors he had made were intentional, all within his expectations, although slightly unorthodox, nonetheless. Adolf set down the parchment, a smile breaking across his face. You have passed with flying colors in all 3 languages. Angeli displayed a relieved smile. Sharing in the satisfaction of the moment, Adolf gazed at his most accomplished disciple of the past 6 months, his heart brimming with emotion. Angrel, you have been with me for over half a year, have you not? Indeed, Master, Arel replied, bowing his head respectfully. I trust you are now aware of my esteemed position? Adolf smiled. As the Vice Minister of the Security Department, personally appointed by the port city, I have thoroughly investigated your background. Angrel nodded in silence, fully cognizant of Adolf's notable stature. Yet, his ultimate aim transcended this knowledge. Adolf scrutinized the expression of his sole disciple, noting the unflinching gaze that revealed no hint of trepidation, further affirming that his status and authority had not swayed Arel. This realization brought him considerable solace. However, these matters were trivial. What truly mattered was the shared objective that lay ahead, which was not confined to mere titles. Angrel sensed that his master was poised to reveal something significant. This had been his intent all along during their time together. Indeed, Adolf rose and retrieved a book from the nearby shelf, presenting it to Angrel. Angrel accepted the tome and examined its cover, which bore the title, The Journey of the Heart, by Burkwell Henry. Master, what is this book? It is the autobiography of the great thinker, Master Burkwell, Adolf replied, his gaze warm with pride for his diligent disciple, who had mastered 3 languages in just 6 months. This talent and dedication endeared Arel to him even more. Yet, few were aware that Burkwell was not merely a distinguished scholar, he harbored a more enigmatic identity. Angrel's eyes brightened. A wizard? He whispered, conjecturing. Precisely, Adolf nodded, satisfied with his disciple's reaction. Take it home and study it carefully. Should you encounter any queries, do not hesitate to approach me. Thank you, Master. Arel felt a surge of assurance, convinced that this book would yield significant insights, and his heart swelled with joy. In half a month, representatives from the Andean Alliance Academy will arrive for evaluations, so prepare diligently, Adolf instructed. Yes, Master. I shall take my leave now. Arel rose, the book in hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. He understood that Adolf would never bestow a book upon him without purpose, yet he had not anticipated it to be a wizard's work. Adolf nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I have grown weary, my energy for such pursuits has waned. The responsibility now lies with you. Indeed, Angrel affirmed with a resolute nod. In the narrative titled The Wizard's Book, the protagonist, Angliel, departs from a villa, clutching a leather scroll gifted by Adolf, and returns to the academy via carriage. Upon entering the dormitory building, he is halted by the watchful gatekeeper, who informs him of a letter and a small parcel delivered by a servant. The gatekeeper, a disheveled middle-aged man with a ruddy nose, speaks somewhat incoherently while sipping from a flask. Gratefully, Angliel acknowledges him and proceeds into the watchroom to collect the small black package and the letter before hastily retreating to his dormitory. After carefully securing the door, Angliel places the package and letter aside, taking a seat at his desk with the book before him. He inhales deeply, striving to quell the anticipation and excitement bubbling within him, and begins to scrutinize the tome. Its brownish-yellow cover features a black embroidered ear motif that dominates nearly half of the front. In the lower right corner, the name Burke Willie is inscribed in small print. The book is substantial, comparable in thickness to an English-Chinese dictionary, weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds. Once his emotions settle, Angliel sits upright and gently opens the first page. 0. Commence data recording, he silently intones as the chip activates its recording function. The first page reveals a single line of text in the center, I am listening. The handwriting appears somewhat hasty, resembling cryptic symbols, yet it is merely standard Ongmar script, akin to a row of black tadpoles positioned centrally on the page. Angliel gazes at the text, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he furrows his brow, lingering on the line without turning the page. As evening descends, darkness envelopes the surroundings, with moonlight filtering through the window, casting a delicate white mist over the room. The flickering yellow flame of the oil lamp dances upon Angliel's face, creating shadows beneath his eyes and nose. After a considerable pause, he finally turns to the second page, his brow still knitted in concentration. The second page displays a color illustration of a noble woman clad in a white lace gown and a red circular hat, seated gracefully before a mirror, her demeanor elegant. The exquisitely rendered image captures her fair visage, where a pair of dark eyes seems to scrutinize Angliel intently. He leans closer, astonished by the detail, noticing even the fine pores on her face. A sudden breeze wafts through the window, causing it to bang against the frame. Startled, Angliel rises to shut the window and resumes his seat. However, upon glancing back at the page, he is taken aback. The noblewoman's previously tightly shut lips are now slightly parted, as if she wishes to speak to him. I am listening, echoes in his mind, recalling the earlier phrase, sending a shiver down his spine. The room is enveloped in eerie silence. The usual sounds of conversation and nocturnal insects have vanished, replaced by a suffocating stillness. Goosebumps prick Angliel's skin as an inexplicable sense of danger looms ominously. He gently places his right hand on the hilt of the cross-shaped sword at the edge of his desk, issuing a silent command to the chip. 0. Analyze the surroundings and report any anomalies. The chip dutifully initiates the analysis, yet no immediate feedback is received, providing Angliel with a slight sense of relief. His gaze returns to the page, but suddenly, a surge of dread envelopes him. The noblewoman's mouth gapes wider, her expression twisting into one of profound anguish, her eyes reflecting the despair of a condemned soul. Angliel feels a chill race down his spine as goosebumps rise across his skin. He hastily flips the page, only to encounter the same phrase once more, I am listening. The text, hastily inscribed, looms ominously in the center of the brownish-yellow page. An urgent alarm blares in his mind. Anomalous force field detected. Please evacuate the source area immediately. As a being of wizardly essence peruses this tome, the world it reveals diverges drastically from that of ordinary mortals. A cryptic message surges forth from the pages, forcefully penetrating Angliel's consciousness. His scalp prickles, and beads of sweat form on his brow as an ominous caw from a crow disrupts the stillness. The sound jolts him awake, and he stands abruptly, wiping perspiration from his face. In that instant, he catches sight of his own reflection in the glass window across the room, eyes wide, mouth agape, mirroring the despair and anguish of the noblewoman's expression from the illustration. Cursed, Angliel bellows, shoving his chair aside and racing for the door. He bursts into the corridor, feeling as if the very fabric of the space is twisting and warping, nearly unsteady on his feet. Strangely, the dormitory is deserted, with no fellow students in sight. Subject experiencing anomalous state, blood flow accelerated by 300%, minor vascular ruptures detected. The chip alerts him. Angliel gasps, inhaling deeply as if to fill his chest to capacity, jolted awake by the chip's voice. He opens his eyes to find himself slumped over the book, asleep. A refreshing breeze wafts through the open window, bringing a cooling sensation that awakens him to the reality of his dampened skin. When did I fall asleep? He wonders, glancing at the book that rests before him, now open to the first page, the text once again quietly arranged in the center. I am listening. Could it all have been a mere illusion? Angliel reviews the chip's earlier recordings. Subject exhibiting anomalous state. Blood flow accelerated by 300%. Minor vascular ruptures detected. Force field dissipating. Subject regaining consciousness. Energy radiation ceased. Force field vanished. Subject's anomalous state reverted, experiencing temporal disorientation. Indeed, it was no dream. Angliel's expression shifts as he glances at the newly acquired crystal clock, which reads 9 o'clock in the evening. Suddenly, the text on the page vanishes, replaced by a new line that materializes from thin air. Congratulations, dear friend, you have passed the book's spiritual assessment. A shimmering silver aura radiates from the tome, undulating with silvery points of light. The silver light appears and fades within moments, leaving Angliel squinting as he gazes at the leather-bound book, now transformed in appearance, though its color remains unchanged. A row of peculiar symbols was arranged neatly at the center of the cover, while the original ear motif had completely vanished. Beneath the symbols lay the image of a black door. Curiously, the door seemed to sway as if animated, emitting faint creaking sounds reminiscent of a three-dimensional animation that Aurel had witnessed in a past life. The book retained its brownish-yellow exterior, yet it had fundamentally transformed in essence. Angliel's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, his eyes reflecting a sense of hesitation. The experience he had just undergone, which had felt like an illusion, had revealed to him the considerable danger that this book possessed. However, having finally gleaned a fragment of information regarding the sorcerer, he was reluctant to relinquish his pursuit. Outside the corridor, the intermittent sounds of conversation and the opening and closing of doors gradually soothed Aurel's troubled mind, instilling within him a modicum of safety. 0. Assess the status of this book. Is there still a threat? The assessment commenced. Unknown item. Unable to be fully analyzed. Danger level unknown. Please exercise caution. The feedback from 0 only intensified Angliel's indecision. After lingering in the room for a considerable time, a flicker of determination finally emerged on his face. He slowly approached, extending his hand to turn to the second page of the book. There was no immediate reaction. Angliel's gaze fixated on the page, which no longer displayed the portrait of the noblewoman, but instead was filled with densely packed lines of text. The first line of the title read clearly, "This is merely a basic meditation manual." The text continued, "This book is intended for foundational purposes only. If you wish to delve deeper, perhaps you might visit Maliridan. It is said that there is a trading fair held every 50 years there. After all, I dare not casually inscribe higher-level concepts. For your life and soul's safety, I also advise against engaging with advanced meditation manuals if your mental fortitude is insufficient." The words were written in Angmaric, clear and comprehensible. 041 The Book of Sorcery. 2 Angliel finally exhaled, his heart gradually settling from the previous turmoil. Judging by the tone of the text, it seemed that the book had surpassed its perilous stage. At this moment, the 0 chip emitted no warnings of danger. He continued to read, discovering a series of detailed meditation practices laid out before him. The methods bore a resemblance to the internal alchemy practices of Earth, yet required certain rare substances as adjuncts. Prior to becoming a formal sorcerer, one must progress through 3 distinct stages, denoted simply by numbers: first, second, and third. According to the records, sorcerers possessed an extraordinarily precise attitude towards all ambiguous matters, naturally categorizing their own mental faculties into meticulously defined hierarchies to assess their current stage. Every sorcerer was undoubtedly a scholar of great erudition, embodying a rigorous research disposition, and habitually quantifying all phenomena with exactitude, striving for absolute stability in their effects. This tome was no exception. Angliel even discerned that the author had anticipated various scenarios that might arise at each stage, potential misinterpretations, and the reactions of individuals with differing levels of mental prowess when perusing this text. After dedicating a full half-hour, Angliel successfully stored the entire tome. Akin to a grand lexicon, within the recesses of his memory chip, thanks to his remarkable photographic memory, he initiated the process of content simplification. Under Angliel's command, the 0 chip began to distill the information, eliminating 92.15 of superfluous data. "Shall the remaining content commence transmission?" it inquired. "Proceed," Angliel affirmed, seated at his desk. His eyes gently closed. The temples on either side of his head pulsed rhythmically, exuding an air of peculiarity. The words inscribed on the book began to dissipate gradually, akin to ink diffusing in clear water, swiftly melding into the brownish-yellow pages, leaving no trace behind. In a matter of seconds, the open sections of the book transformed entirely into blank pages. Subsequently, lines of Angmar script emerged, detailing the biography of an esteemed scholar named Burquill. After a considerable pause, Angliel slowly reopened his eyes. "Is this what is termed meditation?" he pondered. To perceive the extraordinary elements within nature and actively approach them, these entities must indeed offer unique experiences to those who seek them. If one can perceive these phenomena, even those with latent sorcerous potential, and if they can guide them through sheer will, they are undoubtedly gifted individuals. The proficiency of these talents is gauged by the speed of their guidance and the quantity of special experiences perceived. He shook his head slightly, refraining from forming a judgment. Nevertheless, having obtained the so-called meditation method, he could not afford to overlook it. Angliel accessed the most rudimentary technique of meditation, which indicated the necessity of a specific substance for assistance, soul blossom, a rare plant flourishing in graveyards. It bore resemblance to the common four-leaf clover, albeit entirely black. It was imperative to hold a leaf of soul blossom in one's mouth during meditation. Otherwise, no one could perceive the existence of such extraordinary phenomena, not even the most gifted among them. Soul blossom? Ang Lee closed the book in his hands, a contemplative expression gracing his face. He stored away the now obsolete tome. Without soul blossom, he could not proceed with meditation, compelling him to set the matter aside for the time being. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 3 a.m, realizing that much of the night had slipped away unnoticed. He retrieved a black bundle from his bed. A package sent from home, which contained a letter. Upon tearing it open, he found it detailed the family's recent circumstances. Over the past 6 months, the Baron, through connections with his Aunt Maria's family, had acquired a small estate outside Maria City. However, with no territorial provisions and the ongoing turmoil in the Kingdom of Rudin rendering noble titles nearly meaningless, the Baron had assembled a mercenary band with 12 followers, undertaking tasks from the Port Guild, Mercenary Guild, and Governor's Office to sustain their livelihood. Half a year later, they had managed to thrive, as the Baron, possessing an intermediate knight's strength, had gained considerable renown within the mercenary circle. After all, a knight of his caliber was deemed worthy of serving any lord. Moreover, as a knight of the intermediate rank, he could plant seeds of life energy in the promising youth of the territory, significantly enhancing the number of prospective knights and thereby bolstering the overall combat capability of the domain, something every lord would welcome. Of course, planting these seeds came at a slight cost to the knight, and the higher the knight's rank, the stronger the physical foundation of the children when they eventually became knights. Some aspirants could even match the physical prowess of formal knights in certain attributes. Hence, lords naturally desired to nurture as many knights as possible, making the quantity and quality of knights they supported a crucial measure of their power. However, the Baron was unwilling to serve under anyone else. He opted to establish his own mercenary band to undertake war assignments, earning a respectable income. While not as lucrative as when he held territory, it was still quite substantial. The letter mentioned updates from the estate and noted that the Baron had recently received a new assignment requiring him to journey to the Answer Prairie to escort an important individual. Alongside him were over 10 other mercenary bands, most of which were significantly larger and more formidable than his own, save for one that was slightly weaker. Rumor had it that this mission might involve clashes with the cavalry of the Saladin Empire, thus the governor was offering a generous commission. The letter also mentioned the 2 girls, Maggie and Celia. It stated that Celia had exhibited considerable talent in music, prompting the Baron to enroll her with a music instructor for training. An additional skill could only prove beneficial. Conversely, Maggie had not distinguished herself in any endeavor, and had it not been for her connection to Ang Lee, the Baron would have treated her as an ordinary servant rather than providing her with a comfortable living. The remainder of the letter conveyed greetings from his father, Aunt Maria, and Uncle Powett. The final note read, "To my dear son Ang Lee. Date, December 11th, 1541, 2 a.m. It was pinned just the previous night. Ang Lee tucked the letter away, feeling a fleeting sense of disorientation. Time flew by, and since his reincarnation as Ang Lee, nearly 2 years had passed unnoticed. Unwrapping the bundle, he discovered an assortment of everyday items, a white towel, some writing parchment, a new ink bottle and quill, and a brown leather dagger, its sheath adorned with a small diamond-shaped black crystal, exuding an air of elegance. Ang Lee had not spent much during his time at the academy. Of the 2,000 gold coins he initially brought, over 800 remained. His association with Mentor Adolf had garnered him a modicum of fame among the students, leading many who could not afford lessons to seek his guidance. Occasionally, he would teach a class, effortlessly earning a few dozen to 100 gold coins, sufficient for his educational expenses. Thus, over the past 6 months, his expenditures were minimal, with most of his funds allocated elsewhere, such as purchasing peculiar items at the port. One of these oddities was the transparent crystal clock now gracing his desk. As a prominent port at the nation's periphery, Maluya Harbor annually attracts merchant caravans and vessels from various countries. These countless traders bring an array of goods, and if one possesses wealth, almost anything can be procured, including slaves. Angriel toyed with a crystal-sheathed dagger, a spoils of war acquired by the Baron during a significant mission, now presented as a birthday gift. Occasionally, Angriel would return to the estate to reconnect with his father and others, though these visits were brief. He primarily resided at the academy or at Adolf's home. His days were spent in study, swordplay, equestrian pursuits, and archery. Though monotonous, his life was far from dull. Over the past 6 months, his physical prowess had shown no notable improvement, remaining at a middling level among knights. Were it not for his formidable foundational swordsmanship, he might have been regarded merely as an average knight rather than one nearing the pinnacle of knighthood. However, his archery skills had seen commendable progress. He could now shoot 2 arrows with a single draw, maintaining the same level of accuracy. Within the academy, Most students displayed little enthusiasm for martial skills such as archery or horseback riding. Aside from impressing during classes, the training grounds often lay vacant. Those students lacking funds occasionally practiced, yet most spent their time working various jobs to supplement their finances. Only a select few, like Angriel, frequented the training grounds daily, taking advantage of the available weapons for self-training. Over time, his archery had notably improved, and his swordsmanship felt more fluid. After organizing his belongings, Angriel hurriedly attended to his ablutions, extinguished the oil lamp, and lay down in bed. The dead soul grass, according to the records, predominantly appears in graveyards with a significant number of deceased, albeit in limited quantities. The cemetery at Maluya Harbor is located on the western outskirts, amidst the Red Rock Mountains, where the remains of many lie buried. Thus, it is plausible that the dead soul grass could be found there. Contemplating his plans for the morrow, he gradually succumbed to slumber. On the morning of the second day, Onrel rose only close to 10 o'clock, having stayed up far too late the previous night. He needed a full 7 hours of sleep to recuperate. He hastily concluded his breakfast, greeted the guards at the academy, and registered for his departure. He then hired a carriage, heading straight to the Red Rock Mountain Cemetery on the outskirts of the city. As afternoon approached, the sun dipped low, casting a crimson hue over everything. The sky was adorned with wisps of golden-edged clouds. Atop Red Rock Mountain, the peak had been flattened, forming an expansive platform dotted with gray-white tombstones, surrounded by lush greenery that sloped gently downwards. From a distance, the mountain resembled a trapezoid. In the cemetery, a few mourners could be observed, among them a young nobleman of about 15, whose expression was blank, his gaze flitting restlessly among the grass surrounding the tombstones. He wandered from one grave to another, appearing less like a mourner and more like someone searching for something. Accompanying him was a middle-aged coachman dressed in gray. "Lord Onrel, it is getting quite late. Should we not return?" The coachman murmured, having followed the young nobleman aimlessly for nearly 2 hours. Had it not been for the 2 gold coins the lad had offered, equivalent to 20 silver pieces, he would never have been foolish enough to trail behind like this. Is it already nearing dusk? Onrel finally noticed the waning light. His brow furrowed as he scanned the surrounding grass one last time, revealing a flicker of disappointment. "Very well. Let us head back," he said nonchalantly, turning towards the cemetery's exit. "By the way, how are things on the Rudin front? Is Saladin still fighting?" he casually inquired. The coachman reflected for a moment. "I heard from those who escaped from Rudin at the tavern that only the royal capital remains unconquered. The rest has been divided among neighboring nations. Not many of Saladin's men come to the port, so the situation remains unclear. After all, we are merely common folk, not privy to such grand matters," he chuckled lightly. "Indeed, there must be quite a number of people fleeing Rudin, then. Any prominent figures among them?" Onrel continued, aware that these coachmen often glean significant information from the casual banter of their passengers. The coachman chuckled but remained silent. Onrel casually pulled a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it to him. Only then did the coachman's expression brighten as he resumed speaking. "I overheard 2 passengers discussing that few had escaped Rudin, mostly minor nobles. Larger groups seem to have been intercepted along the way, particularly the royal entourage, which was surrounded by enemies from several nations." "It sounded dreadful, is that so?" Onrel nodded, deducing that the Marquis of Sirius had likely not escaped his misfortune. However, the coachman's information was suspect, and if true, this would mean the elimination of the only remaining threat posed by Philip. "By the way, have you heard of a plant called soulgrass?" he suddenly asked, producing several more gold coins. "Soulgrass? Could you describe its appearance?" "Perhaps I have seen it before, although not by that name," the coachman replied, his eyes glimmering at the sight of the coins. "It resembles clover, but is entirely black." "Black clover? Oh, you must mean black trifolium. It only grows in graveyards. So you came here for that?" The coachman realized. "I fear you may be disappointed. I've heard at the apothecary that black trifolium is quite an expensive herb, and this place surely has none left, if it ever did." "The apothecary?" Onrel nodded. "Then take me there directly." He tossed 2 gold coins to the coachman, who eagerly accepted them. "Of course, no problem. The sooner, the better. We shall arrive in half an hour," the coachman declared, thumping his chest with confidence. Approximately 20 minutes later, Onrel stood before a herbal shop at the port, with the hustle and bustle of carriages and pedestrians behind him. The exterior boasted an iron rod with a fabric sign that read, "Moss S. Apothecary" in Rudin language, accompanied by an illustration of dried herbs. The shop was located beneath a gray-white residential building, nestled among a row of storefronts. People of various attire streamed in and out, from noble garments to simple cloth attire of common folk, with a few mercenaries visibly armed. This was the recently recommended apothecary, known for its fair prices. Clad in a black and red noble hunting outfit, Onrel stood at the entrance, drawing curious glances from passers-by. He surveyed the interior before striding up the steps and entering. The proprietor, an elderly man with a white beard, exuded warmth and familiarity as he weighed herbs for a pair of mercenaries, while several youths attended to other customers. Upon Onrel's entrance, a young lad approached with a rehearsed smile. "Welcome, young sir. What seems to be the matter? What remedy do you require?" The boy inquired. "I seek black trifolium. Do you have any?" "Black trifolium?" The boy's smile faltered. "Surely you jest. Such a rare herb would not even be found in the port's largest apothecary." Onrel frowned. "Is there truly no way to procure it?" The boy nodded firmly. "A single plant is worth thousands of gold coins, not classified as ordinary herbs. Only at auctions might one encounter it, or perhaps in private collections. Moreover, over a decade ago, the Alliance explicitly forbade civilians from buying or selling such herbs, imposing severe penalties for violations. Is that so?" Onrel felt a wave of frustration. The mere pursuit of becoming a first-stage sorcerer apprentice entailed such convoluted requirements. Who knew what challenges lay ahead, even if presented to him? He could not afford the exorbitant price of thousands of gold coins for a single plant. Exiting the apothecary, night had fully descended. Onrel instructed the coachman to take him directly to Master Adolph's villa. The only remaining course of action was to seek his mentor. For it was he who had provided Onrel with the sorcerer's tome, and thus he could only place his hopes in him. Obtaining soulgrass or black trifolium was beyond Onrel's means. Upon reaching Master Adolph's residence, the port clock chimed 7 in the evening. The streets illuminated with various oil lamps. Alighting from the carriage, Onrel spotted the mentor's daughter, Sophia, watering the garden. The villa was adorned with 2 oil lamps at the entrance, casting a soft glow. Sophia noticed Onrel. "Onrel, you've arrived so early?" she expressed. A hint of surprise gracing her features as she approached to open the iron gate. "Come, father is in his study on the 2nd floor." Onrel nodded. Familiar with the route, and entered the villa without needing her guidance. He ascended the winding staircase to the 2nd floor and stood before the study door. Knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door. "Enter." The door was unlocked, and Master Adolph's aged voice resonated from within. Onrel gently turned the doorknob, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Adolph lay with his eyes closed on a bamboo lounge chair, clad in a white robe, a leather-bound scroll resting upon his abdomen. After offering a courteous bow, Onrel seated himself on a solitary leather sofa nearby. Observing his mentor, he surmised that Adolph must have anticipated his visit for assistance. Adolph opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his features. "You have not disappointed me. The true content of that book did not frighten you, did it?" Onrel paused, then chuckled softly. "It did indeed startle me a bit. To perceive the genuine content signifies that you possess the potential of a sorcerer. I have provided that book to many young individuals, yet you alone have been able to discern its authentic essence. Only those capable of such insight would seek me out within a day or two of acquiring the book. It is improbable for an ordinary person to finish that disguised material in such a short span," Adolph remarked with a grin. "How can you be so certain that I would pass that assessment?" Onrel inquired, puzzled. "You visited the Red Rock Mountain Cemetery earlier, did you not?" Adolph's smile deepened. "In Maluya, I am not merely an ordinary linguist." Onrel understood then. His movements had likely been under his mentor's watchful eye all along. "May I inquire, mentor, how shall we address the matter of the black tri-leaf and the soul death herb? It seems rather difficult to procure such plants." "A few years ago, I acquired a black tri-leaf, which can certainly serve as a foundation," Adolph replied, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "What price must I pay?" Onrel asked with calm composure. Although Adolph held him in high regard, such invaluable items worth thousands of gold coins were not simply given away. "Price? It is premature to discuss that now. While thousands of gold coins are not an insignificant sum for me, I can manage. What I value is your potential, your future," Adolph stated, his smile fading into a serious expression. "Marie, please let Sophia in," he called toward the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Sophia, dressed in red, entered with a puzzled look. "Father, you called for me? What is it?" She glanced at Onrel seated on the side sofa, then back at her beaming father, gently closing the door behind her. "Onrel, do you find Sophia beautiful?" Adolph inquired. Onrel was taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Sophia. The young woman, around 20 years of age, possessed delicate features, exuding an aura of quiet grace. Clad in a form-fitting red dress, her chestnut curls cascaded over her shoulders, her figure perfectly proportioned. The exposed skin of her arms and neck was as fair as snow. "Sophia, your esteemed pupil, is indeed comely," Angleton affirmed with a nod. "Well then," Adolphus responded with a smile. "Father, hold," Sophia interjected abruptly. "Surely you don't intend to betroth me to Angleton? What, do you object?" Adolphus's countenance darkened. "Angleton is agreeable, but he is not to my taste. Therefore, father, I shall determine my own affairs, and I implore you not to meddle." Sophia retorted defiantly. "Your taste? You refer to that itinerant bard from Sylvanus?" "A pretty face is hardly sufficient," Adolphus pronounced sternly. Sophia met her father's gaze with unwavering resolve. Angleton promptly rose, declaring with a smile, Since Sophia has someone she favors, perhaps, Minter, you would deign to accept me as a voluntary godson? Adolphus's expression softened slightly, yet he emitted a weighty snort. He averted his gaze from his daughter and addressed Angleton. Then, from this day forth, you shall be my godson. I implore you to extend your benevolence to my father and aunt as well, Angleton requested proactively. This was to reassure the Minter of his reliability. After all, with his father and kin under his care, Angleton would be less likely to renege on his commitments. Adolphus's demeanor then normalized. Turning to his daughter, he chided, enough. Cease loitering here. Your presence vexes me. Sophia departed without a word, slamming the door behind her with vehemence, followed by the rapid descent of footsteps. Adolphus nodded in approval. I shall attend to your father. As such, our accord is sealed. A smile resurfaced on his countenance as he rose and retrieved a petite, exquisite box from his desk drawer. The box was ebony, adorned with minute rubies. Angleton surmised that the value of the box alone nearly equaled that of the necroherb. This coffer is crafted from agarwood, capable of preserving the potency of medicinal herbs for an extended period. I shall bestow it upon you as well, Adolphus jested. He deemed the notion of a mere godson unreliable. What truly reassured him was the fact that Angleton's father and kin were under his jurisdiction. By fostering goodwill, Angleton would hardly forsake all his relatives. Should he do so, it would be his own misfortune. He had initially intended to betroth Sophia to Angleton, forging a more intimate bond, but his daughter demurred. He cherished his daughter and was unwilling to compromise her for his own objectives. He could only feign displeasure, primarily for Angleton's benefit. I remain but a third-rate apprentice, and my aspirations of becoming a formal wizard are unattainable. However, I am fortunate to have found you, Angleton. I trust you shall surpass my achievements, Adolphus declared solemnly, handing the box to Angleton. I shall endeavor to do so, Angleton replied with equal gravity, accepting the box. Both were cognizant that this was, in essence, an investment in Angleton's future potential. Should he perish along the way, Adolphus would cease to care for the Baron and his ilk. Should he achieve greatness, he would not forget Adolphus's assistance during his most trying times. It was a gamble, a wager on the future. Angleton clutched the box, a fist-sized coffer resembling a jewelry case, and gently lifted the lid. Within lay a coiled, ebony trifolium, identical to that depicted in the Wizard's Compendium, even unearthed with its roots intact. Closing the lid softly, Angleton felt an eagerness to return and commence formal meditation. Pray tell, do you wear something of import upon your chest? Adolphus inquired suddenly, his gaze fixed on Angleton's chest. You have noticed? Angleton chuckled. At this juncture, he had nothing to conceal. His advancement would benefit Adolphus, binding their interests together and obviating extraneous complications. He retrieved the emerald ring suspended from his neck, unfastening it and presenting it to Adolphus. Adolphus received it and scrutinized it meticulously. A magic ring, nearly spent and damaged. Its provenance is Ramsoda University? I have not heard of this university. It must be a remote wizarding establishment. With this, you shall have the opportunity to embark shortly. Adolphus's smile broadened. This token shall serve as your credential, granting you preferential selection into the wizarding organization associated with this ring. A stroke of fortune indeed. I believe that meeting you, Minter, is a manifestation of my good fortune, Angleton flattered. They exchanged glances and chuckled in unison. After a moment, Angleton inquired, pray, what do you mean by embark? In a fortnight. A vessel transporting neophytes from a wizarding organization will pass through the port, and our port possesses a few recommendations. I happen to have one to proffer. Upon boarding, you shall arrive directly at the nexus of wizarding organizations, where you shall receive advanced tutelage. This is an opportunity that must not be missed if you aspire to progress further, Adolphus elucidated. Are wizarding organizations situated in distant locales? Angleton asked inquisitively. Indeed. In far-flung regions. The voyage is merely one segment of the journey. Overland travel is also required, likely spanning over 2 months. This opportunity is not to be squandered. If you wish to advance, you must seize it, Adolphus affirmed. I comprehend, Angleton assented emphatically. I shall confer with my family and attend to various matters in the interim. Excellent. A man of purpose must not vacillate. You shall likely be absent for an extended period. Spend ample time with your family, for reunions shall be infrequent, Adolphus advised. Understood, Angleton acknowledged. Furthermore, our port is expected to recommend over 100 individuals. There are certain precautions to observe upon boarding, which I shall gradually impart to you in the coming days, Adolphus added. I am indebted to you, Minter, Angleton expressed, having departed from Minter Adolphus's residence. The port's bell tolled 10 o'clock. Angleton exited the villa, hailed a carriage, and hastened towards the academy. He wished to avail himself of the time to attempt meditation. Dismounting the carriage, he hurried back to his dormitory, bolted the door, and retrieved the box containing the necroherb. After meticulously inspecting the doors and windows, he composed himself. Following ablutions, Angleton sat shoeless upon the bed and commenced preparations for meditation, as prescribed in the book. Seated cross-legged, Angleton opened the coffer, extracted a sprig of necroherb, and gently plucked a black leaf. He placed it in his mouth, and a fetid, bitter taste permeated his palate. Angleton grimaced, returned the necroherb to the box, and set it aside. He then initiated the meditation process as outlined in the book, envisioning a series of consecutive characters and symbols, referred to as runes of will in the Wizard's Compendium. Typically, an individual can clearly visualize between 3 and 7 runes at a time. Those endowed with the potential of a wizard can conceive of a quantity ranging from 8 to 12 symbols. By persistently envisioning these characters and augmenting their numbers, one can enhance their mental prowess. The criterion for attaining the rank of a first-class apprentice is the ability to meditate clearly on 12 symbols, serving as a measure of mental strength. Upon achieving this rank, one can begin to perceive the myriad energies that permeate the space around them, selecting their preferred direction of advancement based on the clearest type of energy sensed. Angeli sat upon his bed, his eyes firmly shut. As time ebbed away, the cacophony outside gradually subsided, with all apprentices beginning to find rest. When the crystal clock struck 2 in the morning, a faint green luminescence flickered beneath Angeli's eyelids, which began to twitch violently as though he were ensnared in a nightmare. This phenomenon persisted for a full half-hour. Subsequently, Angeli's complexion began to take on a gray hue, and after another half-hour, it darkened further still. A subtle, foul odor began to waft from his being. The exposed skin on his neck and hands gradually exuded a viscous black liquid, reminiscent of sweat, which dampened his clothing. Suddenly, Angeli's eyes flew open, and he expelled a torrent of black blood, splattering the ground. A pungent stench instantly filled the room. With a deep sigh of relief, Angeli realized that the dead soul grass, in conjunction with meditation, had indeed facilitated the refinement of his body. The release of this blood made him feel considerably lighter. His eyes sparkled with vigor, betraying no signs of fatigue or pain from the expulsion. The dead soul grass within his mouth had already dissolved, permeating into his bloodstream. 0. Have you recorded the fluctuations of my brainwaves just now? Recording complete. Data integrated into the database. The chip responded. Display my current physical condition. Angeli Leo, Strength 2. 9. Agility 4. 1. Constitution 2. 8. Genetic limit reached. Status, healthy. To his astonishment, his constitution had increased by 0. 3. Angeli felt a surge of joy. His previous constitution was a mere 2. 5, and he had only measured it a few days prior. The fact that a single session of meditation had yielded such a significant enhancement was remarkable. This indicated a fundamental transformation at the genetic level. Indeed, meditation proved to be a formidable training method for wizards. Angeli felt a flicker of anticipation. This path appeared to hold the potential for evolutionary advancement in the realm of life itself, igniting within him a profound curiosity for the future. After the meditation concluded, Aurel swiftly changed into a fresh set of clothes and opened the window to let in some air, for the stale atmosphere within was truly unbearable. Grabbing his toiletries, including a towel and basin, he stepped out of his room. The outside was enveloped in darkness. Glancing down the corridor, he noted that all the rooms were enveloped in silence, save for the faint sounds of snoring and the creaking of wooden beds. A refreshing breeze swept through, invigorating Aurel considerably. He hurried to the washroom at the end of the hallway to cleanse himself once more before returning to his room. He employed his soiled clothes to wipe away the bloodstains on the floor, then piled them in the corner, finally relishing a sense of revitalization. For novices, the daily meditation duration should not exceed a certain limit, lest it becomes detrimental to one's health. The 3 leaves of the dead soul grass, after 3 uses, would exert a unique influence on the human body, eliminating the need to search for black trefoil thereafter. Aurel recalled the content from his book, noting that the maximum limit was 5 hours. Carefully, he placed the small box containing the black trefoil beneath his pillow, then lay down fully clothed, gradually drifting into a deep slumber. At dawn the following day, Aurel awoke before 5 o'clock, feeling extraordinarily energetic and invigorated. Rising from bed, he glanced at the wizard's tome resting on the table, then retrieved the small box from beneath his pillow. It was decidedly unsafe to keep it in his dormitory. He resolved to take it to his mentor. Wrapping the 2 items in the black cloth from his last delivery, he set off. The sky was still dim, not yet fully illuminated, making it impossible to catch a carriage into town. However, sleep eluded him. Aurel, carrying his bundle, decided to head to the swordsmanship arena. He navigated past the dormitory and dining hall, making his way up the left slope. Soon, a platform halfway up the hillside came into view. The swordsmanship arena was adorned with lush green grass, populated by dozens of wooden dummies standing erect. The dim light cast an eerie ambience, accentuated by the distant cacophony of insects in the nearby woods. Behind the arena stood a small gray-white stone hut, serving as storage for equipment. Aurel hung his bundle on the arm of a wooden dummy and retrieved a wooden sword from the hut. With a couple of swift cuts, he sliced through the air, the sound resonating with satisfaction. Nodding in approval, he approached the dummy with his bundle and prepared to begin his practice. Suddenly, A notification from the chip alerted him. Unknown humans approaching. Distance, 103 meters. Quantity, 3. Aurel was slightly surprised to find others at the swordsmanship arena at such an early hour. However, he paid little heed. Having encountered fellow students who occasionally rose early to train, the 3 individuals appeared to be male, engaged in a lively conversation as they approached. The academy competition is said to have unveiled several formidable newcomers. It's a foregone conclusion that the champions will be the same few upperclassmen. Senior Isma's Storm swordsmanship is truly exceptional. I heard he is now a reserve captain in the port security department, and Senior Jelen has officially joined the patrol team. Veteran swordsmen like Alan, Albert, Nancy, and Alge are not to be trifled with by mere newcomers. Senior Isma's swordsmanship surpasses everyone I witnessed at the swordsmanship competition in Shilon 2 years ago. It was his influence that led me to choose swordsmanship as my major. I've heard that Senior Alge has been practicing early lately. Perhaps we'll encounter him soon. As the voices drew nearer, Aurel shook his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had previously met Senior Isma. Indeed, his swordsmanship was formidable, polished through relentless training, even surpassing Aurel's own foundational skills. It seemed he hailed from a prestigious background, and Aurel had encountered him at this very arena. The chip had recorded the data on Isma's Storm swordsmanship, concluding that it required a life energy seed to unleash its full potential, categorizing it as a Grand Knight level technique, of no relevance to Aurel. In contrast, Angrel's foundational swordsmanship emphasized technique and precision, while Storm swordsmanship prioritized explosive strength and speed. Attempting to practice such power without a seed would only lead to physical harm, as the body would be unable to meet the demands of such explosive force. The Andis Alliance has a long-standing tradition of swordsmanship competitions held periodically by the Academy, creating an atmosphere of exuberance and excitement as they invite dignitaries from outside to judge the event. Participants include both current students and alumni from the Academy. The rewards are said to be substantial. However, none of this concerned Aurel. His primary objective was to swiftly ascend to the rank of first-class apprentice and await the arrival of the Wizarding Organization as vessel. Focusing his mind, he grasped the wooden sword and executed a series of downward strikes, repeating the motion diligently. Upon the arrival of the 3 students, they paused momentarily upon spotting Aurel. It's Aurel, the linguistic prodigy. I heard he is the most favored student of Lord Adolf and has now become his disciple, one whispered. Should we go greet him? Another suggested. Perhaps it's best not to disturb him. I've heard his archery skills are remarkable. Many have witnessed him hitting the bullseye 9 times out of 10 from over 100 meters. If there were an archery competition, he would certainly rank among the top 3 in the Academy. However, I've also heard he can be aloof and temperamental, rarely engaging with others. Those who once found him disagreeable seem to have quieted down. Perhaps he taught them a lesson. Let us keep our distance and practice over here to avoid any trouble. The 3 students whispered amongst themselves, their gazes towards Aurel tinged with respect. They found 3 dummies at a distance and began practicing their basic movements with wooden swords. As Aurel practiced, his keen senses absorbed their chatter, finding it somewhat amusing. Despite his low profile within the Academy, their tone suggested he had unwittingly become a notable figure. The students who had once sought to confront him were merely ordinary youths with some combat skills, easily dispatched by him. With Lord Adolf's backing, they had since kept their distance, leading to a reputation that painted him as unapproachable. It was surprising to him that such minor incidents had transformed into perceptions of aloofness and pride. Shaking his head in bemusement, Aurel settled into his practice with renewed focus. In the following days, the Academy grew increasingly lively. The frequency of student activities surged, with many sword-wielding students roaming about. After several days of sword training, Aurel noticed wooden platforms being erected in the swordsmanship arena, presumably for spectators during the upcoming tournament. The entire Academy buzzed with excitement, everyone discussing the forthcoming swordsmanship competition. With a multitude of students preparing for the event, in Angrel's dormitory floor, conversations about renowned swordmasters echoed frequently. Unlike those around him, Aurel continued to meditate diligently for 5 hours each day, substituting sleep, appearing almost as an outsider amidst the vibrant chaos of his surroundings. His visits remained limited to the dormitory and the archery arena. The progress of meditation has shown little response since the initial enhancement of 0.3 in physical constitution. The data regarding his physical state remains stagnant. However, Aurel can perceive subtle improvements in his body, albeit so minuscule that even the chip fails to register specific figures. His mental state, on the other hand, has markedly improved, with an increase in vigor. He is now capable of meditating on 8 characters, a significant advancement compared to the initial 5. In a room within the dormitory building 3 of the Harbor Academy, a group of young men and women are engaged in casual conversation. Hey, Costa, did you hear? That Aurel is actually at this academy. One exclaims, Aurel Rio? That idiot? A boy responds, momentarily taken aback. Who else would I be referring to? Another boy chuckles derisively. His luck is remarkable. he didn't perish while fleeing. That frail little fellow, remarks a short-haired girl, munching on something akin to sunflower seeds with delight. Catherine, what courses are you and your brother planning to select? The classes here are exorbitantly priced. I'm going for painting, she inquires of the girl beside her. The girl next to her, a striking beauty with flowing golden hair, sips her red tea slowly, seemingly oblivious to the question posed by her companion. Instead, she furrows her brow. Aurel Rio? I heard there's a formidable student at the academy also named Aurel. Could it be him? Indeed, it is he, the first boy replies with a chuckle. That fellow seems to be doing rather well, having ingratiated himself with Professor Adolf in linguistics. It's merely luck, though, he truly believes himself to be someone of importance. His face displays a contemptuous smirk, yet there is a glimmer of jealousy and envy in his eyes. Well, Aurel has always been rather foolish, Catherine adds with a laugh. 5 days later. Aurel, do you know a girl named Catherine? Rog, a student residing opposite Aurel, suddenly inquires during their meal together. They sit across from one another at a table in the cafeteria. Although not particularly close, they occasionally share meals and engage in light conversation, making Rog one of the few individuals at the academy, aside from the senior Sophia, with whom Aurel interacts. Rog is the same boy who initially pointed out the course schedule on the back of Angrel's information sheet. Catherine? Aurel pauses. What about her? He recalls that the daughter of the Viscount he had once pursued was also named Catherine. Originally, Aurel had met his demise out of jealousy. Rog spreads yellow butter on a slice of white bread, reaching for a bottle of strawberry jam. I heard she's a new student. Recently, she and her brother got into a predicament with that fellow Vivek. He cornered them along with some outsiders, and in a moment of desperation, Catherine boldly declared in front of a crowd that you were her fiancé, which ultimately compelled Vivek to back off, he explains with a hint of amusement. But since you don't know her, I suppose those individuals will be entertaining. Is that so? Aurel chuckles softly, taking a gentle bite of an apple-like fruit. The Candia family had not experienced the Baron being ambushed, resulting in a delayed response to Saladin's invasion. Several of their formidable forces perished along the way. The corpse he and the Baron encountered was one among them, though he has forgotten the name. The current Viscount of Candia, like the Baron, has lost both title and territory. It is somewhat miraculous that the old man managed to escape to Maluya. What is her full name? He casually inquires. Catherine Candia. Rog replies, taking a hefty bite of bread, his words slightly garbled. It really is her, Aurel smiles, choosing to remain silent thereafter. 2 days after departing. The time until the arrival of the wizard organization's vessel drew ever closer, with an estimated 5 days remaining. Aurel originally intended to return home to visit his father. However, the Baron had long since journeyed to the Ansur Prairie and had not returned. Over the past few days, he had spent time with Maggie and Celia, leaving a letter for the Baron before choosing to remain at the academy, engaging in daily meditation, sword practice, and archery, thereby enriching his experience. After finishing lunch, Aurel proceeded as usual to the archery range. The expansive green lawn was rectangular in shape, with a series of archery targets at one end and a long, narrow shed at the other, which contained individual shooting stations, each equipped with a longbow. The bright golden sunlight rendered the grass particularly vibrant, and a warm breeze swept through, offering no hint of coolness. Upon entering, Aurel found a few individuals scattered throughout the range, already practicing, familiar with the layout. He selected the rightmost shooting station and settled in. He removed the brown wooden bow hanging there and gently pulled back the string. It felt satisfactory, well-maintained, indeed. Aurel nodded in approval. Suddenly, voices from a nearby shooting station caught his attention. It appeared to be a group of girls who had just entered, engaged in conversation. Mary, why don't you give it a try? All right. The sound of the bowstring tightening was followed by a sharp thwack as a wooden arrow flew into Angrel's peripheral vision, landing crookedly in the ground less than 20 meters away. Incredible. Truly remarkable. No wonder it's Mary, exclaimed several girls, their amazement palpable and genuine. The farthest I've managed is that distance, and I'm nowhere near Mary's skill. Same here. Mary Solon is indeed impressive. Are you mocking me? Of course not. The girls giggled lightly. But if my brother were here, he would definitely hit the target. 100 meters is no challenge for him, one of them remarked. Is that so? If my sister were here, she would certainly succeed. She used to shoot to the 5-ring. The archery targets were marked with 9 concentric circles, from 1 to 9, with the 5-ring being a commendable score at the academy. Speaking of archery, I've heard that Angrel's skills are exceptional, hitting the 9-ring with 9 out of 10 arrows. Some say he must be among the top 3 archers in the entire academy. Is that true, Catherine? One girl inquired. Angrel's prowess is indeed noteworthy, another voice chimed in, carrying a tone of restrained pride. When he pursued me in the past, he took the time to teach me archery. Hitting the 9-ring at 100 meters is no challenge for him. Aurel felt a twitch of embarrassment. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the girl he had once pursued. With little patience for idle chatter, he raised his longbow, drew an arrow from the quiver, and twang. The bowstring snapped taut, guided solely by instinct and experience. His body, honed through countless corrections, instinctively found the most precise posture, angle, and force. The arrow flew true, striking the red center of the target 100 meters away. Starkly contrasting with the other shooters, gasps of admiration and astonished whispers filled the air. To these pampered students, such skill was nothing short of miraculous. Onrel continued to shoot, not aiming for the bullseye, but rather the 3-ring and 4-ring targets, each arrow landing accurately yet attracting less attention. This approach served his purpose well. After a solid 15 minutes of shooting, having emptied 3 quivers, he wiped the sweat from his brow and lowered the bow. Few could shoot 3 quivers in succession without injuring their fingers, aside from those with knightly physique. Setting the bow down, he noticed the girls in the nearby booth still conversing softly. Regaining his breath and strength, he prepared to depart. As he turned to leave, he decided to greet the girls. Given his past pursuit of one of them, it felt necessary to bring closure. He stepped into their booth, where 5 beautifully adorned girls were engaged in hushed conversation, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Upon noticing Angrel's entrance, they all turned to face him. "May I assist you?" one girl inquired. "Is this Catherine? It's been a while. How have you been?" Onrel greeted with a harmonious smile as he approached a blonde girl among them. The girls fell silent, exchanging glances, momentarily speechless. I'm not Catherine. Yes, over there." The blonde girl hesitated, her face displaying a peculiar expression as she pointed to the girl on the far left. Onrel stood momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, smiling naturally. "Onrel. Catherine, it's been too long," he said, directing his gaze toward the girl at the edge. Catherine, blushing profusely, could not bring herself to meet Onrel's eyes. Acutely aware of his teasing gaze and the increasingly disdainful looks from her companions, Onrel nodded in satisfaction. His aim had been achieved. This incident would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on Catherine's friends, spreading the notion that his relationship with Catherine was merely ordinary. After all, he had fallen from his horse and died without anyone inquiring after his well-being. His servant had to return him in a carriage. Although the original Onrel had perished, he felt no desire to entangle himself with women of such poor character. Being unfairly associated with someone who bore his name and incited trouble left him feeling somewhat displeased. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Ultimately, Catherine could not hold back, covering her mouth as she turned and fled. The remaining girls, however, politely greeted Onrel. "Onrel? That Catherine claims to be your fiancée, is that true?" inquired the earlier blonde girl. "How could that be? Catherine and I share only a common student relationship. We were both trained under a knight in Rudin," Onrel replied, shaking his head. "And please, don't call me senior. I may not have even entered the academy before you. That won't do, senior. Your archery skills and linguistic talent are renowned throughout the academy. We are merely ordinary students. Calling you senior is not excessive." Another girl with short black hair named Mary chuckled. Onrel engaged in casual conversation with the girls for a while before excusing himself and departing. His objective had been achieved, and he saw no reason to linger in idle chatter. He understood Catherine's mindset, a vain, proud individual. In her view, as long as she made the first move, Onrel would undoubtedly pursue her fervently as he once had, only for her to feign reluctance, pretending to be disinclined to accept his advances. This would bolster her vanity and elevate her status among her peers, leading her to presume that Onrel was eager for her affection. Little did she realize that the Onrel of today was no longer the same reckless youth of the past, but rather a different soul altogether. Catherine's affairs did not stir significant commotion. The Candia siblings and their close companions became little more than jesters, providing light-hearted amusement at the dining table. After all, it was heard that Vivek ultimately refrained from taking action against these individuals, merely issuing them a warning. He even stated that it was due to their past acquaintanceship with Ongle. Regardless, Ongle no longer paid any heed to these individuals. A week swiftly elapsed, and Angliai's physical prowess once again increased by 0.1, reaching a level of 2.9. Meanwhile, the vessels of the wizarding organization finally arrived at a certain point in the Malia port. A long, narrow stone path extended from the dock into the sea, stretching over 100 meters. The surface was paved with black, unknown stone slabs. On either side of the path lay deep blue waters, which crashed against the path's foundation with each wave. Clad in a white swordsman's attire, Ongle found himself amidst a crowd of over 10 individuals awaiting the arrival of the ships. On his back, he carried a black package, and at his waist hung a silver cross sword. His tall and well-proportioned figure lent an air of rugged handsomeness to his otherwise ordinary features. Beside him stood the elderly Adolf, with his grizzled beard, accompanied by 2 personal guard swordsmen. Due to the confidential nature of the wizarding organization and the significance of this news, only these 2 crucial confidants accompanied him. The midday sun beat down with exceptional intensity, causing those waiting for the ship to frequently produce handkerchiefs to wipe away their sweat. Soon, a neatly organized fleet emerged slowly on the horizon, making its way towards the dock. The fleet primarily consisted of medium to large cargo ships, either blue or white, each adorned with images of whales and tridents on their sails. The vessel Anglais was to board was the last in line. Be careful not to get it wrong. Adolphe advised solemnly in a hushed tone. I understand, Anglais replied earnestly, nodding his head. He gazed into the distance at the approaching ships. The blue sky and the vast blue sea blended seamlessly, creating a magnificent expanse of azure. In the midst of it all, a line of white and blue dots drew closer, while the salty, invigorating sea breeze rustled the edges of his garments, mingling with the sounds of waves crashing against the dock. Suddenly, two white seabirds swooped across his field of vision, and the surrounding crowd began to buzz with animated conversation. The individuals gathered at this time and place were likely also passengers of the merchant fleet. On the path, a dense assembly of over 100 people had formed. Anglais turned to glance back. Dozens still stood on the shore. Adolphe patted Anglais' shoulder. Stop looking. The port has arranged for these people to serve as a cover for you. The actual number boarding the ship will be much fewer. We? Anglais discerned the underlying implications in his words. How many others are there like me, master? Do you know? Adolphe shook his head. I am not certain. In any case, those boarding the last ship will likely be no older than you, possibly under 30. You'll find out once you board. Someone will gather you all together and explain. The fleet drew ever closer. What had once appeared as mere specks now transformed into towering ships, magnifying as the distance diminished. Each vessel resembled the large oil tankers from Anglais' previous life on Earth. So immense. Anglais marveled. These ships must possess other means of propulsion, correct? Indeed. Such vessels cannot rely solely on wind power for movement. The sails are installed to conserve energy, Adolphe replied, his gaze fixed in admiration on the approaching fleet. 10 minutes later, the fleet gradually approached the shore, most vessels docking at various points along the pier, lowering their gangplanks and beginning to unload cargo. Workers, who had been waiting, surged forward, swiftly transferring sturdy wooden crates from the ships. Some elegantly dressed merchants also disembarked, casually conversing with the dockworkers as they awaited the completion of the unloading and loading processes. The last ship in the fleet slowly anchored by the waterway where Aurel and the others were situated. At the ship's edge, several adolescents leaned over, whispering to each other and occasionally bursting into laughter. Most of these youths were dressed lavishly, their faces adorned with a subtle air of arrogance and aloofness. With a loud thud, the gangplank was lowered, resting on the waterway. The red and black wooden board, seemingly soaked in oil, was over half a meter thick and about 7 to 8 meters wide, resembling a city gate, with steps carved into it for boarding. At the gangway, a group of strong sailors surrounded a middle-aged man, calling out as they began to board the ship. The crowd on the dock immediately surged forward, each person making their way up the gangplank. Aurel nodded to his mentor, Adolphe, and joined the throng, stepping onto the gangplank. Don't forget to find Nancy, Adolphe whispered just loud enough for Angrel to hear. She will look after you. As Angrel squeezed through the crowd, he turned and nodded vigorously at his mentor. Following the flow of people, he boarded the merchant ship. He noticed that there were quite a few young individuals of his own age among the throng. Out of the dozens who boarded, he spotted 7 or 8 who shared a similar demeanor. They appeared remarkably composed, blending seamlessly into the crowd while occasionally casting fleeting glances at others of their age. These might very well be fellow wizard apprentices like myself, Aurel speculated. Upon boarding, most of the accompanying individuals dispersed, planning to leave once the cargo was fully loaded. Only a dozen or so youths remained, eyeing each other with curiosity. To Angrel's left stood a striking red-haired boy, appearing around 17 or 18, who was conversing with a blonde boy while scanning the surroundings. To his right, near the ship's edge, was a girl dressed in a white lace princess gown, seemingly only 14 or 15 years old. Despite her beautiful attire, her acne-ridden face gave the impression that her appearance did not quite match her clothing. The girl surveyed her surroundings with a haughty expression. Among the group, 2 individuals stood out prominently. One was a youth clad in a white and gold noble outfit, sporting a golden ponytail and a decorative sword at his waist, which was not a crossguard but rather a half-spherical guard. He had a strikingly handsome face, his chin slightly raised, exuding an air of someone accustomed to being the center of attention. The other was a girl, her features delicate yet serious. Her golden hair was tied back in a ponytail, emanating an aura of utmost seriousness. She wore a white strapless top that revealed her slender waist, her long, rounded legs encased in pale white trousers. Most striking were her forearms, adorned with a pair of silver metallic bracers. Oblivious to the effect of her attire, she attracted the gazes of numerous young men nearby. Angrel recognized the girl. Nancy, the companion whom Mentor Adolphe had mentioned would look out for him. She was also a well-known figure at the academy. Rumor had it that her father was a Grand Duke of the Andean Alliance, and her mother was a princess from a small kingdom. Her illustrious lineage was enough to make anyone feel inadequate. Having studied Angmarian under Adolphe in her youth, she had developed a commendable friendship with him and held great respect for the mentor, promising to take care of Aurel during their time aboard the ship. As Onrel assessed her, Nancy noticed him as well. Her gaze swept over him from head to toe before she approached confidently. "Are you Onrel Leo?" she inquired, her tone cool and composed. "Yes, you must be Nancy," Arel replied, a hint of respect in his voice. "I have heard your name at the academy." At the moment Nancy stepped closer, an alert sounded in his mind, indicating that she possessed a strong radiation energy source. Analysis suggested a 79% probability that it was a magical artifact. This realization sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to adopt a more humble demeanor. Having previously experienced the formidable power of enchanted items, he understood all too well that even at his peak knightly strength, he could easily fall victim to such power without any means of resistance. "Ah, it's Nancy," a golden-haired boy said, smiling as he approached. "I am Ellie von Neumann. I trust you have heard of me." Nancy turned her face slightly, nodding. "Ah, the son of His Highness AMU." A trace of respect graced her features. Given her status, she felt compelled to show deference to this individual. "Ellie, the second son of Prince AMU. No wonder he looks familiar." Murmurs rippled through the other youths who had boarded alongside them. As Aurel observed Ellie's approach, another alert chimed in his mind, indicating that Ellie also possessed a strong radiation energy source. Clearly, both he and Nancy wielded enchanted items, and unlike Angrel's damaged ring, theirs appeared intact and operational. This suggested that their abilities far surpassed Ongrel's and those of other unenchanted individuals. Having witnessed the intimidation of enchanted items firsthand, Ongrel recalled that his previous adversaries, 2 knights, had fled upon merely catching sight of his ring, yet they had not escaped their grim fate. Under such overwhelming power, perhaps only a Grand Knight could muster any resistance, and even that possibility was exceedingly slim. The potency of magic was indeed formidable. Ellie and Nancy engaged in casual conversation, and soon a few more youths of notable lineage joined the discussion, most of whom displayed a respectful demeanor towards the two. These typically arrogant and exceptional youths appeared somewhat diminished in the presence of Ellie and Nancy. After a brief period of mutual recognition among the group, the elegantly dressed youths who had earlier been seen by the ship's edge approached under the guidance of a man in a black robe. This man exuded a sinister air, his entire form swathed in shadows, with only his face visible. "Maloya, you understand the rules, don't you?" the man said flatly. A group of youths exchanged glances, and Ellie stepped forward, bowing slightly. "We understand, my lord. We will be tested for qualifications first, then we will wait quietly to disembark." The robed man nodded. "The rules are simple, yet there are always some among you who cannot behave. There are no hostile nations or families here, so be mindful when you see others. All right. You 15, proceed to the 4th floor hall," he indicated towards the ship's cabin entrance. Nancy glanced at Arel. "Follow me," she said coolly. Arel recognized that, at this moment, Nancy, with her enchanted item, indeed had the qualifications to look after him. He nodded and followed closely behind her. The group made their way into the ship's cabin, while the earlier youths remained on the deck, observing their movements and occasionally whispering among themselves. Among them, a pair of strikingly beautiful twin sisters caught the eye, along with a few haughty young men who triggered alerts in Angrel's chip, indicating they too possessed enchanted items. The vessel had likely traversed numerous nations, a confluence of prodigious talents from across the globe. He observed that the youths embarking were largely adorned in resplendent attire, indicative of their esteemed lineage. Perhaps a manifestation of erudition sequestration from the common populace. A scion of plebeian stock, even if endowed with exceptional aptitude, would likely be denied passage. Were it not for Adolf's commendation, he too might have been deemed ineligible. Descending into the ship's bowels, guided by the robed figure, the 15 youths from Maria Harbor arrived at the 4th level's grand hall. The walls, paneled with mahogany, were embellished with exquisite oil paintings. Above, a colossal chandelier of crystal loomed, its candelabra bristling with unlit tapers. The hall was otherwise barren, devoid of chairs or tables. Their footfalls echoed crisply across the floorboards. The black-robed man halted in the hall's center, pivoting to address them. "Are there any third-rank apprentices below the age of 18? If so, step forward and stand behind me." His tone softened perceptibly, betraying a reluctance to unduly antagonize such promising acolytes. For individuals promptly detached themselves from the group, taking their place behind the robed man. Among them were Ailey and Nancy, accompanied by the princess in the acne-marred dress and a black-haired boy of unremarkable mien and unassuming attire. It was unexpected that he had already reached the 3rd apprentice rank. "State your ages," the black-robed man requested, his voice now gentler. Ailey, 17. Nancy, 16. Jiamin, 16. Giada, 14. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly, all eyes converging on the unassuming black-haired boy. Even the robed man was taken aback. After a protracted pause, he masked his astonishment, fixing Giada with a scrutinizing gaze. "Are you truly only 14 years of age?" "Affirmative. I attained that milestone last month." "Is there an issue?" Giada responded impassively. The black-robed man and Nancy, Ellie, and the others cast complex glances at him. Onlai, standing in the crowd, was equally astonished. This boy was nearly a year younger than him and already a third-class apprentice. This only deepened the reverence in his heart for this mystical world. No problem. Good. Very good, guard. Is it? After the test, could you spare some time for a private conversation? The black-robed man's tone even carried a hint of eagerness. Oh, guard nodded. Showing no objection, the black-robed man nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the remaining youths. Those under 18 who were second-class apprentices. Step forward and stand to my left. Another 7 individuals stepped forward and moved to the left. That left Onlai and the other 4. The black-robed man nodded approvingly. Excellent. The 4 third-class apprentices behind me are exempt from testing. The rest of you follow me. He turned and led the way towards a wooden door on the opposite side of the hall. He pushed the door open and strode inside. Come in, one at a time. Second-class apprentices first. From the open crack, the interior of the wooden door appeared pitch black, devoid of any light. First. The second-class apprentices entered one by one. Each only remained inside for a dozen seconds before quickly emerging, their faces displaying a variety of expressions: disappointment, joy, and everything in between. Soon, it was the turn of Onlai and the other first-class apprentices. Onlai himself hadn't even reached the level of a first-class apprentice. But the black-robed man didn't ask, presumably because it wouldn't make much difference. Among the 4 first-class apprentices, the first was a fair-skinned girl with a black ponytail. She went in and quickly came out, her face filled with disappointment, her eyes red. Of all those who had entered before, only 2 had emerged with joyful expressions. The rest were dejected and disheartened. This made Onlai and the others in the first-class group feel exceptionally nervous. After the ponytail girl went in, the 2 others beside Onlai exchanged glances, reluctant to take the initiative. They both looked apprehensive. Hurry up. Next. The black-robed man's voice boomed from inside the room. His rude accent had a slight, drawn-out cadence when he was impatient, which sounded a little peculiar. Onlai glanced at the remaining 2 and then boldly strode forward. Reaching the wooden door, he paused and then stepped into the darkness. He could see nothing in the darkness. It was as if he had entered a completely lightless world. Onlai detected a strong, pungent sandalwood aroma. It's the essence of volcano grass. He immediately recalled that he had encountered this grass when passing through the Answer grasslands. Can you perceive my location? The black-robed man's voice echoed from all directions. Onlai listened intently while activating his chip's perception enhancement. Perception analysis in progress. Sound waves are coming from all directions. The number of sound sources is 4. Unable to specifically identify. Onlai frowned. His senses mirrored the chip's analysis, indicating sound sources in every direction. So, you can't identify it? The black-robed man paused, followed by a rustling sound, as if he were recording something. How many directions can you hear the sound from? All 4 directions. Onlai responded immediately. Above and below? No. Very well, you are not lying. Your name? Onlai Rio. In the overall 5-tier classification of aptitude, your aptitude is 2nd tier, which is slightly better than the worst, 1st tier, barely considered lower middle. All right, you may leave. Onlai felt a slight sense of disappointment. He bowed slightly towards the darkness before turning and exiting the room, returning to his companions. Angli's disappointment was naturally noticed by the others, making the remaining 2 even more nervous. As they had anticipated, the subsequent tests resulted in both of them emerging from the wooden door with somewhat dejected expressions. Testing complete. The black-robed man emerged from the wooden door, locked it, and turned to face the group. Third-class apprentices reside on the 1st floor, second-class apprentices on the 2nd floor, and first-class apprentices on the lowest, 5th floor. Choose your rooms yourselves. Dining and washing facilities are on this floor and the 4th floor. The decks above are already fully occupied by individuals from other countries and regions. Avoid going up there if you can. Some of those fellows are troublemakers. As long as you stay away, they won't actively come down to the lower decks. I am responsible for maintaining order on the decks. If anything happens, head straight for the deck. That's all. Disperse. I will post the list later. Check it yourselves. After finishing his words, the black-robed man turned and left, leaving 15 individuals standing in the hall. Shall we find the dormitories first? Someone suggested. This suggestion was immediately adopted by everyone. The 15 individuals who had boarded at Maruya Port had subtly formed 3 groups. The 4 third-class apprentices formed a small circle. The second-class apprentices formed another, and finally, there was Onlai and his fellow first-class apprentices. Since they were not staying on the 1st floor, Onlai and his group had to descend to the 5th floor, the ship's lowest level. The 3 groups parted ways, walking through the narrow, damp stairwell. The sound of footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. It seemed as if there were no sailors or crew members on the entire ship, only apprentices. Onlai automatically positioned himself at the back. Ahead of him was a handsome red-haired boy, and a blonde boy walked second. These 2 had been standing next to Onlai on the deck. Leading the way was the black-haired ponytail girl from earlier, wearing a swordsman's metal half-armor. The girl had a cold expression and beautiful features. Underneath the armor, She wore a black shirt and trousers, resembling the European swordsman attire Onlai had seen on Earth in his previous life. Armor on the upper body and tight-fitting black trousers on the lower body, somewhat like leggings. The close-fitting clothes perfectly accentuated the girl's curvaceous figure, especially the tight-fitting trousers. Compared to Nancy's sultry appeal, this was a different style altogether. At first glance, it was just ordinary swordsman attire, but the girl's perfect curves transformed the ordinary outfit into something exceptionally alluring. The boy behind her couldn't help but let his gaze drift towards her waist and below. Walking down the wooden stairs, the four remained silent, silently counting the floors. After a while, the blonde boy couldn't help but speak. I say, since we're all first-class apprentices, we can be considered companions. How about we introduce ourselves? He chuckled. I'm Rulander, 15 years old. As for my family background, it doesn't matter. Family background is useless where we're going. My aptitude is third tier. Seeing his friend speak up, the red-haired boy followed suit. I'm Yuri, 15 years old. Second tier aptitude. I guess we four are the most pathetic on this entire ship. He smiled wryly. A lie. 14 years old. Second tier aptitude. So what if our aptitude isn't good, and our cultivation isn't as advanced as others? We're still young. Maybe we'll have opportunities in the future. He encouraged them with a smile. Don't spout nonsense if you don't understand. The girl leading the way turned around and said coldly, do you know how long it takes to advance from a first-class apprentice to a second-class apprentice? With our aptitude, it normally takes 2 years or more. Those who can reach second or third tier at this age will probably advance to become formal wizards in a few years. Moreover, the academy and organizations will undoubtedly allocate their resources accordingly. What do we have to compare with them? Onrel furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased. Do you presume to understand everything? Is it so easy to ascend to the rank of a formal wizard? Their qualifications surpass ours, and their chances of promotion are significantly greater. The girl's tone softened as she apologized for her earlier outburst, admitting to her excessive agitation. Onrel nodded in acknowledgement. Never mind. We are all comrades, and perhaps there will be times when we support one another. There is no need to be so fervent. All right. Let us move on to self-introductions. You're the last one, the red-haired boy said with a familiar smile. The girl turned her head. Violet, 16 years old, qualification. Level 1. The girl hesitated slightly before continuing forward. The red-haired boy, Yuri, and the blonde boy, Rulander, fell silent. Their gazes that had once regarded the girl swordsman now tinged with a hint of pity. Level 1 qualification, TSK. No wonder she was so agitated. Rulander, walking ahead of Onrel, whispered as he turned his head. How significant is the gap between levels? I'm not quite clear. Can you enlighten me? Onrel asked softly. Rulander chuckled. According to some texts recorded by wizards, this classification is based on the progress speed of meditation. The fastest is level 5, which they say can reach the rank of third apprentice within a year, with a very high probability of becoming a formal wizard, as very few fail to ascend. Level 4 has about a 50% chance of not becoming a wizard. Level 3 drops to 1 in 10, level 2 is 1 in 100, and level 1 is approximately 1 in 1,000 or 10,000, and their monthly meditation progress is merely equivalent to the daily progress of levels 2 and 3. Would you say this disparity is substantial? Onrel nodded, his expression growing somber. Rulander continued. In truth, the so-called level 1 is of little concern to the wizards. They simply categorize those with abysmally poor qualifications into this tier. Therefore, it is not surprising to encounter someone with such low qualifications. So, does that mean this Violet has virtually no hope? The blonde boy Yuri interjected. Pretty much. Onrel ceased speaking, glancing at the girl swordsman ahead, whose shoulders were subtly quivering. Clearly having overheard the conversation behind her, Rulander cast a sympathetic glance at the girl and murmured, to possess the strength of a level 1 apprentice. One can only imagine the countless years of meditation she must have endured, at least 5 years or more. In a fleeting moment, the group fell into silence, the weighty topic of aptitude casting a pall over their spirits. Descending the staircase, they soon arrived at the 5th floor, which was engulfed in darkness, devoid of flickering candles or oil lamps. Peering down the corridor leading to their quarters, they could only discern an inky void. With unwavering resolve, Violet stepped forward, producing 2 small black stones. Striking them against one another, a spark ignited, and the stones blossomed into a soft blue luminescence, glimmering like precious gems. This azure glow illuminated several meters around the 4 of them. What is this? Rulander inquired, his curiosity piqued, while the golden-haired boy Yuri seemed equally unfamiliar with the object. These are glowstones, basic wizarding supplies for illumination, Violet replied softly. Onrel, observing the stones held aloft in her grasp, discreetly commanded his chip to analyze them. The conclusion revealed that the stones contained trace amounts of radioactive elements, capable of emitting blue fluorescence, albeit in insufficient quantities for purposes beyond mere lighting. The quartet soon reached the accommodation area on the 5th floor. It was devoid of light and life. With a creak, Ongrel casually twisted the doorknob of one of the rooms, only to be greeted by a faintly musty odor mingled with palpable humidity. Inside, darkness enveloped them, and the other three, unperturbed by the absence of light, chose adjacent rooms. Given that only the four of them occupied the entire fifth floor, they opted for rooms in close proximity to each other, Lullander across from Ongrel, Yuri next door, and Veilrit diagonally opposite. Ongrel ignited the oil lamp on the table and affixed the glass shade, casting a cursory glance around the room. It was a modest space furnished with a single bed, 2 chairs, and a small wooden table, with the walls, floor, and table bearing faint, white mildew spots. Truly a disparity in treatment, Ongrel mused, shaking his head as he pinched his nose and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, the others followed suit, emerging one by one. Shall we tidy up the room first? Yuri suggested. Indeed, the others agreed. Aside from Yuri, none of them were particularly pampered. After locating the restroom and washroom, they retrieved cleaning supplies and promptly set about restoring order to the space, even wiping away the mildew stains on the walls. Lullander also assisted in tidying Yuri's room. Finally, they felt a modicum of comfort, deeming the quarters somewhat habitable. Once the cleaning was completed, they retreated to their respective rooms to meditate in solitude. As they did so, the ship jolted violently, departing from the harbor. In the ensuing days, apart from meals and occasional sunbathing on deck, the apprentices aboard were largely unseen. They either secluded themselves within their rooms, engrossed in meditation, or diligently studied the tomes they had brought. Aurel was no exception. He devoted his days to meditation and readings, leading a life of quiet monotony. However, he observed Veilrit frequently emerging from her room, her lips clenched and her complexion pale. It was later revealed by Lullander that those with lower first-tier aptitudes often experienced considerable discomfort during meditation. Veilrit likely belonged to this unfortunate minority, enduring challenges beyond the grasp of those with more favorable talents. Yet, he felt little obligation to concern himself with others' tribulations. Despite his musings, Ongrel's progress remained steady throughout this period. The methodology of meditation could only be accurately conveyed through the reading of wizarding texts or the transmission of spells, as the sensations and mental wave patterns associated with it could not be verbally shared. He also discovered that meditation had a minimum age limit of 12. Only those 12 and older were permitted to engage with the memory and will runes. Failure to meet this threshold could result in mental degradation due to insufficient spiritual capacity. After 4 to 5 days of meditation, Ongrel could now envision 10 will characters simultaneously. This pace was neither rapid nor slow for someone of his second-tier aptitude. It was merely average, as first-tier apprentices were the most easily achieved, indicating a slight enhancement in mental fortitude compared to ordinary individuals. Hence, the black-robed men likely refrained from questioning them, assuming that first-tier apprentices were not significantly different from those with ordinary aptitudes, making advancement relatively straightforward. A fortnight later, the ship docked at a new harbor, welcoming over a dozen new apprentices. After room assignments, only one individual was allocated to the 5th floor, a common girl with slightly tanned skin, a longbow slung across her back, and green hair that framed her somewhat vacant expression. She did not interact with the quartet, instead retreating to her room at a distance. Finally, Aurel settled cross-legged on his bed, exhaling deeply, his complexion slightly pallid. The prolonged exposure to the cold, damp, sunless lower deck had rendered his skin pale, stripping away the once healthy hue he had possessed. Reaching 12 signifies the threshold of a first-tier apprentice, he reflected. Next, I must begin to sense the unknown energy components that permeate the space around me. Should I successfully guide them into my body, I will ascend to the rank of a second-tier apprentice. Recalling the records within the wizarding tome, a flicker of joy ignited within him. It took him just over a month to transition from meditation to achieving first-tier status. As Yuri and the others had indicated, this duration was typical, regardless of aptitude. It was a foundational step in accumulating primal spiritual energy. What lay ahead would prove to be the true challenge. Even the exceptional Jude, who attained third-tier status at the age of 14, required 2 years to progress from first to third tier. A protracted journey awaited him, and Ongrel had mentally prepared himself for the long haul. Jude's aptitude had since been disclosed as 4th tier, while Nancy and Eli were both 3rd tier. Casting a glance at the crystal clock on the table, he noted that it was 4 in the morning, allowing for another hour of meditation. Ongrel closed his eyes once more, entering a meditative state. However, this time, his focus shifted away from the will runes. Instead, he endeavored to expand his perception, striving to sense the ambient air around him. He aimed to capture the elusive, mysterious energy mentioned in the texts. The nature of the forces he could detect would significantly influence the trajectory of his future endeavors. In the darkness, he sat on his bed, eyes shut, devoid of the luminous aura that characterized his meditation on will runes, resembling a slumbering figure. As time trickled by, Aurel remained still in the obscurity. 0, he commanded. Based on the existing data, establish a task to capture the energy components in the air. Task established. Capture initiated. The Zero chip commenced drawing upon Angrel's physical stamina to conduct high-speed analyses and capture the energy. Minutes passed, yet the chip remained unresponsive, unable to contain his impatience. Angrel finally opened his eyes. It seems I was too hasty, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If even the enhanced perception of the chip could not capture the energy components, it appeared that this endeavor could not be accomplished in the short term. However, I had previously acquired enchanted items and even stored their energy components within my chip. If I possessed another enchanted artifact now, I might be able to harness its energy and unleash it in substantial quantities around me, potentially enabling me to attain the level of a second-order apprentice. Nevertheless, this process of perception could very well be a form of training. If I were to resort to such measures, there might be a risk of an unstable foundation. Perhaps it is best to abstain and diligently focus on perception. Angrily sighed contentedly, closing his eyes once more and immersing himself in meditation. Still, the presence of the chip grants him the advantage of utilizing enchanted items even before reaching the second-order apprentice stage. With enchanted items, he can feel a modicum of security in this environment and those to come. The following day, Angrily was roused from his slumber by the clamor of hurried footsteps. The voices outside his door hinted at words like fight, deck, Ellie, and Nancy. Angrily recollected that she was the young lady, the Duke's daughter, whom Instructor Adolf had mentioned would extend some care to him aboard the ship. Something seems to have transpired, he mused. Throwing back the covers, he hastily donned his attire, secured his door, and trailed after Yuri and the others as they ascended to the upper deck. Ascending several levels, he observed apprentices emerging from both the front and rear, all hastening towards the deck, seemingly to witness the spectacle. What seems to be the commotion? He inquired of Yuri as they ran. Nancy and Ellie are engaged in a brawl. Rumor has it that Ellie had his eye on a girl, but his methods were perceived unfavorably by Nancy, leading to a verbal altercation that escalated. Yuri explained breathlessly. This is a clash between two possessors of enchanted items, an event not to be missed, Lalando remarked. Glancing back from the front, Angrily and the others surged onto the deck with the throng. There, Nancy, grasping a rapier at her waist, stood poised in opposition to Ellie. A circle of apprentices surrounded them, eagerly observing the confrontation. Nancy, clad in her customary white tube top and the figure-hugging, acid-washed trousers reminiscent of jeans, stood upon the deck. Her golden ponytail swaying gently in the sea breeze, her expression solemn. Ellie, if you retract your previous statement, I am willing to regard this as if it never transpired, Nancy declared. Retract? Ellie responded with a brazen laugh. His white swordsman's attire, trimmed with gold, projected an exceptionally dashing image. With a flourish, a pair of black daggers with silver edges spiraled into his hands. Each dagger's blade was adorned with a crimson, eye-shaped gem, its surface etched with intricate filigree, lending an air of opulent magnificence. Nancy, upon these seas, your father, Duke Loki, cannot extend his protection to you. We rely solely upon our individual strengths. If you disapprove of my actions, the sole recourse is to vanquish me, Ellie asserted, his handsome countenance retaining its air of haughty arrogance. Vanquish you? Nancy tightened her grip on the rapier's hilt. Then, as you wish. Evan. Abruptly, a bronze ring on her right middle finger flared with a pure white radiance, blindingly brilliant as the sun. Ellie rotated his hands, aligning the red gems on the two daggers with Nancy. Magasha. The rubies, resembling two sanguine eyes, gradually glowed with a crimson light. With a resounding clang, Nancy lunged forward, her entire body coiled in a pounce. Ellie likewise surged forward, the daggers tracing crimson streaks through the air. The two figures collided with a resounding thud. A brief flash of red and white light illuminated the scene. Kai's. Clang. Following two successive clashes of steel, Nancy stood composed, her rapier poised against Ellie's neck. A translucent membrane staunchly resisted the blade, preventing any further advancement. Upon her left shoulder, a blurred, bloody aperture was clearly visible, with blood trickling slowly down her shoulder. You have prevailed, Ellie conceded with a gentle smile, pushing aside the rapier from his neck. Very well, I recant my previous statement. The girl is yours. He gestured towards a short-haired, comely maiden who was slumped on the ground nearby. Nancy remained silent as she withdrew her crossed sword and slowly sheathed it at her waist. I merely disagree with your approach. This matter ends here. Her expression was calm as she turned to leave. Angrel stood amidst the crowd, watching Nancy stride toward him. You, she pointed at him. Come here and tend to my injuries. Her tone was devoid of warmth, as if it were a matter of course. Angrel was momentarily taken aback. Me? He pointed to himself, bewildered. At that moment, a sound emerged from the other side as Eli suddenly coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. It appeared he had sustained internal injuries. This revelation made Aurel acutely aware of Nancy's formidable presence. Despite his reluctance regarding her tone, he felt compelled to assist. If only for the sake of their mentor, Adolf. The surrounding virulent were unsurprised. They had witnessed the exchange between Aurel and Nancy when they boarded the vessel, and were aware of their acquaintance. Nancy strode into the cabin, and with no other option, Aurel followed. The ship prohibited servants, mandating that one resolve their own affairs. Their mutual connection to Adolf likely explained why Nancy sought his aid. Upon entering the cabin, Aurel observed Nancy, who was descending the stairs, suddenly falter and nearly tumble forward. He quickly grasped her uninjured shoulder, preventing her from falling down the stairs. "Help me to my room." Nancy gritted her teeth, her face pale. "There is poison on my dagger." Understanding dawned on Aurel. Nancy had been enduring her pain, concealing her vulnerability from Eli, setting aside her earlier haughty demeanor. He supported her down the stairs. By the time they reached the accommodations on the first floor, beads of sweat had begun to form on her brow. With a wan complexion, she retrieved a key and unlocked the door, allowing Aurel to assist her into a high-backed chair. "You may leave now," Nancy said in a flat tone. Aurel furrowed his brow, his nose detecting a faint, unpleasant odor emanating from her left shoulder, mixed with a hint of spiciness. "You have been poisoned by the flower of the snake root. If not treated properly, while it won't be fatal, it will leave you paralyzed for several days, rendering you utterly helpless." Nancy's expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly retrieved a small leather pouch from the drawer and produced a yellowed paper wrap. Carefully unwrapping it revealed a small amount of pale yellow powder. Upon seeing the powder, Angrel's mind raced with a sudden realization, and he stepped forward. He began, but was abruptly seized by a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, a silver cross sword was firmly poised against his neck, and Nancy's icy gaze bore into him. A trickle of blood began to seep from beneath the blade. Angrel's hair stood on end as he felt a sharp pain at his throat. Despite his peak knightly prowess, he had succumbed to an overpowering force in that fleeting moment, leaving him utterly defenseless. It seems there is also a toxin from the bowling grass in your wound. If the poison is not purged within 5 hours, your entire left arm will succumb to necrosis. I'm merely offering a warning. No need to be so agitated, Aurel said, slowly pushing the sword away from his neck. While the dark-robed one forbade any deaths aboard the ship, losing an arm might not be a significant concern for a sorcerer. Nancy allowed him to push the sword aside and swiftly returned it to its sheath, her frigid gaze unwavering. She prepared to ingest the powder. Is that a universal antidote? Even the most potent antidotes, containing the roots of the Juluo tree, will only delay the effects of these two toxins. Aurel smiled faintly. Your left arm will still need to be amputated. Nancy's expression shifted as she swallowed the powder and took a sip from her water pouch. Do you have a way to treat me? For the sake of Mentor Adolf, I can overlook your previous rudeness, she stated coldly. Angrel's smile widened. Why should I treat you? Your father, Baron Kelrio, is currently at the Maluya port, and you have an aunt settled there. Is that sufficient? Are you threatening me? Aurel narrowed his eyes. Though I cannot best you, I can certainly choose not to treat you. He locked eyes with Nancy, enunciating each word carefully. No one can threaten me. The two exchanged glances for a moment before Aurel scoffed and turned to leave. Prepare for a severed arm and possibly paralysis for 3 days. You might even succumb to blood loss. He delivered this statement coldly. Wait. Nancy's voice called out from behind him. What do you require to heal me? Aurel turned back to face her. Beg me. He taunted her. You'll die for this. Nancy's eyes hardened as she once again gripped the hilt of her sword. Aurel felt a chill settle upon him, and his expression grew serious. It was merely a jest. However, I am rather displeased with your tone. I am not your servant. The coldness gradually dissipated. Very well, I apologize for my earlier words. Now, tell me what you require? Nancy's grip on the powder paper tightened, clearly fighting to suppress her anger. Do not make any unreasonable demands. If necessary, I will seek out the dark-robed one. Is that even possible? That lord did not intervene when apprentices on the upper floors engaged in a brawl, resulting in severe injuries, one with a severed foot and another with a severed hand. Despite their desperate pleas, he did not lend his aid. Do you truly believe he would make an exception for you? Aurel called her bluff. Nancy's expression shifted slightly. Do not test my patience. A magical item, she demanded. No. Then brace yourself for a life of disability, Aurel said, feigning to turn away. You will die. A chill once again coalesced around Angrel's neck. Nancy's gaze remained frigid as she slowly drew her crossed sword. Either you heal me, and I will reward you, or you will perish here as I become incapacitated. You possess 2 magical items. Surely, parting with one would not be too great a sacrifice? Aurel smiled slyly. He sensed that this woman was no stranger to bloodshed and was deadly serious in her threat. Initially, he had only sought to acquire one of her magical items but was taken aback by the resoluteness of her response. Impossible, Nancy declared emphatically. These 2 items were acquired through the sacrifices of countless lives from my family. I will not part with them. Furthermore, even if I did, your current level would render you unable to wield them, and they could easily fall into the hands of others. Aurel felt a twinge of frustration. This woman was obstinately unyielding, presenting an attitude that prioritized wealth over life, making her difficult to negotiate with. Then what can you offer me in return? 10 pieces of crystal gemstones worth 10,000 gold coins, Nancy promptly replied. And I require a little more. I wish to examine your magical items closely. In this very room, should I wish to seize them, you could thwart me at any moment, correct? Aurel added. After a prolonged stare, Nancy slowly nodded. Agreed. Then it is settled. Angriel gently clapped his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let us commence the healing. Delay may lead to complications. First, the payment. Nancy nodded, producing 10 small purple gemstones from her leather pouch. Without removing the ring from her finger, she fished out a silver necklace from her trouser pocket, placing both items in her palm and extending them toward Angriel. Moreover, you must vow never to betray the principles of this transaction or seek revenge afterward. Angriel accepted the gemstones. You must also swear to heal my wounds without reservation. Nancy replied coldly, no problem. After both swore using their full names, a slight air of trust emerged between them. According to the customs of sorcerers, failing to uphold a vow made in one's true name would result in universal scorn. This is a stain that neither sorcerers nor nobles could afford to bear. Although Angriel held little faith in such unspoken rules, he recognized Nancy's character as one of unwavering principles. She could easily draw her sword over a mere word, making her oath relatively trustworthy. Moreover, he had not encroached upon her significant interests. The magical items were merely for observation, not trade. While the 10 gemstones were worth a considerable sum of 10,000 gold coins to the daughter of a Grand Duke, this amount was hardly significant, a mere pinprick compared to the vastness of her realm. Nancy was not the daughter of a minor lord ruling over a few thousand subjects. The Andis alliance far surpassed the Rudin region, and a Grand Duke's territory could well encompass a substantial portion of the Rudin kingdom, rendering her status almost princely. For her, 10,000 gold coins represented a moderate sum, painful, but not debilitating. Next came the treatment of her injuries. Angriel's confidence stemmed from his past experiences with various plants, having consumed both types he needed to address her ailment. His extensive repository of knowledge allowed him to formulate an exceptionally simple yet effective antidote, bolstering his assurance. During his time on the Answer Plains, he had experimented with thousands of plants, animals, and insects, amassing a vast database. The chip he possessed could suggest multiple solutions for handling highly toxic substances, proving to be an invaluable asset in analyzing intricate components. However, due to Nancy's exceedingly rude tone and demeanor, Angriel opted for the most uncomfortable remedy. Now, lie down on the bed, face down. This will facilitate the treatment of your wound, he stated calmly. The injury, inflicted by a dagger drawn in reverse, was located on her shoulder. Nancy shot him a frosty glance before complying, her unaffected right hand still tightly gripping the hilt of her cross-sword, an unmistakable display of vigilance. Once she settled, Angriel couldn't help but notice the shapely contours of her posterior, snugly encased in her fitted white trousers, facing him. Her long, elegant legs were pressed together, devoid of any gap. Standing beside the bed, he felt a stirring desire as he pondered how Nancy, who had always exuded strength, would react should he dare to touch those enticing legs. Yet, observing her firm grip on the sword's hilt, he resolutely dismissed such impure thoughts. Please hurry, Nancy urged. Angriel averted his gaze and swiftly addressed her wound. The method was straightforward. He spat lightly and sprinkled some wood shavings from the edge of a nearby table onto the injury. While simple and effective, it was also quite unpleasant for Nancy. If you fail to neutralize the poison, I will kill you, she declared, rising to meet his gaze with an icy stare. Let us wait and see, Angriel replied with a smile, tossing the silver necklace back to her before turning to open the door. Take a moment to tend to your own bandaging. Leaving Nancy's room, Angriel took a deep breath, allowing the smile on his face to gradually fade. He glanced around the corridor, noting the absence of apprentices, only faintly hearing footsteps approaching from above. Angriel tightened his collar to conceal the scar on his neck and strode toward the staircase. 0. How much radiation energy was absorbed just now? 1. 35 from the necklace. The dissipated energy is exceedingly weak, and the surface of the item is equipped with perfect radiation protection measures, making accelerated absorption impossible. The chip responded with precision. Just right. Anything more might arouse her suspicion. Angriel hastened down the stairs, heading towards the 5th floor. Having recently attained the rank of first-class apprentice, an opportunity for rapid advancement had presented itself, and he couldn't afford to be patient. Offending Nancy was a risk, but at worst, it would only tarnish her impression of him. During this outing, they had no idea when they would return. According to Mentor Adolf, even correspondents must await the triannual dispatch of the new transport ship. The round trip could take at least 4 years, and by then, such trivial matters would likely be forgotten. Angriel quickly returned to his room and locked the door. He felt a slight surge of excitement and casually retrieved the book of sorcery from his desk drawer. He gently opened it to the page he had last read. But instead of the meditation content, he found the autobiographical recollections of the author, a sorcerer. He needed to calm himself. Excessive excitement was not conducive to swiftly entering a meditative state. However, He must wait until he could truly sense the energy before utilizing it to accelerate his progress. Otherwise, he risked a weak foundation. Angriel was acutely aware of the importance of a strong foundation and silently admonished himself. 15 days later, a merchant ship carrying numerous apprentices separated from the convoy and approached the nearby coastline, eventually running aground on a wild, rocky beach. Most of the apprentices disembarked after announcing their destination organization, led away by a figure in a black robe waiting on the shore. Among those departing were Nancy, Eli, and the fourth-level qualified Jader. Angriel, Yuri, and Violetta remained behind, and Lalando followed them off the ship, as he too needed to walk to his sorcerer organization from there. Once the ship had departed, only a handful of apprentices remained aboard. The briny sea breeze caressed their faces, and the warm glow of the setting sun enveloped them. Angriel felt a contradictory sensation of both coolness and warmth. The golden-red sunlight illuminated the ship and the sea, casting everything in a radiant hue. Standing at the ship's railing, Angriel gazed at the coastline gradually fading from view, silent and contemplative. Beside him, Yuri stood in quiet solidarity. The ship seemed to echo with emptiness. This departure might mean we never see them again, Yuri remarked. Word has it that our destination lies over 10,000 kilometers away. It seems unlikely we will meet again. Angriel replied calmly. By the way, what is the name of the organization you are heading to? Perhaps we might share the same location. Ramsoda University. Ramsoda University? Yuri looked puzzled. I don't think I've heard of it. It's quite normal not to have heard of it. A cool female voice interjected from behind them. Turning, they saw Violetta approaching in a fitted white dress, a long sword in hand. Her chest rose and fell slightly, as though she had just finished practicing. Her black ponytail fluttered in the sea breeze, exuding an air of elegance. There are countless secret sorcerer organizations in this world. It's impossible to know them all. Moreover, names like university were used long ago by sorcerers. It could very well be an ancient name. The organization likely goes by another title now. You know quite a bit, Yuri chuckled. My father was once a sorcerer. He imparted this knowledge to me, Violetta replied coolly. My destination is the Six Ring Tower. I am from the White Fang Castle organization, located in the White Fang Highlands. I've heard it is quite powerful, Yuri said, his cheerful demeanor reflecting his genuine nature, devoid of the superficiality often found in noble offspring. It matters not if we are unaware, as long as the figure in the black robe is informed, Angriel smiled. Lalando mentioned that the Six Ring Tower and White Fang Castle are in close proximity. The figure in the black robe indicated that I would also be near there. Perhaps we will not be far apart and can support one another in the future. That sounds good, Yuri readily agreed. We all boarded the ship at Maluya Port. Once we arrive at our new location, we will be a united front. His sunny smile radiated warmth. Violetta, however, bit her lip. You aren't put off by my first-level qualifications, are you? Qualifications are merely the starting point. They are not the most valued aspect among sorcerers. Continuous learning, relentless research, and an unwavering spirit, coupled with a strong capacity for learning, imagination, and creativity, are what truly matter, Yuri responded earnestly. These are my grandfather's words, and I relay them to you. He is a formal sorcerer from White Fang Castle. Violetta stared at him, taken aback, then nodded vigorously, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Angriel, however, shook his head slightly in his heart. Yuri spoke the truth. From what he understood about sorcerers, qualifications were indeed not paramount. They merely offered a starting point. The Book of Sorcery he had read also noted that the influence of qualifications was only significant in the early stages. Afterward, it all depended on accumulation and comprehension. Relentless learning and research were the greatest sources of power and wealth. However, for Violetta, with her current qualifications, even achieving the initial stage would demand an immense amount of time. Reaching third-level apprentice status by the age of 30 would be considered exceptionally smooth sailing. Though he thought this way, Angriel could not voice such sentiments. He joined Yuri in offering Violetta a few words of comfort before heading into the ship's cabin to address his afternoon meal. Afterward, he returned directly to his room. He had, as of yesterday, successfully sensed a trace of that elusive substance, though he was uncertain if it was indeed what was referred to as energy particles. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Angriel closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. The ticking of the crystal clock on the table echoed as time slipped by, the hour hand moving swiftly from 6 in the evening to 10 at night. The room darkened rapidly as time passed, enveloped in pitch blackness. Suddenly, amidst the darkness, a flicker of faint green light appeared and vanished near the side of Angriel's face, no larger than a sesame seed. The green light flashed momentarily before extinguishing. Angriel's eyelids twitched violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Moments later, another green light flared briefly before fading again, gradually establishing a rhythmic pattern of flickering around him. After approximately half an hour, Angriel's expression began to stabilize, and the green light finally ceased its appearances. He opened his eyes, weariness evident in his gaze. At last, it has come to fruition, he murmured softly. The initial phase of a second-level apprentice begins with the ability to sense energy particles. Everything else follows suit. The current task is to allow the body to acclimate to these radiant particles. 0. Commence the mobilization of stored radiation energy, releasing it gradually according to my bodily saturation limit. The task is being established. Energy mobilization has commenced. It is estimated that all energy will be expended in 271 hours, 43 minutes, and 12 seconds. Is it more than 10 days? Quite satisfactory, Aurel nodded with approval. The chip's feedback had just concluded. Suddenly, a faint green luminescence flickered across the surface of Angrel's skin, only to quickly fade, restoring to its original state, leaving no trace behind. However, Aurel was aware that the release of radiation continued, as he sensed a vibrant, unknown energy continuously surging within him, akin to harboring a miniature sun inside his body, enveloping him in warmth and comfort. The room's dampness and chill were instantaneously dispelled. A refreshing scent of fresh grass filled his nostrils, an indication of the positive energy derived from plants, as Aurel promptly deduced. According to the general knowledge from the Book of Wizards and the teachings of Mentor Adolf, it was evident that only the positive energy from plants exhibited such distinct characteristics. The Book of Wizards records that the world is saturated with various fundamental energy particles, with wizards categorizing those that can catalyze plant growth and heal wounds as plant energy, while those capable of igniting flames are termed fire energy, and so forth. They classified the majority of known energy particles into various categories based on their uses and functions, further dividing them into positive and negative energy categories based on their effects on living beings. Before him, the energy absorbed from the necklace of Nancy was unmistakably plant energy particles, classified as positive energy. Naturally, there exist negative energy categories within plant energy as well. Some mutated catalysts that disrupt balance fall into this latter category. The array of energy particles in the space is vast, and even wizards have yet to fully comprehend it. According to the records of the Book of Wizards, the existence of negative energy associated with water was only recently validated through the serendipitous research of a wizard in the past few centuries, as previously no one could prove that water could also possess negative energy. 0. Can you delineate a unit level for these special radiation energies? Please establish a unit conversion formula. Aurel pondered briefly, then designated the unit name as degree. 1 degree of radiation energy is defined as the energy produced by a burning matchstick. The stored energy will be converted into degrees. The degree serves as a measurement unit employed by wizards, the definition of which is directly adapted. Aurel synchronized the chip's metrics with the world to facilitate a more convenient assessment of the total energy. The conversion complete. The current reserve of radiation energy stands at 17 for degrees and is in continuous consumption. Aurel nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, if he could sustain the radiation for approximately 6 more months, he could initiate the next phase of guiding energy particles into his body to establish a cycle, significantly reducing the time compared to normal circumstances. Aurel calculated in his mind. After more than 10 days, the ship finally docked once again. Yuri and Virilet disembarked alongside several other apprentices, following the individuals waiting on the shore. Only Aurel and 2 unfamiliar apprentices from distant lands remained aboard, alongside the enigmatic figure clad in black robes. The quartet continued their voyage for 2 additional days, arriving at their ultimate destination, Akenheim, meaning the land of the rising sun. This was their final stop. Disembark, commanded the man in the black robe, pressing a switch at the ship's railing. With a resounding crash, the heavy gangplank fell, connecting the vessel to the pier below. There are 2 wizarding organizations here, the Ramsoda Academy and the Lilithia Cottage. Follow the signposts to find your way. The wizarding community is nearby, and there are no significant dangers to be concerned about. After disembarking, the black-robed man provided a brief explanation before abandoning the trio on the shore and returning to the ship, which soon departed. The coastline was deserted, bathed in the morning sunshine that cast a golden hue upon the sandy beach. Aurel glanced at the 2 remaining companions, but chose not to speak, instead turning towards the interior, where he noticed a well-trodden path and, not far off, a signpost peeking through the coconut palms. A man in a gray-white robe stood quietly, awaiting their arrival. Half an hour later, under the man's guidance, Aurel and his companions found themselves before the ruins of a massive ancient city. The dilapidated walls exuded a repulsive aura reminiscent of the interior of a sewer, coated in shades of gray and black, entwined with verdant vines. Gnarled roots of enormous trees sprawled across the ground, and distant, hoarse cries echoed through the air. "This is the Ramsoda Academy," the man said flatly. "You have arrived. You 2 follow me." Aurel stood still, watching as the other 3 hastily departed. He remained at the edge of the ancient city, standing atop a stone bridge where the ground was strewn with fine gray pebbles and fresh green moss. After a short distance, Aurel retrieved a magical ring from around his neck, cautiously removing it and placing it on a stone platform to the left of the city gate. As he did so, a black raven swooped down and perched on the platform, its crimson eyes fixated on the ring, gently prodding it with its talons. "Ah, a newcomer," the raven spoke. its voice laden with age and sharpness, as if it had been holding back its tone. I am the keeper, Morik. Since you possess a magical artifact, you may enter. Though it has been years since a newcomer has arrived from that direction. It turned to Aurel, conversing in the ancient tongue. It is a pleasure to meet you. Keeper Morik, Aurel replied, bowing respectfully before carefully reclaiming the ring and fastening it around his neck. I shall enter now. He stepped through the city gates. The sound of the raven's wings echoing behind him. The ancient city resembled a model sculpted from yellowish mud, with weathered surfaces and countless tiny holes resembling grains of sand. Aurel felt as though he had stepped into the ruins of an ancient Egyptian city, surrounded by hues of yellow. A gust of wind swirled, lifting a layer of yellow dust from the ground, while a few desiccated leaves danced in the air before landing on Angrel's black boots. Are you a newcomer? A distant voice inquired from Angrel's left. Following the sound, he spotted a tall man in a gray robe standing at the corner of a wall, waving him over. This man, broad-shouldered with unkempt hair and a rugged visage, appeared more akin to a rugged barbarian from a biography than an apprentice or wizard. Keeper Morig has already informed me, he said. You possess our academy's token, correct? Aurel hastened over, nodding as he removed the gemstone ring from his neck and handed it to the man. The man scrutinized the ring, displaying a look of regret. What a pity. It is a ring of swift eruption, seemingly imbued with special techniques, yet it is damaged beyond repair. He returned the ring to Aurel. Come with me. I shall guide you into the academy. This year's intake is quite substantial, with over 20 newcomers. But you are the only one who arrived by ship from across the sea. Is that so? But isn't this the academy? Aurel surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other figures apart from the man in gray. How could our academy possibly be situated among these ruins, even if it has fallen? It shouldn't be to this extent. My name is Aroda. You may call me Arrow, the man replied, responsible for escorting newcomers into their department. I am Aurel. Is it acceptable if I address you as Arrow? Aurel responded politely. Please, no. I am merely an apprentice like you. And do not refer to me as older brother. I just turned 14 this year. Arrow cast a displeased glance at Aurel. 14. Aurel mused, taking another look at Arrow's imposing figure. Standing over 2 meters tall, broad-shouldered and hefty, he was easily equivalent to 2 of Aurel in size. His rugged face bore a hardened demeanor, and he walked with a gait that suggested significant weight. Very well, Arrow. Is it acceptable if I address you as such? That works, Arrow replied, his demeanor cooling somewhat, evidently displeased by Angrel's earlier address. The two navigated through the city, turning several corners before entering a small building. In the center of the room, a raised underground passage lay before them. The entrance consisted of 2 black stone slabs embedded with fist-sized yellow-green gemstones. Arrow approached the door, lowering his head to perform a peculiar gesture. Eroda Sinba, he intoned softly. With a creaking sound, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a staircase leading downward. Torches flickered along the walls at intervals, illuminating the passage with a bright glow. Arrow strode confidently inside, with Aurel closely following. As they entered, the sound of the stone door closing behind them echoed softly. The passage was constructed from palm-sized gray bricks, with walls showing signs of age. Some bricks bore small chips. The ground was also paved with these gray stones, providing a smooth surface beneath their feet. As they walked, the flickering torchlight cast a dancing yellow hue across the walls. And warm gusts of air wafted upward, carrying a scent that Aurel found difficult to describe. Neither entirely unpleasant nor entirely pleasant, it resembled a blend of mildew and osmanthus. After walking for a while, Arrow spoke again. You are fortunate. By the rotation system, you have been assigned to the same mentor as me, which is why I was sent to collect you. From now on, we will be students of the same mentor. Is that so? Rotation? Is it a system for allocating newcomers? Aurel inquired casually. Indeed. The lists are submitted to the mentors in advance, then shuffled and reordered, ensuring a degree of fairness. Arrow explained. We will report directly to our mentor. At the outset, the mentor will allow you to choose a study project. This is not part of the free foundational subjects, but rather a paid course. I advise you to consider carefully. As this is a rare opportunity, later, you will need to exchange magical stones or complete tasks to obtain record points for such courses. Thank you for the warning. Although Aurel was somewhat bewildered, he discerned that Eloda was offering a kind-hearted reminder, which he silently committed to memory. The two fell into a profound silence, resolutely forging ahead. They traversed a stone-bricked passage, taking a left turn and walking a considerable distance. After passing 2 forks in the path, they finally arrived at a dimly lit corridor filled with numerous rooms. At the end of the corridor stood the largest chamber, its door firmly shut. Eloda led Aurel to the door of the final room and gently rapped upon it. Master, I have brought a new recruit this term, he announced. Come in. A hazy voice emanated from within. With a soft click, the door automatically opened a crack. Eloda pushed the door further ajar, ushering Aurel inside. The room resembled a typical aristocrat-esque study. In the center, flanked by 2 towering bookshelves, stood a broad-shouldered figure cloaked in black, their back turned to the pair. a hood obscuring their features as they perused a thick, dictionary-like tome. Is this the new recruit? Assigned to my tutelage this term? The voice of the cloaked figure was surprisingly melodious, possessing a somewhat youthful timbre. Indeed, Eloda affirmed. The candle on the desk flickered violently. Take him to Fedoni. My time is up. Understood. Amrel, still in a state of confusion, nodded at Eloda and turned to exit, compelled to follow suit. Unconsciously, he cast a glance back. The hooded figure had turned to face them, slowly lifting their head. A visage reminiscent of a gaunt old woman smiled back at Amrel. More unsettling was the side of her left eye, which bore no pupil but was instead fitted with a brass pocket watch. A scar slashed across her face, meticulously stitched together, evoking the image of a doll made from a corpse, as if it would disintegrate into a heap of flesh without the stitching. Aurel suppressed the terror welling within him and turned away. Would he truly be learning under this terrifying sorceress? Despite having traversed through realms and witnessed countless deaths, Amrel felt a sense of trepidation. Such a figure would undoubtedly be among the most chilling manifestations even in horror films on Earth. Are you frightened? Eloda chuckled lightly. Master Liliana merely suffered a backlash during a spell experiment, sustaining grievous injuries that rendered her in this state. She is genuinely kind-hearted. When teaching, she exhibits remarkable patience. Despite the scarcity of apprentices willing to attend her lectures, the gray-robed apprentice spoke with a tone of resignation. Is that so? Aurel managed a strained smile. An instructor resembling a stitched-up corpse. If any apprentice willingly chose to study under her, that would indeed be a peculiar occurrence. Following Eladara, Aurel left the room and traversed the corridor. The two ventured deeper into the underground passage, gradually encountering individuals clad in gray robes, who greeted Eladara with nods or smiles of varying degrees of warmth. After descending several hundred meters, they arrived before a towering black wooden door. With a series of firm knocks, Eladara rapped on the door rhythmically 3 times. The great door creaked open just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Aurel peered inside, revealing an immense underground cavern. Let us proceed with the registration and collect your belongings, Eladara whispered, stepping through the door. Aurel nodded in agreement. Following closely behind, the cavern unfolded before Angrel's eyes, spacious enough to accommodate an aircraft carrier. The walls were lined with spiraling paths, where figures in gray and white robes moved about, occasionally entering small tunnel-like openings. Above, a grand 3-tiered glass chandelier hung, with countless oil lamps densely arranged, casting the only illumination within the cavern, bathing everything in a soft yellow hue. Let us proceed this way, Eladara gestured to the left. Aurel, now aware, followed suit. The ground beneath them was unadorned rock, and the shadows cast by their movement danced across the rugged walls, creating an otherworldly ambience. After navigating through another narrow passage, they soon arrived at a fork in the corridor where several individuals stood, including a gray-robed figure accompanied by someone in different attire, seemingly forming a queue. After exchanging greetings with one of the gray-robed individuals, Eladara guided Aurel to the back of the line. After a brief wait, it was their turn. Eladara led Aurel into a room at the end of the corridor, cluttered with various sacks and wooden barrels. At the entrance sat a gray-haired old man with a small mustache, poised with a quill pen over a notebook, candles, and an ink bottle adorning the table. Ah, Eladara. Bringing in a newcomer? The old man inquired with a smile. Indeed, he just arrived today from across the sea. Quite a journey, Eladara replied with a grin. Please provide your name, age, meditation level, and qualification tier, the elder prompted Aurel. Aurel stepped forward. I am Aurel Leo, 15 years old, first-tier apprentice, qualification level 2. Qualification level 2, well enough, the old man noted, swiftly recording the details in his notebook. Do you possess a token? Yes. Aurel promptly produced the ring and handed it over. The old man examined it closely, his expression shifting slightly before revealing a hint of regret. What a pity. The Ring of Swift Eruption, it appears to have higher-level enchantments. If intact, it would certainly qualify as a mid-tier enchanted item, and judging by its age, it seems to date back 500 years, back when we were still referred to as a university. Very well. I shall take the ring as a token of your rights, allowing you to enroll without examination. He bent down to retrieve a gray pouch, presenting it to Aurel. This is your basic kit. Thank you. Aurel accepted it with care. Inside were an apprentice gray robe, a first-tier apprentice badge, an emergency summoning stone, and a student ID card. Do not misplace it. The robe is imbued with a cleansing spell, usable once a day, worth over 10,000 gold coins. Ensure you do not damage it during spell experiments, or you will need to spend valuable resources to replace it, the elder cautioned. Understood. After receiving the items, Eladara guided Aurel through the student accommodation area, the teaching quarters, the experimental zones, and the garden areas, before returning to the initial corridor. The entire academy resembled a vast underground complex, its layers unknown. Be mindful of your first free selection with the mentor. I've said all that needs to be said. Eladara shrugged before departing, disappearing around a corner. Taking a deep breath, Aurel approached the door at the end of the corridor and gently knocked. I am Aurel Leo, a new student. May I enter, Mentor Liliana? Come in, A melodious female voice echoed from within. The door creaked open, and Aurel stepped inside. The door closing automatically behind him. The black-robed mentor was bent over, diligently recording something, her black quill gliding across pristine parchment. "Are you here to claim your newcomer's free reward?" Liliana inquired, lifting her gaze. The familiar visage of the old man reappeared in Angrel's mind. The brass clock in her left eye continued its rhythmic ticking. "Yes," Aurel responded quietly, attempting to scan the mentor's physical attributes with his chip, only to find his senses obstructed by an unknown force. Liliana offered a smile that seemed almost sorrowful, clearing the clutter from her desk to reveal 3 items. From left to right, there lay a red, banana-shaped fruit, a fresh eye of an unidentifiable creature, and a black pouch. "These represent my specialties. The left signifies the basics of mutation, the center signifies the fundamentals of deep anatomy, and the last, biology. You may select one for free study. You have 1 minute to decide," Liliana announced with a smile. Aurel nodded, fixating on the 3 items, his expression contemplative. Liliana remained calm, patiently awaiting his choice. As the seconds ticked away, Angrel's brow furrowed, and he extended his hand, hesitating briefly before gently pressing it against the black pouch. "I choose this one." He raised his gaze to the mentor. Suddenly, the pouch quivered, and a swarm of black insects erupted from the opening. Startled, Aurel instinctively withdrew his hand. The creatures, resembling medium-sized cockroaches, poured forth in alarming numbers, quickly covering the entire table. A tingling sensation spread through the hand he had used to touch the pouch. The mentor observed Aurel, whose complexion paled, and gently produced a small mirror, presenting it to him. In the reflection, Aurel saw his body covered with numerous blisters of varying sizes, each pulsating with a faint reddish liquid. "This is the path you have chosen." The mentor's smile held a hint of enigma. Aurel reached instinctively for his face, but found only smooth skin beneath his fingers. A pungent odor of decay filled the air around him. Suddenly, a shadowy figure materialized in the mentor's right eye. Aurel felt an overwhelming darkness envelop him, and the surroundings transformed in an instant. He found himself submerged in water, surrounded by an abyss of darkness. As he gazed upwards, a distant glimmer of white light hovered above, cold and oppressive, rendering him breathless. Aurel instinctively endeavored to ascend towards the radiant light, yet an inexplicable force ensnared his feet, relentlessly dragging him downward. As he gazed beneath, he beheld a profound abyss, a colossal chasm of the ocean floor, seemingly a place from which one could never escape. This must be an illusion, he reassured himself, yet a tide of fear surged within his heart. "You must return," resonated Liliana's voice suddenly in his ear. Startled, Aurel awoke, realizing he still stood before his mentor. It felt as though new knowledge had been directly infused into his mind. "The knowledge has been imparted to you. Return and consume a potion to stabilize your mind. This method of transmission is quite taxing on your body, and you must avoid any lingering repercussions," Liliana gestured dismissively. "Go now." Drenched in cold sweat, Aurel gathered his composure, bowed slightly in respect, turned, opened the door, and departed hastily. The first line of knowledge in his mind read, clearly, necrobiology. In the ensuing days, Aurel, alongside other newcomers, attended the complimentary foundational courses offered by their mentors in the teaching district. Subsequently, he would venture to the library, borrowing books from the accessible levels appropriate for his rank. The foundational subjects included anatomy, neuroscience, principles of negative energy, principles of spell models, origins of mental energy, universal studies, fundamentals of alchemy, among others, complemented by several linguistic studies. It was during this time that Aurel discovered the significance of the academy's name, Ramsorda, which in Draconic meant shadow, the departed. The institution was renowned for its expertise in necromancy and spellcraft, leading the field in the study of shadow spells. Initially, the free knowledge he selected was necrobiology, a foundational study concerning the effects of negative energy on living organisms. This knowledge served as the bedrock for the release of negative energy spells. Mastering it was imperative, for without it, establishing relevant spell models would prove exceedingly challenging. The price of this foundational knowledge ranked among the highest of all paid offerings. Given the inherent dangers associated with negative energy research, Aurel began contemplating whether he could leverage this knowledge to barter resources with other students. Through his studies of the foundational subject, principles of spell models, Aurel learned that the release of a spell necessitated the formulation of a corresponding spell model using mental energy, which would then channel energy in a unique manner to produce what is known as a spell. Certain spells might also require various materials as catalysts or initiators. 053 Magic 2 The mental model functions akin to an engine, while elemental energy acts as gasoline, ultimately transforming into various forms of energy. This encapsulates the essence of spellcasting. The focus of study lies in the different models yielding diverse effects, the losses incurred in the process, the potency of the final outcome, and the mental energy expended by the model. These metrics serve as the standard by which an apprentice or a wizard's mastery of spells is gauged. After all, the criteria for fully mastering a spell, refined through countless enhancements by wizards, are quite elevated. Success is not merely defined by the act of casting. Apart from attending classes daily, the remainder of Angrel's time is spent assisting his mentor in organizing the laboratory, tidying the spell room, preparing potions as an aid, and tending to rare plants in the garden. However, for Aurel, the pace of learning felt rather sluggish, as the mentor provided limited content each day. Nevertheless, he executed the general tasks with remarkable precision. After more than 4 months of this routine, Angrel's meditation had progressed to the stage of guiding elemental energy into his body, accelerated by the influence of Zero's radiation, which had advanced him by at least half the expected time. Today, the first class was the study of all things, taught by mentor Angelin. A girl with long, chestnut hair seated beside Angrel whispered, "The subject is somewhat obscure. I feel like there's so much I don't grasp." Beside her, a bespectacled boy with black hair frowned and echoed her sentiment. The three of them sat in a quiet corner of the classroom, forming their own little circle, much like the other students. "Angia, do you know why Mentor Angelin wears a white robe while some mentors don black robes?" Angrel casually inquired. "It's based on the division of positive and negative energy," Angia replied, her appearance unremarkable yet possessing a strikingly alluring figure complemented by her flowing chestnut locks, imparting an unusual magnetism. Mentors of the positive energy category typically wear white robes, whereas those of negative energy wear black. "It's customary," the bespectacled boy added. "By the way, Angrel, haven't you heard about our side of the sea?" Angrel smiled wryly. "Wizards are exceedingly rare where I come from. There is hardly a chance to learn about such things." Attending this academy gave him a sense reminiscent of pursuing a university education on Earth. Yet, his peers each possessed at least 1 or 2 magic stones, while he was devoid of any, having only selected a free knowledge course at the outset, and had since been unable to purchase new ones. Magic stones are the primary currency for wizards and apprentices, a black, crystal-like mineral imbued with unique energy that can stimulate and enhance mental prowess. Observing the accumulation of knowledge among his classmates through repeated purchases over time, Angrel felt a twinge of anxiety. This accumulation of knowledge was said to substantially benefit the successful casting of spells and the advancement to wizardry. The greater the knowledge amassed, the more spell models one could construct, thereby enhancing their prospects for promotion. Fortunately, while purchasing knowledge constitutes a form of spell indoctrination, it also necessitates personal digestion, akin to studying from textbooks. This pace was vastly slower than Angrel's efficient absorption facilitated by his chip. "By the way, Aurel," Angia asked, "didn't you mention you were nearing 2nd tier?" "Almost," Angrel nodded. There was no need for concealment. Any mentor could easily discern the apprentice's levels, unless one advanced to wizardry and could establish a force field spell. "That's impressive." Achieving 2nd tier by 15, Angia remarked with a hint of envy. "I was on the verge of promotion before. This is merely a natural progression," Angrel thought to himself, refraining from mentioning that he had only begun meditating a year prior. "I'm close to, as a 2nd tier apprentice," the bespectacled boy stated calmly. "By the way, Aurel, didn't you say you needed a magic stone?" "I have an extra one. My family just sent over some stones. Shall we trade?" Aurel paused momentarily. "A magic stone? An extra one? Manus, are you certain you want to exchange with me?" "Of course. Your grasp of the study of all things far surpasses mine. And I hope you can guide me a bit. I still don't quite understand the principles of several basic models," Manus replied with composure. "My talents aren't on par with yours. I must compensate somehow." "Absolutely. I'm in dire need of magic stones," Angrel agreed enthusiastically. Apprentices like Manus were common here. The relationships among wizards tended to be rather indifferent, grounded in the principle of mutual benefit, a dynamic that naturally influenced the apprentices as well. Manus's family wielded considerable influence locally. While magic stones were exceedingly precious to ordinary individuals, acquiring them was not particularly difficult for him. Hearing this, Angia clenched her teeth, a sense of urgency welling within her. "I'd like to exchange a magic stone as well. I want to join you in your tutoring sessions. I don't want to fall further behind." Aurel chuckled softly, knowing that they lacked the capability to replicate their mentor's lectures entirely. If they failed to take thorough notes after class, comprehension would prove elusive. Once missed, it was lost. Mentors were rarely attentive to students' queries, as their own research left them pressed for time. Their teaching was not motivated by the academy's remuneration. Who would willingly take on such a burdensome task? Thus, upon the conclusion of class, mentors typically departed hastily, disregarding the students' inquiries. In this moment, Aurel discerned a potential avenue to earn some magic stones through his 2 companions. "By the way, Manus, do you know of any quick ways to earn magic stones?" he inquired. "For rapid accumulation, you could undertake academy tasks. Upon completion, you receive record points, akin to contribution points, which can be exchanged for magic stones and other items. 1 point equals 1 stone," Manus elaborated. "However, tasks are generally not straightforward, so consider carefully. Moreover, as 2nd tier apprentices, we are unable to utilize magical items." Angrel nodded, while the 3 of them walked together. Their relationships could only be deemed average, as they were the lowest tier in their class. Monas's willingness to share this information was a sign of goodwill. He was already in the process of guiding energy into his body. To advance to second-tier apprentice status, he would need to formulate perception potions from specific herbs or purchase them directly from the academy. If he possessed sufficient magic stones, it would be manageable. Currently, however, he found himself perpetually short on magic stones. All right, Mentor Angeline has arrived. Angia straightened her posture and whispered. The ambient noise in the classroom gradually diminished as all eyes turned towards the entrance. A stunning woman clad in a white robe, with golden hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders and deep blue eyes, entered briskly, wielding a grayish-white wooden staff. I am Angeline, and I am delighted to instruct the future wizards present here today. Without further ado, we shall delve into the study of botany within the study of all things. Regardless of the faction you may choose in the future, it is imperative to grasp the principles of spells from other disciplines. Otherwise, you will be unable to master spell identification, she proclaimed. Mentor, we have learned some principles of spell models pertaining to the plant category. Yet we find the conversion from pure energy to substance quite challenging to comprehend. Would you kindly demonstrate for us? A voice rose from among the apprentices. Mentor Angeline, you are one of the few wizards renowned for your expertise in plant-based spells at our esteemed academy. Angelina smiled softly. Vita, you rascal. She shook her head in exasperation, a trace of affection gracing her features, evidently recognizing the apprentice who had spoken. Angia whispered, that's Vita, the younger brother of Master Angelina, who has been raised by her since childhood. They share a bond that is both sibling and maternal. Is that so? Angrel nodded in understanding. Since it is Vita's request, allow me to demonstrate a spell today, Angelina declared with a smile, gently extending her left hand. In the center of her pristine palm rested an oval black seed. With a delicate flick of her wrist, the seed fell to the earth, landing on the ochre ground. What I wield is life derived from the new source. With a hissing sound, the seed gradually sprouted, transforming into a verdant sapling, which quickly grew in height and size. The roots and vines entwined and spiraled upward, their branches weaving together to form a diminutive bundle. The vine slowly unfurled, revealing a pure white bud before the astonished onlookers. Bloom, Liliana commanded gently, pointing her wand. The bud began to unfurl in a graceful spiral, and amidst the diamond-shaped petals, a soft white light radiated a warm glow, the light of life. An elemental spirit capable of granting wishes, Liliana remarked with a subtle smile. Of course, this is but an illusion. It is merely a standard luminescent spell for plants, also known as a botanical illumination spell. I have made every effort to slow the casting process. Aurel sat below, gazing at the extraordinary plant illuminated by the spell. What a miraculous enchantment, he marveled sincerely. In less than a minute, a peculiar plant, towering at a height of one person, astonishingly completed its growth. This miraculous phenomenon left Aurel in awe. The apprentices in the classroom erupted into applause, filling the air with their accolades. Mentor Angeline waved her wand once more, causing white orbs of light to ascend from the flower bud, while the plant beneath withered rapidly, disintegrating into a pile of ash. This spell was designed to amplify the vitality of plants to an extreme level, categorically belonging to the realm of negative energy spells associated with botany. Should anyone be interested, they could approach me for the purchase of basic spellcasting models. However, do not forget that I alone hold the exclusive right to trade. Should anyone be caught engaging in clandestine exchanges of my knowledge, they would face dire consequences. Angrel's expression tightened at this remark, as he had intended to barter his knowledge of necrobiology for resources, unaware of this stipulation. Reluctantly, he resolved to meditate and accumulate magic stones instead. Half a year later, on the grounds above the Ramswa Academy, in the early morning amidst the expansive coastal woodlands, a group clad in gray robes traversed the forest path at a measured pace. They were armed with swords, longbows, and a few wielded short black wooden staffs. The gray robes bore an insignia of a black cross on their backs, signifying their affiliation with the Ramswa Academy. Among them, a gray-robed man in the center, with short brown hair and an unremarkable appearance, carried a white longbow and a silver cross sword at his waist. This individual was none other than Angrilio from across the sea, his demeanor calm as he surveyed his surroundings, remaining ever vigilant like his fellow apprentices. A gray-robed figure leading the group spoke up. Green, do not be so tense. After all, we are on our home turf at Ramswa, and it is unlikely for intruders to wander in uninvited. They'd be more likely to hide from us. This man, with dark hair and verdant green eyes, appeared to be around 20 years of age. He had been rattled by a previous ambush during patrols. Aurel smiled in response. Also, do not call me Green. It feels rather uncomfortable. Aurel had been part of this patrol team for nearly 6 months, motivated by the monthly reward of 1 magic stone while simultaneously familiarizing himself with the surrounding areas. The region encompassing Ramswa was a desolate wasteland, frequently prowled by ferocious beasts. Those lacking sufficient strength would find themselves overrun within mere steps by inexplicable insects. Consequently, human presence was scarce, with adventurers seldom appearing. Aurel and his comrades were primarily tasked with guarding against various perilous creatures encroaching upon the academy grounds. Although the remuneration was modest, it was more crucial for Aurel to understand the combat styles of the apprentices and wizards. Attention! A man-eating lizard. Suddenly, a gray-robed figure at the forefront shouted, "Be on guard. Target its weak points." "Martha, can you handle the defense?" The black-haired leader, who had just spoken, now wore a serious expression as he assigned roles to each team member. "Green, you will take the long-range shot. Andrew, assist Martha. Everyone, stay alert. Being poisoned will waste our antidotes." The five quickly formed their formation. Ahead, amidst the grass, a massive lizard, towering at human height, emerged slowly. Its cold brown eyes fixated on the five. Its skin, a greenish hue, camouflaged almost entirely with the surrounding environment, making it nearly invisible unless observed with great care. "There is only one. Let us end this swiftly," the black-haired leader murmured, exhaling with relief. "Neris," he intoned, reciting a spell. A layer of dark energy enveloped his body. He unsheathed a short sword and charged at the lizard, aiming for its head. Meanwhile, the other apprentices began their incantations, and a black arrow soared through the air, aimed at the lizard's right eye, its tip shimmering with an eerie black light. This arrow had been enhanced by a fellow apprentice, amplifying its potency. The short sword and long arrow struck simultaneously. With a resounding thud, the lizard's head was pierced, green blood gushing forth as it pooled around. The long arrow lodged itself deep into the lizard's skull, and the wound visibly began to rot. The short sword also made a solid connection, a crimson light shooting from its tip into the lizard's head, causing it to roll its eyes back in unconsciousness. The black-haired leader swiftly retreated back to the front of the group. "Another invader from outside, I presume. The local fauna are aware of our academy's territory." He shook his head. "The lizard's corpse can be used to extract infectious toxins. I've been researching putrid venom sacs. Can I claim this lizard's body? Each of us will receive one magic stone." The gray-robed girl who had just cast the arrow spell frowned. "Not a problem," the black-haired leader replied readily. This was the patrol team's additional income. When encountering valuable corpses, all present would share the spoils. Anyone attempting to hoard the bounty alone would have to compensate the others. The leader's willingness brought smiles to Aurel and the others' faces, for the expenses incurred for studies each year consumed a substantial amount of magic stones and record points. Without income, sustaining their endeavors would be arduous. The remainder of the patrol passed without incident, which was the most typical outcome. Upon returning to the underground academy at noon to switch shifts, Aurel entered his modest apprentice quarters. The room was small, reminiscent of his bedroom at the Harbor Academy. Save for the oil lamp flickering on the wall, reputed to be the everlasting flame that never extinguished, a spell said to be exclusive to formal wizards. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Aurel retrieved a small leather pouch from his waist and emptied its contents onto the bed. 5 black crystal stones tumbled out alongside a small red pearl. Aurel picked up the pearl, scrutinizing it for a while, his face revealing a hint of hesitation. After a moment's deliberation, he set the pearl down and began to reorganize the 5 magic stones. He then closed his eyes and commenced meditating. Over the past half-year, he had already transcended to a second-tier apprentice, progressing towards the third-tier rank, having accumulated sufficient magic stones and acquired the Academy's new meditation method. His advancement had been relatively smooth. However, in recent days, his progress seemed to have stagnated. The red pearl he had just handled was obtained accidentally during a patrol from a red pearl bird. The red pearl growing atop its head could enhance meditation effects, but such benefits could only be utilized once by any individual before developing resistance. The others present at the time had all used their pearls. Leaving Aurel as the sole exception, he had expended considerable effort to acquire this pearl. Now, faced with a standstill in his progress, he contemplated using it, hoping to rekindle his advancement. After a brief meditation, Aurel reopened his eyes. 0. Display my current physical status. Angrilio, Strength 2. 9. Agility 4. 1. Constitution 3. 5. I have reached the genetic limit. Status, healthy. The chip promptly relayed the information. Is the data collection on spiritual power sufficient? Sufficiently prepared. I am poised to digitize the essence of mental prowess. My ambition is to convert the primary power of sorcerers, mental energy, into data. This initiative has been in the works since the early days of Aurel. However, the chip faces challenges in digitizing phenomena lacking detailed information. Thus, I have spent a considerable amount of time gathering diverse data to establish a relevant database. At last, the digitization of mental energy is within reach. With a solemn expression, Aurel intoned, commence the digitization of my mental energy. The database has been successfully established, data comparison completed, and initialization is underway. The process of digitization begins. Angril's mental attributes are revealed, Power 2. 9. Agility 4. 1. Constitution 3. 5. Spirit 3. 1. I have reached the genetic limit. Status, healthy. The chip swiftly yields the data. 3. 1. Is it? Angrel's face bore a contemplative expression. 0. Establish a task. I now meet the conditions to break through to a third-tier apprentice. The task is established. Data collection in progress. Completion confirmed. Synchronizing subject data. Model creation. Simulation commencing. Before Enrel, a translucent human model of pale blue hue gradually materializes, beginning to rotate. Within the model, countless fine threads pulse with a silvery liquid, which outlines intricate silver lines. Analysis initiated. Optimal plan established. The subject's mental energy must reach 6, and mastery of more than 2 fundamental spell models is required. A graphite potion of 500 milliliters is necessary for the surge. Success rate, 79. 43. The subject is found to be in a state of mental energy stagnation. Analyzing reasons. Insufficient mental cohesion detected. Please enhance the concentration of mental energy. Indeed. A smile graced Engrel's lips. This is the chip's most potent utility, integrating various data to derive the optimal strategy and outlining the necessary conditions while providing a success probability. This represents invaluable assistance to Enrel. Countless apprentices, when faced with stagnation in their meditation, expend significant time searching for the root of their issues, and upon identifying them, must validate their accuracy. A single misstep could lead to years of effort being rendered futile, wasting not only energy, but also precious time, without achieving a certain realm within a limited time frame. Even the finest talent and abundant resources become meaningless. If the direction is flawed, all is in vain. Enrel, however, can swiftly ascertain the source of stagnation and advance without wasting a moment on the correct path. This is his greatest advantage. He must elevate his mental energy to 6. It is also time to procure the 2 basic spell models. Practicing the construction of spell models will benefit the growth of his mental energy. Each model requires 2 magic stones, and fortuitously, he can acquire 2. The graphite potion of 500 milliliters poses a challenge, though, Enrel pondered. The graphite potion is concocted from a blend of certain stone paste and ink. It enhances perception, increases sensitivity to energy particles, and aids in the condensation of mental energy. However, it bears side effects that can impair physical constitution. The toxicity contained within is sufficient to incapacitate any sorcerer or apprentice for over 2 days, resulting in permanent bodily damage and subsequent weakening of constitution. Thus, it stands as one of the most potent low-tier potions, albeit with severe side effects. Were it not for the chip's proposed strategy, Enrel would hesitate to experiment with the graphite potion. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Enrel meticulously contemplated the next steps before rising. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled gray robe, secured his waist pouch, and stepped outside. A short while later, Enrel found himself before a colossal stone wall, gazing up at the price list displayed upon it. Surrounding him were many others, all clad in gray robes. Approximately 20 to 30 apprentices stood before the wall in utter silence, their eyes fixed on the listings, occasionally interrupted by newcomers or those departing. I received the knowledge of necrobiology free of charge from Mentor Liliana, which serves as a foundational aspect of negative energy spell casting. Compared to other fundamental spells, it is more prudent to develop in the direction of negative energy. Each piece of paid knowledge costs several magic stones, a considerable expense. This approach may expedite my progress. With a resolute determination, Engrel's gaze began to wander over the area of fundamental spells associated with negative energy. Among the negative energy spells, only 3 fundamental spell models are available for purchase. 1. Acid Splash requires paid knowledge in pharmacology and negative energy principles. 2. Wearying Grasp requires paid knowledge in necrobiology and neurology. 3. Dizziness requires paid knowledge in advanced human anatomy and negative energy principles. Enrel scrutinized these 3 models, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Basic model spells represent the simplest structures, while advanced modified spell models remain closely guarded secrets among sorcerers. Even the same spell can yield different effects depending on the sorcerer, influenced by factors such as duration, casting distance, speed, associated damage, and target biological categories. The only models available for purchase are these rudimentary ones. Enrel stood quietly for a moment, solidifying his objective before stepping towards a small side window where an apprentice had just exited. Eagerly, Enrel approached the window. An elderly man with white eyebrows inquired, "What would you like to purchase?" "The negative energy spells, Wearying Grasp and Dizziness," Enrel replied, producing magic stones from his waist pouch. "For magic stones, accepting the stones." The old man nodded, handing over 2 leather-bound books inscribed with the titles Wearying Grasp and Dizziness. Enrel promptly accepted them, tucking them into his sleeve before turning to leave. "Enrel, is that you?" Suddenly, a voice called from his side. Enrel turned to see Mana striding towards him, also clad in gray robes, accompanied by Angia, the apprentice girl whose expression towards Enrel was complex. "Are you here to buy fundamental spell models?" Angia queried. Starting to learn spell models marks a relatively swift progression among second-tier apprentices, while she remains a first-tier apprentice. Manas had merely come to observe and, upon spotting Ongrel, approached him. He too had not yet reached this level. Constructing spell models without sufficient mental energy would result in dire backlash. Initially, the three had commenced their journeys together. Yet now, Arel had forged ahead significantly. Both felt a mixture of emotions. Upon hearing Anjia's inquiry, Arel nodded. Indeed, I believe I am ready to construct models. So I hastened to purchase them. What about you, Monas? You should be nearing that stage as well. Monas frowned slightly. I don't think so. It may take me a while longer. I wish to select the fundamental model of the mage's hand. But I haven't yet completed the necessary studies in energy circulation and force field energy transformation, although my mental energy is sufficient. He wore a look of resignation. Beginning to construct without fully comprehending the spell models will undoubtedly lead to backlash. Proceed with caution, Anjia remarked, half as a warning and half as a probe. Arel nodded, smiling reassuringly. I am aware. I only intend to purchase them for now, not to start constructing immediately. I too have subjects that I have yet to fully comprehend. Alas, I am uncertain when I shall transcend the third tier. Given our aptitude, it seems implausible to expect any progress in less than 3 or 4 years. Not to mention the subsequent ascension to a formal wizard. Monas lamented, have you heard? Belmani, a fellow newcomer from our cohort, has recently advanced to a formal wizard at merely 19 years of age. No wonder, being a scion of the Belmani family. He has access to paid knowledge across various disciplines from a young age, with wizards at home to guide him. Unlike us, they belong to the 3 great families, a league far beyond our reach. The high-ranking wizards, enhanced through artificial bloodline fusion, possess capabilities that far surpass ours. Anjia spoke softly. Onlai understood their frustration. The odds of advancing from 2nd to 3rd tier to become a formal wizard were dismally low. The chances were merely 1 in 10, indicating that the vast majority of apprentices would remain at the level of 3rd tier apprentices for life, ultimately choosing to return to their hometowns or to stay and serve the organization. Just like that white-browed old man at the window, who has been a 3rd-tier apprentice for decades, having made countless attempts to break through, yet still remains confined to that level. Such individuals abound within the academy. In truth, there are only a handful of genuine formal wizards within the entire institution. As for figures like the dean, Onlai and his companions had yet to encounter one in all their time here. However, Onlai was different. Before attempting a breakthrough, the chip would assist him in analyzing the probability of success and the optimal strategy. If the odds were too low, he could always choose to continue accumulating knowledge until the likelihood of success improved. After a casual conversation with the two, he stated, I have matters to attend to and must visit my mentor. I shall see you this evening. Upon bidding farewell, the two departed, each going their own way. Several minutes later, in the underground negative energy research zone, a spacious, dimly lit chamber unfolded. The floor was etched with a myriad of peculiar symbols, and various magical arrays formed intricate patterns that overlapped on the walls and ground. The black surface was adorned with silver designs. In the center of the room, upon a square stone platform, stood a hunchbacked old woman with a copper eye, leaning on a lengthy staff as she carefully sprinkled fine white powder upon the platform. A beam of pale yellow light streamed from an overhead cavity, illuminating the entire chamber with a radiant glow. Onlai stood at the doorway, patiently awaiting his mentor's summons. In addition to him, a gray-robed apprentice lingered, who merely cast a cursory glance in Ang Lee's direction before returning his focus to the mentor, Liliana. What is your opinion? The man inquired softly. My opinion? Liliana paused from sprinkling the powder and lifted her gaze to the gray-robed apprentice. Do as you will, it is your own choice. I am powerless to intervene. Very well, I shall take my leave then, esteemed mother, the man replied, bowing before turning to exit. What brings you here? Liliana finally addressed Onlai at the doorway. Are you also one of my students? Yes, Mentor Liliana, I am a new student who arrived last year. Onlai quickly introduced himself. Speak, what is it you require? I am quite busy. I wish to inquire about the details regarding graphite potion, he said respectfully. Graphite potion? Given its significant side effects. You wish to consume it? Liliana expressed surprise. I wish to try it, he confessed. The preparation is quite troublesome, and it does not come cheap. However, I can reserve a bottle for you, but you must be prepared with sufficient magic stones. Liliana smiled. How many magic stones would be required? Alai asked in a hushed tone. 120, equivalent to 12 medium magic stones. 120. Even though Alai had mentally prepared for this, he felt momentarily dazed upon hearing the actual figure. 120 magic stones, what a concept. Even a typical wizard could scarcely afford such an expense. With this being the baseline, I grant you a discount for being my student. Were it another mentor, you might be charged 200 magic stones. You can verify this at the trading hall. Liliana waved her hand dismissively. That will be all. You may leave now. My time is up. With a sharp sound, the copper inner gaze clicked, moving the hour hand to the next position. Alai inhaled deeply, nodded, and bowed before turning to leave, somewhat dazed. What is the quickest way to amass a significant quantity of magic stones? This singular thought echoed incessantly within Ang Lee's mind. Task 1. Just as Z left the room, Ongrel heard a ferocious roar behind him, prompting him to quicken his pace and exit the corridor. Mentor Liliana experiences an unsettling episode each day, a terrifying remnant from her past. Ongrel shook his head slightly. A month later, in the underground trading hall of the academy, the crowded stone chamber was filled with the gaze of attendees, most of whom were fixated on the ever-changing images on the cavern walls, displaying various task announcements. The majority were clad in gray robes, with a few notable figures in black and white robes. A space automatically formed around the black-robed individuals, while the white-robed ones occasionally had others approach them for conversation. Some in the hall were engaged in hushed discussions, while others were intently watching the task updates on the walls. Third-tier tasks. They have actually appeared, exclaimed an apprentice, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the hall. Third-tier tasks with the highest rewards? Indeed, it is a third-tier task. Should we? It's led by Kaidira. Many apprentices and a handful of wizards took note of the leader's name. In one corner of the hall, an ordinary-looking young male apprentice was equally transfixed by the name. A flicker of hesitation crossing his face. The two apprentices beside him began to converse in hushed tones. It's actually Lord Kaidira leading the team. He is a genius with fourth-tier talent, the top student promoted to wizard last year. Should you take it? This task allows unlimited participants, with a reward of 50 magic stones each. 50 magic stones, that price? One of them's expression shifted. The task's difficulty likely surpassed what mere apprentices could handle, and it allows unlimited participants. The danger level must be. Standing nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation, was Ongrel, who had recently arrived to take on tasks. In an effort to accumulate magic stones quickly, he had opted for the lucrative apprentice assignments. In the past month, he had secured 3 relatively easy tasks, earning 30 magic stones in return. However, during one minor task, he had nearly returned severely injured after investigating a dying tree near the apprentice area, which resulted in 1 death and 4 injuries among a team of 5 apprentices. While the rewards here were indeed substantial, they all came at the cost of one's life. 50 magic stones. A glimmer of determination sparked in Angrel's eyes. Such high reward tasks were irresistible for someone in dire need of magic stones, even aware of the dangers. His exceptional long-range capabilities often placed him in a core protective role within the team, which had contributed to his safe returns in previous tasks. The enchanted arrows, when exceptionally accurate, could wield astonishing power. I possess Zero's enhanced perception, which allows me to sense farther than the average apprentice, even if a typical third-tier apprentice encounters me. As long as the distance is close, they should be able to escape, Ongrel pondered. At that moment, a young man in a black robe entered the hall. He was handsome yet wore a grim expression, standing slightly taller than Ongrel, around 6 feet tall, and leaning on a black staff that towered above him. I am Kaidira. He addressed the crowd, and just 10 minutes ago, I received unfortunate news from the Azra Mountains. He lowered his head, gripping his staff tightly, his knuckles turning white. My brother, the Academy's genius third-tier apprentice, Yason, was killed while on a mission. His voice was laced with sorrow, indicating a deep bond with his brother. Thus, this third-tier task was issued at my request, following the mentor's decision. Kaidira raised his head, his expression darkening further. Someone has killed my brother. Murdered one of the talented apprentices of the Ram Soda. Slain the second heir of the Caesar family. His gaze swept the room, his eyes seeming to glow ominously. Whoever it is, I will make them pay. Kaidira turned and left the hall, his demeanor as foreboding as when he had entered. This is a provocation against Ram Soda. Someone whispered. Yason is dead. This is troublesome. The Caesar family will undoubtedly send someone in response. This might be part of a conspiracy against the Caesar family. If we get entangled in family disputes, it could become problematic. Indeed, the Caesar family now. Ongrel stood in the corner, his eyes flickering as he took one last glance at the task details on the wall. Bloody vengeance. Let anyone who provokes Ram Soda pay the price with their soul. Basic reward, 50 low-grade magic stones. Danger level, high. Participants, unlimited. The words were inscribed in a shade reminiscent of blood, radiating a sense of murderous intent. Ongrel focused intently for a moment, a resolute expression forming on his face. He gently touched the silver cross sword hanging at his waist before turning to venture into the dark passage behind him, swiftly disappearing into the shadows. A month later, on the surface of Ram Soda Academy, in the ruins of an ancient city, the dawn was dim and hazy, with only a faint golden sunlight filtering through the horizon. At the entrance of the ancient yellow city gate, a group of figures clad in gray or black robes stood on the bridge. Each figure bore a black cross symbol on their backs, their faces obscured by hoods. At the forefront stood a black-robed man, leaning on a towering black wooden staff. A black-purple dove perched on his right shoulder. He lightly tapped the staff, producing a crisp sound that captured everyone's attention. Esteemed guests. His deep voice emerged from beneath the hood. The danger level of this mission is not something I need to elaborate on. If any of you have contingencies, do not hold back. Should the mission be successfully completed, my family will offer each of you double the reward. Double? Does your Caesar family possess such wealth and magic stones? One of the black-robed figures queried. How do we know you are not making empty promises? The Caesar family, at the very least, has our own magic stone mines to support us. We can indeed provide these magic stones, the leader of the black robes replied nonchalantly. We can trust Wizard Kaidira's promise, another white-robed wizard interjected. Now, let us set off without delay. The three of them were the strongest in the group, all formal wizards, while the rest were merely apprentices destined to follow their lead. Kaidira nodded. The family's carriages will arrive shortly. Everyone present may divide into 3 carriages for the journey. Over a dozen individuals had taken on the task, a mix of genders, predominantly young. Onrel stood among them, carrying a metal composite bow on his back, appearing inconspicuous compared to his companions armed with various weapons. Soon, 3 black carriages emerged from the forest. The drivers were not human but 3 diminutive gnomes. Clad in gray garments, they paled at the sight of the apprentices and wizards, hastily lowering their heads, afraid to look. Everyone boarded the carriages. Aurel chose the middle carriage, joined by 4 apprentices, 2 females and 2 males, making a total of 5. 0. Can you detect the strength of these individuals around us? The distance meets the standards, and the detection begins. The perspective data has been digitized. Aurel closed his eyes briefly and reopened them, finding that everything around him had transformed into a soft shade of pale blue. He gazed at a male apprentice seated opposite him. Greetings. I am Onrel of the Negative Energy Department, primarily skilled in ranged combat. I fear I shall rely heavily on your protection this time, Aurel said with a friendly smile. The individual seemed momentarily taken aback, his expression stiffening, as if he were not adept at social interactions. It's no trouble, mutual assistance suffices. I am Andre from the Mutated Beings Department. As Angrel's vision scanned, data regarding Andre appeared beside him, clearly displayed. Andre, Strength 0. 9, Agility 1. 1, Constitution 3. 1. Spirit 4. 7, second-class apprentice. He then turned to greet the other 3 companions. Most wizards and apprentices were not particularly skilled in socializing and appeared somewhat resistant to Angrel's warmth. Nevertheless, Aurel discerned their data with ease. As long as there was no force field protection, his chip could ascertain the truth of their abilities within a certain range. Those bold enough to engage in such high-stakes missions were not necessarily wealthy, but rather individuals possessing a measure of confidence in their own capabilities. Among them, a female apprentice named Marlene bore an enchanted item, a noteworthy detail. As they sat within the carriage, Aurel attempted a few casual conversations. But upon noticing the disinterest from his companions, he fell silent. In truth, he was not particularly sociable himself. He merely sought to gauge their strengths. All 5 were of the second apprentice level, with Marlene likely being the strongest due to her possession of an enchanted item. The others, Onrel estimated, were probably on par with him, decent among apprentices without enchanted items. Marlene and another female apprentice named Griffia had unremarkable appearances. Marlene was slightly plump, while Griffia had a more curvaceous figure that briefly caught the attention of the male passengers in the carriage. Neither Griffia nor Andre possessed anything particularly costly. Onrel even sensed through his chip that their gray robes were likely mended, with the cleansing spell's effect being exceptionally weak. It was surprising for apprentices to be in such dire straits. Onrel shook his head slightly. However, was he not in a similar predicament? If his own robe were to be damaged, he would be reluctant to part with 5 magic stones for a new one, opting instead to spend a single magic stone to have a third-class apprentice repair it, much like the 2 before him. On a night 2 weeks later, the carriage entered a small town near the Lamso Academy. Outside the town, a group of elegantly dressed nobles awaited respectfully. As the group disembarked, they quietly entered the town and settled in a large private villa. After enduring a night of discomfort, the team stealthily departed from the town, heading towards the nearby incident site. After traversing through the forest for over a day, they arrived at a gorge. The sky was overcast, and a faint white mist enveloped the gorge. Both sides were shrouded in the shadows of undulating mountains. The ground was covered in somewhat withered grass, and sparse dark green trees with small leaves dotted the landscape. Jagged white stones lay scattered about, while occasional movements could be seen in the grass, hinting at unseen creatures darting through. At the mouth of the gorge, a fully armed team of armored swordsmen spotted the incoming party, and a burly man resembling a squad leader approached them. My Lord Cadilla, you have finally arrived. We have sealed off the entire gorge. Not a single bird has flown out. Cadilla nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Maintain your guard at the entrance. We will proceed to resolve the matter. The leader lowered his head in acknowledgement, stealing a glance at the gray and black-robed figures behind Cadilla, his eyes betraying a flicker of reverence. As the team entered the gorge, Aurel took special care to skin the leader's abilities, discovering that he was at the peak of knightly prowess, which surprised him slightly. Crossing the security line, Aurel walked at the rear of the group, surveying the desolate gorge, a silver metal longbow in hand, with a black feathered arrow nocked and ready. The remaining individuals exhibited a vigilant demeanor, despite traversing this rugged mountain path. None among them were the pampered young masters or ladies who would lack the courage and capability to partake in such a perilous mission. No one displayed signs of fatigue. Everyone remained acutely aware of their surroundings. A low rumble resonated from the sky, shrouded in ominous clouds. Kadira, leading the group, glanced up at the overcast sky, sensing an impending downpour. As they approached the incident site, he cautioned everyone to remain alert. He turned to the two wizards beside him and murmured, "You two will need to keep watch shortly. I shall cast a spell to trace the culprit. Leave it to us. We must do justice for the two items you sacrificed." The dark-robed wizard chuckled. The white-robed wizard merely nodded in tacit agreement, choosing not to speak further. After traversing a short distance, the squad halted before a large pit, approximately half a meter deep and bowl-shaped, with surprisingly smooth inner walls. "This is the place." Kadira raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. Another dark-robed figure called out, "Everyone, disperse and remain vigilant. Do not allow anyone to approach Kadira." The apprentices nodded in silent understanding, instinctively spreading out to encircle the three official wizards. Aurel stood slightly within the circle, wielding a longbow, his sensors fully activated. While his peripheral vision remained fixed on Kadira, Kadira raised his staff high, standing in the center of the pit, where swirling winds began to manifest beneath his feet. The gusts gradually intensified, lifting grass and leaves within a few meters around him, forming a small gray tornado that enveloped him completely. The whistling winds echoed eerily in the otherwise silent valley. Nearby foliage began to lean toward Kadira, drawn in by the force of the winds. This phenomenon lasted only a few seconds before the small gray tornado began to dissipate, revealing Kadira, who still held his staff aloft, albeit with a strained expression. "You cannot escape." Kadira's face twisted into a sinister grin. "Friends, there is a cave in the left wall of the mountain. Our adversaries are hiding there. Let us give these wretched scoundrels a proper welcome." No sooner had he finished speaking than a white-feathered arrow shot from a distant tree toward Kadira. Simultaneously, a green figure leaped from the tree and vanished into the woods. The arrow traced a white line as it struck the air before Kadira, creating a series of translucent ripples that ensnared it, holding it suspended in midair, mere inches from Kadira's eyes. "Come on, you filthy scum," Kadira bellowed, his expression grotesque with fury. "All of you, 18 men, 5 women, and 8 children, these loathsome green pests, I shall capture their souls and pin them to a colorless cross. Companions, eliminate the adults, and do as you will with the children. Perhaps you will delight in keeping a few as elven slaves." With a swift motion, he shattered the arrow, reducing it to countless fragments that fell to the ground. Aurel noticed a ring on Kadira's hand faintly glowing with a white light. "Elves? Surely not what elves?" Andre whispered beside Aurel. "It must be, but how could these rootless vagabonds be the ones to kill Aeson? They wouldn't dare." Griffia replied quietly, even as the squad quickly followed the 3 wizards toward the mountainside. In that brief moment, Aurel could have struck down the foe. Yet he preferred not to draw the enemy's ire so soon. An average archer would go unnoticed, but a skilled one would inevitably become the first target. A colorless cross? That is a terrifying prison that solidifies the flames of the soul. The more intense the emotions and beliefs, the more they fuel the burning of the soul. Lord Kadira appears to be truly enraged, a male apprentice remarked. "Are there elves here?" Aurel inquired. "In our land, they have become mere legends." "Surely not. Though few, we manage to capture some each year. This time, let us secure a few. They fetch quite a high price as slaves," Marlene said, gripping her petite staff with excitement. Not only she, but the entire team began to feel a surge of enthusiasm at the thought of the high value of wood elves. The squad swiftly located a cave concealed by branches and dead grass on the mountainside. Kadira stood at the cave's entrance, glancing at the white-robed wizard, who nodded and stepped forward, extending his hand into the darkness. A low chant resonated, echoing through the air. Aurel furrowed his brow. This was not one of the languages he had learned. The languages capable of casting spells are indeed limited. Aurel had only mastered 2, Almar and High Elven, the most commonly used. As the incantation reverberated, gray mist began to emanate from the white-robed wizard's hand, drifting into the depths of the cave. Kadira, meanwhile, was quietly conversing with the purple-black dove perched on his shoulder. Moments later, he gently stroked the dove's feathers, prompting it to flap its wings and fly into the cave, quickly disappearing into the darkness. A smile crept upon Kadira's handsome face. "Found it. There is only one night and a magical artifact's aura. These creatures have not eaten for many days. The emanation of hypnotic energy will put most of these wood elves into a deep slumber," the white-robed wizard stated calmly. "This mission should prove quite effortless." "Indeed." The dark-robed wizard concurred, relaxing. "Now, if only." Bang. The head of the white-robed wizard exploded like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Everyone fell into stunned silence. Blood and viscous fluid splattered across Kadira and the dark-robed wizard. Kadira's expression turned blank as he wiped the brain matter from his face. An unfamiliar, low chant began to echo ominously from an unknown source. "Cannon! How dare you? How dare you kill Cannon?" The dark-robed wizard snapped back to reality, his face contorting with rage. He smote his chest, and his eyes gleamed with a white light. Calm down. It's an illusion. Kadira slammed his staff down, whispering an incantation as a wave of gray ripples spread from his feet, instantly enveloping everyone. Onrel, caught in the throng, felt a dizzying sensation as his vision sharpened abruptly. In an instant, he spotted the earlier white-robed wizard, now pale and collapsed against the mountainside, a thin, milky membrane shielding him. Suspended in midair was a tiny green girl with insect-like wings, swirling about, repeatedly clawing at the membrane with sharp talons while emitting high-pitched giggles. The girl was no larger than a human head, her form humanoid but with deep green skin and short green hair, droplets of a viscous green liquid dripping from her. A pungent, acrid odor permeated the surrounding air. Onrel could clearly see that the creature was covered in a viscous green liquid, which dripped onto the grass below, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Some of the withered grass that was splattered with the liquid swiftly turned to black ash, as if it had been scorched. "It's a green fairy," someone exclaimed loudly upon recognition. At that moment, a beam of white light shot from an apprentice's hand, striking the green fairy squarely in the chest. Strangely, the white ray merely coalesced into a layer of green ice on its chest, which then detached and fell away without any effect. Onrel swiftly knocked an arrow and released it with a whoosh, piercing a circular hole through the green fairy's chest. After emitting a sharp laugh, the creature continued its assault, this time not targeting the white-robed wizard, but rather the apprentices on Angrel's side. A chill ran down Angrel's spine as he sensed the imminent danger of the unknown creature closing in rapidly. The chip in his mind provided an urgent suggestion: best course of action, leap back 2 steps and crouch. Without a moment to ponder, Onrel leaped backwards and immediately crouched down. The unknown entity approached within 5 meters, and as the data was being analyzed, it detected a force field protection, resulting in a failure of the assessment. The biological threat was assessed as extremely dangerous, advising immediate evacuation. However, Onrel was too preoccupied to heed the warning. A series of anguished cries erupted from his fellow apprentices, including one he recognized, Andre. Onrel glanced up to see that among the 10 or so apprentices, 7 had been caught by the green fairy's claws as it swooped down, their faces marred by deep gashes. Aside from one individual who emitted a blinding red light to momentarily fend off the attack, the other 6 fell to the ground, writhing in agony as they were enveloped in a cloud of white smoke, quickly reducing to piles of black ash, clothes included. "Anya, I know it's you," Kadir's voice thundered. A series of piercing laughter echoed from the green fairy. After its swift attack, the creature ceased its aggression and instead circled around, landing on the shoulder of a newcomer, a woman clad in a black robe, adorned with a silver circlet on her forehead. Her skin was alabaster, her beauty striking, and her long, dark golden hair cascaded down her back, reminiscent of a goddess emerging from the forest. Astonishingly, the green goo that had dripped from the green fairy ceased to fall as it perched upon the woman's shoulder, entirely unaffected. "It is indeed you." Kadir's expression darkened. The white-robed wizard and the black-robed sorcerer flanked him, their gazes towards the woman filled with trepidation. "Did you kill my brother? What do you think?" She replied with a derisive laugh. It appeared she too was a legitimate sorceress, as the 3 wizards paid no heed to the severely injured apprentices. A cold dread gripped Onrel as he seized the moment of their conversation to survey the remaining apprentices. Most of them were pale, crouching in the grass, afraid to make a sound. "You all need to leave this place," Kadir instructed the woman before turning to Onrel and the others. The remaining apprentices were elated, cautiously rising and retreating while keeping their eyes fixed on the black-robed woman. Onrel blended among them, retreating towards the valley. It wasn't until they had distanced themselves by several hundred meters that the woman did not cast a single glance in their direction, instead conversing with the 3 wizards. Once the 4 figures had completely vanished from sight, a collective sigh of relief swept through the remaining apprentices. "That woman can control the green fairy. It's terrifying," a male apprentice murmured, his face ashen. "What do we do now? Return?" Marlene clutched her staff, visibly shaken. "Let us wait for Lord Kadir and the others," Onrel whispered. The remaining apprentices formed a circle, enveloped in silence, each reluctant to break the stillness. This was the most perilous mission Onrel had undertaken since his arrival. Had even a single drop of that green liquid touched him, he would surely have met his demise. After a considerable amount of time, Marlene finally rose to her feet. "We cannot remain idle. We must assist Senior Cadilla in eliminating that woman. The Green Fairy is a top-tier wizard's familiar of the Northern Alliance. Anyone capable of possessing such a creature is certainly no ordinary individual." Worry was etched across her face. "You go if you want to," replied a male apprentice, his expression grim. "We'll wait here. What do you understand? If Senior Cadilla perishes, none of us will escape that woman's wrath," Marlene exclaimed vehemently. "Going will only lead to our demise." The 2 stood and began to shout at each other. "I believe that since Senior Cadilla instructed us to leave, it is evident that we cannot assist the 3 wizards," Griffia stated calmly. "Even if we return, it would likely be futile." I suggest we first go outside and inform Senior Cadilla's family knights. Yes, that seems the wisest course of action, agreed the previously pale male apprentice. Henrel remained silent, observing the discussion among the others. Then let us hasten to the valley's perimeter, Marlene declared decisively, striding in the direction they had come. The others quickly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the valley's entrance. The sky was dimming, and the gray wooden fence at the mouth of the valley still stood. However, the sword-wielding guards who had previously been stationed there were nowhere to be seen. The yellow-green grass bore no signs of disturbance. Where's everyone? Marlene, now taking the lead, gripped her magical item, her strength evident. The others voiced no objections. They circled the entrance, searching for any trace of life. Suddenly, a series of bird calls echoed from above to their left. They looked up to see a pure white owl perched on a protruding rock, silently observing them. Its elongated, jet-black eyes and feathers wider than snow gave it an eerie presence, as if a living being was scrutinizing them rather than just an owl. Henrel sensed something amiss. His expression tightened as he gently drew a black feathered arrow and knocked it on his longbow, slowly pulling back the string. White Owl. Northern Alliance. It's a wizard of the Northern Alliance. Marlene suddenly realized, panic surging within her. Her face drained of color as she hurriedly raised her staff towards the owl. Helios! She cried out sharply. As her incantation concluded, a faint green aura enveloped the tip of her staff. A mass of green slime rapidly coalesced at the top, forming a sphere the size of a fist. Marlene hurled the staff towards the owl, propelling the green sphere in a graceful arc towards it. Henrel released his arrow skyward, while a silver throwing knife soared from among the group. The owl flapped its wings and lifted off from the rock just as a small whirlwind materialized around it. The arrow and knife were deflected by the wind, crashing against the nearby cliffside. The green slime sphere also veered off course, smashing against the stone behind the owl, releasing a plume of green smoke. With a series of guttural coos, the owl swiftly flew into the valley, disappearing around a bend. We must leave this place immediately, Griffia urged loudly, her chest heaving with anxiety, yet no one had the inclination to admire her allure. The knife just thrown had been hers. Back to the academy, Henrel said somberly. The guards here have likely been dealt with by the enemy. Remaining will serve no purpose. This suggestion garnered agreement from all but Marlene. She seemed on the verge of speaking. Your feelings for Cadilla are your concern. Don't drag us into it, Griffia retorted loudly. Marlene's face turned ashen as she gripped her short staff tightly, biting her lip in silence. Very well, let us depart. The owl has spotted us. If we linger, we may not have the chance to flee. Henrel dismissed further discussion, pulling out a map to ascertain the academy's direction before striding away. The other apprentices followed closely, ignoring Marlene, who remained rooted in place. They journeyed for some time, but still, Marlene did not catch up. It appeared she might indeed be returning to the valley alone. The trek from the valley back to the academy was not a short distance. It involved traversing vast stretches of mountainous woods. If any wizards pursued them, they could easily overtake them. Yet, it seemed their pursuers had chosen to let them go, allowing them to escape unscathed. As night fell, the group gradually relaxed their vigilance, confirming that no one was following them. However, from a party of more than 10, only 5 had returned. Gathered around the campfire, Henrel studied the map, determining their location along their route. The firelight cast a reddish hue across his face. The others with maps did likewise, scrutinizing their positions intently. One male apprentice carefully scattered small black seeds around the fire. We are still over 10 days' journey from the academy. We should take turns keeping watch to prevent any pursuing wizards from catching up, Griffia suggested in a hushed tone. Given the involvement of the Northern Alliance, this is no longer merely a revenge mission. We must report back to the academy's higher-ups immediately. Another female apprentice added, yet, there has been no movement behind us. They likely allowed us to leave intentionally to relay information back. Otherwise, a formal wizard would have overtaken us by now. Henrel and another male apprentice remained silent. The one who had scattered the seeds approached and sat down. I've spread some flash seeds around. If anyone comes within 100 meters, they will automatically burst into light, providing a degree of warning. Thank you, Oreo, Griffia nodded in appreciation. However, we still have a long way to go to the academy, and we must consider our food and water situation. Indeed, there is only one small town along the way for resupply. For the rest, we must rely on our hunting skills. That is no issue, The 4 seemed to have recovered from their anxiety over the wizard's pursuit and began discussing other matters. Henrel listened quietly, remaining silent, seated by the fire without uttering a word. In reality, he was continuously reviewing today's chip data records while organizing his personal information. Today's encounter had imparted a stark realization of the terrifying strength of a formal wizard. He now understood that, in the face of a formal wizard, he was utterly defenseless. The chip merely provided a meager enhancement to his survival capabilities. Against a creature like the Green Fairy, which disregarded arrows, he possessed little offensive power. It appeared that battles between wizards would ultimately hinge on spells to determine the victor. Had it not been for Senior Cadilla shattering the illusion, it was likely that all would have perished one by one at the hands of the green fairy within the illusion. This experience made Onrel acutely aware of the formidable prowess formal wizards wielded against apprentices. Clearly, establishing a model for mental fortitude was imperative. He needed at least some means of self-preservation. With that thought in mind, he commanded, 0, initiate the simulation to establish a spell model. Task initiated. Known spell models. 1. Fatigue Hand. 2. Dazzle spell. Please select. Onrel rose and moved to a nearby tree, sitting down with his back against the trunk. Assuming a posture of solitary contemplation, his gaze drifted towards the apprentices engaged in discussion, yet his thoughts were intertwined with the chip he was communicating with. He opted for the spell of dizziness. During these days, apart from his regular meditation, he refrained from delving into the intricacies of model construction, instead focusing on the foundational knowledge of relevant disciplines. The 2 spells he selected required mastery of fundamental subjects, all of which he had procured in advance. This period of travel afforded him the perfect opportunity to review this material by transmitting it from the chip, achieving a level of familiarity that bordered on the profound. Establishing a spell model exacted a significant toll on his mental fortitude. Even in failure, the expended mental energy would not return, but rather dissipate entirely. Thus, Onrel had hesitated to commence his endeavors. He had presumed that with the chip and his own archery skills, he could safeguard himself during this mission, only to be confronted by the formidable presence of a formal wizard. It was only after recognizing that only spells could withstand such a critical adversary that he resolved to act. As he entered the valley, having reviewed a substantial portion of the essential knowledge pertaining to the 2 spells, the urgency ignited within him compelled Onrel to initiate the study of one spell without waiting for complete mastery. His yearning for the status of a 3rd-tier apprentice, as well as for the prowess of a formal wizard, intensified. The simulation task commenced, predicting a consumption of 2 points of mental energy over a span of 30 minutes. The feedback from the 0-level mechanization resonated within Angrel's mind. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, he tugged at the collar of his gray robe, securing it more closely around his neck. Darkness enveloped him, punctuated by the eerie chorus of strange insects. Onrel, with his eyes wide open, lowered his gaze to the grass beneath him. To his astonishment, delicate blue lines began to emerge slowly within his pupils, shifting rapidly and weaving intricate patterns before his eyes. An inexplicable wave, perceptible only to formal wizards, gradually intensified in the air surrounding him, unnoticed by the other apprentices seated by the fire. After a full half-hour, the blue lines in Onrel's eyes gradually faded away. He blinked, exhaling softly, his face betraying an expression of profound fatigue. The task simulation concluded, resulting in a depletion of 2 points of mental energy, and the basic model of the dizziness spell was successfully established. The release of the spell would consume 1 point of mental energy. The term magic energy referred to the elemental energy particles that Onrel drew into his body, a vital resource for wizards in the execution of their spells. He proceeded to assess his current data status. 059 Crisis, 2 Angrilio, Strength 2. 9, Agility 4. 1, Constitution 3. 7, Spirit 3. 3, Mana 3 Mana is determined synchronously by Spirit. He has currently reached the genetic limit. Status, Healthy. Mana is a new attribute that appeared when Angrilio advanced to the rank of 2nd Apprentice. It is merely a rebranding of the energy particles he had previously quantified. The distinction lies in the fact that energy can not only be stored in chips but also within his own body. However, he can only store up to 3 degrees of energy within himself, while the chip can accommodate at least 17 degrees. This is because the energy he absorbed from Nancy was already at 17 degrees. Moreover, Angrilio has yet to discover the storage limit of the chip. With 3 points in spirit and 3 points in mana, he mused that he could only cast 3 basic spells at most. The chip continued to relay information. Stun spell data being compiled. Forming unit concept. Stun spell, basic, spell level 0. Consumption, 1 spirit, 1 mana. Effect, stuns an enemy creature for 1 to 3 seconds. Range, within 1.5 meters. Casting time, within 5 seconds, exceeding the time limit results in casting failure. Drawback, if the enemy possesses exceptionally high constitution, the stun effect will be significantly reduced or even rendered immune. Level 0 spells indicate that this spell is merely one of the basic models grasped by apprentices. Wizards classify existing practical spells into several levels based on required consumption, power, range, and difficulty, among other criteria. Level 0 merely denotes the most fundamental minor spells. A trace of joy appeared on Angrilio's face. He had not anticipated that the chip would so swiftly establish a model, if it could be directly transmitted to him. With ample practice, he could master the entire model's construction and release. Had he followed the conventional apprentice learning path, he would have had to experiment repeatedly in the spell laboratory, likely facing numerous failures. Each failure would consume 1 point of spirit and mana. And after 2 or 3 failures, he would be rendered incapable of further action for the day, forced to sleep to recover. By this reckoning, even the most exceptional apprentice would experience several failures. The record for mastering a level 0 spell in the academy was reportedly held by a student from the enchantment department, who took a full 25 days to successfully grasp a single level 0 spell. Angrilio had not expected the chip's speed. He had been mentally prepared for a gradual process, and achieving success before returning to the academy would have been considered remarkably swift. To his surprise, it succeeded in just 1 attempt. Would you like to optimize the structure of the stun spell? The chip's prompt left Angrilio momentarily dumbfounded. Would you like to optimize the structure of the stun spell? The chip inquired again. Angrilio finally regained his composure, suppressing his elation. What are the optimization conditions? Consumption, 14 spirit points, 14 mana points. Estimated time required, 18 days, 13 hours, and 42 minutes. Current optimization conditions are not met. What is the point of asking if it cannot be met? Angrilio was at a loss for words. Is the spirit expenditure a one-time cost? It is a one-time consumption. Angrilio promptly abandoned the idea. A one-time consumption meant he must elevate his spirit to above 14 points before commencing the optimization of the spell structure. This threshold was indeed too high, likely only attainable after he became a full-fledged wizard. Having consumed spirit points to simulate the stun spell, Angrilio felt fatigue settling in. Unfortunately, no one had brought tents or other travel gear, so the group could only make do by the campfire for the night. As the excitement and exhilaration brought by the chip gradually waned, Angrilio found a vacant spot near the fire, seated himself, and began to meditate. A night passed. The following morning, the 5 of them casually hunted a few squirrels and rabbits in the woods, roasting them over the fire for a meager meal, lacking any seasonings. The simple roasted fare was undeniably difficult for the typically discerning palates of the apprentices. Swiftly resolving their dining predicament, the 5 resumed their journey. The area surrounding Ram's academy was described as vast stretches of desolation, sparsely populated. The only nearby village had dwindled in population due to the infamous reputation of the Academy of the Shadow of the Dead. It was quite desolate. The group journeyed onward, hunting for wild game to roast when hunger struck, and enduring thirst until they encountered a stream or other water source to replenish their hydration. All the while, Angrilio diligently reviewed the foundational knowledge stored in the chip, alongside the essential knowledge for another spell model, Fatigue Hand. The academic content required for Fatigue Hand was not without cost, as it comprised knowledge from disciplines he had previously purchased, such as necrobiology and neuroscience, though he had not fully absorbed them. Seizing the opportunity during their travels, he continuously transmitted the information from the chip into his memory. Within just a few days, he had transferred all the content into his mind. The remaining task was to digest it thoroughly. He estimated that by the time they reached the academy, he would meet the standard for releasing the second model. More than 10 days later, the surface of the ancient city near Ram's academy. The scorching sun blazed overhead, heat waves shimmering from the ground. The entire ancient city radiated a faint golden hue beneath the brilliant sunlight. A gentle breeze stirred the dust from the ground. A group of gray-robed apprentices trudged onto the city bridge, the leading apprentice gazing up at the ancient city. "We have finally arrived," he murmured. "We must return immediately and report to the higher-ups." A black crow flapped its wings and descended, perching on the railing of the bridge. It cast a fleeting glance at the group of apprentices before taking flight and disappearing into the ancient city. Before the apprentice could utter another word, he was restrained by someone from behind. "Return directly to the academy. Lord Morlog does not concern himself with such matters. His only duty is to guard the gates. This is merely a stipulation with the principal. He does not belong to our academy." "Very well," the apprentice replied with resignation. Angrilio stood at the rear, his face and hair dusted with grime and fragments of leaves, appearing somewhat disheveled, following closely behind the other apprentices. The 5 swiftly entered the ancient city and reached the entrance of the academy's underground passage. After opening the passage door, Angrilio and 2 male apprentices stepped inside first, while Griffia and another female apprentice followed behind. "I will notify Lord Luyas. He has a close relationship with a vice principal who oversees the academy's spell resources. He should be able to relay the message to the academy's higher-ups with utmost speed." "I hope Senior Cadilla has successfully escaped," Griffia whispered. The others nodded in agreement, quickening their pace. Upon reaching the second fork in the passage, the 5 parted ways. Angrilio and a male apprentice named Yalu were both students of Mentor Liliana. The 2 made their way to the study where their mentor often preferred to stay. Between the passages, some junctions featured spacious rooms equipped with tables and chairs for resting, with multiple doors leading in and out, each representing different branching paths. The junction room served as a node connecting various passages. The 2 quickly opened the door to a junction room. The wooden door directly opposite led to the passage of negative energy. However, just as they were about to proceed, the door across from them swung open, and a white figure stepped in. A middle-aged man clad in a white robe entered, his expression frigid. A silver shoulder guard adorning his left shoulder. Draped in a voluminous white cloak, he was entirely obscured from view. It was Lord Ewer. A look of delight spread across Yale's face at Anger's side. "It is you, Yale." The man in white recognized the apprentice before him. "Did you not accompany Kaidala to fulfill the task of vengeance?" "Indeed," Yale replied, hastening towards him to relay the particulars of the situation. Anger stood quietly by. He was also acquainted with the wizard Urkisa, rumored to be among the most formidable sorcerers in the entire academy, known for his icy demeanor and mind-reading prowess. As Yale meticulously recounted the details, Urkisa's expression gradually darkened. "You say the individual encountered by Kaidala was a girl adorned with a silver circlet upon her forehead, and accompanied by a green fairy upon her shoulder?" he inquired in a low tone. "Yes, of our group of over 10. That green fairy swiftly dispatched 6 or 7 of us. There can be no mistake," Yale asserted confidently. "They are from the Northern Alliance." Ewer's countenance grew increasingly grave. "You must swiftly report this to Headmaster Keller. He is currently inspecting the task trading hall. I must ascertain whether Kaidala's mark still remains. If it does not..." His words trailed off, the weight of unspoken dread evident in his eyes. "Yes, Lord Ewer." Both Yale and Anger bowed in acknowledgement, hastening past Urkisa to open the wooden door. Urkisa regarded their retreating figures, his eyes slowly glistening with a silvery hue. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, a translucent distortion coalescing in his palm. "Damn it! How dare you show me such disrespect?" he bellowed, his voice resonating with a piercing quality that reverberated far and wide. "You!" Urkisa roared, reaching out with an immense hand that seemed to overshadow the flames surrounding the two. An overwhelming sense of terror rendered them motionless, leaving them bewildered as to why Ewer had so abruptly turned against them, fabricating a pretext for his aggression. "Ewer, my student is not one for you to chastise." A sharp, feminine voice pierced through from behind Anger and the others. A diminutive, wizened figure materialized from the shadows of the two. A chilling and sinister force clashed and swirled within the chamber. Beneath the flickering flames, countless shadows morphed into claws and serrated edges reaching towards Urkisa, only to be frozen by an onslaught of white frost, shattering into fragments that dissipated into the void. "Liliana." Ewer's expression turned icy. His gaze locked onto the nearly decrepit visage of the terrifying old woman before him, a flicker of trepidation passing through his eyes. "Humph," he scoffed, retracting his hand and giving his white cloak a slight shake before turning to exit the room. 060 Calmness, you two, come to my study." Liliana's voice echoed throughout the room. The figures melted away once more, returning to the shadows of the two individuals. The room fell into a profound stillness, as though everything that had transpired moments ago was merely a figment of imagination. Yet, Aurel could vividly recall the chilling aura that Ulchiza had exuded. He glanced sideways at Yale, who bore a look of palpable trepidation. Neither felt inclined to converse, proceeding directly down the corridor towards their mentor Liliana. Reporting to the mentor of the negative energy department, Liliana would yield little difference. As one of the most powerful sorcerers in the academy, Liliana's fearsome reputation was not merely a consequence of her appearance. In the somewhat somber study, Aurel and Yale stood quietly at the entrance. They had just recounted everything in detail to their mentor. The terrifying old woman was now deep in thought, her expression grave. Silence enveloped the room. After a brief moment, Liliana rapped her fingers on the table. "You two may leave for now. I shall handle this matter." "It seems those fellows from the Northern Alliance are becoming a bit restless," she concluded, her voice gradually lowering. Aurel and Yale dared not utter another word, quietly exiting the room and closing the door behind them, returning to their respective quarters. The information had been conveyed, leaving only the higher-ups to address the situation, beyond the reach of mere apprentices like themselves. Upon returning to his room, Aurel finally felt a measure of relief, the composure and tranquility on his face softening. He removed the weapons from his person and collapsed onto the bed, not wishing to rise for a considerable time. Such carelessness, he murmured to himself. High rewards indeed come with correspondingly high risks. The danger of this mission was exceedingly great. A moment's inattention could lead one directly to meet their demise. He resolved never to act so recklessly again. Greed breeds peril. Sighing deeply, he shook his head, rising from the bed. He glanced at the crystal clock on the bedside table. It was 2:15 p.m. In this mission, both archery and swordsmanship had played little role in battles between sorcerers. Physical attacks were nearly ineffective unless one could breach the opponent's defensive field. A solution to this dilemma was imperative. The counterspell field was a technique reserved for fully fledged sorcerers, and as a mere second-tier apprentice, he was far from attaining that status. Yet, should he encounter a similar situation again, whether against the sorcerers of the Northern Alliance or the mind-reader Ulchiza within the academy, he would still be utterly defenseless. Angrel's expression darkened as he sat cross-legged on the bed. He needed to devise a means to augment his strength. A contemplative look crossed his face. High-level spells were beyond my current grasp. Enchanted items were prohibitively expensive, far beyond his means. However, breaking through to a third-tier apprentice might increase the number of spells I could master, though enhancing my mental prowess would take time. If only my knight-level strength could be of use in sorcery. Onrel pondered deeply. Suddenly, he recalled his initial encounters with spells, a peculiar expression emerging on his face. The swift eruption ring. The energy from that ring had been wholly absorbed by the chip, yet during that incident in the woods, an explosive discharge of energy had seemingly produced a spell effect. Logically, a mere energy explosion shouldn't yield such potent magical effects. He reflected on that moment in the forest, recalling how the energy had been stored within the chip, yet the sudden eruption of spell effects was perplexing. Onrel mused for a moment, mentally articulating. What was the reason behind that automatic casting during the swift eruption? Can it be analyzed? Swift eruption. Analysis in progress. Conclusion. When absorbing enchanted items, the chip retains the structural model of the energy itself. Upon release, it utilizes the structure of the enchanted item for automatic discharge. Onrel was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. This meant that when the chip absorbed enchanted items, it preserved the entire energy structure, essentially storing the spell effects of those items. Indeed, this could enhance combat capabilities, but where could he acquire so many enchanted items? The results were not overly promising. However, he could potentially pre-store the effects of the spells he already commanded, allowing for instantaneous release when needed. Furrowing his brow, he established a task, stating, to devise a method for breaching the spell field through physical attacks. Task established, initiating database search. Comprehensive analysis underway. After creating the task, Onrel ceased to monitor the chip, allowing it to operate autonomously while he settled into a meditative posture on the bed. Time passed incrementally. As Onrel sat, a faint green luminescence began to manifest upon his body, casting a reflective glow over his skin and garments. This green light persisted for over half an hour before gradually dissipating. Subsequently, granular red light particles began to emerge in the air around Onrel, swiftly penetrating his skin like raindrops. Task analysis completed. The chip suddenly transmitted a brainwave signal, interrupting this phenomenon. The red light particles promptly dispersed, and the room returned to its original state. Moments later, Onrel opened his eyes, the red and green light flickering momentarily within them. When I became a second-tier apprentice, I primarily selected wind energy particles and fire particles. Other energy particles were merely minor conduits for spellcasting. It seems I should focus on mastering a single type of particle. The dual specialization is simply too inefficient. Display task results, he mentally commanded. Optimal solution 1. Enchantment-based potions. Unrestricted by sorcerer rank. The potency of the potions can be compounded to achieve a minor anti-magic effect. When combined with ranged archery, it could pose a significant threat to fully fledged sorcerers. Apprentices lacking potent enchanted items will be unable to defend against this. Optimal solution 2. Acquire a magical pet. Certain magical pets possess formidable spellcasting abilities and can, to some extent, withstand magical attacks. Onrel scrutinized the data for these two proposals, his brow gradually knitting together. The second option was clearly impractical. Magical pets were a luxury far beyond his means. The most basic ones were priced in the hundreds of medium-grade magic stones. Thus, it appeared that the first solution was his only viable choice. Potion crafting. While the foundational knowledge was freely available, the true test lay in one's ability to successfully concoct these potions. The success rate for potion making was notoriously low. Within the entire academy, among dozens of sorcerers, only 2 were true potion masters, each with a success rate below 40, which was already considered remarkably high. The success of potion crafting relied heavily on the extensive accumulation of resources, often leading to wasteful expenditures. The basic steps were simple, yet they required precise coordination of mental energy fluctuations, subtle manipulation of magical input, a deep understanding of the properties of the ingredients, and constant adjustments to the potion state. These skills could not be imparted through conventional teaching, and even many experienced sorcerers struggled to master them. This was why potions tended to be quite expensive, with even mediocre potions fetching several magic stones per small vial. The thought of all this gave Onrel a headache. However, mastering potion making could significantly improve his financial situation. Other sorcerers likely lack my precise understanding of the medicinal components within potions. It is conceivable that success may be within reach. With this thought, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Additionally, it is said that certain elixirs can accelerate the growth of mental acuity. It seems prudent to give it a try. Onrel gradually resolved in his mind to acquire a set of alchemical apparatus. 20 minutes later, in the underground academy's trading square, a space as expansive as a football field was haphazardly dotted with small wooden shacks, scattered in disarray. Various wooden signs stood beside these shanties, inscribed with the names and prices of the goods for sale. Gray-robed apprentices meandered between the huts, yet not a single white or black robe was in sight. Before a modest wooden shack on the left side of the square, 3 gray-robed individuals awaited to make purchases, 2 men and 1 woman. The foremost among them was a young male apprentice whose appearance was rather unremarkable, though his physique was somewhat stocky. He appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age, with brown hair that nearly cascaded to his shoulders, looking somewhat unkempt as if it had not been trimmed in quite some time. This individual was none other than Onrel, who had come to procure the necessary apparatus. He meticulously sifted through the items displayed on the shelves of the shack, which specialized in selling alchemical equipment. The prices were modest, 1 magic stone for a complete set, yet the materials and colors of the apparatus varied, with some being second-hand goods that had undergone repairs. The proprietor, also clad in gray robes, appeared to be in his 30s, a middle-aged man who sat with arms crossed, displaying an air of indifference towards the trio at the entrance. A wooden sign outside clearly stated the terms, 1 magic stone for a set. Take it or leave it, do not waste time. The owner's tone was brusque, reflecting his lack of patience for these aspiring apprentices who fancied self-studying alchemy. Having operated his shop for many years, he had encountered numerous such novices, yet none had ever succeeded. The wares he offered were largely second-hand items acquired through special connections from other alchemy apprentices, with only a few new items being subpar substitutes. Aurel scanned the shelves displaying the various apparatus, his gaze settling on a set crafted from pale red glass, evidently second-hand. I will take this set, he declared, handing over a magic stone. The proprietor accepted it and tossed it into a wooden box beneath the shelves. Take it yourself. Ah, by the way, may I inquire, do you have any practice materials for potion making? Onrel inquired further. 1 magic stone per box, sufficient for 10 applications of hemostatic ointment, the owner replied promptly, as if he had anticipated such a request and had prepared accordingly. Onrel nodded and handed over a piece of black magic stone. Please give me a box. The shopkeeper presented a black wooden box, which Aurel quickly accepted. I would also like a box, said the male apprentice standing nearby. He had golden hair and small eyes, not particularly handsome, yet not unattractive, just an unremarkable appearance, seemingly in his 20s. Failed again? The shopkeeper glanced at him and handed over a wooden box. I advise you not to continue practicing. Without a mentor's guidance, any further attempts will only waste your money. The golden-haired man smiled faintly, refraining from a response as he handed over a piece of black magic stone. After receiving the box, he turned and walked away briskly. The female apprentice behind him then stepped forward to make her purchase. Onrel cast a glance at the retreating figure of the golden-haired man, but paid it little mind, as he carried a complete set of apparatus and a box directly back to his room. The academy had numerous departments, yet each housed only a handful of students. With hundreds of apprentices scattered throughout the vast underground academy, it was nearly impossible for Onrel to become familiar with many of them. Aside from those he interacted with during class, the rest were practically strangers. Even Adler, who had initially guided him, was now rarely seen, as he had heard that the 3rd-tier apprentices were studying in other areas. Just as Onrel returned to his room with the apparatus and box, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Aurel, are you there? Came Angia's voice from outside. I am, Aurel replied, opening the door. Anja entered, clad in a tight-fitting black noble hunting outfit that accentuated her form, holding an envelope in her hand. This is your letter, sent from White Fan Castle. Onrel took the letter and glanced at it. It was clearly addressed from White Fan Castle to Lamso Academy, for Onrel Leo. The sender was Yuri. Yuri, Onrel mused, recalling the honest smile of the golden-haired youth, and a smile crept onto his face. Thank you, Angia. Don't mention it. The messenger came while you were out, so I accepted it on your behalf. Angia glanced at the alchemical apparatus on the table before returning her gaze. She closed the door carefully. Onrel, I heard you participated in the revenge mission of Wizard Kadira this time? She inquired gracefully, settling into a chair by the door. Yes, I just returned. The news should have spread throughout the academy by now, Aurel affirmed, sitting on his bed. The lone chair in the room was occupied by Angia. I heard you encountered the formidable wizards of the Northern Alliance during this mission. Is that true? Angia asked curiously, her youthful curiosity evident. Indeed, we did encounter them. The specifics will likely be disclosed in time, Onrel replied, keenly noting a hint of something unusual in Angia's eyes. How long have you been at the 2nd tier now? How are you faring? She continued, suddenly noticing a peculiar expression on Angrel's face, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. I apologize. She quickly lowered her gaze, recognizing that such probing questions could be considered impolite. It's all right, Aurel reassured her, finding it odd that she had suddenly become so inquisitive. Is there something you need help with? If it were not too burdensome, he was open to assisting her, as they generally got along quite well. Angia's expression shifted. I may not be able to stay at the academy any longer. Why? Aurel was taken aback. I haven't advanced to the 2nd tier after so long. My family wants me to return and marry, Angia said, her tone somber and quiet. My talent does not measure up to yours or Monas's. I only possess 1st-tier qualifications, and at 18, I have little hope of breaking into the 3rd tier. Angia's predicament was dire, Failing to advance by 18 meant she would likely never become a formal wizard. You know, the resources and finances we apprentices consume each year are beyond what an ordinary family can sustain. So your family cannot continue to support you without hope and wants you back? Aurel frowned, realizing there was little he could do to assist her. Advancement depended entirely on personal aptitude, effort, understanding, and accumulation of knowledge, not something outsiders could influence. Angia sat in the chair, her spirits visibly low. In fact, if I could find someone at the academy, someone who could help my family's interests, I could remain. Angrel's brow furrowed slightly as he remained silent. Angia glanced at him and continued, Monis is out of the question. He already has a fiancée, and she is far more gifted than I. I cannot agree to an engagement, Aurel stated frankly. I intend to return to the continent across the sea. And whether I will come back here is uncertain. It would not be advantageous for your family or you. Angia quickly shook her head. No need for marriage. As long as you publicly acknowledge me as your partner, my family will provide you with all the resources necessary to pursue your wizardry. Our Jackert family ranks among the top 5 in the regions controlled by the academy. The support for your future endeavors would be substantial. Your family must have more apprentices than just you, right? Aurel pondered aloud. Yes, there are 2 others in the academy, but their situations are similar to mine. It is rare for an apprentice to advance to the 3rd tier before 18. Those who do are usually exceptionally talented, Angia replied. Do you really have that much faith in me? You are only 15 and already nearing the peak of the 2nd tier. Even Monis lags behind you significantly. And you survived such a perilous mission. I have great confidence in you, Angia affirmed. If you agree and sign a vow contract, I, along with another female apprentice from my family, will be entirely devoted to you. Rest assured, she is not inferior to me. Angrel's eyes flickered with interest. It was undeniable that he felt somewhat tempted. The support of a local noble family would indeed be a considerable advantage, especially since his finances were currently strained. Moreover, the prospect of companionship from 2 attractive female apprentices seemed quite appealing. The conditions are indeed quite generous. However, I am curious, why me? Because there is no one around me who excels more than you, Angia replied without hesitation. In the entire academy, there are only a handful of apprentices who can advance to the 3rd tier by the age of 15. You may not be the absolute best, but you are certainly among the top. I recall that Senior Adler advanced to the 3rd tier at 14, did he not? Aurel countered. They are different. They are synthetic bloodline holders, created by higher wizards in their families. They are gifted only in this generation, and their descendants will still be ordinary. Families cannot choose such individuals for continuation, Angia shook her head. Regardless, this arrangement seems to be beneficial for me. Very well, I agree to your proposal, Aurel nodded. Joy illuminated Angia's face. This means I can continue to stay at the academy. She hurriedly produced a parchment scroll from her pouch and unfolded it, revealing a prepared contract. Here's the contract. Take a look. She handed it to Aurel. Aurel accepted it and skimmed through, finding no hidden traps. You're not just signing this with me, are you? Of course not. There are others in nearby wizard organizations, many of whom are attractive female apprentices like me. If they cannot advance, they too seek to ally with talented individuals like you. Our family is far larger than you can imagine. Angia nodded slightly. However, you are the first at the Lamb Academy. Once you sign it, I will bring another sister over tomorrow, and from then on, we shall share a room. As she spoke, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. The contract rests with me. I shall examine it tonight, and if all is in order, we can sign it tomorrow. Aurel gently flicked the contract paper. Very well. Angia, feeling a wave of relief, stood and bowed deeply. I entrust this to you, Aurel. She lifted her head and suddenly stepped forward, embracing Aurel softly. The tension between their bodies created a deep valley between them. Please hurry, Angia whispered. Just as Angrel's hand rested on her pert backside, she abruptly pulled away, bowed once more, and dashed out the door. With a click, the door closed behind her. Aurel smiled as he set down the contract, still tinged with the lingering sensation of her taut and supple form. The tension from the harrowing task began to dissipate. His gaze returned to the vessels on the table, and he composed his slightly unsettled emotions. He pulled up a chair and sat down at the table. He picked up the black wooden box and gently opened the lid. Inside were 2 types of herbs, neatly divided into 2 sections. On the left lay a slightly red, withered root, while on the right rested a fruit resembling an orange, both cut into hemispheres. The exterior was a pale yellow, but the flesh within was a deep blood red, reminiscent of raw meat. Fortunately, they had been dried. They looked akin to oranges encasing bloody flesh. Aurel arranged the vessels, a necked flask, a covered distillation bottle, and a glass tube for guiding. Next came various test tubes and beakers, all uniformly placed in a cloth bag stuffed with cotton. He meticulously took each item out and arranged them on the table. 0. Extract the potion formulation data and simulate the preparation of the hemostatic ointment based on the available equipment. Task established. Data initialization begins. Simulation commencing. Estimated completion time, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Success probability, 15. 15%. Angrel's expression brightened. He had not anticipated such a high success rate from the chip. This was my first attempt at simulating a potion formulation. This success rate is derived from the chip's comprehensive analysis of Angrel's current mental and magical prowess. This implies that if he follows the chip's guidance in preparing the potion, he can expect a successful outcome once in 10 attempts. For a novice, this is an exceptionally formidable figure. Typically, an apprentice with a 5% success rate would already be considered quite gifted. Overlord, equipped with the chip's unparalleled precision and stability, achieved this daunting statistic. Now, he awaited the detailed simulation process to unfold. With the chip's continual corrections, his success rate would undoubtedly improve swiftly. 2 hours later, the chip simulation was successfully completed. Overlord stood once more before his desk, meticulously weighing the materials from the box according to the proportions determined by the chip simulation, and placed them into a beaker. He then ignited the heating device, reminiscent of a solid alcohol lamp used on Earth. The semi-solid blocks of grease collided with the glass vessel, where a lit wick sat above, producing a flame tinged with blue, far exceeding the temperature of a typical oil lamp. Overlord added some water to the large beaker, just enough to cover the herbs, before sealing it with a glass lid. Approximately 2 minutes passed, and the water in the large beaker began to boil vigorously, releasing a multitude of bubbles. The blood orange and red root gradually changed color, transforming the boiling water into a pale blue hue. Streams of steam escaped from the edges of the lid, filling the room with a faintly sour aroma. Overlord observed the beaker quietly, occasionally glancing at the crystal clock beside him, his expression unwavering. The only sound in the room was the hissing of the boiling water. After more than 10 minutes, Overlord reached for a piece of cotton, using it to remove the glass lid. A dense cloud of white vapor rushed towards him. He gazed into the liquid within the beaker, where faint blue luminescence danced in his eyes. The beaker appeared to transform into a three-dimensional blue model, continuously rotating before him. Lines of small data fluctuated around the beaker, displaying temperature, changes in medicinal properties, component activity, and various other information. Overlord remained fixated on the beaker, motionless. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, sending a spark of crimson light into the beaker, where it submerged beneath the surface. Simultaneously, his lips moved, producing a series of fragmented, peculiar syllables. The tones varied from sharp to deep, and as the syllables shifted, the liquid in the beaker began to respond. The previously boiling liquid gradually calmed, with bubbles swiftly dissipating. The steam escaping from the beaker also began to wane. Regardless of the flames below, the liquid inside the beaker surprisingly began to congeal into a layer of white frost. This phenomenon persisted for over 10 minutes, until the flames beneath the beaker extinguished with a hiss, and Overlord ceased his incantation. He pressed his lips together, frowning at the beaker, which resumed boiling, yet showed no change in color. Had he failed? He lifted the beaker and poured its contents directly into the adjacent wash basin. Each apprentice had their own wash basin and toilet, and though the room was small, it was distinctly divided into 2 compartments. 0, he mused, summarized the experience of failure. The mental energy exhibited an unstable curve, and the activity of the herbs diminished. Is that so? Overlord inhaled deeply, ready to continue. He returned the beaker to the heating ring. As evening approached, Overlord held 2 test tubes containing green ointment. A bitter smile etched across his face. The formulation of the hemostatic ointment had consumed over 7 or 8 hours. Out of 10 attempts, he had succeeded only twice. Fortunately, a single batch of hemostatic ointment could fetch at least 10 magic stones. The field of potions was indeed lucrative. Yet, even he could only maintain such a modest success rate. Overlord shook his head slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. These 2 vials of hemostatic ointment had been hard-earned. Nonetheless, it confirmed that 0 possessed a significant advantage in the precise field of pharmacology. Provided he persevered, his income would surely improve swiftly. Despite the day's exhaustion, Overlord felt a sense of satisfaction. Each vial of hemostatic ointment could yield at least 9 magic stones. If this continued, soon he would no longer need to worry about a shortage of magic stones. However, he pondered the implications of sharing a room with Andre and the others tomorrow. It would undoubtedly expose the secret. The notion that one could achieve such a high success rate in pharmacology without extensive practice was clearly beyond the comprehension of the average individual. He would need to plan carefully for future potion-making sessions. Perhaps he should request a separate potion-making room or disallow Angia and the others from residing with him. He shook his head. That plan was evidently unfeasible. Furthermore, the 2 vials of ointment in his possession posed a problem. He was not a disciple of any pharmacology mentor. Yet he had managed to brew 2 vials of ointment. Earning magic stones was trivial, but if suspicions arose about his capabilities, it would not bode well for him. In the Academy of Lamso, nearly every mentor was well-versed in anatomy. What if the secret of the chip was discovered? Overlord quickly dismissed that thought. It seemed unwise to attempt to profit from potions at this moment. Perhaps in the future, when the time was right, he could. As it typically took several years for a pharmacology student to successfully concoct potions, often wasting a significant amount of raw materials. He would need to wait a few years before any skills could be gradually revealed. However, pharmacology could continually enhance his techniques, allowing him to brew potions that stimulated mental energy. He would merely need to be cautious in sourcing the herbs. After formulating a rough plan, he carefully stored the 2 vials of ointment and took out the contract, examining it thoroughly. Finding no unreasonable stipulations, he readily signed it. Finally, he retrieved the letter sent by Yuri, gently opening it to extract the parchment within. Dear Aurel, how are your days at Lamso? I've heard that your academy is renowned for its necromancy and shadow spells, a rather terrifying and bloody place. I hope you haven't been startled by any sudden appearances of corpses or skeletons in the dead of night. Aurel chuckled silently at this and continued reading. To my surprise, the White Fang Castle, which I struggled to join, is quite at odds with the other 2 major organizations in the area. Aside from you, my letters can hardly reach any other destination. Even the journey from here to you spans 2 large kingdoms. It seems our hopes of mutual correspondence and assistance are dashed. After this letter, I must take up residence elsewhere. Apprentices at the castle must complete tasks to receive resource allocations. It's unfortunate, but perhaps we won't be able to communicate for a long time. I'm uncertain where I will be stationed. I hope we can meet again someday. Just as he finished the last line, a silver sigil abruptly appeared on the paper, swiftly outlining a signature before bursting into nothingness. The signature was a meticulously crafted name, Yuri Saffron. A magical mark. Aurel recognized the trick. It was a simple illusion, leaving traces of elemental particles on the paper. Through special means and energy fluctuations, one could create varying effects with energy particles on the parchment, a skill easily wielded by a moderately skilled apprentice. He carefully stored the letter back into its envelope. Aurel sat in contemplation at his desk for a while before rising to wash up, shedding his clothes and lying down to rest. The next morning, Angia knocked on his door. Aurel opened his eyes, peeled back the covers, and shook his somewhat drowsy head. Glancing at the crystal clock, it was 7 in the morning. The underground academy posed such a dilemma, without proper time indicators. It was nearly impossible to discern whether it was day or night. He dressed quickly and opened the door. Angia stood outside, beaming, with other apprentices occasionally passing by behind her. Did I interrupt you? She asked, scanning Angrel's figure as she stepped forward into the room. Do we still have issues regarding the contract? It has already been signed. Anger handed her the contract, and a flicker of delight danced in Angia's eyes. Today, she donned a form-fitting hunting attire akin to yesterday's, yet instead of long leather trousers, she wore a black leather miniskirt. Her alabaster, elongated thighs were accentuated by a pair of black knee-high boots, further highlighting the exquisite pallor of her skin. Do you want me? She leaned against Anger, tilting her face upwards to meet his gaze, pressing her bosom against his arm with a boldness that was hard to ignore. We still have a class on reflexology with Professor Vivian, Anger murmured, stifling the fire that surged within him. We have plenty of time tonight. He reached out, firmly grasping her rear, encased as it was in the short skirt. It seems my judgment was indeed correct, Angia smiled, stating that a man capable of controlling his instincts could not possibly be ordinary. Then I thank you for the compliment, Anger replied, gently pushing her away. That very evening, Anger permitted Angia entry into his chamber. Fortunately, the room boasted excellent soundproofing, ensuring that their stifled breaths would go unheard by any creature save for the spiders in the ventilation system. Anger had always maintained a commendable level of self-control in this regard, and at his age, succumbing to such temptations could be detrimental to his health. Thus, after just one day, he soon cast aside lingering desires, immersing himself once more in the vast ocean of knowledge pertaining to spells and potions. In the following days, Anger, like any other apprentice, attended lectures, visited the library for research, and occasionally practiced spells in the designated experimentation area. He was no different from his peers, all striving to enhance their magical abilities and accumulate vast stores of knowledge. For apprentices, the most troublesome limitation, aside from innate talent, lay in the degree of comprehension of the knowledge they amassed. This factor often hindered the progress of many otherwise capable apprentices. Some required a month to learn a single spellcasting language, while others took over a year or even several. Many possessed ample magical and mental prowess, however. Repeated failures arose from insufficient understanding of the underlying principles. Confronted with numerous problems and changes during their attempts, they often found themselves at a loss, unable to guide their progress into the next phase. Throughout this period, Anger outwardly resembled his fellow apprentices, seemingly trapped by the bottleneck of knowledge accumulation, diligently taking notes, memorizing key points, attending classes, and conducting research. Yet, when night fell, he devoted himself to mastering potion configurations with the aid of a chip, which also facilitated his grasp of a secondary spell model, nearly to completion. Unbeknownst to others, he had surpassed many of his peers, achieving a commendable level of proficiency among the Academy's apprentices. Notably, the chip could pre-store the energy of spell models, akin to a one-time enchanted item, albeit limited to spells that Anger had mastered. The most crucial aspect was that the chip enabled instantaneous casting, a feat that surpassed those enchanted items requiring incantations to activate. It is worth noting that even a zero-level instantaneous spell could only be performed by a legitimate wizard. However, a drawback was that the chip could store only a single spell model. Exceeding this limit would result in repulsion and chaos, causing the spell effects to vanish, leaving only pure energy. For anger, this represented an additional means of spell storage. The item capable of storing low-level spells is priced around 2,000 magic stones in the market, representing a significant financial saving. After signing a contract with Angia, Ongli rejected the request of another female apprentice, as he had no inclination to indulge in low-level instincts. A mere occasional interaction with Angia sufficed for him. However, the continuous supply of magic stones from Angia's family, alongside the requisite knowledge and a plethora of spellcasting materials, greatly pleased Ongli. Currently, he could only store the spell of dizziness, as the spell-exhausted hand required a specific tree root powder that could not be stored within the chip. After living this way for over half a month, a momentous event shattered the tranquility. "What? You say Manas has defected from the academy?" Ongli exclaimed. Rising abruptly from his seat in the cafeteria, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Angia across the table. The apprentices seated nearby merely glanced over before resuming their quiet meals. It was indeed true. It had occurred just the previous day. Angia's expression also bore a hint of gloom. He had fled alongside Ulchiza, the mind reader from the cold city, along with others. Taking a deep breath, Ongli slowly seated himself again. What could have led to such a defection? He had no reason to do so. Angia shook his head. I do not know. However, I have heard that all apprentices from the Manas family at our academy have deserted, which likely indicates something significant is occurring. Ongli's expression darkened as he pondered the implications. It seemed something was indeed on the verge of happening. He looked at Angia. Aside from their initial closeness, they had not shared any intimate interactions since. Ongli was disinclined to indulge, and Angia, too, had little desire to waste time on such matters. Their relationship had only grown slightly closer than at the beginning. With no further changes, what will you choose? Angia asked in a hushed tone. I have heard that the wizards dispatched by the academy have suffered defeats against the Northern Alliance. What are your plans? Ongli countered. Angia, having been experienced prior to their liaison, had only pursued him for utilitarian reasons, so he held no deep feelings for her. Initially, he had merely needed the resources her family could provide. I fear I must return to my family. The situation at the academy is quite concerning. Will you join me? I am preparing to request my mentor to station at the borders of the kingdom of Ramsoda. It is likely to be quite safe there, an area devoid of significant resources or mines that wizards would typically value, regardless of whether war or other calamities arise. The impact would be minimal, Ongli replied with a calm demeanor. Angia chuckled softly. Me? I shall return to my family. My father, brother, and sister are all there. I cannot abandon them. Is that so? Ongli fell silent. Both understood that this parting would likely extend for a considerable period. According to their contract, after Ongli's promotion to a formal wizard, he would be obligated to give certain preferential treatment to Angia's family. However, that was likely a distant event. Now, with her family preparing to withdraw their disciples without making arrangements concerning Ongli's contract, it was evident they intended to unilaterally breach it. Angia's deliberate conversation with Ongli was motivated by this reason. Her intentions were quite clear to him, given that it was a family breach of contract. He need not return the previously paid books and magic stones, as those items would be regarded as compensation for the breach. Will you truly not come with me? Ongli inquired once more. Angia hesitated for a moment, weighing her options between returning to her family and accompanying Ongli, contemplating which choice would offer greater safety and potential for growth. Ultimately, she shook her head. The two silently finished their meals and departed separately. Ongli made his way directly to the mentor's office for the negative energy division. Liliana remained seated in her study, clad in a large black cloak that concealed her entirely. As Ongli approached, he noticed the door to her office ajar. A woman in a white robe emerged just as he was about to enter, and they crossed paths. Ongli bowed slightly, recognizing her as a formal wizard, donned in a white wizard's robe. In that moment of bending, his gaze swept over her face. She appeared utterly lifeless, her eyes heavily shadowed, resembling two black voids when closed. Her complexion was pallid, marred by numerous cracked wounds, beneath which lay not red flesh but blackened decay, reminiscent of a corpse that had recently clawed its way out of a grave. This thought flickered through Ongli's mind. The sorceress paid him no heed and hastily departed down the corridor, vanishing around the corner. Is it Ongli? Come in. The mentor's voice resonated from within the room. Ongli straightened and entered, closing the door carefully behind him. That was Wizard Christine, a former student of mine, your senior, Liliana remarked with a smile, though her smile carried an unsettling aura. Mentor, no need to speak. You wish to apply for distant deployment, correct? Counting you. You are the 15th to do so today. I have only 18 students in total, Liliana sighed. Since you returned alive from the Retribution mission, I have paid closer attention to you. The Academy is facing significant troubles. You should leave if you can. The borders of ordinary nations, though resource poor, are far preferable to engaging in the wizarding wars. It is reassuring that the Mentor understands, Ongli replied respectfully, bowing his head. There are many nations near Ramsoda. Which do you wish to go to? The kingdom of Ramsoda, as it is the closest, or Santiago? Liliana inquired. Let us go to the kingdom of Ramsoda. Perhaps I may return someday. That is acceptable, but Ramsoda consists of 24 provinces. Most apprentices have applied for more distant locations. Remaining in the vicinity of the kingdom of Ramsoda are only you and 2 others, with the vast expanse of land. It is exceedingly unlikely that the 3 of you will encounter one another again. From now on, it will depend on your own efforts. You'll need to procure spell casting materials independently. That is certainly better than returning to my homeland, Ongli remarked with a smile. Beyond the sea, most spell casting materials have become extinct. By the way, Mentor, I have gathered enough magic stones. May I acquire your graphite potion? Of course, it just happens to be here, Liliana replied with a smile, retrieving a small silver vial from her drawer. Ongli felt a surge of joy within as he offered a piece of premium magic stone. Knowing that 1 premium stone equated to over 10 medium stones, sufficient to cover the cost of the potion. After receiving the silver vial, he bowed once more. I will inform the Guardians. They will not obstruct your departure. You may leave now. Thank you, Mentor. Ongli exited the room with a sense of regret. He had only begun his studies at the academy, and yet he was being compelled to depart. He would now need to seek resources on his own, but fortunately, he had stored all the knowledge required for his advancement from apprentice to formal wizard within his chip, courtesy of the resources supplied by Angier's family. For the moment, he need not worry about hitting a bottleneck. However, he would have to strategize independently in the future. Had he been a 3rd-tier apprentice, he could have been taken in as a formal disciple by Mentor Liliana, receiving numerous resources without charge, such as the graphite potion he now held. That would have positioned him as a true seed of potential, a group highly valued by the Academy. Instead, they were merely individuals who had paid tuition, exchanging it for basic knowledge, not candidates for cultivation. Thus, the Academy remained indifferent to their departure. It was only the young 3rd-tier apprentices that garnered their attention. However, such a departure may not necessarily be a misfortune. Aurel murmured to himself as he exited the corridor. 0. How far is my mental strength from the required standard? Mental strength is at 3. 4. You are 2. 6 short of the advancement criterion of 6. Aurel narrowed his eyes. I shall pay one last visit to the trading market. In the underground trading square of the Academy, the number of ramshackle wooden shanties had significantly diminished. The individual who once sold alchemical vessels had vanished without a trace. The apprentices in the square were also notably fewer, with only a handful of small huts standing forlornly in the center. The pale yellow torches affixed to the surrounding stone walls occasionally crackled, casting an unusual stillness over the square. Scattered across the gray-white stone pavement lay various detritus, shattered glassware, broken bronze rings, and tattered gray robes, along with the occasional speck of blood. Furrowing his brow, Aurel approached one of the small huts at the center of the square. Whispers from the apprentices nearby occasionally carried sensitive terms such as defection, evacuation, and failure into his ears. He hastened to a relatively quiet stall. A cursory glance led him to seize a small pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained fine silver-gray powder, phosphorescent powder, 2 magic stones per bag. The proprietor, a gray-robed man with a small mustache, promptly greeted him. Aurel nodded, produced the magic stones, and continued to select other items from the stall. Knowing he might be gone for a long time, he sought to procure as many supplies as possible. These would be precious casting materials in the future. As he rummaged through the wares, a gray-robed figure approached him. With golden hair and an unremarkable face, his small eyes rendered him rather inconspicuous. Upon reaching the stall, he exclaimed loudly, "Boss, I have some items here. Could I perhaps trade them for magic stones?" "It's you again. I've already told you, those items lack value. Last time, I gave you 3 magic stones purely out of goodwill. Considering we share the same mentor," the proprietor replied with an exasperated expression. The golden-haired young man grew anxious, thrusting a cloth bag towards the shopkeeper. "Please, take a look. You might find something of worth. I've told you before. The items you collect pertain to alchemy. Who doesn't he know that alchemical materials are exorbitantly priced? I warned you against frivolous spending of magic stones. And now I find myself powerless," the shopkeeper said, his demeanor suggesting a generally amiable character. "Alchemical materials?" Angrel's interest was piqued. "Might I see what you have? I am indeed in search of some alchemical supplies." He recognized the golden-haired youth from their previous encounter when he had purchased alchemical vessels. The young man, upon hearing this, glanced at Aurel. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Aurel affirmed, for he still had 4 or 5 magic stones set aside for use. In the ordinary world, magic stones would likely prove useless, so it would be wiser to exchange them for other resources. In such circumstances, magic stones and alchemical supplies were considered hard currency. Everyone was eager to convert their possessions into magic stones, alchemical materials, and casting components, who would still wish to spend lavishly on the study of alchemy.